Chapter 181. Mada, hey, Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo are in a good mood today, so I guess they teach everyone the same two skills. Ji-Ba taught player Zheng-Yuan the construction technique. Advanced bad luck possession. Ji-Gyo taught player Zheng-Yuan the construction technique. Advanced shoddy workmanship. Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo hummed a little tune as they left player Zheng-Yuan's raft. Players, Zheng-Yuan? Are you still there? Stop yelling. The raft's probably broken, and we're repairing it. Forget repairing it. A high-level skill with shoddy crafting. What kind of a mess? Why did Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo go to Zheng-Yuan again? They love him so much. Yeah, they loved him so much they couldn't bear to teach him the intermediate level of bad luck possession, so they just taught him the advanced level. I'm so envious of Zheng-Yuan for having the favor of two masters. I'm a little worried. What if Zheng-Yuan drowned in the sea? Will we miss the reward for the wanted order? Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo boarded player Ma Da's raft. Ji-Ba taught the player Ma Da's construction skills. Bad luck. Ji-Gyo taught player Ma Da construction skills. Shoddy. Ji-Ba taught player Lu Ji-Wen construction skills. Bad luck. Ji-Gyo taught player Lu Ji-Wen construction skills. Shoddy. Several reports came out quickly, and the players laughed heartily. Ma Da, congratulations, you finally got a good deal. Hee, it was given to you by his master, Zheng-Yuan. What a blessing. Strange, who is Lu Ji-Wen? I'd never heard of him before. Lu Ji-Wen, the one who broke his promise and summoned Zheng-Yuan to the island. He's also in cahoots with Zheng-Yuan. I heard Zheng-Yuan bribed him with treasures to get him to summon Zheng-Yuan. Oh, that's right. Serves them right. Am I the only one who finds this strange? Why are all these people so hostile to Lu Xingchen? It's terrifying when you think about it. Wei Feng, you're overthinking it. They're clearly all in cahoots with Zheng-Yuan. Zheng-Yuan got some benefits and decided to share some with his good brothers. Wei Qing, that's right. Zheng-Yuan is truly a good boss, who always thinks of his brothers, haha. On this side, Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo scolded Ma Da and Lu Ji-Wen, grabbed a bunch of things, and happily left. They had completed the mission assigned to them by Lu Xingchen, and even received a lot of supplies. They were very satisfied. Ma Da and Lu Ji-Wen were in tears. Ma Da was fine. He and Zheng-Yuan had always been in cahoots. Lu Ji-Wen felt wronged. He had no previous contact with Zheng-Yuan. On the island, he coveted Zheng-Yuan's supplies and summoned him aboard. However, he had been beaten by the Babu clan and had many supplies extorted from him by Ji-Ba and Ji-Gyo. Zheng-Yuan hadn't yet given him the supplies he promised. Thinking it over, he realized he suffered a huge loss by summoning Zheng-Yuan. Lu Ji-Wen regretted it deeply. Only Lu Xingchen was worried about Zheng-Yuan. She asked Ji Ershizan, what do you think, if Zheng-Yuan fell into the sea? If he fell into the sea, her reward would be gone. Ji Ershizan, don't worry, his raft won't break down anytime soon. Lu Xingchen stared at the chat screen. Finally, at noon, Babu issued another wanted warrant, adding a piece of premium black gold land to the reward. Ji Ershizan told her to wait. A little after 5 in the evening, Babu added 2 more pieces of premium black gold land. This way, if Zheng-Yuan was killed, they would receive 4 pieces of premium black gold land and a rare weapon. G23 nodded. Alright, that's as far as Babu can go. Go kill Zheng-Yuan. Lu Xingchen had already prepared weapons and everything else, and she even brought Lan Lan and Mimi along. However, a serious question came to her mind. After I kill Zheng-Yuan, how will I get back to my raft? This was a big deal. What if I couldn't get back? G23 paused. 49 can sail to an island he knows, or to where our brothers are. That way, when you teleport, take me with you, and I go with you. 49 can then sail your boat to find me. But I must make one thing clear. I can't participate in your fight with Zheng-Yuan. I just can't help. Lu Xingchen understood. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Can I teleport with so many people? G23, you wish. Lu Xingchen, Not talking to G23 anymore, she activated the fixed point teleport card, and the light curtain popped open. Do you want to use the fixed point teleport card? Uses 1. Lu Xingchen, yes. Please enter the coordinates or search for a player. Lu Xingchen spoke Zheng-Yuan's name, and the teleport card quickly displayed Zheng-Yuan's location, prompting, teleport to this location? Lu Xingchen grabbed Ji Ershizan's hand and said, yes. With a flick of her wrist, she was on a raft in the next second. The raft was approximately 500 square meters, with a row of wooden boats and several wooden boxes neatly arranged on the sides. Not far away, a young man was resting in a bamboo rocking chair. Lu Xingchen had arrived so silently that he hadn't noticed, his eyes closed, and he slept soundly. He was a handsome, though rather aggressive young man, with a buzz cut. His clothes were nice and new. Lu Xingchen guessed they were the suit Babu had given him. TSK, if the suit gets torn during the fight later, it'd be terrible. I have to sell it. Lu Xingchen looked at Zheng Yuan's neck, and quietly took out her dagger. If she could just slash his neck, it would be fine. It wouldn't ruin his clothes, and it would avoid a fight. She took 2 quiet steps forward. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, "Woo wow wow." Lu Xingchen looked down, and saw a large fishing net at her feet. Inside was a seal-like creature. It was about 50 or 60 centimeters long, plump, with a coat of pure white, short, fuzzy fur. It looked as adorable as a glutinous rice dumpling. Its round, watery eyes, like black pearls, lifted its head and looked at Lu Xingchen, making a whining sound. Shoo! Lu Xingchen nudged it gently with his foot. If he called again, Zheng Yuan would wake up. But the little seal not only didn't stop calling, but it intensified, its tail and body struggling vigorously, making a slapping sound. What a mischievous little creature! Lu Xingchen, annoyed, lowered his head and slashed the fishing net with his dagger. The little seal fluttered out, whining twice at Lu Xingchen. It seemed to have something in its mouth. Lu Xingchen actually saw a flattering smile in its eyes. Don't get in the way. Lu Xingchen gave the little seal a gentle push with his foot, and it slid down the raft and fell into the sea with a soft plop. Zheng Yuan's hand seemed to move, and Lu Xingchen, not caring about anything else, quietly walked over to him, raised the dagger, and stabbed fiercely. Suddenly, Zheng Yuan opened his eyes, and saw another person. His face changed drastically. He kicked his foot, pushing the rocking chair back, dodging Lu Xingchen's attack. He stood up with a swish, stepped back a few steps, and a long knife appeared in his hand. The 2 men faced each other. Zheng Yuan, Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen sheathed the dagger, released the whip, and smiled faintly. It's me. Surprise? Chapter 182. Zheng Yuan gripped his long sword tightly. It's you. Lu Xingchen, stop talking nonsense. Start fighting. Your raft will be ruined in a moment. Snap. She lashed out at Zheng Yuan with her whip, simultaneously releasing Miao Miao and Lon Lon. Zheng Yuan had barely dodged the whip when Lon Lon and Miao Miao surrounded him. Lon Lon, don't run, you bastard. Your grandpa's here. Miao Miao, I'll eat my horn. Even without Lu Xingchen taking action, these 2 little guys had Zheng Yuan busy enough. Afraid the whip would hit the 2 little ones, Lu Xingchen took out his feather arrows, drew his ox horn bow, and whoosh! 3 feather arrows blasted towards Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan was already struggling, in a state of disarray. He dodged the incoming arrows, barely managing to avoid 2 before the last struck his right chest. Meanwhile, Lon Lan's claws tore his arms and face, leaving them bloodied and mangled. In just over half a minute, the battle was over. Zheng Yuan had no strength to fight back. He realized what was happening and said viciously, Lu Xingchen, you want Babu's reward, don't you? Ha, I won't let you have it. He happened to be at the edge of the raft when he turned and leaped into the sea. Qi Ershizen's mouth dropped open in surprise. What a ruthless man. As Zheng Yuan entered the sea, countless fish immediately rushed towards him, and a scream echoed from the sea. Lu Xingchen swung his whip, catching Zheng Yuan and pulling him up. With a swipe, he slammed him onto the raft with a thud. Just seconds after entering the sea, Zheng Yuan's arms were torn to pieces by fish, and one of his legs was also missing. The blood and flesh were scattered all over the place, which was a shocking sight. He was in excruciating pain, but now that he had lost an arm and a leg, he couldn't even jump into the sea. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the pain as he continued to sternly threaten Lu Xingchen. Ha, so it's not entirely your fault, is it? That Babu is so stingy, he won't give you any more rewards. Lu Xingchen frowned. Oh? Zheng Yuan, Babu is incredibly stingy. He either not give you any rewards, or cut them in half. Lu Xingchen, you're doomed to disappointment. Lu Xingchen was genuinely worried. She tilted her head, and looked at G23. G23, don't worry, there are rules and regulations. He won't dare withhold his reward. Zheng Yuan only then saw G23, and the name above her head. His face darkened. Lu Xingchen, you even bribe the NPCs? Lu Xingchen, yeah, I'm not as stupid as you to kill even NPCs. Zheng Yuan's chest heaved with rage. At that moment, a large ship slowly approached. It was G49. He had arrived so quickly. Lu Xingchen was now convinced that this child could teleport. G49 stood at the bow, waving to Lan Lan and Meme, saying happily, "Hi, I'm here to pick you up." Lan Lan flew up to the bow, and Meme leaped back. Zheng Yuan, lying on the ground, raised himself slightly, and saw Lu Xingchen's large wooden boat. His eyes were filled with amazement. He stared at the towering wooden boat, the exquisite and beautiful wooden villa, and the boat covered in green vines and gorgeous flowers. He was stunned. How could someone have achieved this level of development? How could such a comfortable, safe, and beautiful boat exist in the survival world? He knew Lu Xingchen was capable and had acquired many treasures, but he had never imagined that Lu Xingchen had become so wealthy. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have opposed her. Not only that, he would have made a concerted effort to befriend her, even if the Wei family tried to stop him. Lu Xingchen was beyond his reach. Why would he oppose her? Zheng Yuan's eyes flashed with amazement, regret, envy, and jealousy. In just half a minute, he experienced every emotion. Lu Xingchen pulled out a dagger. Startled, Zheng Yuan quickly said, "Lu Xingchen, don't kill me. I follow you from now on. I do whatever you tell me to do, and I never oppose you again." Puff! The dagger plunged into his chest. "Lu Xingchen, you wish." Zheng Yuan didn't finish what he was about to say, his mouth wide open as he let out a few huh sounds. He then gazed fascinatedly at Lu Xingchen's magnificent wooden boat, then tilted his head. Dead. Killing Zheng Yuan yielded one long sword, one red Indian island landing order, one fixed point teleport card, 2 summon cards, 10 gold healing potion, 3 grapes, 1 bamboo rocking chair blueprint, 1 wooden bench blueprint, 1 quicksand trap skill book, 10 high-grade red Indian wood, 1233 high-grade red oak, 1233 high-grade white pine. Lu Xingchen obtained a large collection of supplies. Of these, the ones that caught her attention most were the rocking chair blueprint and the quicksand trap skill book. She thought Zheng Yuan's rocking chair was nice, but she would never have liked to use his old one. Now, with the blueprint and bamboo, she could go back and make it. Quicksand trap skill book? She opened it and took a look. Quicksand trap skill book allows you to learn quicksand trap, but requires you to have mastered the basic trap technique. Should I learn it? It turns out there's a prerequisite for learning the trap technique. No wonder Zheng Yuan never learned it. After tricking Zheng Yuan several times, she thought she squeezed all his goodness out of him. Unexpectedly, there was still more to come. This skill book was practically made for her. Lu Xingchen, I've learned it. The skill book transformed into tiny specks of starlight and vanished. At the same time, Lu Xingchen also learned the quicksand trap. Lu Xingchen went to Zheng Yuan's warehouse again. There were many boxes inside. Her storage backpack was running low, so she simply had the sea demon vine roll up the boxes and put them on her wooden boat. Soon, Zheng Yuan's raft was completely looted. Lu Xingchen then dismantled the barge and other structures, including the raft. Halfway through, she regretted it and turned to Ji Urshizen. "Will I dismantle the bad luck possession spell your 8th senior brother taught me? It's okay to dismantle it, but just make sure it doesn't end up on your own boat. That's a high-level bad luck spell. Even with the Peach Blossom Land, she'd be afraid it wouldn't be enough." G23 glanced at him disdainfully. "Didn't you use my skill, Demolition Master? Don't worry, no matter what negative effects, bad luck spells, shoddy workmanship, etc., they all be demolished." Lu Xingchen gave her a thumbs up. "Amazing. You can even remove negative effects." Reassured, she dismantled the raft completely, leaving only 4 square meters, which she couldn't tear down anymore. These 4 square meters were the initial gain. If they couldn't be dismantled, forget it. Lu Xingchen returned to his own boat with a full load. What a bountiful harvest. No wonder they love to kill and rob. This is the secret to wealth. What she didn't know was that G23's itinerary had been broadcasted in the game. G23 boarded Zheng Yuan's raft. G23 left Zheng Yuan's raft. Lu Xingchen completed Master Babu's wanted order and killed Zheng Yuan. As soon as these reports came out, the players were excited. Oh my god, Lu Xingchen is so efficient. Less than 24 hours after Babu issued the wanted order, she killed Zheng Yuan. Why did G23 go to Zheng Yuan's raft? Did she help Lu Xingchen? G23 hasn't gotten off Lu Xingchen's boat. She was hired. Alas, Babu prepared this mission for Lu Xingchen, and we're not capable of completing it. How? How did Lu Xingchen get to Zheng Yuan's raft, and then back to his own? Could they have met at sea? Upstairs, if you can't figure it out, forget it. Don't live such a tiring life. I'm just greedy for Babu's reward. Ugh, so greedy. Lu Xingchen was also waiting for Babu's reward. She'd been waiting for half an hour to kill Zheng Yuan, so why hadn't Babu said anything? Was he trying to shirk his responsibility? Chapter 183. Finally, the rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, Lu Xingchen, you've completed Babu's wanted order and received the following rewards. 1. For pieces of premium black gold soil. 2. The opportunity to have a rare weapon custom made for you. Please find Master Babu to receive this reward in person. Premium black gold soil. Ordinary herbs mature immediately, after which the soil needs to rest for 3 days. So there's a cooldown? Lu Xingchen suddenly realized. She'd been saying, how could you just plant and harvest all the time? The soil has a 3-day cooldown, and can only mature ordinary plants immediately. This means sea demon vines and peaches are definitely out of the question. And since it's an herb, even a simple hawthorn tree won't immediately be covered in hawthorns. However, that's fine. Planting vegetables, potatoes, and carrots is no problem. Lu Xingchen looked at the second reward. Did it mean she had to find Babu first, and then Babu would craft a rare weapon according to her specifications? But how? Was she going to waste a red Indian island landing pass? She couldn't bear to give it up. She still needed it to go treasure hunting. Babu asked someone to find him to craft a weapon, but then he wouldn't let them find him. Wasn't that almost like shirking his responsibility? Lu Xingchen thought about it again and again, then told G23 about it. G23's eyes flashed. Don't worry. When you meet him, ask for this reward, and he have to give it to you. Since you're at a low level now, the weapon he crafts for you will naturally be inferior. It's better to wait until you're stronger, and then go back to him. By then, the weapon he crafts for you will definitely be better. After thinking it over, Lu Xingchen nodded. That's right. What if they run into one of Babu's woods again? Baby, if she steals it, won't Babu come out? Then if she asks for a reward, won't he be able to chase her, and we'll have to make her weapons? Thinking about it, it seems like a good idea. She has enough weapons now, no rush. On the wooden boat, G49, Lan Meme, and Tuanzi played together. The boat drifted back and forth. They felt the space was too small, and the visibility was poor, so G49 converted the boat into a raft. The little ones were having a blast. Lu Xingchen stretched and decided to check Zheng Yuan's storage boxes. She opened one, and found a pile of ocean balls inside. Lu Xingchen, why is Zheng Yuan keeping all this stuff? Or is he unable to sell it? She took out a few colorful ocean balls, and tossed them to the little ones. They tossed them around and started a ball fight. One of the balls rolled to the side of the raft. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from under the raft, snatched up the ocean ball, and dove into the water. Be careful, there are fish trying to eat the ball. Lu Xingchen shouted to the little creatures. Sea demon vine. It's okay, I hold them back. Its emerald green vine stretched out, draping over the edge of the raft, its purple and pink flowers blooming vibrantly. Lu Xingchen, relieved, continued to check on the supplies. A dark figure slowly emerged from the sea. Its snout moved, sniffing the small flowers dangling from the water. Suddenly, it bit down on the tip of the vine, snapping it off with a snap. Carrying a small piece of vine, with a few small flowers in its mouth, it happily ran away. See demon vine, ah, it hurts, master, it hurts, sob, sob. It dragged the broken vine over to Lu Xingchen, who then saw the fresh cut. Lu Xingchen's heart ached. Who could be so wicked? Lu Xingchen quickly touched it. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. She watched helplessly as a small, fresh vine tip sprouted from the broken part, and a few small flowers bloomed. Lan saw this and burst out laughing. It hurts so much, oh. The sea devil vine silently unleashed a vine and struck Lan. Lu Xingchen stood up, and was about to reprimand Lan for gloating over her misfortune, when she suddenly saw a small figure appear on the sea surface, not far away. It held a flower attached to the vine in its mouth, and tried to jump up and down, so that Lu Xingchen could see it. Huh? What's that? She looked closer and realized that the little creature looked like the seal pup she had encountered on Zheng Yuan's ship and had rescued. Is it repaying a favor? Just repay a favor, why bother with all the flowers and plants? Lu Xingchen waved at it, and the little seal flipped over and dove into the sea. Lu Xingchen didn't care, and continued opening the box. Inside, she found a lot of dried fish. This must be Zheng Yuan's food storage. Lu Xingchen didn't like it. She had so many fish here that there was no need to dry them. She simply put them aside. Swish! The little seal scurried over, grabbed the dried fish, and then, with a flash of lightning, leaped into the sea. After doing this several times, It was about to steal all the dried fish. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that this wasn't repaying a favor. It was clearly here to steal. Lon Lon and the others were playing with fewer and fewer ocean balls, and it had stolen them all. It even stole things near the raft, taking every plastic bucket. He wasn't picky. Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth. No wonder Zheng Yuan had trapped it, this thief. Lu Xingchen, little vine, can you tie it up? See demon vine. No, it's too fast. Lu Xingchen walked to the edge of the raft and looked at the eager little seal not far away. He snorted, I saved you. And not only don't you know how to repay me, but you're also stealing my things. No one will like you like that. Do you have any treasures? Show them to me. If you do, I'll let you play on the boat for a while. Wow, wow! The little creature cried twice. Lu Xingchen actually heard a tone of mockery and disdain in the tone. Don't ask how she could tell. This little seal is different from ordinary seals. Its speed is different too. It's very unique. Its intelligence is definitely not comparable to ordinary seals. This guy has a treasure, but he won't give it to me. So infuriating, so arrogant. No wonder Zheng Yuan tied him up. Lu Xingchen pulled out the large fishing net she'd stolen from Zheng Yuan, from the wooden box, and prepared to mend it. A baby seal nearby saw this, its eyes wide with fear, and dove into the water, not emerging for a long time. Lu Xingchen then stopped and put the large fishing net back into the wooden box. She doesn't know how to mend it. Afraid the baby seal would come back to steal, she converted the raft into a boat. It was so high up, it probably wouldn't be able to get up. Even if it did, getting down would be a hassle. If it slowed down, the sea demon vines would bind it. Finally, the baby seal stopped coming. Lu Xingchen didn't continue sorting supplies. Instead, she made a rocking chair and placed it on the second-floor terrace. She also crafted 4 wooden benches from high-quality white pine and placed them on the deck, so pets like Tuanzi and Ming could sit down whenever they wanted to play. Both of these blueprints came from Zheng Yuan. After finishing all this, she checked the rating and found that the raft score had reached 1188, just 12 points away from 1200. Where did all those points come from? Crafting benches and rocking chairs should have added points, but not so much. By the way, did Ji Jiu's beautiful designs help a lot? Of course they did. Aesthetics is important, after all. Lu Xingchen sat in the rocking chair, gazing at the dark sea, frowning. But what could she do? It was already evening, and there was still another day until tomorrow, when the second group of players would arrive. 12 points were still missing. How could she increase her score? Chapter 184. Lu Xingchen was worried. It had only been a day, and she still hadn't raised her rating to 1200. She was brooding over her 1188 points. However, in the regional chat, many players were celebrating because their raft ratings had finally reached over 100. Most of these people were players who had come to help Lu Xingchen cut down trees. They were sincerely grateful to him. Lu Xingchen took out the rewarded premium black gold soil and placed it on the deck, just a little distance away from the other soil. After placing it, Lu Xingchen was stumped about what to plant. Are there any plants she needed to plant urgently? As she was pondering, Qin Wuchuan's private message arrived. Here, do you need this? High-grade cotton and linen curtain blueprint, special blueprint. High-grade cotton and linen curtain blueprint, special blueprint. This can be used to make floor-length cotton and linen curtains, double-layered, blackout. Materials required: 10 pieces of wood, 10 nails, 50 pieces of cotton, and 10 pieces of sisal. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. This blueprint seemed unusual, perhaps even a special one, though she had no idea what made it special. She needed some high-end curtains. Making her own cloth was too simple, and her score wouldn't improve at all. She looked at the required materials. It seemed okay. They had most of them. She didn't have sisal, but she did have sisal seeds. She immediately said yes. Before she could offer her price, Qin Wuchuan had already sent her the blueprint and said, if you can make a curtain, give me one. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. This implied that he was practically giving it away for free. She knew Qin Wuchuan was trying to befriend her, so she said, okay, wait until I make it. With that, she entered the peach blossom land. She had planted cotton a few days ago, and according to calculations, it should have matured tomorrow. However, perhaps Tuanzi's good fortune had also affected peach blossom land, and the cotton had already ripened today. Lu Xingchen harvested the cotton. After harvesting one batch of cotton, she didn't pull out the plants, anticipating a second and third wave of cotton to mature. She picked 200 cotton balls in total. After leaving peach blossom land, she retrieved sisal seeds and planted them in 2 plots of premium black gold soil. Even before she could water them, the seeds sprouted rapidly, and in less than a minute, a thriving clump of sisal sprouts emerged. After harvesting, she had 70 sisal balls. That was enough. She immediately went to the crafting table. High-quality cotton and linen curtains, double-layered floor-length curtains. Required materials: 1 high-quality cotton and linen curtain recipe, special, 10 wood, 10 nails, 50 cotton, 10 sisal. Crafted? Yes. Crafted successfully, you received 1 double-layered floor-length curtain. The curtain's outer layer is a light gray, treated fine cotton and linen, while the inner layer is a soft, delicate white gauze. The curtain's top is topped with a deep red Roman rod. Lu Xingchen touched the curtain, amazed. They didn't even use fabric, but could be made directly into curtains. If that's the case, why hasn't the game included a clothing crafting feature yet? She decided to try hanging them up and see if it would increase her raft rating. She carried the curtains to the second-floor room and secured them. The curtains covered an entire wall. She opened her personal information and was surprised to find that her raft rating had increased by 6 points. Thanks to the curtains, Lu Xingchen went to the crafting table and made 3 more curtains in one go, covering both bedrooms on the second floor. Each bedroom had 2 large windows, so she needed 2 curtains per bedroom, leaving her with no time to spare for the third floor. After hanging the curtains, she checked her raft score and found it had increased by another 6 points, finally reaching 1200. As expected, curtains can only add 2 points. The same rules apply to furniture. Thankfully, the score was already high enough. With the curtains up, the bedroom felt warmer and more homely. She had just run out of cotton, and she expected another crop tomorrow. Lu Xingchen decided to make curtains for Qin Wuchuan tomorrow. It was only the 6th day, so there was still time. She had already used up 2 pieces of super black gold land, and was waiting for the CD to come back. She had 2 more, which Lu Xingchen decided to keep as a backup in case of emergency. By this time, it was almost midnight again, and Lu Xingchen had no time to open the box. After a quick wash, she went to bed. The next day, Lu Xingchen woke up and went to Taoyuan Holy Land. Although the villa had been built, Taoyuan Holy Land had not changed at all. Lu Xingchen felt that perhaps the changes in Taoyuan Holy Land were simply related to the size of the raft. Of course, this was just speculation. It might be related to more than just the size of the raft. She still needed some wood, so she decided to wait and expand the raft to 3,000 square meters in a few days. She went to ask for a blessing of luck. Taoyuan Holy Land's luck was blessing today. Great fortune. Yes, there should be a surprise in today's box. Lu Xingchen planned to open yesterday's box first. She had concluded that the boxes she received each day only had the effect of that day's luck, so saving them and opening them later, when luck improved, was pointless. So, she assumed the contents of yesterday's boxes were quite ordinary. She drove along, and sure enough, she only found common wood, plastic, nails, food, and the like. Lu Xingchen disassembled the boxes and made breakfast. By the time she finished breakfast, the cotton on the black soil had ripened again. She picked another 200 cotton heads and used the remaining 20 sisal hemp leaves to make 2 curtains, which she gave to Qin Wuchuan. The high-level curtain blueprint had been a great help to her, and she was grateful to Qin Wuchuan. The two chatted briefly before going their separate ways. The raft's rating was high enough, and the second group of players would arrive tomorrow. Today, Lu Xingchen had a rare moment of leisure. She sat down on the beanbag again and asked Zhong Cheng, "How's things going there?" In recent days, she had been keeping an eye on Zhong Cheng's raft rating progress. After crafting high-end furniture and understanding the scoring rules, Zhong Cheng managed to raise his raft score to over 100. His wife and parents are gone, and he only has a 5-year-old son. So, all he needed was a raft score of 100. Lu Xingchen asked him to expand the raft's area as much as possible to accommodate the child's visit. Zhong Cheng has been busy with this for the past 2 days. Zhong Cheng was delighted. "I used the remaining high-end wood to trade for a lot of ordinary wood. Now, I've expanded the raft's area to 500 square meters." Lu Xingchen was amazed. Not bad. Zhong Cheng, thanks to Qin Wuchuan's help. Initially, the exchange rate between high-end and ordinary wood was 1:10. Aboard G49's wooden boat, Qin Wuchuan and his staff canvassed for the benefits, accepting numerous commissions from players to sell on their behalf. As a result, he now controls the high-end wood market. Qin Wuchuan had his staff promote the benefits of crafting high-end furniture in the chat channel, sparking players' interest in crafting. This increased demand and, consequently, the exchange rate. In just half a day, the exchange rate for high-quality wood to ordinary wood reached 1:15. He promised players a 1:12 ratio, so for every unit of high-quality wood sold, he could earn 3 units of ordinary wood. Qin Wuchuan made a good profit. Zhong Chang was too lazy to trade, so Qin Wuchuan helped him sell, selling at a 1:15 ratio without charging any commission. As a result, Zhong Chang earned a significant amount of ordinary wood. His raft also expanded to 500 square meters, and was surrounded by a sturdy fence. Chapter 185. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and gave Zhong Chang the 2 simple curtains she had discarded. She already had cotton and linen curtains in both bedrooms, so these simple ones were no longer needed. Besides, within a week, she would have enough cotton and sisal to make enough cotton and linen curtains to cover all the windows on the 3rd floor. Then, Lu Xingchen inquired about Wei Lin and the others. Wei Lin and Wei Ying weren't feeling any pressure. They were just cousins. Their parents, both 48 and 49, had arrived in the first group, but they didn't know which district they were assigned to, and couldn't contact them. They had no younger siblings, and their grandparents had passed away young, so they didn't have to worry about the raft score. Despite this, the 2 of them managed to get their raft score above 100. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan didn't have to worry either. Gao Dafu was lucky, and with Gu Yan under his wing, they were doing very well, and their raft score had long been above 100. Gu Yan had no worries. Gao Dafu's raft rating had reached over 500, and he liked to bring his parents over, but he didn't think he could. As for why, Gao Dafu didn't say, and Lu Xingchen didn't bother gossiping about the rich family's secrets. Seeing everyone was alright, Lu Xingchen slumped back on the beanbag. It wasn't until noon, when she yawned and stood up. Children Ji Urshizen and Ji Sijio were full of energy, having played all morning, and were still full of energy. Enjoying themselves, they converted the wooden boat into raft mode, with Mimi constantly surfing on the remote-controlled airship. The Sea Demon Vine had retrieved 4 more boxes. Lu Xingchen decided to open the boxes first to see how her good fortune would hold today. Open the wooden box and obtain 2 sponges. Sponges? She had originally planned to make a leather sofa, but all she needed was sponges, right? She had been searching the trading hall for ages, but couldn't find any. Unexpectedly, they come today. Sadly, there weren't enough. She decided to open the boxes. Open the wooden box and obtain 2 sponges. Open the wooden box and obtain 2 sponges. That should be enough now. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the leather sofa blueprint and went to the crafting table. Leather sofa. Craft a luxurious leather sofa. Required materials: 1 leather sofa blueprint, 10 cowhide/deerskin, 20 wood pieces, 20 nails, 5 sponges. Craft it? Yes. Received 1 leather sofa and placed it in her storage backpack. Lu Xingchen immediately went upstairs and placed the leather sofa in the living room. The leather sofa was off-white, a standard L shape, and it fitted the living room nicely. Of course, the living room was so large that it was still quite empty. Lu Xingchen sorted the rug again, clapped his hands, and went downstairs with satisfaction to continue unpacking. There was another box. Opening the wooden box, he found 2 pounds of mutant blue krill, which he had already placed in his storage backpack. Huh, they're giving away fish and shrimp. Of course not. Her small fishing net caught a few fish and shrimp every day, more than enough to eat. After finishing the boxes, Lu Xingchen was bored, so she opened her backpack and took a look at the blue krill. Blue krill, a first-level mutant creature with strong attack power and a violent temperament, but their meat is delicious and can help marine life upgrade and evolve, making them a rare delicacy. How powerful could a shrimp be? And how aggressive could it be? And how aggressive? No matter how aggressive it is, it won't be able to act arrogantly once it's in the pot. Lu Xingchen took out the blue krill. The blue krill were placed in a plastic box with air holes. Peering through the transparent container, Lu Xingchen saw individual, transparent blue shrimp. The shrimp were slightly larger than ordinary shrimp, and their transparent bodies shone with a light blue light, streaking like fluorescent lights. They were quite beautiful. The box contained water, and they huddled together in the water, occasionally swimming. Aren't they quite well behaved? Lu Xingchen decided to take one out to sea. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be kept for long, and she planned to eat it at noon. She opened the lid, and a puff of hot steam rose. The water in the box was actually hot. She hadn't felt it when she was holding it just now. It seemed this plastic box was special. It had insulation. With the water so hot, aren't you afraid the shrimp will be cooked? Lu Xingchen took a pair of chopsticks and plucked out the most wilted blue krill. The krill's legs moved slightly, giving it a half-dead look. Lu Xingchen didn't want to eat dead shrimp for lunch, so after a moment's thought, he tossed the krill into the wooden box next to him, where the fish were kept. The box was half full of water, and inside it were a few squid she caught yesterday, along with a few small fish the size of a palm. After putting them in, Lu Xingchen glanced at the krill in the plastic box and closed the lid again. She washed her hands and decided to make stir-fried shrimp later. Just as she finished washing her hands, she heard Mimi scream, "Little Bluebird, what are you doing?" A few of the little ones were playing with a remote-controlled airship by the raft. The little lamb was once again on board, but this time, the airship was going a little too fast and swaying from side to side like crazy. The lamb was furious and jumped onto the raft to settle the score with Lon Lon. Lon Lon tugged at the remote control with her foot. "Have you gotten heavier? You're sinking." Just as the lamb was about to lose his temper, G49's eyes suddenly lit up and pointed at the airship on the sea. "Look, look, what a beautiful little ball." Everyone turned around and saw the airship slowly moving above the sea, with a white baby seal perched on top. It had a round head, round, dark eyes, and a plump body covered in short, soft white fur. It looked incredibly adorable. And, around its round neck, it wore a wreath of vines. Very beautiful. It was now looking down at the airship, its eyes filled with wonder. Lu Xingchen rushed over. "Wow, this little creature is quite conceited. It's wrapped the vines of the sea devil vine it bit off yesterday around its neck." A few pink and purple flowers bloomed on the green vines, and against its round, snow-white body, it's dazzlingly beautiful against the azure sea. It raised its head, glanced at Lu Xingchen, and called out twice, "Wow, wow." Lu Xingchen actually understood what it said. It said, "It's fun, I want it." Lon Lon was furious. "No, give it back." Lu Xingchen was surprised and asked Lon Lon, "You can understand it too?" G23 stood on the second floor, staring closely at the little seal. He said, "It has that ability. If it wants, it can make you understand it." Lu Xingchen turned back. "So powerful? Then why is it a thief? Not only a thief, but also a bandit." Its round body stretched across the remote-controlled airship, paddling with its two front paws vigorously, trying to grab the airship and escape. Lon Lon snatched the remote control and pressed it. Whoosh! The remote-controlled airship rushed forward, then turned sharply, its head raised high, and rushed into the distance like an arrow. The little seal was so round that it seemed to be stuck on the airship. No matter how fast the airship was going, it refused to come down. Lon Lon was angry. With a press of the remote control, the airship returned from the distance and landed directly next to the raft. The little seal was still on the airship. The sea vines flicked, and it leaped up, fleeing a short distance away, cries out twice, "Wow, wow! Mine, mine! Lon Lon, get out! Get out! Paw, paw!" Splash, splash. Suddenly, a violent noise emanated from the tank filled with fish. Chapter 186. Hearing a sound from the tank, Lu Xingchen turned her head and saw water splashing onto the ground, a bloody red hue, with a few fish scales and fins floating on it. It looked like a murder scene. Lu Xingchen hurried over and saw that most of the fish in the tank were dead, their bodies and scales torn to shreds, and the water was filled with blood and scales. Only one blue krill was there, gleaming a faint blue light. It was the killer. Looking at the lively blue krill, Lu Xingchen suddenly understood the reason for its powerful attack and violent temper. She quickly picked up the lid, intending to cover the tank, but the blue krill leaped out. Then, it bit its body, and with a paw-paw-paw sound, it hopped, and in a blink of an eye, it was at the raft. Oh no, it's trying to escape. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to give chase, a white shadow flashed, and a baby seal leaped onto the raft, grabbed the blue krill in one gulp, and swallowed it whole. It froze for a moment, as if savoring the blue krill's deliciousness. While it was stunned, the sea devil vine swung its vines, binding it tightly. The baby seal cried eagerly to Lu Xingchen, "Wow, wow! I want more, I want more!" Lu Xingchen walked up to it, leaned down, and poked its chubby body. "What? It's delicious? I want more." The baby seal, "Wow, it's delicious, I want more." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "That won't work. It's mine. I won't give it to you. If you want it, trade me for your treasure." The baby seal, "Wow, I don't have it." Lu Xingchen looked into its watery, bright eyes, and almost believed it, but she quickly came to her senses. This little guy is always stealing. How could he not have treasure? When we met him on Zheng Yuan's boat before, he seemed to have something in his mouth. Lu Xingchen confirmed her suspicions and said, "Go get it, or I won't give it to you." The little seal babbled for a long time, but Lu Xingchen ignored him, pretending not to understand. Finally, she heard the little seal say, "Let go, I take it. Lu Xingchen raised her hand and said, Little Vine, let it go. The sea demon Vine was a little unhappy. Master, if you let it go, you won't be able to catch it. This time, it was hard to catch it. Lu Xingchen, don't worry, it wants to eat shrimp, so it will definitely come. Such a powerful blue krill must be of great benefit to the little seal, otherwise it wouldn't risk getting on the raft to grab a bite. The little seal nodded repeatedly. Yes, to eat shrimp. The sea demon Vine loosened its vines, and the little seal immediately slid and dove into the sea. While it was out, Lu Xingchen moved the blue krill to another wooden box, pierced the air holes, and closed the lid, leaving only 5 of them in the same tank. Blue krill are larger than ordinary shrimp, so there are only 18 of them in 2 pounds. Lu Xingchen only planned to take out 5 for exchange. She noticed that the blue krill in the warm plastic box were still limp and unwilling to move. When she lifted them, they only trembled slightly. They looked half dead. Lu Xingchen wondered if these shrimp preferred the cold to the heat. In the heat, they became less active and less aggressive, but when they cooled or reached room temperature, they regained their fighting power. That would explain why they were placed in the hot water. She poured some hot water into a wooden basin, placed the 5 shrimp inside, then closed the box and returned it to her storage backpack. After waiting for a few minutes, the baby seal's round head emerged from the water, a bead in its mouth. It climbed onto the raft and spat out the bead. Woohoo, baby, let's trade for shrimp. The bead was aqua blue, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, and transparent. Nothing special about it. Lu Xingchen picked it up. An unknown bead. It's just a bead, round, blue, and transparent. Who knows what it's good for? Maybe it's just plastic? Should I just throw it away? What kind of treasure is this? Besides, the baby seal is so unhygienic. Why is the bead so sticky? Lu Xingchen turned the bead over and over, but couldn't see anything unusual. He did notice a few cracks. Huh? Is it another bead about to crack? Suddenly Lon Lon screamed, Xiao Lu, you're shrimp. Lu Xingchen turned abruptly. The little seal had crawled up at some point and, with a crunching sound, devoured the shrimp in the wooden basin. When Lu Xingchen turned around, its plump body flipped over and rolled off the raft. It ran away, at the same time, crack. Lu Xingchen heard a subtle cracking sound and looked down at the bead in her hand. The aqua blue bead shattered. It shattered in 2, one half completely shattered, reduced to slag. This? Lu Xingchen was stunned. She hadn't used much force. Even glass beads don't break this easily. How could they be so low quality? No, she had been tricked. The bead was already cracked. How had they glued it back together? No wonder it was sticky when she took it just now. Maybe it was the little seal's saliva. Ugh! Disgusting. Lu Xingchen placed half of the beads on the table and looked up at the little seal not far away. At that moment, the little seal poked its head out of the water, revealing its beautiful vine necklace and grinning. The little seal, woo-wah, woo-wah, woo-wah. It said, ha-ha, ha-ha, ha-ha. What a damned little thing. It looks like a cute little pet, but it's got a sinister heart. It really deserves a beating. Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth, washed his hands, and then pulled out the large fishing net he gotten from Zheng Yuan from the box. If she can't mend a fishing net, she can ask someone else to do it. Lu Xingchen, who can mend a fishing net? Wherever Lu Xingchen appears, there's bound to be a bustle. Players chime in. Lu Xingchen, if you want to catch fish, just use a small net. Don't use a big one. It's scary, and might catch a shark. Yes, I have a big net, but I don't dare use it anymore. Mending a fishing net is a skilled job, not something most young people can do. Gao Dafu privately messaged her. Lu Xingchen, why hire someone to mend a fishing net? What a waste. Let Guyan do it, he can do it. Lu Xingchen, he can mend a big net? Gao Dafu, of course, he's a jack of all trades. Give it to him, let him mend it. Lu Xingchen hesitated. Gu Yan is incredibly strong. Last time he brushed Gao Dafu's shoes, he tore them apart. Would he even mend a fishing net? Gao Dafu, hey, don't worry. He's learned the blueprints for the large fishing net, and can fix it at the crafting table. Lu Xingchen, It was a false alarm. I actually forgotten about it. Gu Yan privately messaged her. Give it to me, I fix it. She immediately sent the large fishing net to Gu Yan, and within 3 minutes, Gu Yan had sent the repaired one back. Lu Xingchen didn't know how to cast a net, so she simply cast the large fishing net where the baby seals often appeared and left it alone. Sadly, the baby seals haven't appeared since then. Lu Xingchen decided to keep the blue krill as bait. One day, she catch the baby seal and give it a good beating, Master Ji Li and his disciples were nearing the end of their journey, and G23 and G49 were leaving. Lu Xingchen was reluctant to leave, so that evening, she prepared a feast for 23 and 49, filling them up. After dinner, 23 and 49 reluctantly left. The bustling wooden boat had become considerably quieter. Lu Xingchen cleaned it up thoroughly, tidying it up before returning to rest. The next day, she woke early. Today, the second group of players was arriving. Chapter 187. Lu Xingchen hadn't slept well last night, so she was listless early in the morning. She didn't bother eating breakfast, so she leaned back on the couch and opened the chat screen. Many people hadn't slept well like her, some even stayed up all night. The chat channel was incredibly active. My daughter is coming today. I'm so excited. She's 16, and she's really good at sports. My son is also 16 and is coming, but I don't know which district my wife is in yet. Sigh. Why did you bring us all here? Is Blue Star in trouble? I don't know. Come on, it's better than being separated. I built the raft to 300 square meters and built a small yard. My dad? He can raise rabbits and grow vegetables here. He's stronger than I am. With him here, I have a backbone. Alas, what will happen to my son, daughter, and mom and dad? Middle-aged people have elderly parents and young children, and they worry about everything. Yeah, you say, what if there's only one middle-aged person in the family, a pair of 70-year-old parents, and 3 recently weaned triplets? What will they do? The example above is too extreme. It's common to have one child these days. If the parents are 70, the son and daughter aren't young anymore. Everyone was worried. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 3 suspended doors suddenly appeared on the deck in front of Lu Xingchen. The 3 doors were the same size as ordinary doors, and thick fog filled the air. In the fog, a few large black characters read, "Please speak or enter the names of the family members you wish to summon." At the same time, a game announcement sounded. The portal to another time and space has been opened. Please enter the names of the family members you wish to summon as soon as possible. Lu Xingchen was so excited that she quickly set up 3 portals. She entered her nephew's name into the first, her grandfather's name into the second, and her grandmother's name into the third. Of course, the order was arbitrary. 3 portals were more than enough. Others weren't as lucky. Alas, I have a son and a daughter, one 17 and one 15, but there's only one portal. Which one should I choose? Upstairs, your wife can at least make a portal, don't worry. I'm the worst off. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 1-year-old daughter. Upstairs, how late did you get married? No matter how you look at it, it can't be this combination, right? Ahem, maybe it's a wealthy man. An old man and a young wife, having a child at 49, hee. Poor rich man. Can't the original wife have children? I don't have to worry at all. My parents are in this group, and my grandparents died young. Most young people are like this. 40-year-olds are the worst off. You have to choose between parents and children. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the game announced another announcement. The second batch of players began teleporting. Here are the rules. 1. Players not summoned will enter another casual game. This guarantees food and clothing, but it's boring and involves experiencing the normal cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Those who meet the required health requirements can also apply to join the sea survival game. 2. The second group of players summoned can choose. They can join the sea survival game to help their families, or they can join another casual game to ensure they have enough food and clothing. Those who do not have the right to choose can have their family, or the summoner make the choice on their behalf. 3. Individuals with disabilities entering the casual game will be provided with appropriate care. 4. The second group of players can choose whether to enter the hunt. 5. The portal will be open for 24 hours. Within 24 hours, the second group of players can make a second selection. After 24 hours, the portal will close and no further selections will be made. 6. The transfer will begin in 3 minutes. Happy gaming, everyone. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel became even more lively. I'm so sad. My parents are finally saved. Having enough food and clothing is enough. It's better than trying to survive at sea. I'm so relieved. This is good. Actually, I hope my mom can come to me. After all, there are endless possibilities here. I used to be in poor health, but now my strength and speed have increased significantly. In the previous world, I would be considered a Superman. Me too. I'm 49 and a half years old. Thanks to a strange encounter, I've looked over a decade younger. My gray hair has turned black, and I have endless possibilities. In fact, most of those who have survived until now have benefited greatly from this improving their physical fitness. Now that you mention it, I'm a little hesitant. How about I bring my mother over too? I grow a fruit that makes people more energetic. Bring my mother over, and let her eat it every day. I also find her some treasures that increase her strength and stamina. Wouldn't she become younger and younger? It's better than living an unhappy life. That makes sense, but this isn't the end. Who knows what will happen next? Watching everyone chatting, Lu Xingchen's mood gradually relaxed. At the end of the 5 minutes, the mist-shrouded portal shifted. The first portal, summoning player Lu Ziheng summoning. Summoning failed. Lu Ziheng has been taken away by player WW000678. Lu Xingchen stood up suddenly. Her little nephew, Lu Ziheng, was only 5 years old, and she had been most worried about him. But why had it failed? He had been taken away by player WW000678. Who was WW000678? Lu Xingchen suddenly had an incredible thought. Before she could think it through, the second portal changed. Summoning player Lu Igua, summoning. Summoning failed. Lu Igua has been taken away by player WW000678. Lu Xingchen felt a nagging feeling. WW000678 was quite capable. To be able to summon 2 people meant his raft rating must be above 500. Anyone with that rating must be a top player in the game. Summoning was impossible without a blood relationship. Could it be him? At this moment, the third portal also changed. Summoning player Lining summoning. Lu Xingchen rubbed her hands nervously. Lining was her grandmother. That WW000678 had summoned 2 people, so why couldn't he summon her grandmother again? Not even one left for her. The summoning was successful, and Lining arrived on your raft. The white mist billowed, and a spirited little old woman emerged. The old woman had neat, short hair, slightly yellow with scattered white streaks. She was neatly dressed, clutching a sports bag to her chest and carrying a large sack on her back. Tucked under her right arm were a shiny rake and a brand new shovel. It was Lin Ying. Chapter 188. Lin Ying's face lit up when she saw Lu Xingchen. She dropped the sack on the deck, tossed the rake, and happily patted the gem bag on her chest. Xingxing, I brought you your computer. Grandma. Lu Xingchen was so excited that she rushed forward and hugged the old woman. Lu Xingchen had been busy with work, and the two hadn't seen each other for 3 months. Lin Ying patted Lu Xingchen on the back, her face beaming with pride. Look, Grandma brought you a bunch of gifts. Lu Xingchen glanced down, curiously asking, You're allowed to bring things? Lin Ying pouted. You're not allowed to bring this. You're not allowed to bring that. I prepared 3 large sacks, and after careful selection, I found only these. Lu Xingchen didn't bother asking what she had brought. Instead, he anxiously asked, So where are Grandpa and Xiaoheng? Lin Ying smiled and said, They went to your brother's place. It was indeed your brother. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Is your brother still alive? Lin Ying, yes, we saw the name when we summoned him. We're pretty sure it's your brother. I discussed it with your grandfather. Xiaoheng must have gone to look for Daddy, and he was worried, so he followed. I came here to watch over you. Lu Xingchen was deeply moved. In the eyes of the elderly, no matter how old or strong a child is, they still need care. They can only feel at ease if they come and watch over them. But didn't my brother die in a plane crash? But if I think about it carefully, everyone knew it was a plane crash, and since no one was found alive or dead, they assumed he was dead. Maybe my brother got lucky and found a deserted island and survived? My brother was in a plane crash a month ago. What if he was lucky enough not to die, but ended up stranded on a deserted island? Of course, Lu Xingchen was just speculating. It was a common plot point in movies and TV series. Lin Ying had no idea what was going on, but as long as her grandson was alive, she was happy. She looked at Lu Xingchen carefully and nodded. Xingxing, you look much better. You looked much more haggard when you were working overtime. Lu Xingchen chatted with his grandmother for a long time. Lin Ying said, An hour ago, we suddenly received a notice. A screen popped up in front of us, briefly explaining the situation here and offering us a choice of where to go. Ugh, it was all chaos, and many people didn't know what to do. Lu Xingchen, how was it explained? Lin Ying, surviving on the sea offers endless possibilities, and you might even feel younger. Going over there is boring. The entertainment isn't as plentiful as before, and you won't have to worry about food and drink, but if you want to enjoy yourself, that's out of the question. Some people didn't know what to do. An hour was too short, and they made hasty decisions. Your grandfather and I agree. We must go with you. You're too busy with work and weak, and you're not as strong as us. Maybe we can help here. Lin Ying looked up at the second floor and said, Xingxing, it seems you're taking good care of yourself. Lu Xingchen, don't worry, Grandma. Brother's doing fine too. Being able to summon 2 people, he's sure he's doing well. That way, she can rest assured. It's a pleasant surprise that his brother is still alive. I just don't know how my sister-in-law is doing. Lining said she didn't summon Xiaoheng. Under these circumstances, even if she's still alive, she's not doing well. I don't know which district my brother is in. Lu Xingchen sighed. There were so many people, 100,000 people in each district. I wonder how many districts there are. With so many districts, finding his brother wouldn't be easy. If the districts weren't interconnected and relatively stable, communication would be difficult. It would be great if they could merge into a larger district. With more people, the chances of seeing family members would be greater. Right now, I wonder how many people are worried about their families. At that moment, Lining pushed her gym bag aside and said, "Here, I brought you your computer. You've been hunched over it all the time, and I was worried you wouldn't be able to live without it." Lu Xingchen, This is her old computer, which she used a year ago. It hasn't been turned on in a while, so it's probably dead. A laptop wouldn't be any use, and without internet, there's nothing you can do here. Besides, without electricity, the computer would die in no time. But this was Grandma's thoughtful gesture. She probably felt that this was what Lu Xingchen cared about most. Lu Xingchen opened the gym bag, took out the laptop, placed it on the table, and turned it on. The screen went black. Only then did she realize that the keys on her computer keyboard were broken, falling off at the slightest touch. Lining rushed over, surprised, saying, "I was so careful, holding it the whole time. How could it have broken?" She blamed herself. Lu Xingchen fiddled with the keyboard. "It's okay. It wasn't broken by a fall. It must have been damaged when I went through the portal." She closed the computer, and the keys clattered off. Helpless, she stuffed the computer and the keys into her gym bag. Lining opened the sack. There were many things inside. Some were Lu Xingchen's old clothes and skirts, and some were Lin Ying's clothes. She only took 2 sets. Most of them belonged to Lu Xingchen. Besides these, there was a large bag of seeds at the bottom of the sack. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Seeds were urgently needed. Hopefully, the portal hadn't destroyed them. Lin Ying said regretfully time was short, so I could only bring in various grains from home. I only had beans. Sure enough, there were only red beans, mung beans, black beans, yellow beans, and mung beans, as well as seeds for various vegetables, such as leeks, spinach, rapeseed, lettuce, beans, tomatoes, and so on, all seeds Lin Ying often grew at home. Lin Ying looked around, and saw several plots of land on the deck. She frowned. What can you plant in such a small plot? Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. Her paradise was spacious, and she was sure not a single one of these seeds would go to waste. However, she didn't mention this. Lu Xingchen took Lin Ying upstairs, gave her a tour, and then let her rest. Lin Ying was a restless person, never willing to rest. What's the first thing an elderly person does when they visit their children's homes? Of course, they clean and wash. Lin Ying was no exception, strolling around with her sleeves rolled up. Lu Xingchen's raft was spotless. Lin Ying searched for a long time before finally finding a tiny speck of trash. She then went to feed the rabbits and chickens. Lu Xingchen made a simple breakfast. After eating, she stopped her grandmother from washing the dishes and threw them into the dishwasher. Then she and Lin Ying sat at the table and talked, explaining their recent progress. Then she took out 3 peaches and asked Lin Ying to eat them quickly. She wanted her grandmother to improve her physical condition quickly. She was much better now than before. Lin Ying especially loved Tuanzi. She went to play with the panda cub, Tuanchuan, while Lu Xingchen leaned back on the beanbag. She wanted to see what the other players were up to. The chat was bustling with activity. So happy, we're finally reunited. Grandma and I have been together forever, and we finally got her. My daughter is here, and I'm debating whether to let her go. She can make another choice in 24 hours. My dad is worried about me, so he chose to come this time. I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of him, and he end up taking care of him. So, I want him to leave and play some casual games, but he disagrees. We still have 24 hours, so you can think it over. Everyone's out now. Is there something going on with Lan Xing? How could anyone know? Just stay here and enjoy your life. Lu Xingchen definitely wouldn't let Grandma leave. She could make sure she lived well, and given Grandma's personality, she wouldn't leave. She wanted to stay with her, and her brother even more. Time flew by with Grandma, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Lu Xingchen and Grandma cooked together, and after they both ate their fill, Grandma went back to work. Lu Xingchen then remembered that she hadn't been to Peach Blossom Land yet. She returned to her bedroom and entered Peach Blossom Land. Today's Peach Blossom Land's luck blessing, fortune blessing, can repair damaged and incomplete items at the crafting table. Usable times, 3. Huh, why only 3 times? Last time, it was 7 times. Chapter 189. This time, there are only 3 chances for a lucky break. Last time, Lu Xingchen used her lucky break to obtain a lot of treasures. This time, she plans to make the most of these 3 chances. The chat channel was still chaotic. Lu Xingchen asked about the other members of the assault team. Now, Gao Dafu and Gu Yin were also in the assault team, and their team had 6 people. Zhong Chang was delighted. My son is here. I plan to keep him here, and he won't leave. We two must stay together forever. Zhong Chang had this confidence because of Lu Xingchen. Following Lu Xingchen, things would only get better and better. His son's name was Long Long. He even showed everyone a video. Long Long was a sweet boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a naive smile. Very adorable. Wei Lin and Wei Ying had no worries. They were just like before. I heard that Wei Ting had called her father over. Wei Ting's father was 51 years old, healthy, and very powerful. Wei Ting's mother was 49 years old, and it was not known which district she was in. As for Wei Feng and Wei Qing, they had no worries at all. They had no siblings, and their parents were guaranteed to be in the first group, so they had no pressure at all. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu were the same as before. Lu Xingchen remembered her luck, and planned to find some broken items to fix. She asked directly in the commando group chat, Gu Yin, have you found anything lately? Wei Ying, isn't Gu Yin afraid to open boxes? Last time, he found a rusty iron rod. He didn't know what it was, so he posted it in the chat channel to ask, but no one knew what it was. Gao Dafu, stop flattering him, okay? It's not that no one knows what it is, it's that everyone told him to throw it away. No one would want it even if it was given away for free, haha. Gu Yin, someone wants it. Gao Dafu, who wants it? Lu Xingchen, I want it. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, don't comfort him. He's already lawless. Gao Dafu gritted his teeth in anger. 2 locked boxes, he secretly opened them. One had a torn piece of paper inside, and the other had a bone. He's amazing. Wei Ying, how did he get that tattered iron rod? Gao Dafu said sarcastically. The iron rod was from an ordinary box, and the bone and paper were from a locked box. What a genius. Even if he opened even a whole piece of wood, I admire him. Lu Xingchen quickly said, I want them all. Gu Yin, do you still have those things? Gu Yin, yes, I send them to you. Wei Lin asked curiously, Xingchen, what do you want all this tattered stuff for? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, archaeology. Wei Lin, eh? Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen must be doing some great research. Lu Xingchen opened a private message and took out a rusty iron rod, a dirty bone, and a torn piece of paper that Gu Yin had sent her, placing them on the table. She was in the middle of her research when Lin Ying, full of energy, came over. Seeing the mess on the table, Lin Ying frowned. Come on, Xingxing, sit over there. I clean it up for you. Look, there's so much junk. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped her. Grandma, don't move. These are all treasures. Lin Ying glanced at her curiously, shook her head, and went back to look at the crops in the fields. As soon as Lin Ying left, Tuanzi crawled over again, grabbed the table, looked at these things, and picked at this and that. It's impressive now. Although it's not tall enough, it can climb up the table legs. It can even hang from the table. It's very agile. Lu Xingchen quickly carried it down, but its 4 short legs kicked wildly, messing up everything on the table. Lu Xingchen felt a headache and quickly carried it to the swing chair, finally getting rid of it. Lu Xingchen returned and looked at the things on the table again. He found 4 broken pieces. Tuanzi had dragged some broken plastic balls from the edge of the table, and mixed them together. Oh right, this thing was given by the little seal. Could it be a treasure too? Lu Xingchen touched this and that, and felt that none of the 4 things looked like treasures. They were too ordinary. He had to try everything. Playing with luck was like gambling. No one knew what he could fix. Lu Xingchen glanced at the 4 items, and finally picked up the largest iron rod. This one is the largest, and made of the best material. Let's try this first. This is an iron rod over a meter long, covered in rust. Touching it leaves your hand covered in red rust. Lu Xingchen took the rod to the crafting table. A tattered, rusty iron rod. Just a tattered, rusted iron rod. Who knows what it's used for? It can be repaired with the blessing of luck. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Repair successful, and you receive a fine iron catapult harpoon, advanced. Its attack power is doubled underwater, and it can be used to attack marine life. Effects: 1. Accuracy. 2. Profuse bleeding. It actually is a weapon, and a weapon for attacking marine life. It even has 2 effects. Not bad, but... Lu Xingchen was stunned. Before her was just an iron rod, but it was shiny, and without a trace of rust, not much different from the previous one. The end of the iron rod had a grip, specially designed to prevent slipping and provide a comfortable fit. A raised, fine iron button sat a little way forward. Lu Xingchen didn't notice it at first. She simply waved the rod a few times. At some point, a baby seal approached from the other end of the raft. It clung to the edge and lifted its plump, round head to look at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was so absorbed in studying the iron rod that she hadn't noticed it. Her hand, groping around, happened to touch the round protrusion at the end of the rod. Her thumb found its way to it, and she gave it a gentle push. Snap! With a sound, a black line shot out, hurtling towards the baby seal. Woo-woo! The baby seal screamed in shock. It had no time to dodge as a shiny object flew past its chubby head. Woo-woo! The baby seal cried out shrilly. What was that just now? Lu Xingchen looked down and saw a black line, about the thickness of a thumb, emanating from the iron rod. She touched it, and it seemed to be made of fine iron, yet soft, like a rope, and flexible. The thin rod was about 5 meters long, just reaching the seal's head. Confused, Lu Xingchen pressed the button again. With a snap, the rod retracted, out of sight. She pressed the button again, and with a snap, it sprang out again. The seal lay on the edge of the raft, whimpering and groaning. Perhaps in panic, or perhaps convinced it had passed the danger, its front paws clung tightly to the raft, not moving a muscle. The thin rod flew over its head again. Woo-woo. The seal closed its eyes, and let out a sharp howl. Lu Xingchen pulled the rod back, coiling it up. He pulled it a full 5 meters before reaching the top. At the top was a 5-pronged fork with barbs. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized where the harpoon was, the killing power, the speed. It was truly extraordinary. She pressed a button, retracted the thin rod, and played with it for a long time, unable to let go. The baby seal was still howling with its eyes closed when the sea devil vine swung, binding it tightly, and flinging it in front of Lu Xingchen. The baby seal, perhaps too frightened, surrendered to being caught. It looked at Lu Xingchen tearfully. Wow! No killing! No killing! Lu Xingchen clapped his hands, holding the fine iron harpoon that had transformed into a rod, and smiled wickedly. I hear seal meat is nutritious, nourishes the liver and kidneys, and is incredibly delicious. The little seals are the best. No need to fry or boil them. Just skin the baby seal, cut open its belly, clean it, and steam it on the steamer for an hour. Chapter 190. The little seal was so frightened after hearing Lu Xingchen's words that it almost forgot to cry. It stared blankly at Lu Xingchen, its eyes filled with fear. Lu Xingchen reached out and touched its round head, sighing, I just don't know if you can eat the brain. The little seal finally cried out, Wow! No, no! It was terrified. Lu Xingchen looked at the tearful little creature and let out a sigh of relief. This tricky little seal deserves a taste of human wickedness. Linning rushed over, looked at the little seal, and exclaimed in surprise, It's a little seal. Why doesn't it look like other seals? Lu Xingchen, yes, isn't it cute? Linning beamed, cute, so cute. Xingchen, you've lost weight again. How about I clean up, skin this little thing, cut it into pieces, and make a stir-fry for you? I've never cooked seal meat before. Lu Xingchen, Linning was much tougher. She was just trying to scare the little seal. Linning might actually do something. Seeing Lin Ying's happy expression, the little seal relaxed a little and stopped crying. But after hearing Lin Ying's words, it froze for a moment, and its howling became even louder. Woo-wah, I won't eat. TSK, this little seal speaks in twos and twos. Its language skills are even worse than Lan Lan's at the beginning. The seal's voice gradually became higher and higher, and Lu Xingchen couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her harpoon and shouted, Shut up. The little seal shrank back and shut up, not daring to scream. Tears welled up in its dark eyes, as it looked at Lu Xingchen pitifully. Lu Xingchen, do you have any treasures? Bring them to me. This bead is too cheap. I don't want it. The little seal, no. Lu Xingchen, I don't believe you. Well, since you don't have any, I have to steam them. She glanced at the sun. It's almost noon. Steam them now, or it'd be too late. The little seal, ugh, no, no. Lu Xingchen, then what do you say? The little seal pointed at the sea with its right front paw and said tearfully, go get it, go get it. Lu Xingchen nodded, okay. The sea demon vine asked curiously, Master, aren't you afraid it lie to you or never come back? Lu Xingchen, no. She took out the box of blue krill and showed it to the little seal. Go get it. I'm satisfied. I give you some shrimp. The little seal's eyes immediately lit up and nodded repeatedly. The sea demon vine released the little seal, and it immediately rolled off the raft and ran away. Lu Xingchen didn't care about it. The little thing had been scared enough just now, so it was fine. She didn't want to keep it. Otherwise, she should have provided for its food. She couldn't eat it or beat it up, because it was so adorable, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She still had 2 chances to use lucky fortune. Lu Xingchen stared at the 3 scraps on the table, lost in thought. Which one should she choose? How about repairing the computer in the gym bag? No, computers are from the real world, so they're low level and have little potential. Things in the game world are so bizarre. Besides, repairing it wouldn't be any use. She hadn't had much entertainment before, so her computer was full of work information and study breaks. She only downloaded a few movies and TV shows when her classmates used it. How about repairing the torn piece of paper? No, it's so blurry, I can't even tell what it is. It looks like the same paper G49 used for his essay. What if I repair it and find out it's actually an essay? No, give up on this one. She picked up the bone again. This one was too ordinary, and there was dirt on it. Lu Xingchen didn't dare wash it, fearing she'd lose something crucial. The bone was about the length and thickness of a forearm, slightly bent, with a few bone fragments on the side. After repairing it, it probably wouldn't even be a weapon, would it? After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen put the bone down and picked up the plastic bead again. This plastic bead was too shabby. It had been dropped until only a small half remained. It also looked a bit cheap. How about trying it, and see if the little seal had given her a treasure? If it turned out to be just an ordinary plastic bead after repair, the little seal would be a complete liar. Lu Xingchen made a quick decision and took the half bead to the crafting table. Unknown bead. It's just a bead, round, blue, and transparent. Who knows what it's used for? Maybe it's just plastic? Should I throw it away? Today, my luck has turned, and I'm blessed with good fortune. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Repair successful. I've obtained a water repellent bead. Water repellent bead? Could it be the legendary water repellent bead? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly picked it up to examine it. The bead was light blue, the size of a ping-pong ball, and glowed with a faint glow, resembling ripples of water. It was a stark contrast to the plastic texture from earlier. It looked quite elegant. Water repellent bead, a magical bead that can create a waterless space in water. Within this space, there's no water, and there's no need to worry about seawater pressure or oxygen. It's a legendary treasure. You've made it. Wow, it really is the legendary water repellent bead. With this bead, can I walk freely in the sea? Lu Xingchen was eager to try it right away. However, the game kept saying there were dangers in the ocean, so she quickly calmed down and decided to save it for later, trying again when the time was right. The beads were beautiful and cool to the touch, and Lu Xingchen played with them for a long time. Xingxing, come, it's time for dinner. Grandma Linning had made lunch and called her. Lu Xingchen put the water repellent beads in her backpack and went to eat. After dinner, she put the dishes in the dishwasher as usual, chatted with Grandma for a while, and then coaxed her upstairs to rest for a while. The old lady had been busy all morning. She had been here since around 9 o'clock, and by the time she finished lunch, it was almost 3 o'clock, and she hadn't stopped working for a moment. Although Grandma used to like being so busy, Lu Xingchen persuaded her to go back and lie down for a while. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered something. Grandma, can you see your personal information? Personal information? Linning was stunned. Yes. Lu Xingchen looked and saw a watch on Lin Ying's wrist. She taught Linning how to open her watch, only to discover that there was no building option. Linning needed to authorize herself to build or use the crafting table. She taught Linning how to view her personal information. Lin Ying's profile popped up on the personal dashboard. ID, XY99802. Name, Linning. Age, 70. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Constitution, 5. Occupation, none. Skills, none. Allocated attribute points, 3. Lu Xingchen glanced at it, recalling his initial stats, and couldn't help but blush. Grandma's strength and agility aren't bad, come to think of it. Grandma and Grandma grow vegetables, raise dogs, and chickens every day. Every night, Grandma drives the hens and hens to the henhouse and chases them constantly. How could she not be fast? Grandma and Grandma grew up doing farm work, so they're quite strong. Perhaps because they're elderly, their physical condition is still a little weak. Grandma had already eaten 3 peaches and had 3 available attribute points. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and asked Lin Ying to allocate all the points to Constitution. After chatting with Grandma for a while, Lu Xingchen went downstairs. She had one last chance for a lucky break. The first lucky break had yielded a fine iron harpoon, the second a water-repellent bead. Both had yielded good results. She couldn't wait to use her last chance. On the table lay a torn piece of paper and a bone. It looked like the paper had more potential. But the bone wasn't bad either. Never mind, I just pick one, maybe this piece of paper. What if it turns out to be a secret manual? That's it. Chapter 191. A torn piece of paper. It's just a scrap of paper, not very good quality. Did you pick it up from the trash? You want this too? Today, my fortune has turned. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Repair successful. A map of the treasure distribution of Coral Island has been obtained. Lu Xingchen obtained a scroll of drawings, about the size of an octavo sheet. She opened it, and found a map of an island. Red, green, and yellow dots marked the locations of treasures on the map. Not only that, information about important treasures was also provided below. One of them deeply captivated Lu Xingchen. White jade Ganoderma, a magical herb with the power to prolong life and nourish the spirit. Consuming it boosts energy. White jade Ganoderma matures once every 49 years, and withers and disappears 3 days after maturity. It must be harvested during its ripening period. This is a valuable item. Legend has it that Ganoderma lucidum can rejuvenate the body. Of course, this isn't an exaggeration, but it's certainly beneficial for the elderly. Lu Xingchen studied the treasure distribution map for a long time, discovering several treasures. But where is the Coral Island? There's no clue on it. In the survival world, there are countless islands. For example, when she visited Mimi's hometown, it was already island number 1699. With so many islands, how could she find the Coral Island? If there were another original island landing order, it would be possible. But no one can get that thing. Lu Xingchen studied it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Helplessly, she put the map away. Take it one step at a time. A solution will eventually emerge. Now, with her 3 chances of luck gone, she put the stained bones away. Then she opened the box. In the afternoon, she browsed the trading hall again, buying space stones and cloth there, expanding her backpack by over 20 slots. In the evening, Lu Xingchen and her grandmother cooked together, cooking 4 dishes. Afterward, they sat in her grandmother's room and chatted until after 9 p.m., then washed up and went to bed. Perhaps with her family here, she felt more relaxed. The next day, Lu Xingchen slept until 9 again. She didn't bother eating breakfast, so she lay in bed and checked the chat screen. At this time, the portal to the other world disappeared. After a day and night of discussion and deliberation, only a handful of people had made a new decision. The vast majority chose to stay. It was simple. They just wanted to be with their families, no matter the hardship or danger. On the chat screen, everyone felt a bit more relaxed. My dad was so smart. He brought me a bag of flour and a small bag of bean seeds when he came over. I have something to eat. My mom brought me a bag of bacon. My dad brought me a big bag of frozen dumplings and buns, all with leeks and eggs. Hee, I've been eating meat all the time these days, and I'm sick of it. Oh, my useless son is 17 years old, and he brought several down quilts and 7 fully charged phones, and he didn't even bother to bring any food. My daughter just turned 18 today. She's very thoughtful and brought a lot of survival supplies, diving suits, goggles, diving tanks, diving lights, and so on. She even brought fishing nets and compressed biscuits. Upstairs, your daughter is very thoughtful, but why bring diving supplies? She doesn't even dare to go into the sea, okay? This game doesn't allow you to go underwater. That's right, what a waste of space. Why not bring something else? People were chatting in the chat channel, enjoying family reunions. Everyone was happy, and the atmosphere was lively. Lu Xingchen watched for a while, then ate breakfast and taught his grandmother how to use the chat channel. To keep the old lady from getting bored, chatting was her only entertainment now. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the game suddenly issued 2 announcements. 1. In 7 days, the temperature will drop sharply, and storms and volcanoes will occur frequently. Everyone, Please prepare response plans and supplies. 2. In 15 days, the first big hunt will begin. Zone 1, 10 districts, Districts 5, 8, 13, 15, 19, 23, 26, 29, and 33 will be in a free-for-all. All players in the first group must participate, while the second group can choose to participate. Please prepare your weapons and equipment and embrace the challenge. Happy gaming. As soon as the 2 announcements were released, the previously lively chat room was filled with curses. My family just arrived, and we're already going on a big hunt. What a bummer. Didn't we hunt once before? Why are you calling it the first time? This game is so forgetful? You didn't pay attention? Are you taking a closer look? This time it's a big hunt. Last time we only hunted in our own area, so it was a small one. A brawl in 10 districts. Oh my god, how many people are there? 10 districts. I wonder if I run into my wife. I hope she's still alive. If it's 10 districts, the chances of running into family members are pretty good, right? I have 5 sisters and 9 children, plus my brother-in-law and his wife. I'm sure I run into one of them. I'm kind of looking forward to it. What can I do? I miss my dad too. He's only 49. Maybe I actually run into him. The chat quickly shifted from the weather to the big hunt. The players were more interested in this, and soon, someone expressed frustration. My mother is 68 years old. If she participates in the hunt, isn't that a dead end? Upstairs, please read the announcement carefully. The second wave of players can choose whether to participate, and this was emphasized during the initial game announcement. Yes, you must read the announcement carefully. Seeing the big hunt, Lu Xingchen suddenly wondered which zone his brother was in, and whether he could meet him during the big hunt. The chat was abuzz, and for about half an hour, the discussion of the big hunt continued. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, the hunt means death. Aren't you afraid at all? Also, I think everyone should focus on the first point first, the weather change and the arrival of extreme cold. Many people died during the first drop in temperature, and this time it's expected to be even lower. Another person said, yes, the most important point is that we're the ones who stayed behind, so we might be in better physical condition, but what about our newly arrived family? They won't be able to keep up. The chat fell silent. Everyone thought about this. Actually, they all been aware of it before, but had overlooked it. Now, after hearing what these 2 people said, everyone was worried. Xiaoxiaoyu, 7 days is enough time to gather supplies, take measures to keep warm, or improve the health of your family. Yin Xiaolin, yes, don't forget, we were hit by severe cold on the 3rd day. Now everyone has a lot more supplies, so there are definitely more ways to improve your family's health. It's much easier than before. Xiaoxiaoyu, yes, eating wild beast meat, especially the meat of tier 3 beasts, can improve your health. I've personally tested it, and it works. Their words rekindled the players' confidence. Yes, they've been here for so long now, and those who remain are elites with plenty of resources themselves, which can help improve their family's health. However, some were more timid. Tier 3 beasts are hard to kill, I'm afraid of death. Xiaoxiaoyu, are you afraid of death? You still can't kill a tier 3 beast? Can you cooperate with others? If you're such a coward, how can you protect your family? If you can't protect them, why let them stay here? Chapter 192. The other players were now much more excited. Yes, everyone, please be prepared for this survival game. That's right, it's been so long, and 2/3 of the first group of players have been eliminated. Haven't you gotten used to the cruelty of this game yet? In a survival game, the brave prevail. Keep fighting. Being able to keep your family here means you have some protection, and they're in good health. Xiaoxiaoyu, yes, we've learned that most of those who stayed are in their 50s or 60s, or over 15, with excellent stamina, not much different from when we first arrived. The players' spirits finally lifted considerably. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and said to Lin Ying, Grandma, you're in good shape now. Let's eat some level 3 beast meat. You soon be stronger than me. By the way, she also had a red spirit fruit, which she gave to Lin Ying. Over the next few days, she'd be collecting or trading some stat-enhancing fruits. Lin Ying's strength will surely increase significantly. In the chat, some players were eager to encourage everyone to work hard to gather supplies and improve their family's strength. Xiaoxiaoyu and Yin Xiaolin were particularly prominent. This must have been Qin Wuchuan's instigation. I didn't expect the profiteer Qin Wuchuan to have such a vision. A few hours later, the game released another announcement to encourage everyone to gather supplies and quickly improve their own and their family's health. The following measures have been implemented. 1. Islands will appear more frequently. Please explore them. 2. Ocean exploration is now open. When players kill level 3 or higher monsters, there's a chance a treasure chest will drop. Treasure chests have a chance of containing ocean exploration equipment. After obtaining ocean exploration equipment, players can explore the sea. 3. Ocean exploration gear includes breathing mask, wetsuit, swimsuit, flippers, deep-sea vest, underwater light, harpoon, etc. 4. Friendly reminder, there are many items in the ocean that can improve your physical fitness. Please explore for details. Happy gaming. This announcement contained a lot of information, and after reading it for a long time, only a few comments came up. Open ocean exploration? No, I don't want to go. I'm afraid of water. Great. We can finally go into the ocean. Before, the game wouldn't let you go. If you did, you'd be devoured by a pack of beasts. Now it's safe, right? Are you stupid? There are monsters in the water, so how can there be no danger? It's just not as extreme as before. There are items in the ocean that can quickly improve your physical fitness. Since the announcement says so, the solution must be on the island and under the sea. Come, let me show you the ocean exploration kit. Everyone rush to take a look. Breathing mask. This solves the problem of breathing underwater. Wearing the breathing mask, you can continue underwater exploration for 6 hours. Deep sea vest. Resolves underwater pressure issues. Equipped with a deep sea vest, you'd be invulnerable to deep sea pressure. However, there are numerous monsters in the deep sea, so be cautious. Harpoon. A weapon for underwater combat, a killer against marine life. Of course, this also depends on your strength. Diving suit/swimsuit increases underwater speed. Flippers increases underwater speed. Underwater light can be used for underwater illumination. Lu Xingchen quickly reviewed everything. A breathing mask and deep sea vest are essential. As for the diving suit and flippers, they're just extraneous items. It's okay to leave them out, but it'd just be slower. A harpoon isn't necessary. If you're just trying to escape, it's unnecessary. Of course, it's best to be fully armed. People finished looking at it, and were discussing it. Looks great. There's a 6-hour breathing mask. That way I won't be afraid. The deep sea vest can withstand water pressure. Great. Actually, after seeing this set of gear, going into the sea isn't a big deal. Just run fast. If there's a monster, get on the boat. That sounds simple. Don't be fooled by the announcement. We need to go to the island and risk killing a level 3 beast, right? Kill a level 3 beast, and feed it to the family to improve their health. Plus, we can open a treasure chest. Not bad. Haha, killing a level 3 beast is a good way to. Exhausted, even if you're not careful you might die. Even then, there's no guarantee of a treasure chest. Even if you do get a treasure chest, you might not get the Ocean Adventure set. Even if you luckily get the set, you only get one of them. It's pretty hard to come by. The person above is so pessimistic. Yeah, the one above, the one above. What are you complaining about? We came here to fight for our lives. So what's so difficult? Even if it's difficult, we do it. Yefeng, hey, diving suits, diving lights, diving tanks, and other diving supplies for sale. Hurry if you want them. This was the person who had just boasted about his daughter bringing a bunch of diving gear. Yefeng, while this isn't as good as the gear in the game, it's perfectly adequate for experienced divers. If you can't find the in-game gear, you can use this. There aren't many, just a few sets left, so hurry up. Xia Xiaoyu, Yefeng, private message. As soon as Xia Xiaoyu appeared, the others followed suit, asking Yefeng for prices. After all, no one knew the probability of in-game diving equipment appearing. It's gone if you're too late. Yefeng was incredibly busy, and the price was ridiculously high. Lu Xingchen had already taken out the water-repellent beads. With them, she didn't even need the ocean exploration kit. With the water-repellent beads, she didn't have to worry about oxygen or the pressure underwater, and there was no 6-hour exploration limit. Great. Besides, she had the advanced catapult harpoon, so she could go in the water right now. That little seal hadn't been seen since she went back. Maybe she could see it and scare the little creature again. Lu Xingchen was eager to try. When she heard she was going in the water, Lining was a little worried. After all, although Lu Xingchen could swim, she had never swum in the vast ocean. Lu Xingchen, Grandma, how about this? I go down a rope and then climb back up. Wouldn't that be safe? Actually, the sea demon vines could also be used in water. Lu Xingchen was doing this as a double insurance policy. After all, this was her first time diving in the deep sea. Linning also knew that this was a risky venture, so she quickly agreed. Lu Xingchen took a long, thick rope from her storage box and tied it to a pillar on the deck. It was tied to the villa support column. It was plenty strong enough. The rope was about 20 meters long, enough for anything. For a newbie like her who could only swim in a 1.6-meter deep pool, she was lucky to be able to go 5 meters. The water-repellent beads were difficult to store, so Linning brought her sewing basket and sewed her a small cloth bag, tied it with a rope, and it was just big enough to hang around Lu Xingchen's neck. Lu Xingchen grabbed the harpoon, donned the water-repellent beads, and prepared to enter the sea. Linning pointed at her clothes and said, "Your clothes look like cotton. They'd be heavy after absorbing water. Why don't you change?" Lu Xingchen looked down at her clothes. She was wearing an invincible suit impervious to water and fire, so she wouldn't get soaked. She should be fine, she explained, grabbing the rope and heading to the water's edge. Lan Lan Meme and Tuanzi noticed she was about to enter the water and gathered around, staring at her in wonder, worried and anxious. Unfortunately, they could fly and stay on the ground, but not in the water. Lu Xingchen tied the rope securely around her waist and tugged again, confirming it was safe. Out of habit, she took a deep breath and jumped into the sea. Huh? Why did she have to breathe? Chapter 193. As soon as she entered the water-repellent beads glowed faintly, creating a circular space approximately 2 or 3 meters in diameter. This space was completely devoid of water. Lu Xingchen felt just as comfortable inside as she did on the boat, breathing effortlessly and moving smoothly. She slowly descended, taking in the beauty of the sea. The water was a turquoise blue, and rows of small fish swam past her, flicking their tails joyfully. It was incredibly beautiful. As they passed Lu Xingchen, they were isolated and trapped outside by the waterless space created by the water-repellent beads, circling around them. Neither the fish nor the water could enter this space. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about the fish or beasts in the water. She thought for a moment, removed the water-repellent beads, held them in her left hand, and extended her right hand, exiting the waterless space. Her fingers touched the water, feeling a slight chill. She touched the passing fish, startled, and they brushed Lu Xingchen's finger with their tiny tails before swimming away. So much fun. Lu Xingchen played with it for a while, then put the water-repellent beads around her neck again. She slowly sank down. When she reached about 10 meters, she could still see the water. Further down, it grew darker. Lu Xingchen then remembered she hadn't brought any lighting equipment. The water-repellent beads gave off a tiny bit of light, but it was still too weak. She needed a professional light. In the sea, it was pitch black. This was terrifying. She immediately kicked off and swam upwards. Wearing the water-repellent beads allowed her to move up and down, or sideways, at will, simply by controlling the force. It was much better than the ocean suit. Lu Xingchen pulled on the rope and swam upwards easily. When she climbed onto the raft, there wasn't a trace of water on her. Seeing her come up, the pets guarding nearby finally felt relieved, and Linning breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Lu Xingchen was just experimenting. After this attempt, she'd grown much braver, and knew what to bring next time. She planned to gradually go deeper over the next 2 days. However, before that, she still needed to gather some ocean exploration equipment, such as an underwater flashlight. Lu Xingchen folded up the rope and placed the water-repellent beads in her backpack. This trip wasn't too long, nor was it too deep, but it took quite a bit of effort. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the beanbag and opened the chat channel. Didn't they say islands appear frequently? Why haven't I seen any? I haven't seen any islands either. Wait a minute. I called the summons and went exploring with my friends, hee. I've been on the island for half an hour. Holy shit, why is there someone in front of me? A player? Song Liping? Song Liping, I saw you upstairs. I'm a player. I go east, you go west. Let's split up and not interfere with each other, okay? Song Liping, sure. You scared me. Don't come looking for me. I'm broke. The two left peacefully. However, seeing the possibility of encountering other players, many players became concerned. Wouldn't it be dangerous if we landed on the island now? Why is it dangerous? Maybe. It's an opportunity, haha. That's scary up there. But I like it. Who are you all? It's such a big island. Wouldn't it be better for you to collect supplies individually, or work together? Lu Xingchen was surprised. The game now allows 2 waves of players to land on the same island? That's a bit dangerous. She observed further, and found that this wasn't just happening to Song Liping. About a third of the players who landed on the island encountered another wave. However, there were only 2 groups at most. After their encounters, some remained peaceful, some began to cooperate, and some started fighting. Lu Xingchen looked for a while, then opened the trading hall, and found that there wasn't a single ocean expedition set. No wonder everyone was just starting to land on the island. She just wanted a flashlight, so she tentatively asked in the chat, "Who has underwater lighting equipment?" "Niefeng, I have." Lu Xingchen privately messaged, "Take a look." Niefeng sent a picture of a diving flashlight, styled like a flashlight. Lu Xingchen asked, "What are you planning to exchange it for?" Niefeng, "No need. I lend it to you. Return it to me when you have one." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "So nice?" She didn't even know him. Niefeng explained, "Last time you asked people to go to the island to cut wood, I went. Thankfully, you told me the rules for increasing the raft score, and allowed me to cut a lot of high-quality wood, which allowed me to bring my daughter over. Niefeng, I'm very grateful to you. I think I should give you this diving light." Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. This Niefeng was truly a grateful person. She was about to say something when Lin Ying suddenly called out, "Xingchen, look. What a huge island." Lin Ying had heard Lu Xingchen describe it, and knew there might be something valuable on the island. Lu Xingchen stood up, and saw an island not far away. The island was dotted with huge rocks, and a vast expanse of green. She could go to the island. By this time, Niefeng had already handed over the diving light. Once she came across an island, she couldn't miss it. Lu Xingchen thanked Niefeng and immediately packed her backpack, packing her personal belongings and essential supplies. She put Lon Lon and Meme in the pet bag, and asked the sea demon Vine to take care of the wooden boat and Lin Ying. She also gave Lin Ying 2 summoning cards, so that if there was any danger, she could immediately summon her back. Once everything was ready, she hopped onto the island. Lin Ying waved to her from the raft. Lu Xingchen turned and headed for the island. There was no need to worry about Lin Ying. First, there was the sea demon Vine. It was now extremely powerful, and ordinary people could not afford to offend it. Also, since ships were still unable to meet each other, there was no need to worry about encountering people. She carefully studied the people who had landed on the island at the same time and found that they had arrived from different directions on the island, and even from great distances, they could still land on the same island. She suspected the islands were appearing too frequently, leaving too few to share, so she set up a feature allowing 2 groups to land simultaneously. In any case, Lin Ying was safe. Lu Xingchen looked up, checking her direction, and walked forward. The surrounding area was dotted with low trees, most of which she had seen before. The more useful ones were already in Peach Blossom Land, so she didn't need to waste time collecting them. As she continued along, she faced a gentle slope, thickly wooded. These trees weren't as tall as the previous ones, about the same height as ordinary poplars, covered in branches and leaves. She had no idea what kind of tree it was. No flowers, no fruit. Lu Xingchen simply took out her axe and chopped down one. The felling was successful, yielding 10 dense-leaved trees. Dense-leaved trees, a very common tree, commonly found on gentle slopes. Its leaves are sweet, and are a favorite of herbivores. Note, one of the ingredients in detoxification powder. Sweet leaves, a favorite of herbivores, an ingredient in detoxifying powder? Of course, pick more. Lu Xingchen immediately set to work, plucking numerous leaves from the dense-leaved tree. As she was picking, she looked up and saw many broken leaves high up. They looked like they'd been gnawed by an animal. What kind of animal could be so tall that it could gnaw these leaves? Be careful! Lu Xingchen became cautious. She continued to climb, observing her surroundings. Slowly, the trees thinned out, and the open meadows became filled with various plants. Some of the trees were as high as Lu Xingchen's knees, and she couldn't help but be more cautious, afraid of accidentally stepping on something. Did I really step on something? Chapter 194. What's this? Lu Xingchen looked down, and saw 2 or 3 plants with emerald green leaves at her feet. An idea struck her, and she bent down to push aside the dense foliage. Something seemed to be exposed at the roots of the plants. Lu Xingchen lifted the roots and pulled hard, bringing out 3 or 4 tiny things. Collecting successfully, small fragrant taro. It's actually taro. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows immediately curved. Good, great, finally a harvest. Taro is delicious. It can be steamed or stir-fried. It's soft, sweet, or sticky. It can be stewed with meat, steamed with spare ribs, or simply steamed. It can also be used as a snack. Grandma even makes taro dumplings. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. Lu Xingchen immediately set to work, clearing out the small patch of taro nearby. In fact, there must be some small taro left in the field. They grow again soon. Lu Xingchen had finished gathering the taro, and was about to move forward when a sudden, fishy smell hit her. Humph humph. Lu Xingchen looked up, and saw a massive porcupine charging towards her. Lu Xingchen tiptoed to the side, whip in hand. This porcupine was enormous, about a man's height, its back covered in long, thick spines. It roared and charged forward. It was incredibly fast. Lu Xingchen checked its information. It was a 4th-level mutant porcupine. She gripped the whip tightly, dodged, and swung it forward with a snap. She shouted, "Lon Lon, come back." Mimi stepped in front of her, using her charge to engage the porcupine. Lu Xingchen's heart ached. "Mimi, be careful. Those thorns look so sharp, like tiny daggers. Most people wouldn't dare to touch them." Lu Xingchen's whip struck the porcupine again, but the porcupine let out a loud cry, did a 360-degree turn, and rushed towards Lon Lon. As a result, Lu Xingchen's whip got tangled. It got tangled in the quills on the porcupine's back. This also injured the porcupine's back, causing it to cry out and become furious. Lon Lon also rushed over, and the porcupine, enraged, charged towards Lon Lon. Lu Xingchen exerted force, trying to stop the porcupine. It was gone. The porcupine was too strong. She couldn't pull it away. Crack! She heard a crisp snap. The whip broke in half, the end still tangled in the porcupine's back. Lu Xingchen looked at the broken whip, quickly tossed it back into her backpack, and swiftly pulled out her oxhorn bow. The porcupine had already charged at Mime. Knowing its immense strength, Lu Xingchen quickly told Mime, "Don't confront it head-on, just keep it engaged." With that, she took out several feather arrows and a swift-flying feather arrow, drew her bow, and swish, 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 she unleashed 3 feather arrows in quick succession. The porcupine, after all, was a level 4 beast, and it managed to dodge the blows, dodging them all. This was also due to its speed. Without delay, Lu Xingchen took out 3 more feather arrows and a swift-flying feather arrow, and fired them out in rapid succession. At the same time, Lon Lon yelled, "You bastard, your grandfather is here." It swooped down, its claws suddenly growing larger and sharper, swishing and scratching the porcupine's head several times. Its skill. Chain claws. Lu Xingchen's arrows also arrived, attacking the porcupine from 3 sides. The porcupine had no time to dodge, and was hit in the neck by the last fast-flying feather arrow. Ouch! It screamed miserably. Perhaps it had gained some intelligence, realizing it was outmatched, so it bolted with a swift-flying feather arrow lodged in its neck. "Chase!" Lu Xingchen shouted. How could she let it go? The porcupine might drop a treasure chest. And porcupine meat was delicious. Not only that, but a level 4 beast would surely be very nutritious. Eating porcupine meat would benefit both her and Lin Ying. Lon Lon and Mime were no different. They chased after it. The porcupine was quite fast, galloping along until they reached a thicket. With a whoosh, it vanished into the grass. Lu Xingchen parted the grass and saw it burrow. The porcupine was tall, perhaps as tall as a man. She wanted to chase it, but as soon as she took out her night shining pearl and approached, she was struck by a foul odor. It was awful. Lu Xingchen pinched her nose. Mimi came over and said, "Master, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This creature is also good at digging. Maybe it's already escaped through another hole." How could this be? Wasn't that all the fighting just now in vain? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. "Let's go in and plug each hole we find. Lon Lon, you stay in the sky and keep a close eye on where the porcupine emerges." She added, "This pig is delicious. Kill it, and I grill it for you." Porcupine meat can also be grilled. Lon Lon cheered, "Eat it, ha ha." It soared into the sky. Lu Xingchen entered the cave, holding up the night pearl. The night pearl was wonderful, but unfortunately, it wasn't very suitable for the sea. Lu Xingchen walked a few meters, and came across a larger space, only about 20 square meters, with 2 passages on either side. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then pulled out a pile of firewood, and lit a bonfire in the center of the space. Next, she planned to set a trap. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had recently learned a new skill. Quicksand trap. She looked at the skill. Basic quicksand trap. Sets a quicksand trap with a diameter of 2 meters on the ground. Anyone who enters the trap will be trapped in the quicksand, becoming immobilized. The trap lasts for 10 minutes after being triggered, and can be set up a maximum of 5 times per day. Lu Xingchen tried it out. A circular shadow, approximately 2 meters in diameter, appeared before her. A prompt then appeared. "Do you want to place the quicksand trap here?" Lu Xingchen placed the shadow at one of the passageways and said, "Yes." A vortex of quicksand appeared at the entrance, completely blocking the hole. The quicksand vortex spun for a few seconds before a prompt appeared. Placement successful. Then, the quicksand vanished, leaving the ground as it was, without a trace. Lu Xingchen understood. So that's how a quicksand trap works. Great. She didn't have to dig a hole. She turned back and said to Mimi, "Remember this spot. Don't step on it later." Mimi nodded. Then Lu Xingchen set another quicksand trap at the entrance of the passage they had just come through. Then she led Mimi toward the only remaining passage. After only a dozen meters, they emerged from the cave. Before them lay a patch of low shrubs and grass, with trees standing nearby. This cave entrance was also hidden in the bushes, making it impossible to spot without careful observation. Lu Xingchen turned back and said to Mimi, "If my guess is correct, these cave entrances aren't far away. You stay here and watch while I check the other areas." She could only set the quicksand trap 5 times a day, and Lu Xingchen didn't want to waste it. The porcupine was injured, and she and Mimi could handle it alone for a while. This close, it could easily call out for help. They just had to be careful not to let it run away. Just as she finished making the arrangements, she heard Lan Lan shout, "Xiao Lu, come quickly. I saw that delicious hedgehog." Chapter 195. Delicious? Porcupine? Lu Xingchen immediately asked, "Where is it?" Lan Lan flew into the air, right where it first dug its hole. "Ouch, it's back in." "Back in? Great, that's amazing." Lu Xingchen immediately said to Lan Lan, "Wait at the entrance. If it comes out, stop it." Then he said to Mimi, "Let's go turn back." They had just emerged from the passage. It would be faster to go in from here. Lu Xingchen rushed in with Mimi, and soon reached a more spacious area, where the quicksand trap had blocked the entrances to the 2 passages. As she rushed in, she saw the porcupine trapped in the quicksand. "Ah hum, ah hum." The porcupine frantically flapped its 4 hooves, screaming in fear. At the same time, its body sank deeper and deeper into the quicksand. The flying feather arrow on its neck was gone, leaving only a wound from which blood was gushing. It howled and struggled. Lu Xingchen took out his feathered arrows, knocked them on his ox horn bow, and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. None of the porcupines trapped in the quicksand could escape, releasing a series of deafening, miserable howls. Ouch! The porcupine suddenly let out a sharp howl and, with a powerful struggle, managed to escape the quicksand trap. It glanced at Lu Xingchen fearfully, then turned and ran. It ran towards the cave entrance. Lu Xingchen and Mime leaped over the quicksand trap and chased the giant porcupine. Ouch, hum! Outside the cave, the porcupine howled again. Lan Lan was overjoyed. "Little Lu, I've blinded it." "It's blinded." "Ha ha." Lu Xingchen and Mime rushed to the cave entrance, and saw the porcupine sprinting wildly down the mountain. Blood gushed from several holes in its body, but it seemed insensitive to the pain and simply ran away. Perhaps due to an eye injury, it staggered, bumping into trees and rocks, looking utterly miserable. Lan Lan flew in the air, staring at it. Lu Xingchen and Mimi gave chase. Despite its severe injuries, the porcupine ran at full speed. Lu Xingchen and the others chased it for over 10 minutes before it slowed down. Bang! It slammed into a 3-meter-high rock wall, howled loudly, and collapsed to the ground. It was barely alive. Lu Xingchen and Mimi gave chase. "Oh, there's a porcupine crashing into a rock." "Dad, look." A playful voice rang out. "Bai Ling, stay away. This porcupine is high level," a man said. Lu Xingchen ran over to them, and saw a man and a woman. The man was probably in his 40s, about 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build and a resolute gaze. His build suggested considerable fighting prowess. Next to him was a girl, probably about 17 or 18 years old. She was quite pretty, with fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, and slightly thick eyebrows. She looked gentle yet somewhat heroic. She bore some resemblance to the man next to her. They all turned, staring at Lu Xingchen in astonishment. Lu Xingchen walked up to the porcupine and kicked it, but it showed no reaction. It was already dead. Killed the 4th-level mutant porcupine. "Do you want to disassemble it, Lu Xingchen?" "Yes." Disassembly successful. Received 20 pieces of porcupine meat, 1 piece of porcupine skin, and 2 pieces of porcupine tusks. Lu Xingchen, She seriously suspected the game was hoarding resources. A porcupine this size had 20 pieces of meat. Even if the pieces were large, it was a bit unrealistic. Besides, porcupines have more than 2 fangs, so why only 2? "Wow, sister, you're so cool." A girl's voice came. Lu Xingchen turned and saw the 17 or 18-year-old girl staring at her with starry eyes, a look of admiration on her face. The girl's voice was beautiful, like the song of a lark, melodious and sweet. Her eyes were bright, full of confidence and spirit. Lu Xingchen nodded at her. The man was a little excited. He looked at Lu Xingchen and asked, Are you Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen glanced at him in surprise. The man quickly said, I'm Nie Feng. The girl said, I'm Nie Beiling. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. It was him. Nie Beiling is the girl with all the diving gear, right? Nie Feng said happily. Normally, there are only 2 groups on an island. With you here, we're relieved. Now that there might be 2 groups on the same island, everyone is a little scared. They're afraid of encountering players who like to kill and rob, or those who are double dealers. Just now, there was an incident in the chat channel. 2 people met on the island and had a great time chatting. They felt they had met too late, but after working together to kill a beast and obtaining a breathing mask, they became enemies. One of them stole the breathing mask and severely injured the other, who had to fight hard to escape. Nie Feng's fighting skills are quite good, but he was always worried about encountering a stronger master. Now that he knew it was Lu Xingchen, his worries were gone. Lu Xingchen listened to him, nodded, and said, Thank you for the diving light. I return it to you when I have it. Nie Beiling, sister, use it. We have it. Nie Beiling's face was serious. Suddenly Meme called her, Master, hurry up. If you keep chatting, the treasure chest will disappear. Lu Xingchen looked over and saw a small treasure chest appear where the giant porcupine had been lying. The treasure chest had just appeared after being disassembled. Lu Xingchen was chatting with the Nie father and daughter, and hadn't yet gone to check it out. Meme had been guarding it. Nie Feng was surprised. You're so lucky. A treasure chest appeared right away. Beiling and I just killed over a dozen and only found one. Lu Xingchen walked over and opened the treasure chest. He opened the chest and received one breathing mask, which he had already placed in his storage backpack. As soon as it was opened, the breathing mask flashed. Nie Feng saw it and was filled with envy. You're so lucky. Breathing masks are the scarcest. After all, they're a necessity. The harpoon can be replaced with other weapons, the flippers can be omitted, the wetsuit can be replaced with shorts and short-sleeved shirts, and the diving light is unnecessary, except in shallow water. With just a breathing mask, simple shallow water exploration is possible. Although Nie Feng had a diving tank, he still had to carry it, didn't he? Killing the porcupine took a lot of energy, and Lu Xingchen sat down to rest. The Nie father and daughter quickly said goodbye. Lu Xingchen leaned against a tree and opened the chat screen. Guming Wang, Lu Jiwen, just wait until I kill you. Gao Dafu, Guming Wang, you've been cursing for so long. Who told you to be so gullible? I'm puzzled. Almost the entire district knows that Lu Jiwen doesn't keep his promises. Why did you still trust him? Guming Wang, he lied to me. Gao Dafu, why are you so stupid? Xia Xiaoyu, Guming Wang must know what Lu Jiwen did. Haha, why does he still trust him so much? I heard they had a great time chatting and got along really well. What were they talking about? They got along so well? Yin Xiaolin, who is Lu Jiwen so good with? Guming Wang, shut up. Xia Xiaoyu, can you mute me? TSK. Yin Xiaolin, just remember this, birds of a feather flock together. Ha ha. Lu Xingchen watched the whole thing and realized that Nie Feng was talking about Lu Jiwen. No wonder. This Lu Jiwen is a terrible person. If I meet him again, I just take him down. Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen and continued her exploration. After another hour of searching with nothing to show for it, she sat down to eat some bread and opened the chat screen. Most people were discussing diving suits. Some people had already obtained diving suits, flippers, harpoons, and other items. The chat channel was bustling with activity. She was about to close the chat screen when someone suddenly spoke. Nie Beiling, Dad, I've got my breathing mask. After saying this, perhaps realizing something, she fell silent. Other players peppered her with questions, but she remained silent. Someone understood. Nie Beiling is new here, right? Maybe she switched to the wrong channel just now. Nie Beiling? Could it be that Nie Beiling? Chapter 196. That name sounds familiar to me, too. Who is she? Haha, a famous prodigy, a martial arts champion, a soul singer. Do you remember her? Oh, I do. She won the youth singing competition last year. She sang beautifully, and was incredibly beautiful. Not only that, but I heard she's a top student, a legendary prodigy. She's also a martial arts champion. I heard her father was a former champion. Her dad? Nie Feng? Now that you mention it, I remember. Only older people would remember him. Nie Fong is in our district? You're crazy. You were just talking. Wow, such a talented person has arrived in our district. Amazing. Many people were bored, and someone started calling out, Bai Ling, sing a song. That song you sang back then was so beautiful, I've been listening to it on repeat for a month. Lu Xingchen thought carefully, and couldn't remember Nie Bai Ling. No wonder. She was so absorbed in her own internal life, not watching variety shows, not watching TV, not even checking Weibo. She was so out of touch with the news, how could she know any of this? Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen, stood up, and continued walking forward with Meme. Lan went ahead to explore the route. After taking a few steps, she received a message from Zhong Cheng. Here, speed card. Speed card. Use this card to triple your speed, making you move like lightning. Duration, 10 minutes. Each card can only be used once. This would be a great tool for escaping. But why did Zhong Cheng send it directly to him? Lu Xingchen, keep it. Zhong Cheng, no need. As always, his words were concise and to the point, without a single word of nonsense. Lu Xingchen pondered. After all this time, Zhong Cheng still gave her some goodies. She needed to focus on upgrading Zhong Cheng's equipment. I had given him the blueprints for the sword and staff before, so his weapons were fine and powerful. He could definitely find a way to upgrade his equipment. There were also various facilities for going to the sea. This island looked ordinary. After walking around for a while, she didn't see any high-level beasts. Otherwise, she would have summoned Zhong Cheng. Suddenly, Lan swooped down from the sky and excitedly said, There's water. There's water. Lu Xingchen was stunned. You mean a stream? Isn't that normal? Lan, hot water. There's hot water. It looks nice. Hot water? Could it be a hot spring? This was the first time I encountered a hot spring on the island. Lu Xingchen wasn't particularly interested in hot springs, but they were rare. What if there were treasures nearby? Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Let's go, lead the way. Lan took off, and Lu Xingchen and Mie followed. A rocky mountain rose up ahead. Lan flew to the top. There was no path, so Lu Xingchen and Mimi had to climb the mountain by stepping on the rocks. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen and Mimi reached the summit. The peak was only about 7 or 8 square meters in size, with a few large rocks and a small open space, flanked by slanting pine trees. Looking around, they took in the surrounding scenery. Where's the hot spring? Lan flew up. Come on, it's right there. Lu Xingchen reached the edge of the cliff and looked down. About 10 meters down, there was a platform. It wasn't large, made of smooth stones of various sizes, less than 100 square meters. In the center of the platform, a white mist swirled. The wind blew, and the mist dissipated, revealing a pool of turquoise. It truly was a hot spring. The white mist was steam rising from the sky. This place was difficult to find because it was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by rocks and surrounded by cliffs, making it impossible to climb. The only way to get there was to reach the summit. This was the closest spot to the hot spring. But it's over 10 meters high. How do you get down? You can't just jump, right? Mimi actually jumped. It kicked off with all 4 hooves and leaped down, successfully reaching the hot spring. It even touched the water with its hoof. Then it looked up at Lu Xingchen and said, Master, this water is wonderful. Can you get down? Lan flew up and saw Lu Xingchen standing there in a dilemma. She gloated, You can't get down? Or how about you just watch? Lu Xingchen glared at it. Aren't you my mount? You're going to take me down? Lan was startled, her tail puffing up. No, you're too heavy. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Evolution pill, how about that? Lan's mouth immediately watered. Yes, absolutely. Even though it was weak, it missed the cool feeling of being there. Lu Xingchen snorted. Of course, she wouldn't waste the evolution pill. There were other options. She took out a rope, tied it to a nearby pine tree, and then, pulling it tight, she climbed down. Her agility had greatly increased, and she was swift. In less than a minute, she had landed. Lu Xingchen examined it carefully. The hot spring was in a regular circle, and the water was so clear that one could clearly see the bottom, where pebbles of various sizes lay smooth and smooth. The edge of the pool was also made of stone, bearing a slight trace of human intervention. A little further out was a 1,000-foot cliff. It was a beautiful and tranquil place. In the cracks of the rocks grew clumps of lush vegetation, some of which even sprouted tiny blue flowers. It was beautiful, a strange beauty. Blue spirit flower, a second-level herb. Its flowers are the main ingredient in detoxification powder. There are herbs here, It's a pity they grow in the cracks of the rocks, making them difficult to dig. Lu Xingqian carefully peeled away the rocks and dug out 2 blue spirit flowers, intending to plant them back. The others were difficult to dig, so she had to pick the flowers. After finishing, Lu Xingqian sat down again. On the rocks opposite the pool, a dragon lay serpentinely, its 4 claws and scales clearly visible. Its tail dipped into the spring water, its head slightly raised, and turned, facing the direction where Lu Xingqian sat. The dragon's horns were majestic, its whiskers swaying, a lifelike sight. Lu Xingqian stared at its mouth, feeling as if something was missing. As if something had been there, but someone had scooped it out. Lu Xingqian sat by the pool and touched the water. It was scalding hot. Longbi Hot Springs. Legend has it that the red dragon bathed there. The water is rich in minerals, and soaking in it can strengthen the body, heal wounds and illnesses, and even expel poison. So versatile, healing, strengthening, and expelling poison? This is incredible. If only this hot spring could be moved onto a raft. A dip would relieve boredom. Unfortunately, it's difficult to move. Lu Xingqian sat by the pool and dipped both hands into the hot spring. The water was a bit hot, and she felt a little scalding, but after a moment, the heat subsided, and her hands felt refreshed. Just thinking about it, it would be incredibly comfortable to soak in it. Suddenly, Lu Xingqian frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Something's wrong. Chapter 197. Such a wonderful hot spring. The island's exotic beasts aren't completely extinct, so why wouldn't they occupy it? However, she had Lon Lon look around for a long time, but found nothing. The platform was only 100 square meters, and the view was completely clear, nothing but plants and rocks. As for the hot spring, that was even more impossible. The water was crystal clear, and you could see the bottom at a glance, not even a shrimp. Despite this, Lu Xingqian grew increasingly uneasy. This place was too small, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one side being a stone wall where she would climb down the rope. If a fight broke out, she would be at a disadvantage. Even though the hot spring water was very pleasant, Lu Xingqian stood up. She planned to go up first. This place was too inconvenient. At this time, Lon Lon had already tentatively descended the hot spring, reaching a height that was barely above her belly. Lon Lon lowered her head and pecked at it, then suddenly fluttered her wings, stirring up a cloud of water. It cried out, "Woohoo, so cool!" Mimi turned back and looked at Lu Xingqian eagerly. "Master, I want to go down too." Lu Xingqian looked up and asked, "Can you get up quickly?" Mimi nodded, "Yes, I can." Lu Xingqian felt relieved. Lon Lon was a bird and could fly, and Mimi could reach the top quickly, so if there was any danger, they could escape quickly. So, she climbed to the top with a rope and sat there, watching the 2 little ones play below. Lon Lon and Mimi were already having a water fight, and it was getting more intense. Lu Xingqian looked down from above, planning to let them play for a while before leaving. "I can't move them again." Lon Lan's large wings were a significant advantage. A flap of their wings stirred up a cloud of mist, putting Mimi at a disadvantage. Soon, she was drenched in the hot spring water. Like a drowned sheep, seeing Mimi so drenched for the first time, Lu Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a huge red shadow appeared in the water, slithering. Splash! A massive head emerged from the water. It was a snake, a scarlet snake, a huge scarlet python. Its head was enormous, and its waist was about the size of a giant tree trunk. Part of it was coiled underwater, its length unclear. Unlike ordinary snakes, its body was covered in scarlet scales. These were dense and tightly wrapped around its body, appearing even more vibrant in the sunlight, like blood. Its eyes were also red. At this moment, it barked its red tongue menacingly, glaring at Mimi with a fierce gaze. Just now, it attacked Lon Lon and Mame. The 2 little ones were incredibly clever. Lon Lon flew into the air, and Mame leaped to the edge of the pool. They faced the giant snake from a distance. Lu Xingqian was shocked. Is this a water snake? It had been in the water the entire time. But the water was so clear, how could I have missed it? Where did it emerge from? She glanced at the snake's profile. Level 5 red phosphorus python. A scaly python, extremely ferocious and venomous. Attack with caution. Level 5, venomous. It's a tough one. The whip was broken, so Lu Xingqian took out his ox horn bow, drew his bow, and arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 feathered arrows spurted towards the red phosphorus python. Almost simultaneously, the red phosphorus python attacked Mame. Undeterred, Mame charged directly. Lon Lon also flew down, unleashing a barrage of sharp claws. Although the red phosphorus python was enormous, it was incredibly fast. With a twist of its body, it dodged Lu Xingchen's 3 feathered arrows. After just a few encounters, Mimi couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Xingchen gasped. It was indeed a level 5. This red phosphorus python was truly formidable. She quickly said, Mimi, come up. Mimi had only one escape route, jumped to the top of the mountain. It dodged the red phosphorus python's attack and leaped to Lu Xingchen's side. The red phosphorus python, targeting Mimi, immediately reared up, and with a splash, its long body emerged from the water. Lu Xingchen was startled. Mimi, run. She retreated several steps. The red phosphorus python's massive head had already reached the top of the mountain. In a flash, it swung its tail and scrambled back up. How fast! Lu Xingchen's expression froze. Her oxhorn bow was broken, making it difficult for her arrows to reach the red phosphorus python. All she had was a rare dagger and a fine iron harpoon. A harpoon should be able to pierce snakes, right? Swish! With a flick of her finger, she grasped the harpoon. She pointed it at the red phosphorus python and pressed the button. Whoosh! The harpoon launched out, lightning fast. The red phosphorus python had barely reached halfway, and before it could dodge, with a puff, the harpoon pierced its abdomen fiercely. Hiss, hiss! The red phosphorus python howled. Snap! The harpoon retracted, its barbs tearing out several chunks of snake flesh. Hiss, hiss! The red phosphorus python's screams grew even more ferocious, its eyes crimson, clearly furious. With a whoosh, it scrambled forward, charging at Lu Xingchen. Injured but okay? Lu Xingchen was startled. He turned and ran. Mimi wanted to rush forward, so she shouted, run. Run to the porcupine cave ahead. A fishy smell washed over her from behind, and without a second thought, Lu Xingchen pulled out his speed card. Use the speed card? Yes. The speed card flashed white, and Lu Xingchen felt as light as a swallow. Swish. He took a long step. How fast indeed. The red phosphorus python was hot on her heels. Lu Xingchen glanced back as she ran at full speed. The red phosphorus python was so fast. She even tripled her speed, yet she couldn't shake it off. Of course, Lu Xingchen was intentionally trying to lure the red phosphorus python out. She wanted to kill it. Where the red phosphorus python went, it left a trail of devastation. Birds and small animals fled, its serpentine tail tore through trees, and pebbles, and dirt flew into the air. It was truly ferocious. Lu Xingchen sped along, aided by the speed card, and soon reached the entrance of the porcupine cave. Just inside this entrance lay an unused quicksand trap. Her only concern was that the quicksand trap wouldn't be very effective against such a long red phosphorus python. What she wanted was to trap the python. Lu Xingchen rushed into the cave entrance. The opening was 2 meters high, just wide enough for the red phosphorus python to enter. Unleashed with ferocity, it plunged in without hesitation. Lu Xingchen ran to the center of the cave, and, passing the quicksand trap, leaped over it. The red phosphorus python also slid in. Passing the quicksand trap, the red phosphorus python's body visibly stalled. Lu Xingchen had been waiting for this moment. She pressed the trigger on the harpoon, and with a pop sound, the 5 claws of the harpoon pierced the red phosphorus python's abdomen. Puff! Swish! The harpoon retracted, snatching off a few more pieces of flesh. The red phosphorus python, blood-drenched, roared loudly, and leaped, sliding through the quicksand trap. Lu Xingchen sighed inwardly. It really wasn't very useful. However, wounding the red phosphorus python once again was still a gain. 2 wounds would cause the red phosphorus python to bleed profusely. Perhaps, if I waited a little longer, I could kill it. Lu Xingchen thought as he sprinted towards another passage. Chapter 198. Lu Xingchen quickly rushed out of the tunnel, followed by the red phosphorus python. Its body was long, its tail still at the entrance of another tunnel, its head already emerging from this one. At the same time, its 2 halves were stuck between the 2 tunnels, making it difficult to move. Both its head and tail were trapped. Lu Xingchen had been waiting for this moment. She shouted to Lan Lan, "Go, attack the snake's tail." Then she took out her rare dagger. The red phosphorus python was too powerful and too large, so constantly launching a harpoon wouldn't be a solution. Now that it was trapped, it was the perfect time to attack with a dagger. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath. Who wouldn't be afraid of snakes, let alone close combat? But she didn't have time to get scared. Although the red phosphorus python was trapped, it was fast. Its tail was about to slip out, and its body had also stretched out a little. Sensing it was trapped, it flew into a rage, its head held high, its tongue flicking at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, dagger in hand, ducked and slid forward, raising the dagger high. The red phosphorus python was just about to dive out. Lu Xingchen's sprint card was still active, and with incredible speed, she slid beneath the python, piercing its belly with her dagger. The rare dagger, incredibly sharp, slashed through the python's abdomen, sending blood gushing out and drenching Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen dashed out, shaking her arms, surprised to find she was spotless. It was the invincibility suit's work. Otherwise, she would have been a bloody mess long ago. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The red phosphorus python screamed wildly, its blood-red eyes filled with fear for the first time. At the same time, Lan Lan attacked its tail, ripping it to shreds under a barrage of sharp claws before it could retract. The red phosphorus python screamed in fear, slithering out of the passageway, turning to avoid Lu Xingchen, skirting the cavern and fleeing. A stream of blood gushed out, splattering the grass, the rocks, and the passageway with a vibrant crimson. It was panicked and frantic, fleeing at breakneck speed. At that moment, Lu Xingchen's speed card expired, and she sank back down, regaining her speed. The red phosphorus python had fled, and she couldn't catch it. She called out to Lan Lan, "Go see where it's gone." Then, without a moment's rest, she took Mimi and chased after the red phosphorus python. The red phosphorus python had returned. Lu Xingchen chased it furiously all the way to the top, but before they reached the summit, Lan Lan cried out, "That **** went to the hot springs again?" He went in. "Hey, it's gone!" Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, "Stay there, I'll be there soon." She hurried up the mountain and reached the summit. Lan Lan, it saw me and got scared. Lan Lan, the dog brought something out. Hey, what's going on? The spring's gone. Lu Xingchen looked down from the mountaintop and saw the once emerald green spring quickly drying up. A red phosphorus python emerged, dripping blood. Its mouth was wide open, holding a yellow bead. What was that? Lu Xingchen's mind raced, and he glanced at the dragon sculpture's mouth by the pool. If my guess was correct, the bead should be there. The red phosphorus python gave Lu Xingchen a fearful look, then steeled itself and charged forward. Lu Xingchen stabbed with his dagger. Although severely wounded, the red phosphorus python remained undeterred. It twisted and dodged. Then, it darted past Lu Xingchen and ran down the mountain. Exhausted, Lu Xingchen said to Lan Lan, "Chase." She gathered her strength and gave chase. She couldn't let it get away. The bead in its mouth was a treasure. If my guess was correct, that pool of almighty spring water, both fortifying and detoxifying, was provided by this bead. Without the sprint card, Lu Xingchen couldn't catch up. However, the red phosphorus python was seriously injured, and bleeding profusely from the harpoon, it was growing weaker and slower. Despite all the efforts of Lu Xingchen, she was still far behind. Soon, the red phosphorus python reached the seashore. Not far away was Lu Xingchen's wooden boat. Sighting from afar, Lu Xingchen was horrified. The red phosphorus python was heading for the sea. She wondered if it could survive in the ocean. If it could, she wouldn't be able to catch up if it went deep. Lu Xingchen called out to Lan Lan, "Lan Lan, try your best to stop it." Lan Lan cried out, swooping down to attack the red phosphorus python. The red phosphorus python, reckless, rushed into the sea, its blood staining the shore sand and water red. Mimi was faster than Lu Xingchen. She rushed forward and violently charged, stopping the red phosphorus python. Half submerged, the red phosphorus python flew into a rage upon seeing Mimi approaching. Unfortunately, with the bead in its mouth, it couldn't bite with its teeth, reducing its attack power. It swept its tail across, sweeping Mimi away. Bang! Mimi slammed into a nearby boulder and struggled, but couldn't get up. Is it injured? Lu Xingchen hurriedly approached the red phosphorus python and said to Mimi, "Mimi, rest." Lan Lan laughed heartily. "Little lamb, are you so weak?" Mimi stood up angrily. Lu Xingchen had already unsheathed her spear and stabbed the red phosphorus python fiercely. The red phosphorus python moved much more slowly, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to stab it so easily. Mimi also rushed over. With the three of them attacking together, the red phosphorus python couldn't get out of the sea, and it grew anxious. Unfortunately, it couldn't let go of the pearl in its mouth. Finally, after being hit by Lu Xingchen again, it became furious and twisted its body, entangling Mimi and Lu Xingchen. It twisted its body several times, entangling Lu Xingchen tightly. If it hadn't had the pearl in its mouth, it would have devoured her long ago. Lu Xingchen was suffocated by the entanglement, her arms still exposed. She immediately dropped her spear, drew out her dagger, and stabbed the red phosphorus python fiercely. The red phosphorus python was ruthless, and refused to let go. Lu Xingqian's vision went black from the entanglement. She truly admired the red phosphorus python. Even at this moment, it still held onto the bead with such determination. If it had given up on it and gone back to chomp on it, she and Meme would have been dead long ago. Woo woo, woo woo. At some point, a baby seal appeared on the beach, rolling clumsily on its snow-white body, staring curiously at the fiercely engaged Lu Xingqian. Woo woo, what's wrong? What's wrong? The baby seal looked bewildered. Lu Xingqian took a deep breath. Help! Give me some shrimp. Shrimp! 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 The baby seal's eyes lit up, and it tilted its head to look at the red phosphorus python, looking bewildered, as if unsure how to help. Lon, you're stupid, Xiao Lu. How can it help? Lu Xingqian was strangled by the red phosphorus python. Even if she raised her dagger, she had no strength left. She gritted her teeth and said to Lon, then, think of a solution. Lon, I attacked, but it won't let go, and I can't smash it to death. The little seal, woo woo? Smash it to death? Smash it to death. Lon flapped her wings and hit the red phosphorus python again. She said to the little seal with disdain, Get out of here, you little piece of shit. The little seal puffed out its mouth, and its body expanded. In an instant, it swelled into a sphere about 3 or 4 meters in diameter. It cried out, woo woo. It leaped into the air, then slammed down hard. Lu Xingqian, delighted at first, then startled, screamed, Don't hit me. Don't be so unreliable. Chapter 199. A huge white snowball fell from the sky like lightning. With a bang, it slammed heavily onto the red phosphorus python's head. Crack! Lu Xingqian heard the sound of something being smashed to pieces. The tip of her nose just brushed against the seal pup's short fur. Swish! The seal pup instantly returned to its original form, its tiny form intact, without a trace of blood. It blinked its eyes and adorably looked at Lu Xingqian. Shrimp! Shrimp! Lu Xingqian saw the smashed red phosphorus python's head, and at the same time, her body relaxed, falling limply to the ground. The red phosphorus python was dead. She breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she'd nearly been strangled and then crushed to death. What a close call. By the way, where's the bead the red phosphorus python had been clinging to until its death? Don't smash it. The snake's head and a portion of its body were smashed to pieces, emitting a foul stench that nearly made Lu Xingqian vomit. She suppressed the urge to vomit, took out her spear, and used it to pry through the pile of flesh and blood. Finally, beneath the rotten flesh, she found the red bead. The bead was about the size of a small ball, intact, and emitting a faint red glow. The little seal also noticed it, and immediately rushed over to grab it. Lu Xingqian grabbed its short legs, and quickly snatched up the red bead. Obtain the Dragon Wall Hot Spring Core Bead. Dragon Wall Hot Spring Core Bead. The core of the Dragon Wall Hot Spring, it continuously circulates and purifies the constant temperature hot spring water. As expected, Lu Xingqian was overjoyed, but then became troubled. How could the hot spring water emerge? The red phosphorus python must have known, but it was already dead. Lu Xingqian set the little seal down and examined the hot spring core bead for a long time, unable to find the solution. She put it away and began to decompose the snake meat. Decomposing the red phosphorus python, she obtained 20 pieces of snake meat, 2 snake fangs, 2 snake skins, 1 snake gallbladder, and 5 venom sacs, which she had already placed in her storage backpack. Lu Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected to get 2 snake skins even after their heads and tails had been punctured. Not bad. As she put away her belongings, a small treasure chest slowly appeared where the red phosphorus python's body had been. The little seal had been staring intently at the hot spring core. As Lu Xingqian placed it in her backpack, her gaze dimmed, but when she saw the treasure chest, her excitement returned. She rushed over like lightning. Mimi dodged and stopped her, and Lu Xingqian quickly opened the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, she received a breathing mask X1, a diving light X1, fins X1, a deep sea vest X1, a detoxification powder recipe X1, a red phosphorus leather jacket blueprint X1, and a red phosphorus leather pants blueprint X1. Lu Xingqian was dazzled and amazed. She had looked at the chat screen, and had a rough idea of what players were getting out of their adventures. They had to kill numerous level 3 or higher beasts to obtain a treasure chest, which contained either other supplies or an item from the Ocean Expedition set. It was quite difficult to obtain them. Yet, she had killed 1 beast and obtained several pieces of Ocean Expedition equipment. She was incredibly lucky. However, on second thought, it was probably because the beast she had killed was too high. Thus, the probability of finding a treasure chest and ocean expedition equipment was related to the level of the beast killed. The higher the level of the beast, the higher the chance of obtaining ocean expedition equipment. She stuffed everything into her storage backpack in one go. The little seal saw everything was gone and immediately cried out in despair, "Shrimp, shrimp!" Lu Xingchen turned around and patted it on the head. "No problem, you've done a great job today. I get you 3 shrimp." It's not that she was stingy, it's just that there were so few blue krill. One less is one less. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Xingchen returned to the wooden boat with a few of them. Today's fierce battle had exhausted her. Still, she called Lon Lon and Mame over and asked them, "Are you hurt?" Lon Lon hit a patch on her wing and said proudly, "How could I be hurt? It's just a little worm. How could I be hurt? I haven't lost a single hair." Lu Xingchen pulled it towards her. After taking a look, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine. Lon Lon only had a few of the short feathers missing from one wing. There was indeed a small patch, but it wouldn't be noticeable without looking closely. The feathers had been plucked out, so there were no external injuries. It should grow back in a few days. Lu Xingchen patted Lon Lon. "Thank you for your hard work. I get you a peach later." Lon Lon happily lifted her tail. "Yeah, that's great." Lu Xingchen pulled Mimi over again. Mimi was a little frustrated. "Master, I think my back is hurt a little." "It doesn't hurt, but it's a little numb and I'm also a little dizzy." Lu Xingchen hurriedly checked and found 2 large tooth marks on the left side of the lamb's back. Blood had seeped out and the marks had turned black. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. "Oh no, Mimi is poisoned. It must have been bitten by the red phosphorus python." At this moment, Mimi's body went limp and she exclaimed, "Master, why are you crooked? How could you be so crooked?" It tilted its head, looking at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Its eyes had dimmed. Oh no, she was hallucinating. Lu Xingchen didn't care about anything else. He quickly applied some golden wound medicine to Mime, and then took out the formula for the antidote. If my guess was correct, this antidote could save Mime. Antidote. It can cure common poisons, especially snake venom. Required: 1 agrimony grass, 10 dense-leafed wood leaves, 3 blue spirit flowers, 1 Coptis chinensis. Lu Xingchen glanced at the formula and breathed a sigh of relief. She had picked agrimony grass before, and it was still growing in Taoyuan. This was enough. She had just gathered the dense-leafed wood leaves and blue spirit flowers today, and there were more than enough. She didn't have Coptis chinensis, but it was a relatively common herb, and she remembered seeing it in the trading hall. Lu Xingchen immediately opened the trading hall and traded for 1 Coptis chinensis. With enough ingredients, she immediately prepared 2 doses of detoxifying powder. Mimi, completely lost in fantasy, tilted her head as she paced the deck and spotted Lon Lon. "Lon Lon, boy, have you become a crooked-necked sheep?" Mimi stared at Lon Lon for a long moment, then scoffed, "Ugly bird, how did you become a mosaic?" Lon Lon raged, "Mosaic? What's a mosaic? You're scolding me again, little boy?" The little seal was so stunned by the interaction that it almost forgot to order shrimp. Mimi ignored Lon Lon, muttering, "Mosaic means it's not suitable for children. I won't watch it. I won't watch it." It tilted its neck as it walked over and saw the stunned little seal. Overjoyed, "Wow, a mount. My mount is here. Bye-bye, is that you?" It came over and plopped down on the little seal. The little lamb might be small, but it packs a lot of punch. As soon as it sat down, the chubby little seal was instantly crushed, screaming, "Oh! Help! Help!" Lon Lon, furious, walked over to Lu Xingchen worriedly. "What are you doing? Didn't you see your favorite lamb skewers going crazy?" Lu Xingchen paid them no mind. She was focused on the instructions for the detoxification powder. Detoxification powder can cure common poisonings and snake venom. Divide 1 dose into 2, for internal and external use. Is that so? Chapter 200. She immediately divided the detoxifying powder into 2 portions, dissolved 1 portion in water, and went to find Mimi with the wooden bowl. At that moment, the little seal was beneath Mimi's butt, screaming in agony. Mimi rode on it, patting it angrily. "Gee, bye-bye, why are you slacking off? Fly, fly." The little seal, "No wood. Mimi, if you don't, I eat you." The little seal started crying in fear, begging Lu Xingchen for help. Lu Xingchen walked over and asked Mimi to drink the medicine, but Mimi was frantic and refused to drink. Lu Xingchen asked Lon Lon to come over and hold it down. She picked up the medicine bowl, pinched Mimi's mouth, and poured the medicine down in one gulp. Lon Lon pressed too hard, squashing the little seal flat and causing it to scream in agony. Finally, Meme finished the medicine. Lu Xingchen tossed the bowl, took out the remaining half of the detoxifying powder, and applied it to the wound. Meme struggled, the seal cub screamed, and Lon Lon kept yelling, sometimes scolding Meme, sometimes kicking the seal cub. It was chaos. Lu Xingchen was sweating profusely with anxiety. Finally, amidst the chaos, she finished applying the detoxifying powder. Meme's eyes closed, and her body limp, falling into her arms. Lu Xingchen placed Meme on the swing chair. Seeing her breathing become regular, and the wound slowly turning bright red, she felt relieved. Finally, the poison was detoxified. After the detoxification was complete, Lu Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exhausted, she sat on the swing chair to rest for a long time. Once she had recovered a little, she took out the hot spring core bead. She looked again and again, unsure how to get the hot springs to gush out. Lu Xingchen glanced at the sun. Since she still had some time, she decided to visit Lungbi Hot Springs. The little seal hummed as it crawled over. Woohoo! Shrimp! Shrimp! Lu Xingchen then remembered that she had been busy making the detoxifying powder, and had forgotten to give the little one the blue krill. She went to get 3 blue krill, tossed them to the little seal, and asked, "Didn't you go back to get me some treasures?" "Where are the treasures?" The little seal devoured the blue krill in a few bites. "I gave them to my friend." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "You have a friend? Who is it?" The little seal thought deeply. Lu Xingchen patted its round head. "Okay, I'm going out now. I hear your friend's story when I come back." She was anxious to get to Lungbi Hot Springs. Mimi was recovering from her injuries, so she only brought Lon Lon with her. They quickly reached the top of the mountain again, and Lu Xingchen, still descending the rope, looked at Lungbi Hot Springs. Now, there was no water inside, only pebbles of various sizes and colors. Lu Xingchen jumped down and looked carefully. In a dark area, she discovered a cave entrance, emitting a foul odor. This must be the home of the red phosphorus python. She took out a torch, blocked her nose with a piece of cloth, and walked in. The cave was damp and smelled terrible. The slope leading down was steep and slippery, and Lu Xingchen nearly slipped several times. Come to think of it, there was only so much space up there, no room at all. She jumped down and landed in a stone cave. The cave was vast, but unfortunately, it was so smooth that there wasn't even a stone. She couldn't find the source of the hot spring's core. Lu Xingchen finally climbed out and stood at the bottom of the pool, dazed. Could it be that the caves were all filled with water before? That couldn't be possible. The red phosphorus python couldn't have been submerged the entire time, could it? After pondering for a long time, unable to come up with a clue, Lu Xingchen walked around the pool bottom again, finally arriving at the stone dragon. The stone dragon was lifelike. Although its body was made entirely of stone, its eyes were emerald green, like gemstones. Lu Xingchen looked down and saw its open mouth. Is something missing? Yes, the hot spring core bead. Lu Xingchen took the bead out and carefully placed it into the stone dragon's mouth. With a click, the hot spring bead clicked into the dragon's mouth. A faint glint flickered in the stone dragon's emerald eyes, and with a splash, hot spring water gushed out of its mouth. It nearly sprayed onto Lu Xingchen's feet, and she quickly dodged. The water poured onto the pool bottom, quickly forming a thick layer. And it was flowing into the stone cavern. This wasn't going to work. Lu Xingchen immediately reached out and removed the hot spring core bead from the dragon's mouth. As soon as the bead was removed, the dragon's mouth immediately stopped spitting water. The remaining spring water remained at the bottom of the pool, not disappearing. Just now, when the red phosphorus python removed the bead, the water disappeared. Could it have drunk it? Lu Xingchen frowned and placed the hot spring core bead back into the stone dragon's mouth. After doing this a few times, she had a rough idea. Perhaps this dragon possessed some kind of driving energy, allowing it to activate the hot spring core bead. In that case, just take the stone dragon away. The stone dragon was about 3 or 4 meters long. Lu Xingchen, now strong, lifted it up with a gentle embrace. She put the stone dragon into her storage backpack and then picked up some beautiful pebbles. Seeing that the sun was about to set, she didn't want to spend the night on the island, so she immediately descended the mountain. The island was more dangerous at night, so she planned to come back tomorrow. Lu Xingchen sped back to the wooden boat. The sun had already set, leaving the sky a pale yellow. Nie Feng sent a private message. Lu Xingchen, do you want to join us tonight? Lu Xingchen was surprised. You guys are still exploring tonight? Nie Feng, well, Bailing said time is tight, and we didn't gain much today, so we have to work hard tonight. We can stay up all night. Lu Xingchen, Well, even more obsessed than her, she finally met a master of involution. No wonder the little girl had so many laurels. She worked so hard. Lu Xingchen. No, I'm going back to the wooden boat to rest. I come back early the next morning. There are many wild beasts at night, so be careful. Nie Feng, thank you. Lu Xingchen boarded the wooden boat. She decided to build a small hot spring. Today she fought a porcupine and a red phosphorus python. Both battles were extremely difficult, and she almost died while killing the red phosphorus python. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. She couldn't wait to soak in the hot springs. Before heading to Longbi Hot Springs, Lu Xingchen had given Lining a portion of both porcupine and snake meat. By then, Lining had already prepared dinner. She immediately cooked a large pot of meat. Lan clamored for kebabs, so she grilled some more. The meal arrived, and everyone ate their fill. Lining said pleasantly, I've gained a bit of strength. Lu Xingchen didn't react. She thought about it, and realized it might be because of her high level. Therefore, porcupine meat was useless for her. She could only eat the red phosphorus python. After dinner, Lu Xingchen threw the dishes into the dishwasher and rested on the beanbag for a few minutes. Soon, she stood up. She had a general idea of the hot springs. Chapter 201. She used the free build mode to create 2 large wooden vats. They were square. They also had 2 circular steps inside, so people could sit inside. One was about 80 centimeters tall, with a length and width of 5 meters. The other was about 50 centimeters tall, with a length and width of 6 meters. Lu Xingchen placed them beside the raft, with the 2 wooden barrels spaced far apart. Then, she placed the stone dragon on each vat and inserted the hot spring core bead. Splash! The spring water gushed out, falling into the larger vat. Seeing Lu Xingchen tinkering, Lan and Tuanzi had already come running over to join in the fun. At that moment, seeing the hot spring water gushing out, Lan understood something. It fluttered its wings excitedly, and was about to jump into the larger vat. Lu Xingchen quickly hugged it. Be good, that side is yours. She had prepared 2 vats because she was afraid Lan and Tuanzi would mess up. The smaller, shorter one was for them, while the larger one was for her and her grandmother. Soon, both wooden tubs were filled with water. The stone dragon continued to gush out water, but it wouldn't overflow. Lu Xingchen placed the stone dragon on the side of the large barrel. It was said that it could purify water. However, she couldn't figure out how the cycle worked. Regardless, water kept gushing out of the stone dragon's mouth, and the water in the barrel wouldn't overflow. Seeing the water was full, Lan and Tuanzi jumped into the small pool and played non-stop. Even the baby seal couldn't resist climbing in. Alas, Lan chased them away. Lu Xingchen was exhausted and decided to take a bath. Lining didn't dare soak in the hot spring, so she brought over a wooden basin and filled it with water for a foot soak. Lu Xingchen spent a long time washing up, emerging over an hour later. She sat lazily in a chair, dressed in her home clothes, and said to the sea demon vine, Come here, little vine, bring me all the unopened boxes. The sea demon vine said obediently, Yes, master. Paw. Several boxes were placed before Lu Xingchen. Today's luck blessing was a lucky break, and she had 3 chances, but they had already been used up. Lu Xingchen didn't expect anything special. She casually opened the box, opened the wooden box, and get a fashionable swimsuit. Swimsuit? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly took it out to examine it. Swimsuit? You see, isn't it just like that? Standing on the beach, barely above her ankles, posing for photos, it's pretty good. And you want attributes? What are you dreaming of? Lu Xingchen, She was quite impressed. To be honest, she was really looking forward to a swimsuit for exploring the sea, something to increase her speed or something. That's it? A vacation swimsuit. It's quite pretty, though, a dreamy purple with a large butterfly pattern, a V-neck front, and ruffled sleeves. Perfect for photos. Hey, hot springs. Although she originally planned to go to the hot springs in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, now with a swimsuit, wouldn't it look more presentable? Not bad. She happily put the swimsuit into her storage backpack. Open the next box. Open the wooden box. Get 3 boxes of potato chips. Open the wooden box. Get a bag of caramelized melon seeds. Open the wooden box. Get a bag of pecans. Lu Xingchen sighed. Today's snack special. Great, the snack variety has expanded, especially the potato chips, her favorite. Open the wooden box. Get 3 apples. Apples? Not bad. She'd gotten Zheng Yuan's apple that increased her health by 1. She'd eaten it and planted the core. Now she'd grown a full-size man in Taoyuan. It wasn't clear yet whether the fruit would be a regular apple or one with a bonus to vitality. This was definitely a regular apple. She planned to eat it all, and then plant the core. There were 2 more wooden boxes. Let's open them all. Open the box and get a bag of sliced bread. Open the box and get a bag of Hawthorne biscuits. Linning had good teeth, straight and strong. Aside from not being able to eat sweets, she could handle everything else. Lu Xingchen turned around and called, "Grandma, come on, eat." Linning came over cheerfully and placed a bunch of snacks in a wooden box. After opening the boxes, she could finally rest. Lu Xingchen changed into her swimsuit and soaked in the hot springs, feeling incredibly comfortable. Today's busy and dangerous days had paid off. Linning sat beside her, soaking her feet. After all, she was older, and she needed to wait until her physical fitness improved before soaking in the hot springs. Lu Xingchen chatted with Lin Ying for a while, then casually opened the chat screen to see what the other players had gained. The chat channel was still bustling with activity. It's been a day. Is there anyone still here who hasn't landed yet? From what I've seen, 2/3 of the people have landed. Some have gone on their own, while others have used the call-up order. I have a call-up order. I'm hoping someone from a wealthy island can take me there. I definitely reward them handsomely. A wealthy island? You're dreaming. Usually, these are shared with friends. What's a wealthy island? A wealthy island is one with abundant resources, a large area, and a moderate number of wild animals, around level 3, with the highest being level 4. It's safe and conducive to collecting supplies. Yes, I saw someone land on an island only 1,000 square meters. There were only chickens, snakes, and rabbits on it. So pitiful. Yeah, Bailing, our island is pretty good. The beasts are around level 3 or 4, and there are plenty of plants and trees. We even found a delicious fruit. My dad and I explored for half a day, and we've only explored less than 1/10 of it. The person who had been asking people to take us to the island quickly asked, "Really? Take me?" Yeah, Bailing didn't answer him, only saying, "We even met Lu Xingchen. Hee, my idol." The chat channel became even more lively. What? Lu Xingchen's there? That must be a good place. Yes, Lu Xingchen always finds a lot when she goes to the island. She's lucky, and the island she's on are all pretty good. Bailing, can you take me to the island? You can bring whatever supplies you want. All of a sudden, many people wanted Ye Bailing to take them to the island. Gao Dafu, really? Lu Xingchen, you're making your own fortune. Why don't you call me an old friend? I want to go too. Wei Ying, I want to go too. Wei Lin, take me, take me. Wei Feng, ditto. Wei Qing, ditto. Gu Yin, yeah, ditto. The chat room's enthusiasm waned. Hey, if Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Gu Yin go up, the island will be completely barren. Even if there's anything good to be found, there's nothing left. I'm not going. I'm not going either. Gu Yan's a murderer. What if he takes offense and kills me? I'm angry. There are only 5 of them in the Wei family. I'm not going. More people means more people fighting for supplies. If there are only 7 or 8 people on an island, then the rest of them going up would be a waste of a call-up order. It's not worth it. The rules have changed now. Regardless of day or night, a person can only stay on the island for 24 hours. After 24 hours, they'd be teleported back to the raft and can't go back up again. Generally, an island is allowed to have 2 groups of people naturally land. However, if these 2 groups were to recruit more players, there would be no limit. Even gathering 1 or 2,000 would be no problem. So, some people who couldn't find the island would promise benefits to get the islanders to recruit them. It's okay with acquaintances, but those who weren't familiar with them were still easily deceived. What if the island was empty? All they could do was chop down trees and dig up the dirt. The worst part was finding the island small. Even the trees had been cut down, leaving them with nothing to do but dig. So, the 5 members of the Wei family plus Gu Yangao and Dafu made a total of 7 people, and these 7 were exceptionally skilled fighters. No matter how large the island was, the players wouldn't be able to gain anything by coming there, so they all withdrew. Lu Xingchen asked in the commando group chat, "Are you really coming?" Wei Ying, hey, just kidding. I'm just worried there might be too many people on your island and not enough food to go around. Wei Lin, yeah, we're on the same island right now. Not bad. We continue exploring tomorrow. Gao Dafu, if they're not going, I go. Lu Xingchen, pull me over. Gu Yin, and I will grill some skewers for you. Chapter 202. Gao Dafu, Xingchen, gather me. Lu Xingchen, no, I'm going to bed soon. You want to go exploring so late at night? Gao Dafu, Well, not really. I just want to stay on your boat for a while. Gao Dafu was fascinated by Lu Xingchen's wooden boat. It was much more comfortable than his, and even more beautiful. Lu Xingchen, then wait until tomorrow. Lining was tired and needed to rest. It was late at night, and she didn't want to have anyone come to cause trouble. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered something and quickly returned the diving light to Niefeng. She had just killed the red phosphorus python and already had the diving light. Niefeng took the diving light and said hesitantly, Lu Xingchen, I gather a few teammates. Do you mind? Lu Xingchen, why would I mind? She had the freedom to gather them. She didn't occupy the island. That's what's happening now. 2 groups have landed on the island. If it's rich in resources and abundant in wildlife, both groups will call their friends, and things will get lively. Lu Xingchen had a good harvest today, and there were only a few hours left tomorrow, so there wasn't much to do anyway. Gao Dafu is also a lazy guy. He needs to sleep, and he sleep until 8 or 9, so there's no need to call him up now. Only Gu Yan, perhaps because he doesn't like to sleep and is simply bored, wants to come explore first. Lu Xingchen yawned, changed her clothes, disembarked, and summoned Gu Yan on the beach. When Gu Yan arrived, she nodded, then returned to the boat and went to sleep, a dreamless night. The next day, Lu Xingchen woke up at nearly 8 o'clock. Lining had already prepared dinner, and after Lu Xingchen finished, she went to check in at Taoyuan. Today's luck blesses the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Fortune. Remaining 3. Another fortune? Not bad, not bad. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Fortune is a higher level fortune bless, never appearing in the early stages, only appearing in the later stages. Even if it did appear once in the later stages, it would take a long time for it to appear again. She thought there wouldn't be any more fortune blessings in the near future, but unexpectedly, fortune blessings happened 2 days in a row. What good luck! What should she repair today? Oh, the whip. Yesterday, while fighting the porcupine, her whip broke, making it very inconvenient. She's going on an expedition today, so she fix it first, and deal with other things later. She immediately went to the crafting table. Damaged whip. This whip is broken and unusable. It can be repaired with fortune blessing. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Repair successful, obtaining the fine steel snake whip. Fine steel snake whip, both hard and soft, a rare and valuable weapon. Rare. Skill 1, snake dance, rapidly whips the target. Skill 2, whip to spear, instantly hardens, transforming into a long spear to strike the opponent. So good? Lu Xingchen picked up the fine steel spirit snake whip and examined it carefully. Now, the whip was different from before. The handle was a dark green and incredibly hard, while the lash was a crimson red, occasionally speckled with white patterns, resembling a beautiful spirit snake. It was very long, and with a slight swing, the whip danced as smoothly as flowing water, effortlessly swinging. Lu Xingchen wanted to try it, but it wasn't convenient on the boat, so she packed her things and disembarked with Lan Lan. Mimi was recuperating, so she wouldn't bring her today. Arriving on the island and walking a little further, Lu Xingchen came upon a large tree. The trunk was thick, its branches dense. She took out her spirit snake whip and flicked it gently, lashing it against the trunk with a snap. The trunk shook, leaving deep marks. She swung it 3 times, triggering the spirit snake dance. The whip lashed the trunk 7 or 8 times. With a bang, the tree collapsed. The harvesting was successful. 10 poplar logs were obtained and placed in her storage backpack. Lu Xingchen, not bad for the efficiency. Unfortunately, the fine steel spirit snake whip also has a durability limit, and she couldn't bear to use it to chop down trees. Reaching a large rock, Lu Xingchen picked up the spirit snake whip and thrust it hard. The whip suddenly straightened and with a bang, it penetrated the rock. Bang! The rock shattered. Lu Xingchen was surprised by the dagger-like sharp tip. With a flick, the fine steel spear transformed into a soft whip again. Lu Xingchen experimented several times, and after about half an hour, she had finally mastered the use of the fine steel spirit snake whip. She sheathed the spirit snake whip, turned in another direction, and continued forward. This time, she chose a different path, having already explored the previous one yesterday. At 8 o'clock, Gu Yan summoned Gao Dafu, and now, in the commando group chat, the 2 of them were arguing about killing wild animals. In fact, it was Gao Dafu who was the only one making noise. Lu Xingchen asked Lan Lan to explore the way, while she walked at a leisurely pace. Only in this way could she gather herbs. Yesterday's incident with Niemia's poisoning had taught Lu Xingchen the benefits of medicine. After searching for a long time, she only found some useless wild vegetables and fruits. Occasionally, she find 2 or 3 level 1 or 2 rabbits, bugs, and small animals, but she wasn't even bothered to kill them. They weren't tasty, and they couldn't drop treasure chests. Wasn't killing them just a waste of time? After another half hour of walking, Lu Xingchen stopped. She felt she must have gone in the wrong direction. This place wasn't worth exploring at all. How about changing direction? Just then, Gao Dafu shouted in the commando group chat, Lu Xingchen, Lu, Xing, Chen, did you hear me? Come on, come on. Lu Xingchen, what's up? Gao Dafu, come over here. I have beautiful golden pheasants. Lots of level 3 ones. They're beautiful and delicious. Come on. Lu Xingchen, come. She just needed feathers for arrows. Killing some golden pheasants would be better than just walking aimlessly. Gao Dafu immediately added her to the team. She looked and saw that Gao Dafu wasn't far away. If she ran faster, they would be there in about 20 minutes. As Lu Xingchen ran in that direction, a thought occurred to her. She asked Zhong Chang, is he on the island? Zhong Chang, yes. Lu Xingchen had originally wanted to call him over, but after hearing that he was on the island, she decided not to mention it. The island was overcrowded, and it might not be a good idea for him to come. She found time to send the respirator from her backpack to Zhong Chang and gave him some porcupine meat. If it weren't for Zhong Chang's speed card, she would have had a hard time killing the porcupine yesterday, and she still hadn't thanked him. She had 2 respirators, and she had just one for Zhong Chang. As Lu Xingchen sprinted, she said to Zhong Chang, give Long Long as much porcupine meat as possible. It will improve his health. Zhong Chang was deeply moved. Thank you. Zhong Chang was an honest man, always feeling that others gave him too much while he gave too little, and in such situations, he felt uneasy. So whenever he found any rare supplies, he quickly gave them to Lu Xingchen. However, he felt that Lu Xingchen's rewards were better than his own. In this guilt-ridden situation, he would give Lu Xingchen first if he found anything good. Zhong Chang was deeply grateful to Lu Xingchen, but unable to offer many sweet words. He simply continued his exploration, hoping to find some supplies Lu Xingchen could use. Lu Xingchen disagreed. She believed Zhong Chang's speed card was precious, a lifesaver. In the trading hall, there might be people selling respirators, but no one would sell speed cards. There simply weren't enough of them. Soon, Lu Xingchen found Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Xingchen. Come on, Lu Xingchen, let me show you some tricks. He then took off his boots. Lu Xingchen, Chapter 203. Gu Yin dodged, disappearing 20 meters away. Gao Dafu chuckled. Lu Xingchen, are you here to fight with me, or are you just goofing off with that shameless Gu Yin? Lu Xingchen glanced at Gao Dafu's boots, her pupils trembling. I want to watch. She swayed to Gu Yin's side. Bob's boots, how terrifying. She gave them to Gao Dafu. How could she not know? Not far from Gao Dafu stood a flock of golden pheasants. Some were at the 2nd level, some at the 1st, and some already at the 3rd level. Their feathers were all beautiful. Some were leisurely foraging in the grass, while others soared into the trees. Gao Dafu took off his boots and rushed to the flock of golden pheasants. He suddenly pressed a button and shouted excitedly, come on, biological weapons, bang! Lu Xingchen watched as the boots banged and a thick green mist erupted. The mist spread rapidly, covering a 10-meter radius in less than a second. Cluck, cluck, cluck! From the fog came the painful, panicked cries of the golden pheasants. The pheasants scattered. But as soon as they emerged from the fog, their steps became unsteady, they stumbled, their eyes wide open. Gao Dafu let out a strange cry in the fog. The fog quickly dissipated, leaving behind a field of weakened golden pheasants. It was okay. Most of these pheasants were level 1 or 2. Level 3 pheasants were more agile and faster. Even so, 7 or 8 level 3 pheasants fell to the ground. Gao Dafu took out a knife and, with a crackling sound, began to harvest the pheasants. Lu Xingchen didn't dare to go over. She remembered that after Babu's boots activated the skill, it would be effective within 10 minutes. Gu Yin remained motionless, presumably understanding. Lu Xingchen, why don't you go in and try it? Gu Yin, I did. Lu Xingchen looked at him in surprise. What was the result? Gu Yin, I believe it. Lu Xingchen was puzzled for a moment, then instantly understood. Gu Yin, initially skeptical, went in to try it. The result, surely bad, was undeniable, so he believed it and never dared to go in again. Lu Xingchen wasn't that curious, she just watched. Over 10 minutes passed, and she didn't move. Gao Dafu came over, carrying 2 frail golden pheasants, and asked triumphantly, "How are you? Am I cool? Am I handsome?" Lu Xingchen, awful. She took a step back. Gao Dafu was delighted. We divide the golden pheasants into 3 portions later, 1 for each person. I'm being generous, haha. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Gao Dafu, roasted chicken is the best. I'd be roasting it soon. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. It's all smoked up. Who would dare eat it? She knew the smell of Babu's boots. After smelling it once, she never wanted to experience it again. Eating roasted chicken smoked with that smell? No, no, no. She couldn't handle it. In a short while, Gao Dafu harvested a pile of golden pheasants. He dissected them, and wanted to give them to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen only wanted the feathers. Gu Yan suddenly took off, heading in one direction. Gao Dafu, confused, shouted, "Hey, stop! Don't move! Don't open the box!" He rushed over. Gu Yan had already picked up a small box and held it in his hand. Gao Dafu was anxious. "What are you opening? Don't you have any idea? Besides, I made this box, let me open it." Gu Yan frowned. "You open mine." Gao Dafu, "I can open something good for you." Gu Yan, "You've opened 3 of my doors today." Gao Dafu, "So what? I prescribed you a respirator, didn't I?" Gu Yan looked down at the box. "I open it." Gao Dafu pressed down on the box. "No." Gu Yan, "Okay." Gao Dafu, "No." Lu Xingchen walked over, and saw the 2 of them arguing. She had no intention of trying to stop the fight, and continued walking. Over there was a flock of golden pheasants, all uncontaminated. She planned to kill a few and stew some chicken for Lin Ying. Gao Dafu grabbed her. "Lu Xingchen, tell me, who should open this box?" Lu Xingchen, "I don't care." She didn't want to get involved. Gao Dafu, unable to snatch the item from Gu Yan, grew anxious. "Gu Yan, after all these attempts, you still haven't given up? That's just how you are, okay? You're the unworthy, the king of unworthy. The very best." Gao Dafu, "No one else is as noble as you." Lu Xingchen, eager to watch the fun, asked, "He's so noble, why don't you open a box for him?" Gao Dafu turned around, looking at Lu Xingchen with a mixture of laughter and tears. "Auntie, please stop getting angry, okay?" Lu Xingchen, "Haha, I'm leaving." After taking 2 steps, she heard Gao Dafu let out a deafening howl. Gao Dafu, I'm so pissed. You had to open it, you had to open it. Look, what did you come up with?" Gao Dafu, "How come you can come up with anything?" Lu Xingchen turned around. "What is it?" Gao Dafu was holding something in shock, a tattered object. It looked like a watch, maybe? The case was rotten, and several metal pieces were sticking out. Gao Dafu, "What the hell is this?" Gu Yan, "You get used to it." Gao Dafu was indignant. "No, I'm not used to it. If I were to open it, I might get a diving suit, a breathing mask, flippers, weapon blueprints." Lu Xingchen joked. "Think about it, you might only get 20 pieces of wood." Gu Yan immediately made a move. "Alright, 20 pieces of wood back." Gao Dafu was amused. He held up the worn watch strap and pretended to throw it. Alright, open the box if you like." Lu Xingchen quickly stopped him. "No, give this to me. I make a box for Gu Yan to open later. My luck might be turning today. I urgently need Gu Yan's junk." Gao Dafu snorted. "Isn't it all because of you?" Lu Xingchen was surprised. "It's none of my business, I was just passing by." Gao Dafu sighed. "Gu Yan thinks you're lucky, and with you around, he wanted to see if he could borrow your good fortune and get something real." Lu Xingchen looked innocent. "Didn't you ask me to come?" Gao Dafu deflated. "That's right." Lu Xingchen, "How about I leave?" Gao Dafu, "No, it's just fun, and more people make it more fun." Gao Dafu didn't really care about gains and losses. He casually gave Lu Xingchen a third of the golden pheasants he killed. He just enjoyed opening boxes. Every time he did, he felt like he was possessed by a lucky guy. Every time Gu Yan wasted a box, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. But soon, he forgot everything and happily went to roast the chicken. Lu Xingchen put the tattered watch back into her storage backpack and said to Gao Dafu, "Wait. I go kill some golden pheasants." She didn't want to eat smoked golden pheasants. She also wanted to continue testing the spirit snake whip. Lu Xingchen walked over to the flock of golden pheasants, swung the spirit snake whip, and began the fight. This time, she felt noticeably more relaxed. Although the golden pheasants were level 3, their attack power was average, making them easy to kill. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Xingchen had killed 5 level 3 golden pheasants. as well as 2 mutated level 3 golden pheasants. While killing a level 3 golden pheasant, a small box dropped from it. Lu Xingchen waved and said to Gao Dafu, "This box is for you." In her experience, the treasure chests dropped by level 3 beasts were not high level, and generally only had a small chance of containing ocean exploration equipment. She now had enough gear for ocean exploration, only the junk was missing. Under Lu Xingchen's eager gaze, Gu Yan approached and, with a snap, opened the box. Chapter 204. After opening the box, a hint of a smile appeared on Gu Yan's icy face. Gao Dafu became excited. "What? What did you get?" Gu Yan pulled out 20 pieces of wood, intact and clean, without a single scratch. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, Gu Yan, not bad. Gao Dafu gritted his teeth, not bad at all. Gu Yan frowned. "Don't you sometimes get 20 pieces of wood?" Gao Dafu, "This is Lu Xingchen's box." Lu Xingchen was also disappointed. This wasn't what she wanted. After getting 20 pieces of wood, except for the usually icy Gu Yan, who was happy, Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu were both a little depressed. Lu Xingchen quickly recovered and waved her hand. "Don't worry, let's continue." The group continued to move forward. Afterwards, there was nothing else to see. Not even a tier 3 golden pheasant could be found. There seemed to be signs of someone else's movements. Lu Xingchen knew this must be Niefeng's group. "Lu Xingchen, let's change direction." The group walked a bit, and a mountain appeared before them. It was a very high peak, with no path, but they should be able to climb it by clinging to the rocks. Gao Dafu was eager to try. "Let's climb the mountain." Lu Xingchen nodded, "Sure." She had even visited the Dragon Wall hot springs on the previous peak. Perhaps there would be a surprise up there. Gu Yan had no objection, and the three of them climbed the mountain, clinging to the rocks. After about half an hour, they finally reached the summit. The summit was small, barely wide enough for 3 people to stand. A jagged stone pillar stood atop it, about 2 people tall and very thin, its base less than a meter high. "There's no way to climb this far." Lu Xingchen wanted to leave, but Gao Dafu leaned against a stone pillar, making a yes sign with his hands, and excitedly said, "Come on, take a picture for me. I've never climbed a mountain this high before." "Lu Xingchen, is this high?" Gao Dafu, "I'm so fat. Do you think I've climbed a mountain before? Not to mention, I'm in much better shape now. I can climb for half an hour, and only need to catch my breath." Gao Dafu, "Don't just stand there. Take a picture. We take a group picture later." Lu Xingchen, Gu Yan chuckled, ignored Gao Dafu, and turned to walk down the mountain. Lu Xingchen reluctantly took his picture. Gao Dafu glanced at it, unsatisfied, and went back to posing. He leaned back hard, pressing against the stone pillar, his hands spread wide, his eyes fixed on the sky. Come on, this pose is even cooler." Lu Xingchen opened the screen again, taking a screenshot while saying, "You're so nosy. This is the last time." Gao Dafu pushed back. Come on. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the stone pillar behind him collapsed, practically breaking at its base, and tumbling down the cliff. Gao Dafu, who was leaning against it, didn't notice and fell backward. Lu Xingchen, busy taking pictures, tried to save him, but was too late. Gao Dafu fell with a thud, nowhere to be seen. Lu Xingchen quickly closed the screen and rushed over. There was no trace of Gao Dafu. At her feet, there was a pitch-black hole. The stone pillar was actually empty. Gao Dafu's voice echoed from the cave below. "Ah, it hurts." "Ouch. What is that?" "Don't bite me." "Ah, it hurts." "Gu Yan, Lu Xingchen, help." Hearing the noise, Gu Yan also rushed up. Lu Xingchen threw several torches down and took out the night-shining pearl. It wasn't too deep down. Gao Dafu howled. Who threw that?" "It hit me." Gu Yan leaped down with a leap. Lu Xingchen checked the depth, thought for a moment, and then took out a rope. She tied one end to a nearby rock and, holding the other, jumped in. "Otherwise, we'd be stuck." Gao Dafu slumped on the ground, holding 2 torches. Gu Yan's figure flashed, as if battling something. Lu Xingchen jumped down and took in the surroundings. It was a stone passage, about 2 or 3 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters high. Gu Yan was battling a large spider, temporarily gaining the upper hand. Using a soft whip here was inconvenient, so Lu Xingchen used her whip-to-spear skill to help Gu Yan kill the spider. After killing the spider, the 2 of them went to see Gao Dafu. At this time, Gao Dafu also stood up. 2 small bloodstains on his legs had turned black. Lu Xingchen frowned. "Is the spider poisonous?" Gao Dafu grumbled, pulling out a small bottle of potion and pouring it down his throat. It's poisonous. Luckily I brought enough life-saving supplies. Lu Xingchen asked in surprise. Antidote? Gao Dafu, yes, he said proudly. I opened the box and found 3. Hey Lu Xingchen, how about I give you one? Lu Xingchen shook his head. No need. She also had detoxification powder. Gao Dafu was quite lucky to have been able to prescribe an antidote. But then again, with his ability, he was almost unlucky enough to not be alive today. After drinking the antidote, Gao Dafu became energetic again. Let's go, let's see if there's any treasure in the cave. Lu Xingchen left a torch at the cave entrance, holding up the night pearl. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan each held a torch, making the cave much brighter. The group walked in, and after a few steps, a swarm of poisonous spiders rushed over. The passage couldn't accommodate 3 people simultaneously, so Gao Dafu immediately retreated, holding 2 torches. Gu Yan discarded his torch, drew his long sword, and charged forward. Lu Xingchen also put away the night pearl and attacked the spiders with his whip. Gu Yan was formidable, so Lu Xingchen only needed to assist him. Quickly, the spiders were completely wiped out. Disintegrate the poisonous spider to obtain 1 venom sac. Lu Xingchen was surprised. The spider only gave her the venom sac, and nothing else? But then again, spider meat isn't very tasty, is it? She disintegrated the spiders along the way, obtaining numerous venom sacs. Knowing she needed them, Gu Yan gave them all to her. Gao Dafu looked at the cavern with disappointment. Gone? Just like that? Not even a treasure chest? Gao Dafu, how is that possible? Gao Dafu, I'm incredibly lucky, and Lu Xingchen is lucky too. Could it be that you, Gu Yan, delayed us? Gu Yan and Lu Xingchen ignored him, both carefully examining the cavern. The cavern wasn't actually large, just a 7 or 8 meter passageway, and a cavern no more than 10 meters in diameter. The walls were all stone, with a few small rocks scattered on the ground. Besides that, there wasn't much else. Lu Xingchen's hand touched the stone walls. They were cool, smooth, and sometimes angular. Huh? Found high-grade marcasite. Should we mine it? Lu Xingchen immediately took out his pickaxe and began digging. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, on the other side, also made a discovery and dug furiously with his pickaxe. Gao Dafu, what are you doing? Gu Yan, come over here digging. Lu Xingchen, high-grade marcasite. Gao Dafu was excited, and the 3 of them each found a spot and began digging. High-grade marcasite requires a high-grade pickaxe. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan both had them, but Lu Xingchen's pickaxe was a rare grade, crafted during a period of peak luck. Today, she finally had a place to use her skills. She was the fastest, faster than both Gu Yan and Gao Dafu. The 3 of them were working against the clock, when suddenly, Lu Xingchen heard Lan Lan's curse. Get away, you bastard. If you dare come this way, I scratch you to death. Chapter 205. Lan Lan is here? What's out there? Lu Xingchen immediately put away his pickaxe and started to climb up. Suddenly, Lan Lan's exasperated voice came from above. You bastard! How dare you lie to me? A man's voice said, Hey, everyone, get down first. I'm going to play with this little bird. Plop, plop. Several people jumped down. At the same time, the man above screamed, Ah my! Lan Lan's triumphant voice echoed, I told you to trap me, bah, you blind bastard, one-eyed dragon. Lu Xingchen hurried out. After a few steps, he encountered 3 people coming towards him. The leader was Nie Feng. He was followed by 2 others. One was Nie Bailing, and the other was younger, no more than 20 years old. His arms were bare, revealing his toned muscles. He had a tattoo on his left arm and looked formidable. Lu Xingchen frowned at the narrow encounter. Nie Feng was stunned for a moment. Lu Xingchen? Why are you here? Lu Xingchen, worried about Lan Lan, called out, Lan Lan, how are you? Lan Lan's arrogant voice echoed, What can I do? Do you think I've ever been here? I'm so powerful. Ha, so stubborn. However, Lan Lan is very powerful. Nie Feng and the others probably wouldn't be able to hurt it. Lu Xingchen blocked the 3 people's path and asked coldly, Isn't there a rope up there? What's going on? Did you know there were people? Nie Feng quickly explained, Sorry, Lu Xingchen, I didn't realize it, I just came down to check. The tattooed young man in his 20s behind him was displeased. What? This mine is yours? Just because you're here, no one else can come? Nie Feng quickly turned around. Zhou Jin, stop talking nonsense. Since there's someone here, let's get out. Zhou Jin looked inside, and immediately saw the marcasite. he exclaimed in surprise. High-grade marcasite. Uncle Nya, we're rich. Nya Bailing also saw it. Is there really marcasite? Lu Xingchen, yes, but we found it. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Jin, didn't we find it too? So, we can each dig our own way, and not interfere with each other. Nya Bailing, yes, Sister Xingchen, we won't steal yours. We just dig a little here. Gu Yin flashed in front of Lu Xingchen, touched his long sword coldly, and said, try it. He had killed so many people, and his murderous aura was so strong that even when he appeared, it could send a shiver through the air. The murderous intent was so chilling. The 30-something man, Zhou Jin, and Nya Bailing all took several steps back. Only Nya Feng managed to stand firm in front. He quickly said, excuse me, we leave now. Almost without confirmation, they all guessed it was Gu Yan. Gu Yan's aura was so strong, and his reputation so immense, that no one dared to say anything. They climbed up the rope in dejected descent. Lu Xingchen, worried about Lan Lan, followed him up. At the top, a man, probably about 27 or 28, was clutching his right eye, blood oozing out. He huddled under a rock, trembling. From above, Lan Lan cursed, you bastard, come out. Come out if you dare. Bah, one-eyed dragon. The young man saw Nya Feng and said in a trembling voice, Uncle Nya, that bird is too powerful. My eye is ruined. Nya Feng sighed, let's go. Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. Did you hurt my pet? Nya Bailing sensed something was wrong. Sister, that's your pet. So beautiful. We didn't hurt it. Look, it was the one that hurt our people. Gao Dafu, nonsense. You couldn't hurt it. He squeezed forward. Who told you to mess with it? You deserve it. Lan Lan is such a docile bird. If it weren't pushed hard, would it have scratched anyone? Gu Yin stood behind him, his face filled with impatience. Kill it! Nya Feng was startled. Bailing, give Zhang Cheng a golden healing herb. Let's get out of here. Lu Xingchen waved, and Lan Lan flew down. Lu Xingchen carefully examined Lan Lan, and found her unharmed, and he felt relieved. Lan Lan boasted proudly, that guy had a net that completely trapped me. Luckily, I was clever enough to get out. Huh? I'm afraid of him? Net? Lu Xingchen frowned and said to Zhang Cheng, who was about to leave, you used a net to catch my pet? Zhang Cheng turned back, his face filled with anger. Didn't your pet peck out my eyes too? Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. You attacked me, didn't you? Without Lu Xingchen's orders, Lan Lan might curse, but she wouldn't attack. Zhang Cheng felt a little guilty. How would I know it was your pet? He was very fond of Lan Lan, and wanted to catch her. If it had known it was Lu Xingchen's pet, it wouldn't have dared to do that. Lu Xingchen swung his whip, and the bright red spirit snake whip lashed out at Zhang Cheng, shouting, bring out the net. The spirit snake whip was incredibly powerful, crimson as blood, leaving a deep wound on Zhang Cheng's body, and blood gushed out. Zhang Cheng shuddered in pain, and took several steps back in fear. Just now, the whip had struck with such swiftness that he had no way of dodging it. Zhang Cheng looked to Nya Feng, and Nya Bailing for help. Uncle Nya. Nya Feng was also a bit embarrassed. Lu Xingchen didn't want to waste time on the conversation, and lashed out with the whip again, this time hitting Zhang Cheng's leg. Zhang Cheng screamed in pain, and fell to his knees, bleeding profusely. Lu Xingchen shouted, bring it out. This time, Zhang Cheng couldn't dodge it either, and his fear deepened. In fact, even though Lu Xingchen was famous, and everyone knew she was powerful, because she was a girl, everyone just assumed she was lucky, and even if her fighting skills were outstanding, it wouldn't matter. When Zhang Cheng first met Lu Xingchen, he had been somewhat dismissive. Now, he was filled with only deep fear. Lu Xingchen could easily kill him. Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate, and quickly produced a net. Here you go. Lu Xingchen whipped the net over with a flick of his whip. Without even a close look, he ripped it to shreds, and swung it to the right, sending it careening off the cliff. She had no shortage of such low-level weapons. She simply wanted to teach Zhang Cheng a lesson. She sheathed her whip, not even glancing at the other three, and leaped back into the mine. Gao Dafu rolled his eyes at the three and jumped back as well. Zhang Cheng, struck twice by the whip, was in excruciating pain. Trembling, he applied the gold medicine to the wounds, a mixture of fear and resentment filling his heart. Zhou Jin couldn't help but ask, why is Lu Xingchen so overbearing? Nya Bailing sighed. I didn't expect it. I thought she was powerful and kind, and I even idolized her. Guess I was wrong. Nya Feng frowned. All right, we were wrong in the first place. Nya Feng was annoyed. They heard a rumbling noise from the other side, and, feeling strange, climbed up the mountain to investigate. They found a cave beneath the collapsed mountaintop. Seeing the rope, he hesitated, fearing someone might be inside. He wondered how many people Lu Xingchen had summoned, and whether they were all together. But Nie Bailing, Zhang Cheng, and Zhou Jin all thought it was nothing. They thought they should go in and take a look. Maybe there wasn't anyone there. Even if there was, they could just excuse themselves and come out. So, they decided to descend. Just then, Lan Lan arrived. Nie Feng hesitated again, but before he could say anything, Zhang Cheng had already pulled out a net, trapped Lan Lan, and told them to go down and investigate. Zhou Jin and Nie Bailing jumped down without hesitation. Fearing for Nie Bailing, Nie Feng followed. Sure enough, Lu Xingchen and her friends were inside. Nie Feng had a simple idea. Even if he ran into Lu Xingchen, he could just talk to her and then retreat. But how had it gotten to this point? Chapter 206. Nie Feng left with a heavy heart. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin had returned to the mine, continuing to dig for high-grade marcasite. After a while, the high-grade marcasite was gone. It was a small mine. They left the mine, packed up their belongings, and headed down the mountain, continuing their aimless exploration. After walking for a while, seeing it was already noon, Gao Dafu stopped walking and took out the grill to start grilling skewers. Lu Xingchen's face changed. What are you grilling? Gao Dafu, roast chicken. Didn't we get a lot of golden pheasant? Lu Xingchen declined. I don't want that. I grill something else. She couldn't eat the golden pheasant smoked by Babu's boots. She and Lenning ordered some pickled porcupine meat and lamb skewers. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin grilled skewers, not letting Lu Xingchen work at all. Lu Xingchen simply sat down beside them and opened the chat screen. The chat room was still bustling with activity. Wow, Nie Feng, you've got a wonderful daughter. Not only did she get a breathing mask, but she also got a deep-sea vest. Now you can explore the sea. Nie Feng, haha, Bailing's always had the best luck. Zhou Jin, I'm impressed too. Haha, it's all thanks to Bailing. Zhou Jin, hey, Bailing's singing is so beautiful. She's truly a soul singer with a heavenly voice. Haha, Nie Feng picked a great name. Bailing, isn't it just because she has a beautiful voice? Nie Feng, not really, she's worked hard. Zhou Jin, I studied with Master Nie for a while. Bailing is my junior schoolmate. Her greatest skill isn't singing, but martial arts. Of course, he's a martial arts champion, we know. Lu Xingchen couldn't see any other useful information, and simply closed the chat screen. The barbecue was ready, and the three of them had a delicious meal. Afterward, Gao Dafu packed up the grill and burped. Hey, if I had brought a bed, I could have taken a nap. Ugh, I get sleepy after eating. Lu Xingchen, you get sleepy after eating, maybe you have diabetes. Gu Yin, no medicine. Lu Xingchen, yeah, there shouldn't be any diabetes medication in the game, right? I haven't seen any in ages. Gu Yin, it's over. Lu Xingchen burst into laughter. Well, if you keep this up, Gao Dafu, you're done. Gao Dafu was at a loss for words. That's enough, you two. I just need a nap. Look at you two being so sarcastic. Let's go explore. Let's keep exploring. Gu Yin and Lu Xingchen definitely weren't taking a nap. After all this trouble, Gao Dafu wasn't sleepy anymore, and the three of them continued on their journey. After passing through a large forest, they arrived at a clearing, and ahead was another sparse patch of wood. Gao Dafu dejectedly said, it's all just trees, low-grade wood at that. It's useless. Lu Xingchen, why is it useless? Expand the raft. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard from the front. Nie Bailing, Nie Feng, and Zhou Jin came running out in a panic. Each of them was injured. Nie Bailing had a bruised arm, Zhou Jin had a slight limp, and Nie Feng's back was covered in blood. In panic, the men ran and retreated. Moo! With a deafening roar, a massive bull rushed out. The bull was enormous, about 3 or 4 meters tall, its hide pitch black. Its head bore 2 massive silver horns, curving forward, their tips sharp like scimitars, stained with blood. It ran, making a resounding thump-thump sound. Its eyes were red, as it angrily pursued Nie Feng and the others. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu all saw the bull's profile. Tier 5 Silverhorn Savage Bull. Tier 5 Beast, incredibly ferocious, its attack power doubles when frenzied, and it possesses special abilities. Tier 5. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, and Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Gu Yin rushed forward without a word, his long sword flashing with a cold gleam as he slashed at the bull's neck. Nie Feng and the others were delighted to see them, and stopped, sitting on the ground, catching their breath. They were exhausted. Lu Xingchen glanced at them. Is this wild bull yours? If so, should we get out of the way? Nie Feng waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. Thank you, thank you. Lu Xingchen said seriously, you need to explain clearly. Nie Feng paused for a moment and quickly said, we can't hurt it in the slightest. Lu Xingchen, you can kill it. We won't interfere. Nie Bailing nodded. Yes, Sister Xingchen, we're not unreasonable people. Zhou Jin's expression changed. We won't steal it. Lu Xingchen nodded, took out his feather arrows, drew his bow, and shot. Swish, swish, swish. 3 feather arrows shot towards the wild bull. Pa, pa, pa! The arrows struck the bull, falling back as if hitting a wall, leaving only a barely noticeable white mark on its body. What a strong defense. Lu Xingchen took out his swift flying feather arrows. Swish. He shot forward with a swift jerk. Puff. The swift flying feather arrow lodged firmly in the barbarian bull's back. The bull merely yelped, unconcerned. It was a massive beast, so this small injury was nothing. Lu Xingchen sneered. Soon, this barbarian bull would realize its power. The swift flying feather arrow had the effect of profuse bleeding. It was no small feat. Ordinary feather arrows were useless, so Lu Xingchen simply sheathed his bow and arrows, took out his spirit snake whip, and joined the fray. Gao Dafu also attacked with a haphazard array of weapons, switching from one to the next, none of which proved effective, leaving him sweating profusely. However, Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan were more than enough. Lu Xingchen had just switched to his handy spirit snake whip, while Gu Yan's strength was ridiculously high. In about 20 minutes, the two of them had the absolute upper hand. The barbarian bull was already sluggish from fatigue. Of course, the swift-flying feather arrow also had a bonus effect. A few minutes later, the barbarian bull collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gu Yan stepped aside, signaling Lu Xingchen to dissect the bull, as it was Lu Xingchen who inflicted the fatal blow that ultimately killed it. Nie Feng and the others sat nearby, watching with awe. They too knew the strength of Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan. Now, even Zhou Jin had fallen silent. Lu Xingchen walked over. Dissect the 5th level silverhorn bull to obtain 20 pieces of beef, 2 bull horns, 2 bull hides, and 2 bull tendons. Lu Xingchen, I was furious. For such a large bull, why were they giving me 20 pieces of meat? Excessive. If Gu Yan and Gao Dafu hadn't trusted me, anyone else would have thought I was being greedy. Lu Xingchen showed Gu Yan and Gao Dafu what he had dissected, and they both nodded. Gu Yan, 1 for each of us. Gao Dafu said weakly, what about me? Gu Yan, what do you think? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, well, let's split the beef evenly between the 3 of us. There are only 2 portions for the other things, so Gu Yan and I have to split them. Gao Dafu happily received the beef. Where the wild bull's corpse had been, a treasure chest appeared. Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen exchanged glances. Who's going to open it? Chapter 207. They naturally ignored Gu Yan. Gao Dafu rubbed his hands together, eager to fight. No, let me do it. Let me, the top-tier European player, do it. Lu Xingchen, no, I want to open it too. Gao Dafu, then. Rock, paper, scissors? Lu Xingchen, okay. A few seconds later, Lu Xingchen walked towards the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, he received 1 breathing mask, 1 deep-sea vest, and 1 silver hornbow blueprint, rare. Lu Xingchen showed these 3 items to the 2 people. The 3 people sitting nearby saw it, and their eyes widened in surprise. Nie Feng, isn't a box supposed to only give you 1 piece of ocean exploration equipment? How? How did you get 2? Zhou Jin, and a rare weapon blueprint. What good luck. Nie Bailing, is it because it's a level 5 beast? Lu Xingchen smiled disapprovingly. When she killed a level 5 red phosphorus python before, she gotten 4 pieces of ocean exploration equipment plus 2 equipment blueprints. How much is that? Gao Dafu and Gu Yan were also delighted. Gao Dafu, great, great. Which one do you want, Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen directly took the silver hornbow weapon blueprint and asked, is that okay? Gao Dafu was overjoyed. Of course, we don't need bows and arrows. Haha, I have a respirator, so we can go into the sea. Gu Yan, here's your deep sea vest. The 3 of them quickly divided the supplies. Lu Xingchen checked the time, I'm leaving. By then, Nie Bailing and Nie Feng's time had also come. They had been teleported back, leaving only Zhou Jin behind. After waiting for a while, 24 hours had passed since Lu Xingchen landed on the island. She flashed back to the wooden boat. This day had been truly rewarding. She had a lot to do. She needed to craft a leather jacket and pants from the skin of a red phosphorus python, and a rare silver horn bow from the silver horns and hide of a wild bull. And most importantly, a chance for good fortune. She now had 3 things she needed to repair: a computer, a bone, and the tattered watchband she just acquired today. Lin Ying was circling the rabbit hutch. After a few turns, she felt bored and began packing again. There were only a few things on the boat, so it would take only a moment to finish. She had nothing to do again. Lu Xingchen had an idea. She should fix the computer first. Perhaps she could create a TV series to entertain Lin Ying. Thinking of this, she pulled the computer from her gym bag, along with a pile of scattered keyboards, and went to the crafting station. Broken computer. This computer, transported through a portal to another time and space, was damaged by electromagnetic interference. It can be repaired with a chance for good fortune. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Repair successful, obtaining a supercomputer. Remaining number of chances for good fortune: 1. A flash of white light appeared before Lu Xingchen, and the damaged computer vanished. A tablet, about the size of an iPad, with a single screen, appeared before him. Lu Xingchen tapped it, and a search box appeared with the text: Supercomputer, Infinite Space, all Blue Star film and television resources updated, other features coming soon. All film and television resources? So powerful. Huge storage capacity, but then again, it's infinite space. Lu Xingchen was satisfied. Wasn't that what it wanted? Film and television? For Grandma. But there were other features? I wondered what they were. She thought for a moment and said, Peking opera. Swish. Rows of famous Peking opera pieces she had searched for appeared. As expected, they could be voice-activated. Lu Xingchen casually opened Taijun Farewell to the Emperor, one of Grandma Lin Ying's favorites. As the music started, Lin Ying immediately ran over, surprised and asking, Xingxing, where are you from? Lu Xingchen smiled, Grandma, you have something to do now. However, the screen is a bit small for an elderly person. Spotting a projection icon nearby, Lu Xingchen tapped it. Swish! A huge white screen appeared 7 or 8 meters in front of her, showing the very song she had requested. It was almost the size of a movie screen. Lin Ying was startled. Lu Xingchen looked down and saw that the screen size, width, and perspective could all be adjusted, practically expanding and shrinking infinitely. Amazing. Furthermore, once the screen is set up, it can be controlled by voice anytime, anywhere. No need to stand next to the supercomputer. Lu Xingchen had almost mastered it, so she taught Lin Ying. It was simple, voice control, and the voice recognition was accurate, no repetition required. In a short while, Lin Ying mastered it. However, Lin Ying only listened to a short while before turning off the computer. Back home, she was so busy that she barely touched the ground. Even though she had some free time here, she didn't want to waste it. Lu Xingchen went on adventures every day, and she didn't know how dangerous it was. How could she just sit there and watch TV? She had to find a way to help her. Lu Xingchen didn't know any of this. After repairing the supercomputer, she went on to do other things. Another lucky break. There was only a dirty bone and a watchband of unknown use. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingchen chose the dirty bone. What if this was a weapon? Unknown bone. It looks ordinary, yet extraordinary. Why didn't you throw it away? Are you still hoping for a miracle? It can be repaired using time. Do you want to repair it? Yes. The repair was successful, and a mermaid bone was obtained. It seems to be the bone of a mermaid. Anyone know what it's good for? Should I throw it away? The bone had changed, becoming clean, like white jade, and felt very textured in the hand. It was slightly thinner and slightly curved. Lu Xingchen thought it might have been cleaned of dirt, revealing its true appearance. She examined it for a long time, unsure of its use, so she simply put it back into her storage backpack. Next, she took out the blueprints for a leather jacket and pants. Red phosphorus leather jacket blueprint. A leather jacket made from red phosphorus python skin. It's delicate and soft, feels like nothing is wearing it, and can be worn as an inner layer. It grants a +3 to constitution, a +5 to poison resistance, and a +2 to strength. Special effect. Unafraid of deep sea pressure, increases underwater speed by 2. Required materials. Red phosphorus python leather X1. Craft it? Lu Xingchen looked at it again and again, pleasantly surprised. It's indeed a level 5 exotic beast. Just look at the blueprints they provided, how impressive. And, perhaps because it's an amphibious beast, it also increases underwater speed. Amazing. Already, Some players have obtained diving suits, and those only increase speed by 2 points. Her red phosphorus leather suit is practically equivalent to a diving suit. Not bad, not bad. Yes. Crafting success. Red phosphorus leather jacket. Lu Xingchen looked at the red phosphorus leather jacket in his hand. It was a tight-fitting piece of leather, soft and delicate to the touch, extremely elastic, and incredibly thin. When he took it away, it was just a soft, thin ball. The leather jacket was a brilliant red, very beautiful. Lu Xingchen fondled it for a moment, then reached for the red phosphorus leather pants blueprint. Red phosphorus leather pants blueprint. Leather pants made from red phosphorus python hide. Delicate and soft, they feel like nothing is wearing them, and can be worn as an inner layer. They increase constitution by 3, poison resistance by 5, and strength by 2. Special effects, unafraid of deep sea pressure, and increase underwater speed by 2. Required materials, 1 red phosphorus python hide. Craft, the pants have the same properties as the clothing. Combined, these two add 4 points of speed, 2 more than a diving suit. It also adds extra strength, poison resistance, and deep sea pressure resistance. With this, why would I need a diving suit? I even save on a deep sea vest. Lu Xingchen, yes. Crafting success. Red phosphorus leather pants. Like the leather jacket, the red phosphorus leather pants are a thin, lightweight piece. Lu Xingchen took the jacket and pants back inside, changed, and emerged. She was wearing the leather jacket and pants, the red tightly hugging her body, making her look even more nimble and agile. Lu Xingchen was a little unaccustomed to it. How should I put it? It really feels like nothing. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. I can't wait to get in the water and try it out. Suddenly, a screen popped up. G23 wants to talk to you. Do you agree? Chapter 208. G23? Lu Xingchen immediately said, agreed. G23's voice rang out. Lu Xingchen, Babu's gone. Come to Red Island quickly. Remember to bring the treasure-seeking orb. Earlier, Mimi and Lon Lon had given their level-up venison to 49. To thank them, G23 had given Lu Xingchen a treasure-seeking orb. With it, she could find the elixir that would level up Lon Lon and Mimi. He also told her to wait until Babu was gone before coming. Lu Xingchen hadn't been able to catch up. Lu Xingchen asked, so urgent? G23, yes, the situation has changed. Babu doesn't usually leave Red Island anymore. This time, he's out on something. He might be gone all day, or just a few hours. Come quickly. Lu Xingchen hesitated. G23, if you don't come this time, you don't know when Babu will be able to leave next time. Come. Lu Xingchen, okay. The two hung up. Lu Xingchen had heard from Ji Ershizan that Red Island was the island Babu gave to his youngest son, Bashisan. Babu wasn't usually there, but why was he so often there now? Lu Xingchen couldn't figure it out, and she didn't have time to think. She had to hurry. It was already possible to encounter a level 5 spirit beast. Lon Lon and Mimi were a bit struggling. They desperately needed to level up. After packing up, Lu Xingchen returned to her room and donned her invincible set. Indeed, the leather jacket and pants could be worn as an inner layer, adding to their stats. She checked her profile. ID, XY90056. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 13 plus 5 plus 2. Agility, 16 plus 5. Const, 12 plus 5 plus 3. Poison resistance, 10. Occupation, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. Lu Xingchen put Lon Lon and Mimi, who had recovered, into the pet bag and gave Lin Ying a summon card, telling her to summon her immediately if necessary. Then, she took out the Red Island landing order. Do you want to use the Red Island landing order? Usable times, 1. Yes. Swish. With a flash, she stood on the land of Red Island. Red Island remained the same as before, unchanged. Lu Xingchen stood there, having just taken out the treasure-hunting orb, when G23 and G49 appeared from nowhere. Lu Xingchen immediately pulled a basket of strawberries from his backpack and handed it to G49. 49 was overjoyed, eating the strawberries with Lon Lon and Mime. G23, let's hurry, come. Lu Xingchen, okay. Luckily, this treasure-hunting orb had no time limit. Otherwise, like the first one, it could only be used after 9 p.m., and she would have had to wait a long time again. Treasure Seeker Orb, valid for 3 hours. Do you want to use it? Yes. The Treasure Seeker Orb soared upwards, stopping at about 2 people's height, emitting a faint glow. Even in the daylight, it was still very conspicuous. The treasure seeker orb spun a few times before flying in one direction. There were many high-level animals on Red Indian Island, but the treasure seeker orb usually took the smaller paths. Even if they weren't, the area around them wasn't too dangerous. It was quite considerate. Lu Xingchen and the others followed suit. The treasure seeker orb drifted slowly toward the small wooden villa in the center of Red Indian Island. It flew into the courtyard. Lu Xingchen hesitated. She wondered if anyone was inside. If it was Babu's son or grandson, she wondered if she could defeat them. G23 was also a little surprised. After a moment's thought, she pushed G49, who was enjoying her strawberries, and said, "You, go in and see if there's anyone there." G49 wiped her mouth, pushed open the wooden door, and stomped inside. Not at all afraid. Because Lu Xingchen and the others weren't leaving, Sun Bao was still hovering above the villa courtyard, waiting for them. A moment later, G49 came back, clattering, saying, "Sister, there's only the youngest one." G23, Ba 13. G49, "Well, he's sleeping." G23 paused. "Why don't you try to wake him up?" G49, "Okay." He stomped back out again. Lu Xingchen couldn't help herself. "Is it okay to always let the little kid go on adventures?" she asked. "What if Ba Shursen wakes up?" G23 smiled slyly. "How about I let 49 go?" "Don't worry, 49 is lovable. Everyone in the Babu family loves him, and won't do anything to him. Even Babu, though he only looks mean, is actually very kind to him." She gave Lu Xingchen an enigmatic smile. "Thanks for letting him eat venison last time. He's leveled up, haha, and even more lovable." Is G49 a group favorite? No wonder. 49 is so cute and well-behaved. She habitually feeds him when she sees him. This little guy has some talent. Thinking about it, it's no wonder G23 always pushes 49 out whenever anything related to the Babu family comes up. After a while, G49 came running back. "Sister, he's not waking up." G23 acted decisively. Ba 13 is still unconscious. "Don't worry, let's go in." Several people pushed open the wooden door and walked into the courtyard. Seeing them enter, Sun Baozhu spun around, drifting slowly, and entered through the left window on the first floor. Lu Xingchen and the others hurried through the main entrance and arrived at the room where the treasure hunting bead had been found. The room was large, furnished with tables, chairs, and mirrors, all beautifully polished. By the window, there was a large wooden bed, upon which lay a short, stout figure. His eyes were closed, motionless. It was Ba Shursen. The treasure hunting bead was spinning around in the air above Ba Shursen. Then, with a whoosh, it plummeted downwards and disappeared. Lu Xingchen, "Huh? So, the treasure couldn't be under Ba Shursen's bed? How could this be done?" She rolled up her sleeves. There was no other choice but to lift the bed. There were only children here, and she wasn't sure if she could do it alone. "I wonder if Babu's bed is heavy." She walked over, grabbed the bottom, and lifted it with all her might. Nothing. She lifted it again. Still nothing. Lu Xingchen's face flushed red from holding back her strength. Logically, she was strong enough. If that doesn't work, how about getting Ba Shursen down first? G23. Babu's bed is indeed heavy. Let's get Ba Shursen down first. The two of them dragged the mattress, and finally, Ba Shursen got to the ground. On top of it, only the wooden bed remained. Lu Xingchen and G23 continued to lift, once, twice, 3 times, but nothing would move. G23 pondered for a moment. "I understand. This wooden bed was secured in place by Babu using a special method." Lu Xingchen was exhausted. What should we do? Time was running out. Who knew when Babu would return? She looked at the wooden bed's planks and thought, how about lifting them? That was the only way. Lu Xingchen walked over, took out Ba Shursen's wood saw, and cut a square hole in the bed, exactly where the treasure hunting pearl had fallen. After she finished, she slapped her head. What a fool! I could have dug from the outside, and then turned it around. Having already sawed through the bed, it was too late to regret. She had no choice but to take out her rare iron pickaxe, and continue digging. It was obvious that Babu's house was built with such quality that ordinary things couldn't break it. Lu Xingchen dug with the pickaxe. After about 10 meters, with a loud bang, she fell through. There was a cave inside. Alright, Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. That's how the first treasure hunt went. G23 followed suit and jumped down. Lu Xingchen took out the night pearl and looked around. It was a cavern, about 20 square meters, a stone cave. But it was completely empty, very clean, and empty. Where's the treasure chest? Where's the monster? Chapter 209. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the night-shining pearl, but found nothing in the cave. Thinking for a moment, she tapped the stone slab again, but the sound didn't sound unusual. Lu Xingchen tossed and turned for a long time, but found nothing. There must be no cave beyond. G23 frowned, looking around. Lu Xingchen was also very confused. This was where the treasure-hunting pearl had fallen. The treasure must be right here. Finally, with no other options, she simply picked up her pickaxe and dug hard. She dug 2 or 3 meters further, left and right, up and down, but still found nothing. Lu Xingchen was exhausted and turned to G23. Did Babu move the treasure? Although the hidden dungeon, Babu's treasure was closed, she felt that what G23 had asked her to find was probably Babu's treasure. The dungeon is closed, and the treasures and monsters have been moved, right? G23, let's go up first. Helplessly, the two of them went up. Once there, Lu Xingchen filled in the stone cave below, then joined the wooden planks on the floor, and reinforced them a bit before finally putting the bed together. Fearing it wasn't strong enough, she took out another layer of planks herself and added another layer. Then, she moved Ba Shirsan onto the bed. Ba Shirsan remained motionless, and Lu Xingchen accidentally touched his hand. Ba Shirsan, in a coma, unable to communicate with the outside world, currently using special nutritional medication to maintain his life. Treatment: half a tablet of the white jade Ganoderma lucidum from Coral Island. Lu Xingchen sighed. This illness is difficult to treat, akin to a vegetative state. Huh? Coral Island? White jade Ganoderma lucidum? Why does it sound so familiar? Yes, she had a treasure map of Coral Island, and it included the white jade Ganoderma. She even thought about giving it to her grandmother. Was the white jade Ganoderma so good? Could it actually cure the comatose Ba Shirsan? Lu Xingchen didn't have time to dwell on it. She put Ba Shirsan away and left the courtyard with G23 and the others. She was afraid Babu would return. They went to the mulberry grove and sat on a bench. Lu Xingchen and G23 both began to worry. G23 was the most upset, as she couldn't understand why the treasure had disappeared. Lu Xingchen figured it was because the dungeon had been closed. Or perhaps Babu had moved the treasure. The first time, the treasure was found directly in the cave. The second time, they had to knock down the wall. After the second time, perhaps Babu had found a better way to hide it. Now that the treasure orb was gone, how could she continue her treasure hunt on such a vast island like Red Indian Island? She was scowling when G49 suddenly stammered, "Grandpa Babu, you're back." Babu? Lu Xingchen looked up immediately. Not far away stood an old man, short, fat, and dirty, glaring coldly at him. He was filled with murderous intent. Swish. With a swish, he produced a massive hammer from nowhere and, waving it, charged at Lu Xingchen. "I'm going to kill you!" Lu Xingchen was shocked. She hadn't expected Babu to return so early. Hadn't he said he'd be out for the day? Oh my god. This was terrible. She didn't even have time to notify her grandmother to summon her. Babu strode over, damn, the ground beneath his feet crackling with a resounding sound. Lu Xingchen's mind raced, and he shouted, "Master Babu, do you remember the quest you issued? I'm here to claim my reward." Bab stopped only 2 or 3 meters away from Lu Xingchen, his massive hammer still raised, his eyes filled with struggle and anger. "Lu Xingchen, you promised me that the next time I see you, you forge me a suitable weapon." Bab was furious, panting and glaring at Lu Xingchen with hatred. "You damn thief. Lu Xingchen, I killed Zheng Yuan and completed your quest. Lu Xingchen, your rewards haven't been distributed yet." She was terribly nervous, and while she was at it, she quickly sent a message to Lining, but it simply asked her to wait, as she might need to be summoned. She had already requested the reward. It would be a waste of time to leave now. Moreover, Babu was clearly bound by this rule. He couldn't make a move. "Lu Xingchen, Master Babu now, can you forge me a weapon?" Babu sneered, "Damn thief." Lu Xingchen, Babu glanced at Lu Xingchen, still holding the hammer, and asked coldly, "What weapon do you want?" Lu Xingchen was delighted. "Master Babu, what weapon do you think suits me?" Babu sneered, "Sword." Lu Xingchen, "Long sword or short sword, single or double swords?" As she spoke, she retreated, gathering Lon Lon and Meme, ready to retreat at any moment. She glanced at G23 and 49. 23 and 49 sat peacefully on a bench, one munching on mulberries, the other slurping down, unfazed by Babu. 23 shook his head at her, indicating that they would be fine. "That's good," Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. She only needed to take care of herself. Bab watched Lu Xingchen retreat coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I forged you a long sword that suit you perfectly. Okay, now are we done? He clenched the massive hammer in his hand. Lu Xingchen was startled. Could it be that, just because we were done, he could kill people? She quickly said, No, Master Babu, I have a few requests. May I ask? Bab shook the hammer and bared his teeth fiercely. Oh yes, of course. Just ask. He took several steps forward, hammer in hand. While Lu Xingchen pondered a solution, he said, Master Babu, I don't like swords that are too heavy. Can you make me a lighter one? Babu, yes. Lu Xingchen, Master Babu, I don't like swords that are too wide. Can you make me a narrower one? Babu, yes. Lu Xingchen, Master Babu, should my sword tassel be red, yellow, purple, cyan, or green? Babu roared, Are you done yet? Lu Xingchen, can't I make requests? Aren't they custom made? Babu's eyes turned red with anger. He shook the massive hammer in his hand. Yes, you do. Lu Xingchen was delighted. As expected, that was the case. Then it was easy to negotiate. Lu Xingchen said solemnly, Master Babu, I have 10 requests. Now, let me summarize them one by one. Babu raised his massive hammer and, with a loud bang, smashed it against the nearby boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered into slag, sending stone chips flying. Babu glared at Lu Xingchen fiercely, his gaze threatening to kill. He gritted his teeth and said, You say? Lu Xingchen, eh? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the wooden villa. Boom! Bub's expression changed, and he vanished from the spot. What happened over there? Lu Xingchen was startled. G23 glanced over there, dodged, and rushed over. Lu Xingchen was debating whether to follow when a system notification sounded. Ding! Survival mission launched. Rescue Ba 13. Help Babu rescue Ba 13. Mission reward. Intermediate trap technique. Thornfield skill book X1. Thornfield. Set a thorn trap 1 meter wide and 2 meters long on the ground, inflicting heavy damage to creatures passing through. Number of times per day, 5. Chapter 210. This is great. Like the quicksand trap, it requires no props and can be set directly, but there's a limit on how many times it can be used. The quicksand trap can only trap enemies, while the thorny ground can severely injure them. With this trap, things will be much more convenient in the future. Lu Xingchen coveted this, but she needed to rescue Ba Shisan. If she wanted to wake Ba Shisan, she would have to give him half a tablet of white jade Ganoderma. Lu Xingchen was reluctant. She felt like she was being unfairly treated, but this was a survival mission, and she hadn't cancelled one yet. If she didn't do this mission, it might affect the distribution of future missions. She thought for a moment, and asked G49, who was munching away, 49, do you know white jade Ganoderma? She needed to determine its value, and whether there were any substitutes. G49 took a bite of strawberry, then a handful of mulberries, completely absorbed in his eating. Upon hearing Lu Xingchen's words, he immediately replied, I know. Lu Xingchen, is this good? G49, no. Lu Xingchen, G49, not good. White jade Ganoderma lucidum isn't tasty. Lu Xingchen, G49 paused, then pulled out a sheaf of small slips of paper. Oh, here's the cheat sheet senior sister 9 gave me. I remember it had an introduction to white jade Ganoderma lucidum. Let me look for it. Ah, here it is. G49 used his hands, darkened by mulberry consumption, to pinch out a small slip of paper. The slip was small, only 1 centimeter wide and 4 centimeters long, rolled into a small curl. G49 handed the slip to Lu Xingchen, stained with black mulberry juice. Lu Xingchen took it and unfolded the paper, revealing a small slip of paper covered in densely written characters. The characters were so small, she had to strain to make them out. It was so straining. Holding the slip, Lu Xingchen found a sunny spot. She leaned close to the paper and vaguely made out the words, White jade Ganoderma, a magical herb that prolongs life and nourishes the spirit. Consuming it boosts energy. White jade Ganoderma matures once every 49 years, withering and disappearing 3 days after maturity. It must be harvested at maturity. Growth location. Collection method. Storage method. These 4 items were densely written, but unfortunately, they were covered in black liquid, making them completely indistinguishable. Lu Xingchen, nearly blinded by the sight, read the last line, usage and dosage. Children under 8 years old and children under 6 years old. Elderly persons age 0 years and above, take 1/8 of a tablet at a time, up to 3 times. Adults, take 1/4 of a tablet at a time, up to 2 times. Extraordinary individuals. Take 1/2 of a tablet at a time. Note: white jade Ganoderma can only achieve its maximum effectiveness if it is collected and stored according to specific methods, and the prescribed dosage is strictly adhered to. After reading this, Lu Xingchen's eyes nearly went blind. The words were so tiny. The cheat sheet Jijio prepared for G49 was so thoughtful. What a deep brotherly love. Lu Xingchen rubbed her eyes. It was okay. She had a rough idea. Ba Shirsen was considered an extraordinary individual, so half a tablet would be sufficient, while Grandma needed 3/8 of a tablet. So, she could only take 1/8 of a tablet. No, it hurts. The mission had to be completed, but what she had lost had to be recovered from Babu. Lu Xingchen carefully rolled up the note and asked G49, "Do you want more?" G49 frowned in disdain. It's too dirty." "No." Lu Xingchen, Didn't you get it dirty yourself? However, it's better if G49 doesn't want it. She keep it, just in case it comes in handy." Putting away the small note with the white jade Ganoderma lucidum, Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. 49, do you have any use for your other notes? G49 covered his pocket warily. Why? I'm not giving it to you. If you want it, copy it yourself. Okay, Lu Xingchen pulled him up. Let's go see your grandpa Babu. The noise was so loud just now, I wondered what had happened. Lu Xingchen hurried all the way to the courtyard. When she entered Ba Shirsan's room, she was stunned. Only G23 was in the room, silently staring at the bed. Ba Shirsan's bed had collapsed, its boards tattered, leaving a large hole. The floorboards underneath had also collapsed, revealing a dark hole. Lu Xingchen's face paled. Wasn't that what she had dug? But she had repaired the bed, added a layer, and repaired the floor. How could it be in this state? Where was Ba Shirsan? She turned around and saw Ba Shirsan, along with the bed, being carried to the ground, his body covered in dirt. No. Could Ba Shirsan have fallen too? So, she was asked to rescue him? Lu Xingchen quickly squatted down and touched Ba Shirsan's hand. Ba Shirsan is comatose, unable to communicate with the outside world. Currently receiving special nutritional medication to maintain his life. Treatment: half a slice of white jade Ganoderma lucidum from Coral Island will suffice. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. Ba Shirsan's condition remained unchanged. Ji Ershizan seemed to understand her concerns, and said softly, it wasn't Ba Shirsan who fell, but Babu's new nanny who's been looking after Shirsan. At that moment, Babu leaped up, followed by a short, plump female dwarf. The dwarf was incredibly fat, as heavy as a small mountain. She looked guilty and kept saying, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. I was just making the bed, and I fell. No. I'm not heavy. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Could it be that just because this dwarf got on the bed, it collapsed? Babu's face was filled with anger, and he spotted Lu Xingchen immediately. He suddenly raised his sledgehammer and shouted, you thief, are you going to steal from me again? Lu Xingchen took a step back. I didn't. He hadn't stolen anything yet. Fearing Babu would go mad, she quickly shouted, I can save your son. Bab paused, nonsense. G23 suddenly said, Master Babu, I hired Lu Xingchen, the doctor who treats Ba Shirsan. You should trust her. G23 winked at Lu Xingchen covertly. Bab, furious, said to G23, you clearly just said you were here to look for the missing 49. G23 remained calm. The two aren't contradictory. Lu Xingchen quickly changed the subject. Master Babu, I know there's a white jade Ganoderma on an island. If I get it, I can revive Ba Shirsan. Bab was stunned. You know about the white jade Ganoderma? Lu Xingchen, yes, I know it, and I know its exact location. Bab lowered his hammer and stared at Lu Xingchen, his face filled with suspicion. G23 suddenly said, Master Babu, to rescue Ba Shirsan, we need the white jade Ganoderma. Our range is limited, and if we can't get it ourselves, we might as well let her find it. Lu Xingchen nodded. Babu looked at Lu Xingchen with an icy gaze. After a long silence he said, okay, you go find the white jade Ganoderma. You must bring it back within 3 days, otherwise. Babu's eyes were fierce. Or I issue a wanted order. Lu Xingchen, How unreasonable. Lu Xingchen, then if I find the white jade Ganoderma and rescue Ba Shirsan, how will you thank me? Babu sneered. You still want me to thank you? Lu Xingchen, saving him in vain? Then I'm leaving. She quickly unfolded the treasure distribution map of Coral Island, then quickly closed it, saying regretfully, looks like I have to find a new buyer. Chapter 211. Bub immediately spotted the white jade Ganoderma on the distribution map. Now completely convinced, he quickly called out, "Wait!" Lu Xingchen reached the courtyard in a few steps. Bub hurriedly chased after him. "Lu Xingchen, wait!" Lu Xingchen turned around, smiled faintly, and said in an enigmatic tone, "There's more than one company that needs white jade Ganoderma. I agreed to help 23 because she and I have a good relationship. Since you don't need it, forget it. I don't like to force people." Bub was confused. When did he say he didn't need it? Why is he forcing it? What exactly happened? Several families need it. Think about it. So many families. Trap masters, sword masters, archery masters, potion masters, and so on. Could someone in their family also be seriously ill and need the white jade Ganoderma? I don't know. There are simply too many families. Perhaps they're hoarding it? No, he's the one who needs it urgently. G23 came out. "Sorry, Lu Xingchen, you came here for nothing. Go on, I see you off." Bab was anxious. "I need the white jade Ganoderma. I need it." "Lu Xingchen, where's the consultation fee?" "No, where's the deposit?" "With so many families needing it, you want to reserve half a piece of Ganoderma, you have to give something, right?" Bab's expression changed again. How did Lu Xingchen know he only needed half a piece of Ganoderma? Could she really know some medical skills? Bab stared at Lu Xingchen, trying to tell from her face if she was lying. Lu Xingchen looked calm and let Babu study her. If Babu wasn't crazy anymore, what was she afraid of? After a long moment, Babu said with difficulty, "What do you want?" "A deposit?" "Yes, what deposit do you want?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "I just want to know where the treasure under the bed went." Bab was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. You dug up my treasure." Lu Xingchen, "No, not me. Yours is empty, don't you know?" Bab sneered. "Of course it's empty. I hid the treasure, otherwise, all the treasures would have been stolen by thieves." Lu Xingchen said calmly, "Yes, very cautious. So the deposit is that. After coming here for nothing and being so scared, how could I return empty-handed?" Bab was furious. "You're still thinking about my treasure." Lu Xingchen waved her hand. "Okay, goodbye." She hurriedly left the courtyard. G23 shook her head. "Master Babu, you don't want to save 13 anymore? So, in your eyes, 13th's life is not as important as that little treasure?" Bab's face darkened. It's not that he couldn't bear to part with the treasure. He had many treasures, and that little thing was just a drop in the bucket. He couldn't swallow this. Lu Xingchen's threat was blatant. G23 sighed. "Master Babu, 13 is using a special nutrient solution to stay alive. That nutrient solution itself is quite valuable, isn't it? The master of pharmacy took advantage of this opportunity to extort quite a few treasures from you, right? You better settle the score." 49 stuffed a handful of mulberries into his mouth. "Well, settle the score?" Bab looked up at G23, gritted his teeth, and scurried off to chase Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen couldn't outrun Babu, and besides, she wasn't running. She was leisurely admiring the scenery. Seeing a plant she hadn't seen before, she squatted down, scooped up a plant, and put it in her storage backpack. Master Babu rushed over and witnessed this scene. His nose nearly popped in anger. Holding back his irritation, Babu said, "Lu Xingchen, I promise you, I can give you the deposit for the treasure you're looking for." Lu Xingchen was surprised. Master Babu didn't even bargain. Yes, it was obvious that Master Babu wasn't one to haggle. He had a rather straightforward and brusque personality. Since that was the case, she wouldn't raise the price any further. This world should be kinder to honest people. Lu Xingchen turned around and said, "Okay." G23 and 49 also rushed over. Babu said coldly, "Wait, I'll be back later." He turned and left, disappearing in an instant. G23 gave Lu Xingchen a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to find the white jade Ganoderma." Lu Xingchen sighed softly. "Ahem, I haven't found it yet. I know where the white jade Ganoderma is on the island, but I don't know where the island is." G23 was stunned. She was a little confused, thinking Lu Xingchen was a little difficult. Lu Xingchen humbly asked, "Have you heard of Coral Island?" G23 shook her head. "No, but according to the naming convention, this island should be related to coral." Lu Xingchen nodded. Soon, Babu arrived, holding a box and handing it to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen opened it, revealing 3 bottles of gold-grade beast spirit liquid. Gold-grade beast spirit liquid can accelerate the development of wild beasts or spirit beasts, achieving 1 or 2 advancements. It's fast, safe, and effective immediately, with no side effects. "That's it." Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Babu said coldly, "Is that annoying bird?" "According to its level, it can only advance once." He was referring to Lon Lon. After all, Lon Lon had challenged him before, and he remembered it clearly. Lu Xingchen was stunned. That meant Mimi could only advance once. But that was fine. Once a spirit beast reached a higher level, it was difficult for it to advance twice at once. She put away the gold-grade spirit fluid and said to Babu, "Thank you." Babu's face darkened as he tossed her a red Indian island summons. "You're welcome. Within 7 days, you must bring half a piece of white jade Ganoderma lucidum. Otherwise, I issue a wanted order." With that, he turned and left. Ji Urshizen was a little worried. Is 7 days enough? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. It should be about right. 7 days was enough to accomplish a lot. Her top priority now was finding the Coral Island. There was no way around it. Babu would be angry that he asked for a deposit. No, even if she didn't ask for the deposit, Babu would still issue a wanted order, and with even less time. Now, it was getting dark, and Lu Xingchen planned to go back. The red Indian island summons didn't have a timed return function, so 49 had to come and see them off. Arriving at the beach, 49 threw out his boat, and Lu Xingchen and 23 climbed aboard. 49 rowed the boat, eating strawberries, and soon reached Lu Xingchen's raft. Of course, he teleported again. Lu Xingchen jumped onto his raft and said to 49, come on up and play for a while." 49's face was filled with eagerness, but 23 grabbed him and said, "No, we can't just get on the boat right now." Lu Xingchen was stunned. There were even such restrictions? The panda cub, Tuanzi, saw 49 and excitedly jumped from the second floor to the raft, waving to 49. 49 shouted happily to Anchuan, "I missed you." Tuanchuan rolled onto 49's wooden boat and had a blast. Linning came over, saw the two children, and immediately invited them aboard. After Lu Xingchen explained, she realized they weren't allowed to. Linning whispered happily in Lu Xingchen's ear, "Xingxing, Grandma made you your favorite pan-fried dumplings, with scallions and pork filling, and they're piping hot." Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. "Grandma, are there a lot of them?" Linning, "A lot. I'm planning on having them for breakfast tomorrow." Lu Xingchen pointed at 49, who was munching on a strawberry. "Can you give him some?" 49 had already wiped his mouth clean, his two little canine teeth showing an adorable smile. Linning nodded, "Sure." Soon, Linning brought a large plate of steaming hot pan-fried dumplings. 49's mouth watered at the sight of them. Linning handed it to him, and he respectfully called out, "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Xingchen went back and fetched a large watermelon, which he brought to 49. 49 was even happier. "Thank you, sister." G23 kicked him. "How can you only eat? Haven't you been to many places? Tell me, do you know Coral Island?" Chapter 212. 49, nearly choked by a kick from 23, raised his face pitifully. "Sister, I've never been to Coral Island." Lu Xingchen waved to 23. She knew 49 was a foodie, so she gave him the pan-fried buns and watermelon, and didn't think to ask anything. 49 gulped down the pan-fried buns, wiped his mouth, and patted his stomach. He'd been eating all afternoon, and his stomach was only slightly full. He didn't know where all the food had gone. It was now dark, and the red lanterns on Lu Xingchen's boat cast a soft glow. 49 turned and said to 23, "Sister, let's go." G23 nodded and said goodbye to Lu Xingchen. The two siblings rowed away in their boat. Suddenly G49 turned and said loudly, "Sister, I remember a little bit. Coral Island is accessed from Coral." A gust of wind blew, and Lu Xingchen could only make out a few words. When she looked up again, G49 and 23 were gone. What had 49 just said? Enter through the coral. Something to do with coral? Yes. 23 also said it. It might be related to coral. There are very few corals growing on land. Most are in the ocean. Furthermore, the game had just opened the ocean world, so the entrance to the Coral Island was likely in the sea. Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. That must be it. Unfortunately, it was dark now, the ocean was dangerous, and she wasn't familiar with the underwater world. She better leave the exploration for the day tomorrow. Linning had already prepared dinner. Tonight, the two of them could eat together. Steamed buns, millet and pumpkin porridge, stir-fried vegetables, and a fried fish. The two of them ate and chatted, the soft light from the lanterns a warm and cozy scene. Lu Xingchen felt reassured. Having Grandma around really makes a difference. It would be nice if Grandpa and my brother's family were there too. We could only wait for the big hunt, and see if we could meet again. After dinner, Lu Xingchen sorted through his supplies, took out the silver hornbow, and went to the crafting table. Silver hornbow blueprint, rare level weapon. Required materials, High-grade Marcasite X10, Level 5 Silver Bullhorn X1, Level 5 Bull Sinew X1. Craft it? Lu Xingchen hesitated. If I wait for my luck to soar, I might get a weapons even higher than rare. There's a good chance I can even upgrade a level. But after all this time, I've only had one luck to bless me. If I wait, I don't know how long I have to wait. Weapons and equipment are constantly changing, and this silver hornbow blueprint might become commonplace soon. So whether I wait or not, it's all a gamble. Now, the beasts she faces are becoming increasingly advanced. While her oxhorn bow is high level, it lacks skills, making it somewhat inadequate against high-level beasts. It needs to be upgraded, otherwise battles will be difficult, and even dangerous. So let's make it now. After thinking it over, Lu Xingchen no longer hesitated and said yes. Crafted successfully, she obtained a rare Silverhorn Bow X1. Silverhorn Bow, a rare weapon that requires feather arrows. Skill 1, Accuracy, increases shooting accuracy. Skill 2, Extreme Speed, increases shooting speed. Skill 3, Sun Scorching, in bright sunlight, there's a 3% chance this effect will trigger, blinding the target for 3 seconds. The Silverhorn Bow has 3 additional effects, all very impressive. Increased accuracy and speed increase her accuracy, significantly boosting her combat effectiveness. As for the Burning Sun skill, it's truly impressive, with a chance to blind the target. It only lasts for 3 seconds, but in a fierce battle, those 3 seconds can determine the outcome. Lu Xingchen was very pleased with the Silverhorn Bow. With it, she felt more confident heading to Coral Island. However, the Silverhorn Bow required feather arrows, and she didn't have the feather arrow schematics. Lu Xingchen opened the trading hall and searched for the schematics for a long time, but couldn't find them. However, she did find an oxhorn bow blueprint, identical to the one she found before. She opened the chat screen, which was bustling with activity. Zhou Jin. Here, intermediate oxhorn bow blueprints, anyone need one? Someone asked, that's amazing. You got an oxhorn bow blueprint? Why didn't you keep it for yourself? Ranged weapons are so rare. Zhou Jin, haha, my junior sister opened 2 chests, both containing oxhorn bow blueprints, one intermediate and one advanced. She decided to use the advanced one and sold the intermediate one. Come on, anyone need one? Make an offer. Your junior sister? Yeah, bye. Ling? Zhou Jin. Yes, Lucky Angel Nyabaling. We've given her another nickname, haha. That's amazing. I admire you. Xiaoyu, feather arrow blueprints. Does anyone need them? Lu Xingchen was startled. Wasn't this what she wanted? She was about to speak when Zhou Jin said feather arrows? They require too many materials. They require a rare level bow. It's not cost effective, and it's not suitable. Xiaoyu, why not? You're not worthy. There are people who are. Zhou Jin, who are you talking about? Xiaoyu, you don't have a suitable bow to go with it. Isn't that what you're not worthy of? Zhou Jin was annoyed. I'm saying it's not cost effective. Look at the feather arrow blueprint. It requires tier 3 golden pheasant feathers and high-grade marcasite. Isn't it a waste to use these to make arrows? Zhou Jin, come on Xiaoyu, don't think I don't know. You bought a bunch of blueprints to sell, and this feather arrow was also bought at a low price, but you're planning to sell it at a high price without even checking if anyone wants it. Haha, you profiteers. Nyefeng. Okay Zhou Jin, focus on selling bows. Zhou Jin, bah, I hate profiteers the most. Okay, everyone, keep bidding. An intermediate oxhorn bow requires feather arrows. They're cheap, convenient, and the best value for money. Lu Xingchen, Xiaoyu, send me your feather arrow blueprint again. It's sold out. Xiaoyu, alright. Feather arrow blueprint. Feather arrow blueprint. A high-level arrow with fast speed, high accuracy, and high damage. It can be used with high-level bows and above, but not with basic or intermediate weapons. Required materials: 10 tier 3 golden pheasant feathers, 3 high-grade marcasite. Zhou Jin, haha, all these high-level supplies, just to make one feather arrow. Maybe it'd be gone after it's shot. Who's so stupid as to want this blueprint? Xiaoyu, these supplies can make 10 feather arrows. Yin Xiaolin, no need to bother if you've never made a bow and arrow. Zhou Jin's face was a little embarrassed. So what? Making 10 is a waste. Lu Xingchen, I want it. Xiaoyu, private message. Xiaoyu, okay. Xiaoyu, hey, poor bastards always complain. Zhou Jin fell silent. Facing Lu Xingchen, he felt neither convinced nor daring to say anything. Xia Xiaoyu immediately privately messaged Lu Xingchen, "Hey boss, since you want it, whatever you want, I give you anything." Lu Xingchen, "I have a blueprint for boots. How about that?" Xia Xiaoyu, "Hey boss, can we exchange it for ocean exploration gear? We can give more supplies." Chapter 213. Lu Xingchen looked around. She had a deep-sea vest, which was useless, because her red phosphorus leather suit could relieve pressure underwater. If it were anyone else, Lu Xingchen wouldn't necessarily trade it. But Qin Wuchuan was different. Qin Wuchuan had all sorts of supplies, was proficient in buying and selling, and was always friendly to her, making deals very fair. So, the deep-sea vest could be traded to him. Lu Xingchen, deep-sea vest. Xia Xiaoyu was excited at the sight. "Wow, boss, you're amazing. You really have one. I reported to you immediately." The deep-sea vest was essential, so it was only slightly cheaper than a respirator and more valuable than flippers, diving suits, and the like. After a while, Qin Wuchuan arrived. He said, "Lu Xingchen, I know you have better weapons and equipment, so you might not need these blueprints. In addition to the feather arrows, how about I add this speed card and teleport card?" Qin Wuchuan had invested heavily in both the speed card and the teleport card. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Qin Wuchuan had quite a few valuables. Life-saving items, like speed cards and teleport cards, were rarely traded in the trading hall, and Qin Wuchuan actually gave her two, remarkably generous. She was about to leave for Coral Island, and these two items were a timely help. Lu Xingchen, "Okay, trade." The two of them completed the transaction. Lu Xingchen took the feather arrow blueprints and crafted 100 of them. The feather arrow shaft was made of high-grade tin iron, gleaming silver and radiating a chilling cold air. The tip was incredibly sharp, several notches higher than a feather arrow. Of course, it also required supplies. Lu Xingchen placed the silver horn bow and feather arrows in his backpack and went about preparing other supplies, medicine, food, water, and so on. He had plenty of everything. It was late. Lu Xingchen finished washing up and went back to her room to rest. In her sleep, she heard faint voices. Looking out the window, she saw Lan Lan sitting on a swing chair, holding a supercomputer and projecting a huge screen. She was watching something, but she was giggling as she did so. What a nuisance! Lu Xingchen was so sleepy that she didn't bother to pay attention. She went back to her bed and slept until dawn. The next morning, she went to Taoyuan Holy Land. The luck of Taoyuan Holy Land today was mediocre. Lu Xingchen was a little worried because her luck was average today. She had planned to go underwater to search for the Coral Island. However, she still had something important to do today. She called Lan Lan and Meme over and took out the Golden Grade Beast Spirit Liquid. The two little ones had both drunk it once before, and their eyes lit up at the sight of it. Lan Lan flew up excitedly. Little Lu, you're amazing." Lu Xingchen smiled. "Well, grow up quickly. You're my most powerful mount. Remember your promise." Lan Lan, "No problem, I take you flying." It had completely accepted its role as a mount. "Me, master, I can do it too." Lan Lan felt threatened. "Get out of the way. You're so small, what if you drop little Lu? Besides, I can fly, can you?" "Me, maybe if I advance once, I can fly too. I can grow wings too." Lan Lan, I can sing too. I can let little Lu sing while flying, giving him a fantastic flying experience. Can you do that?" Me, Lu Xingchen was surprised. Lan Lan had learned a lot of lyrics. Yesterday's TV watching was worth it. Lu Xingchen, Lan Lan, can you sing?" Lan Lan, "Not yet, but I be soon." It has a skill. Lu Xingchen held out 2 bottles of gold-grade beast spirit fluid. Lan Lan grabbed one, cracked the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. A beam of blue light shot up from Lu Xingchen's wooden boat. Bathed in the pale blue light, Lan Lan's body suddenly swelled. Her tail feathers grew longer and more vibrant. The crest on her head also grew larger. Then, her body slowly shrank, smaller and smaller, until it was smaller than a sparrow. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. At this moment, Lan Lan shook herself and returned to her original form. Now, she had an extra tail feather, a larger crest, and a larger body. She now had 5 tail feathers, each one shimmering with color and extraordinary splendor. Lu Xingchen looked at the information. Red-billed blue magpie, blue Luan bloodline, upgradable, level 4 mutation. Skill 1, chain claws. When attacking, claws become incredibly sharp, capable of rapid, continuous attacks that would rip an average person to shreds. Skill 2. Lingering sound. Sings melodiously and beautifully, can be used to attack enemies, upgradable. Skill 3. Change at will, change size at will. An additional skill, change at will. It seems lingering sound can also be used. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, Lon Lon, can you grow really big? Lon Lon, just now I showed you my maximum and minimum sizes. At minimum, I don't need to consume any extra energy, so I can maintain this for a long time. At maximum, I can last up to 30 minutes. Lu Xingchen, come on, try it. Lon Lon let out a long cry, then suddenly expanded in size. Its body and tail feathers combined to a length of 10 meters. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Not bad. Isn't this amount? No need for an evolution pill. With a flick of her tail, Lon Lon shrank down to her smallest size, smaller than a newborn chick. Tiny, with its tail feathers spread out, it was incredibly beautiful. Lu Xingchen held it in his palm. With a flick of her tail, Lon Lon flew up, landing on Lu Xingchen's head like a hair ornament. Small, cute, and gorgeous. Lon Lon beamed triumphantly. Look, little Lu, am I amazing? Lu Xingchen, not bad, not bad. Although transformation isn't a combat skill, it's incredibly useful. Enlarge it to serve as a mount, and shrink it to hide its tracks. How wonderful. Lon Lon flew to Lu Xingchen's shoulder, then to his hand, then to his ear. It was having a blast. It loved this skill too. Mimi watched silently for a long moment, then suddenly said, Lon Lon, do you want to poop? Lon Lon, Mimi, I remember you poop at this time every day. Lu Xingchen, She quickly took Lon Lon down and placed him on the table. Lon Lon was furious. Little lamb, why can't you be more kind? Huh? Even if I had to poop, I wouldn't poop on Lu Xingchen's head. I only poop on you. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped the irritable Lon Lon and handed Mimi the other bottle of gold-grade bee spirit liquid. Mimi drank it all in one gulp. Surrounded by a swirling green light, Mimi cried out. The single horn on its head flickered, then slowly subsided. It too had changed. Its fur was snow-white, its eyes were like jade, and its horns were longer. Other than that, everything else was the same as before. Lon Lon laughed heartily. You wicked little lamb, you failed to advance, didn't you? Lu Xingchen, however, was looking at Mimi's profile. One-horned divine sheep, mutated descendant of the one-horned divine sheep, 4th level mutation. Skill 1, Violent Charge. The one-horned divine sheep's horn can inflict massive damage to enemies. Don't believe me? Then try it. Skill 2, Super Hearing. It has excellent hearing, able to hear sounds from far away. Skill 3, Invisibility. Can become invisible for 10 minutes. Skill 4, Water Walking. Can walk on water, duration, 3 hours. CD, 12 hours. Water Walking? Can actually walk on water? And for 3 hours, Mimi is so awesome. Chapter 214. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Mimi could walk on water, allowing her to assist in battles on the surface. Lon Lon could fly, so she could provide some assistance on the surface. Now, even in a battle at sea, as long as they could lure the sea beasts to the surface, Mimi and Lon Lon could be of some use. Now, she had an extra layer of security when she ventured to the seabed. Lu Xingchen could see the data, but Lon Lon couldn't. It simply felt that Mimi hadn't changed much. Unlike it, it had grown an extra tail feather and possessed a strong aura for advancement. So, it assumed that Mimi had failed this time, or that the changes hadn't been significant. Furthermore, Mimi was frozen in place, and it felt that Mimi had been devastated. So, it stood on the table and laughed heartily. Little lamb, don't cry. Don't worry, from now on, just call me Grandpa, and I protect you. Mimi rolled her eyes at it, then suddenly moved, leaping into the sea. Lon Lon was terrified. Hey, little one, don't let your mind wander. Lon Lan's words abruptly stopped, and she was stunned. Lon Lon stepped effortlessly on the water, unmoved by the waves. Suddenly Mimi's 4 hooves spread out, and she ran towards the stern, navigating the waves as if on flat ground, circling the wooden boat. The waves rose and fell, and so did her body, but it didn't affect her swift running at all. Mimi was overjoyed. Ah, I can walk on water. She had always loved surfing on her remote-controlled airship, and now she was even more excited to be able to walk on water. Meow Meow ran off into the distance, riding the waves. Lon Lon was stunned for a moment. How can it fly? Lu Xingchen chuckled. It can only fly on water. This is its skill, walking on water. Lon Lon spread its wings and took off, chasing after Mei Mei. Lin Ning watched for a long moment, exclaiming, Your 2 pets are quite impressive. Lu Xingchen, Of course, because they have such an impressive master. Even in front of Grandma, she couldn't help but brag. Lin Ying laughed heartily. Yes, it's our Xingxing who's amazing. Lu Xingchen ate breakfast. Less than half an hour later, Lan Lan and Mei Mei returned. Mei Mei jumped onto the wooden boat, stamped her feet to clean the water, and nudged Lu Xingchen with her wet head. Thank you, master. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Its emerald green eyes shone moistly at Lu Xingchen, eyes filled with gratitude. Lu Xingchen petted it. Good boy, you're naturally talented. Although Lan Lan was flying, somehow water droplets had formed on its wings. It slowly walked over to Lu Xingchen and suddenly flapped its wings, sending the water droplets bleeding all over his face. Even Lu Xingchen, who was standing next to her, wasn't immune. Lan Lan said sweetly, Thank you, master. Lu Xingchen, She wiped the water droplets from her face, gnashing her teeth. Lan Lan was asking for a beating, but she didn't have time to mess with them. She was going to dive in and find the entrance to the Coral Island. Since the ocean exploration program had been launched, their watches had a new function that displayed their current and total ocean depths. Right now, she was at the deepest point of 100 meters, where corals would grow. So, she could go down and take a look. This time she put Lan Lan and Meme in the pet bag as usual. If there was a fight, she could float to the surface and release the two to help. After preparing, Lu Xingchen donned her red phosphorus leather jacket and pants, flippers, and a waterproof bead around her neck, then jumped into the sea. This second dive felt much easier. The water was crystal blue, and schools of tiny fish swam by, their tails wagging. She had a diving light fixed to her arm for illumination. The light rippled across the water, and the small fish glided by, each more vibrant than the next, a breathtaking sight. As she descended deeper, the sunlight diminished, leaving only the light of the diving light. Finally, Lu Xingchen spotted clusters of coral. She reached the shallow seabed. The coral was a dazzling array of colors, clustered in clusters and shapes, white, blue, yellow, red, and more. Some resemble fans, others blooming chrysanthemums, and still others majestic deer antlers. Lu Xingchen traversed the coral, transfixed by the tiny fish swimming through them. However, she knew the purpose of her trip, simply circling the coral, hoping for some clue. But for a long time, she found nothing. Helpless, she continued to swim farther. As she swam, she realized her rope was running out. For safety reasons, she had tied the rope around her body again on this expedition, but it was long, and even that wasn't enough. By then, Lu Xingchen had been in the sea for 2 hours. She thought for a moment, climbed up the rope, threw it onto the boat, and with a splash, jumped back into the water. A baby seal was clinging to the raft, humming and whimpering, and was delighted to see Lu Xingchen. But Lu Xingchen didn't see it and jumped back in, with the baby seal quickly following. It tried to enter Lu Xingchen's watertight space, but couldn't. Lu Xingchen reached out and grabbed it, dragging it inside. Lu Xingchen had experimented with another rule. No marine creatures could enter the watertight space, except those she touched. Little one, do you know where I can find some unusual coral? Lu Xingchen decided to ask the locals. Woohoo! I don't know. Help! The little seal, a little anxious, broke free, emerged from the watertight space, swam a few steps forward, and turned back, calling, Woo! Help! Lu Xingchen, uncle? Little seal, help my friend. Woohoo! Lu Xingchen, let me save your friend. Little seal, yes, yes. Lu Xingchen, is it far? Little seal, woohoo! Not far. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, okay, let's see. She was always underwater, observing the corals as she swam. If it was too far, she could just give up. She dove into the seabed and swam above the coral. Because she was exploring the coral, she swam slowly, and the little seal panicked, help, ahead, thank you. Lu Xingchen followed it for a few dozen meters and, in the distance, saw a large, flat, dark shadow. Beside it, there was another blurry figure, a deep blue like seaweed. Lu Xingchen tried to get a closer look, but the deep blue suddenly flashed and disappeared like lightning. The little seal swam over, brushing against the giant creature, and shouted to Lu Xingchen, help, help. Lu Xingchen swam closer cautiously, and discovered it was a giant manta ray. The manta ray was about 10 meters long, limp and motionless. A large gash had been cut about a third of the way down its left pectoral fin, and just below it was a massive hook. Blood streamed from the wound, staining the surrounding sea red. The little seal pleaded with Lu Xingchen, help, help. Chapter 215. Lu Xingchen cautiously stood not far away and asked, what if it attacks me? The little seal, No, no. Manta rays are generally gentle and don't attack humans. However, this is a game world. Lu Xingchen waited for a long time, but when the manta ray didn't move, only waving its head fin pitifully, she walked over and carefully examined the manta ray's wound. Finally, she reached out and pulled out the hook from the manta ray's pectoral fin. The hook was made of tinplate, large, and engraved with the word SEAL Team. What is SEAL Team? Blood gushed from the manta ray's wound. Without giving it much thought, Lu Xingchen put the hook into her backpack, took out a packet of gold medicine, and sprinkled it on the wound. She was just trying it, but to her surprise, the gold medicine actually worked. The manta ray's wound healed noticeably, and the bleeding stopped. The little seal became even more excited. It touched the manta ray's severed pectoral fin and said, "Help, help." Lu Xingchen, isn't this wound too big? It's completely broken. Golden wound medicine won't work unless you reattach the broken pectoral fin. Yes, it can be sewn, of course. This was just Lu Xingchen's wild guess. She wasn't a zoologist or a veterinarian. She just remembered that her university professor liked to keep fish. Once, she even witnessed her professor perform surgery on a fish. So, let's give it a try. Lu Xingchen said to the little seal. Little one, wait a minute. I go back and get something. Little seal, what? Lu Xingchen had an idea. You're fast. How about you go to my raft, ask my grandma for some wire and rope, and then quickly bring them back. The seal pup swam away immediately. It was much faster than Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen quickly texted Lin Ying, instructing her to take a meter-long piece of wire from storage box number 10, untwist the rope, and twist it into a thinner rope, roughly the same thickness as the wire. Lin Ying was quite deft, so making these things was no problem for her. Soon, the seal pup returned, holding the wire and rope in its mouth. Lu Xingchen bit one end of the wire into a hook, attached the rope, and swam over to the manta ray. It hurts a little, but you have to tell it to hold it in, he said to the seal pup. The seal pup immediately whimpered and spoke a few words to the manta ray. Lu Xingchen noticed the manta ray gently nudging her with its injured pectoral fin. For such a large manta ray, it already had some intelligence. It looked like it was going to be alright. Lu Xingchen took a wire needle and aligned the manta ray's two broken pectoral fins. Having the seal cub help hold them down, she sewed them together stitch by stitch. She didn't know if the manta ray was in pain, but it remained perfectly still. Finally, after over half an hour, Lu Xingchen had the two pectoral fins together. She took out 2 bottles of gold wound dressing and applied them to the manta ray's sutures. Finally, she clapped her hands and said, "All right, little one. Ask if your friend is feeling better?" The seal cub whimpered a few times and happily said to Lu Xingchen, "Thank you, much better, much better." The operation was a success. Lu Xingchen felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Look, after surviving in the ocean, she became a master of everything, not only medicine but also a veterinarian. The seal cub rested its head against the watertight space and said, "Thank you, baby, baby." Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. The little creature finally knew how to give her treasure. The manta ray swung its broad pectoral fins, whined twice, and with a flick of its long, slender tail, swam deeper. Lu Xingchen scooped up the baby seal, cradled it in her arms, and swam down with the manta ray. The manta ray stopped beneath a coral clump, swept its tail, and Lu Xingchen discovered a small treasure chest hidden within the coral. She was overjoyed, realizing it was the manta ray's thank you gift. Yes, this manta ray was understanding, unlike the baby seal. Lu Xingchen walked over and opened the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, she received 6 oxygen tablets. Oxygen tablets. Placed in the breathing mask, they provide a constant supply of oxygen, consuming 1 tablet every 6 hours. So that's what Lu Xingchen understood. No wonder the breathing mask indicated a 6-hour period. It turned out the oxygen tablets needed to be replaced. Everyone wants to explore the sea these days, and 6 hours isn't enough, so this thing is worth a lot. Manta rays are nice and generous. Lu Xingchen collected the oxygen tablets and treasure chest and swam out into the shallow waters. Here, with sunlight shining down, she could see nearby objects, which made her feel safer. Lu Xingchen asked the baby seal, "Do you know where there's some unusual coral?" The baby seal immediately swam over, whining and chattering with the manta ray, then rushed back. "Yes," it asked. The manta ray suddenly let out a series of whimpers, not loud, but carried far and wide. Not far away, dark shadows formed, and a large group of small manta rays swam over. Then, Lu Xingchen heard a series of whimpers, as if they were holding a meeting. Finally, the giant manta ray said something to the baby seal. The baby seal came over cheerfully. "Yes, woohoo! Go, go! A small manta ray swam over, its tail gently brushing Lu Xingchen and the baby seal. The baby seal immediately followed, saying to Lu Xingchen, "Follow, follow." Lu Xingchen, delighted, swam with him. After a while, they reached a dark area of the sea, so gloomy that only the light of a diving light could illuminate anything. It was a vast expanse of chrysanthemum-like coral, in yellow and red, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the coral, there was a winding path, only wide enough for one person. Lu Xingchen walked along it for a dozen meters before hitting a wall of air, unable to get through. Is this the place? Lu Xingchen was excited. She circled around and around, but she couldn't get through. The baby seal and the manta ray leading the way hummed a few words and followed. Woohoo! Weird. We're not going. Lu Xingchen turned and asked, "You mean this place is just that strange and we can't get through, right?" The baby seal nodded repeatedly. Lu Xingchen felt there must be some trap. She opened the map and marked the location. She realized she was several kilometers away from the boat, and the depth was 120 meters. Lu Xingchen led the baby seal around the coral patch and found that this spot was strange, while everything else was fine. She circled for over an hour, her stomach growling, but still no results. Lu Xingchen was exhausted. She had no choice but to surface and return to the boat. The ocean was full of dangers, and she had to maintain her energy so she could fight with all her might if she encountered fish or beasts. She needed to have lunch and rest. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and Linning had already finished lunch. She brought the hot meal from the pot to Lu Xingchen, who devoured it all. She laid down on the couch, deciding to rest for a while. Although she had used water-repellent beads to protect her from the ocean's pressure, this morning's adventure had left Lu Xingchen more exhausted than ever. She slept for a while, her eyes half closed. When she felt her strength had returned, she jumped back into the sea. This time, she swam slowly, observing the coral along the way, until she reached the spot she had visited that morning. After struggling for a long time in that strange wall of air, Lu Xingchen still couldn't find a way in. She planned to rest at the surface, and as she was swimming upwards, a gray figure suddenly rushed over, its maw wide open at Lu Xingchen, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Great white shark. Shark. Man-eating shark. Chapter 216. Lu Xingchen was startled. Before she could draw her harpoon, the great white shark's jaws snapped. The water-repellent space shook, and Lu Xingchen dodged several meters. Ding! The water-repellent bead has been attacked, reducing its durability by 1 point. Remaining durability, 100. Lu Xingchen was startled again. This water-repellent space wasn't an impenetrable barrier. If the attack was powerful enough, it would damage the bead. She became cautious, took out her harpoon, and triggered the trigger. With a bang, the harpoon launched out, and with a puff, it pierced the shark. Snap! The harpoon retracted, unleashing a large piece of shark flesh. Oh wow! The shark let out a frantic cry. It lunged forward, slamming into the water-repellent space with a bang. Thankfully, Lu Xingchen dodged quickly, only hitting a small area. Even so, she was still sent flying several meters. No, the shark is too fast. She had to reach the surface immediately. Lu Xingchen immediately swam upwards, the great white shark chasing after her. Lu Xingchen exerted all her strength, and after being attacked again by her waterproof space, she finally broke through the water. Immediately after breaking free, she released Mimi and Lon Lon. She turned back and slammed the shark again. The shark was only 3 meters long, but very agile. With a flick of its body, it spun its harpoon away. Mimi was already standing on the surface, calling to Lu Xingchen, "Master, get on." Lu Xingchen leaped up and landed on Mimi's back. Unfortunately, Mimi was too small, so she could only stand on its back. The shark roared and charged. Mimi, stomping its hooves, ran away. Lu Xingchen quickly steadied herself, took out her silver horn bow, and knocked a feathered arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few shots in quick succession. On the surface, she felt much more relaxed. Mimi was so fast that the shark couldn't catch up. The feather arrows, with 2 puffs, pierced the shark's body. Ouch! The shark roared in pain, tumbling, its blood staining the sea red. He continued his pursuit ferociously. Lon Lon swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws tearing its wounds to shreds. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his feather arrows and fired 3 more times. Even though the shark dodged carefully, it was still hit by one, a shot that pierced its eye. The shark roared a few times, retreating and dove back into the sea. This was trouble. Lu Xingchen immediately followed. We were so close to killing it, we couldn't let it get away. Following the shark, Lu Xingchen used his harpoon again, slicing off a large chunk of its tail. With its tail injured, the shark swam much slower, struggling to maintain balance and beginning to lurch. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. At this speed, she could escape without a problem. While the waterproof space was useful, it was still somewhat inconvenient for combat. Lu Xingchen, with a sudden thought, pulled a breathing mask from her backpack and donned it. Then, she removed the water-repellent beads and tossed them into her storage backpack. Her body came into direct contact with the seawater. With a strange sensation, she felt her speed and agility increase significantly. Now, the red phosphorus leather jacket and pants were truly effective. Lu Xingchen raised her harpoon and, with a bang, plunged it into the shark's tail. Ouch! The shark screamed in pain, twisting its body violently. Blood gushed out. It had already lost a piece of its tail, and now a larger piece was missing, making it swim even slower. This time, Lu Xingchen didn't retract his harpoon. The shark ran desperately, and Lu Xingchen followed effortlessly, holding the harpoon. The shark ran for a long time, its speed slowing down. It was exhausted from carrying a human. Due to the excessive blood loss, it felt increasingly weak. It was now much slower than Lu Xingchen. Seeing it was almost done, Lu Xingchen retracted the harpoon and took out the dagger. He slid it along the shark's underbelly. With a whoosh, the dagger pierced the shark's snow-white belly. Ouch! The exhausted shark roared and lunged forward. Lu Xingchen held the dagger tightly. Swish! The dagger slashed through the shark's belly. A rip! Lu Xingchen swam out from under the shark's tail. It was so exciting, a mess fell down. She was so savage now. The shark roared wildly, thrashing in the sea, blood surging, and the air filled with gore. Lu Xingchen quickly ran away. A school of fish swam over, sharing the shark's flesh. How could Lu Xingchen let them snatch the food? She rushed forward. You killed a level 3 mutant great white shark. Congratulations. You're the first player in the world to kill a level 3 or higher marine creature. The first kill reward will be given out later. Lu Xingchen, yes. How could she refuse a free reward? However, she toiled for ages to kill a level 3 marine creature. This proves that humans are truly at a disadvantage in the sea. On land, she could easily take down a level 3 mutant beast like this. And she was the first to kill a marine creature, another first kill, but it made sense. At this time, most people were still busy gathering equipment for ocean exploration, so few were heading out to sea. Let alone killing a great white shark. Lu Xingchen rushed to the shark's carcass. Do you want to dissect it? Yes. The dissect succeeded, yielding 20 pieces of great white shark meat, 2 pieces of shark skin, and 10 pieces of shark teeth. As expected, no matter how large the beast, each piece yielded 20 pieces of meat. Thankfully, each piece was substantial, enough to last for a long time. Lu Xingchen immediately sent the shark meat to Lin Ying. Fearing another man-eating fish might appear, Lu Xingchen swam up. Tired, needing a rest. This place wasn't far from her raft, so she went back to rest for a while. After the battle, her leather jacket was stained. She washed up and then washed and hung her clothes out to dry. And rest a while. Sleeping on the beanbag, she opened the chat screen. The chat was a mess. It turned out she wasn't the only one to have been attacked by a shark. Woo, woo. I just got in the water, and a shark came over and bit off my flipper. I was so scared. I quickly ran back. Me too. Luckily I ran fast. I thought I was going to die. A shark bit off an arm and a leg. I fought to get out. It's okay to die. I'm all alone anyway. Help. Shark. Big shark. Someone said, phew, luckily everyone got out. I also got a shark and injured my leg. Another said, didn't you notice the number of people in the channel? Over 100 people have already gone in just a short while. Haha, the dead can't talk. Lu Xingchen only then noticed the number of people in the channel was steadily decreasing. These people might have been eaten by the shark. In just a short while, the number of people in the channel had dropped by hundreds. Those who got the news didn't dare venture out again and hurried back. It had been a long time since anyone had experienced this, and the players were feeling very heavy. Lu Xingchen sighed and closed the chat screen. Huh? Did they say she was the first to kill? First kill rewards will be distributed later? I wonder what the rewards will be. Just then, a game notification sounded. Congratulations, Lu Xingchen, for being the first player to kill a level 3 mutated great white shark. First kill reward. First kill reward, Deep Sea Bell. Chapter 217. Deep Sea Bell. Wearing this bell grants the ability to understand the languages of various marine creatures. Note, You could only understand, not communicate. A small golden bell, in the shape of an earring, appeared in Lu Xingchen's hand. What if a man received the first kill reward, wearing a bell earring too? Lu Xingchen pinched the small earring, thought for a moment, and then placed it on her left ear. She had pierced ears, her grandmother having pierced them when she was very young, and she hadn't worn earrings in a long time. After putting on the earrings, she jumped into the sea and immediately heard a variety of sounds. Brothers, go ahead. Come on, line up. It's time to form an S. Oops, you're squeezing me. Keep forming, okay? Your fish wings scraped me. Those stupid fish have been circling for ages. There are no sharks here anymore, okay, idiots. I'm looking for my mom. Have you seen my mom? A chaotic stream of voices came from all directions, some louder, some quieter. The loudest came from a group of small fish swimming past her, arguing. Lu Xingchen focused her attention and quickly mastered the use of the deep sea bell. She could listen when she wanted to, and not when she didn't. She could listen to whatever she wanted, and block whatever she didn't want to. Only after Lu Xingchen mastered the deep sea spirit did she see numerous private messages. The people she was chatting with included Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Gao Dafu, Qin Wuchuan, and others. Among the commandos, Gao Dafu was particularly excited. Lu Xingchen, first kill. You got another first kill. That's amazing. Wei Lin, congratulations. Wei Ying, oh my god, Xingchen, did you do that all by yourself? That's incredible. Wei Lin and I saw the shark and rushed aboard. It almost bit us on the leg. It scared me to death. Lu Xingchen then noticed that another announcement had just been made. World announcement. Player Lu Xingchen has killed a level 3 marine creature, a mutant great white shark, for the first time, receiving first kill reward 1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility +1. First kill reward 2, Deep Sea. There had been 3 announcements in total. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, the game hadn't announced the Deep Sea Bell. She checked her profile. ID, XY90056. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 14 + 2. Agility, 17. Const, 13 + 3. Poison resistance, 10. Profession, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. She wasn't wearing the invincibility set, so the bonuses from the invincibility set had been removed. By this time, the chat channel was abuzz. Lu Xingchen, it's Lu Xingchen again. She got the first kill again. Amazing. She actually killed a great white shark. Such a huge one, its teeth are like little steel knives, my legs went weak just looking at it. I admire you so much. What's wrong with being so inexplicably proud? The first kill has always happened in Area 33, never changing. I came from Area 35, but now I'm in Area 33, haha, I can be proud too. I have to admit, Lu Xingchen is amazing. Excuse me, what does deep sea *** mean? You won't show it? Yes, we won't show it. We're protecting player privacy, hee. Lu Xingchen managed to get the Ocean Explorer set so quickly. That was tough, wasn't it? I'm puzzled. There's no way that Harpoon can kill a great white shark. Nia Bailing, Sister Xingchen, there must be some trick to killing great white sharks, right? Zhou Jin, I agree. You can't kill a great white shark with force alone. My master, my junior sister, and I tried, and it's no use. Gao Dafu, hey, don't judge Lu Xingchen by his average strength. He's stronger than you think. Nia Bailing, but I think there's a trick. Wei Ying, if there's one, just find it. Lu Xingchen didn't check the chat. She put on her breathing mask and dived back into the sea. She planned to explore the coral reef again. Just as she entered the water, a game announcement suddenly appeared. To help players gather supplies, the Coral Island dungeon has been opened. It's rich with rare fruits, wild animals, and various items that improve player attributes. Everyone is welcome to explore the Coral Island dungeon. Note 1. There are 3 entrances to the Coral Island dungeon. Please find them and enter as soon as possible. In 3 days, the Coral Island dungeon will close. Note 2. You can summon players on Coral Island, but this must be done 3 hours after landing. Happy gaming everyone. As soon as the announcement was made, players erupted in joy. The game finally did something great and opened up the dungeon, haha. See? Plenty of supplies, including rare fruits. Coral Island is awesome. Where's the entrance? The game tells you to find it, how can you? Plus, it closed in 3 days. This means that if no one can find the Coral Island dungeon within 3 days, it will be closed, and no one will be able to enter. Isn't that right? What a cunning game. I'm so angry. This proves that Coral Island is awesome. There must be a lot of good stuff in there. You have to go. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. So, the Coral Island hadn't been open before. No wonder, now it's open, so... She quickly packed up her supplies, and said to Lon Lon and Mei Mei, who were playing nearby, "Get in the pet bag. Let's go find something delicious." Lon Lon, really? Really? This time, it ran faster than anyone else. With Lon Lon and Mei Mei in tow, Lu Xingchen entered the sea and swam swiftly towards the exotic coral. A moment later, she arrived there, treading water onto the coral path. After a while, they reached the air wall again. By then, the air wall had transformed into a vortex of black mist. In the pitch-black water, it would have been invisible to others if it weren't for the diving light. Lu Xingchen excitedly stood in front of the vortex's entrance. If my guess was correct, this was the entrance to the Coral Island. She gently reached out and touched the vortex. Suddenly, a powerful force struck her, and something inside seemed to pull her hard. Her vision went blurry, and she fell with a thud onto the soft sand. Before her lay an unfamiliar island. Before she could take a closer look, a voice announced, "Lu Xingchen, welcome to Coral Island. To enter Coral Island, you need 10 level 3 pork, 10 level 3 lamb, 10 level 3 beef, and 10 level 3 chicken. Please use the leather bag to prepare your supplies. Re-enter. Farewell." With a thud, Lu Xingchen was thrown out again. She was still clutching a small leather bag. Sitting in front of the vortex door, Lu Xingchen was stunned. This was the first time she had been ejected from an island. What had that message been? She quickly opened the light screen and read the message again. This message was only for her. Needing level 3 or higher exotic beast meat? Pork, beef, mutton, and chicken, 10 yuan each? What a strange island. Is this an entrance fee, a tribute, or an advance tax? Deploying aside her complaints, Lu Xingchen hurried to find supplies. Luckily, she killed a lot of beasts, including level 3 chicken and mutton. She only had level 5 beef and pork, which she couldn't bear to give as tribute, so she quickly traded for some in the trading hall. She quickly gathered enough supplies. Putting these supplies in a small leather bag, Lu Xingchen touched the vortex and re-entered the Coral Island. She fell to the beach again, the leather bag vanishing. There was only one message: "Welcome to the Coral Island." Chapter 218. Lu Xingchen, Finally, we're in. She stood up from the beach and looked around. It was beautiful here. The sand was soft and white, and gradually greenery formed above it. Wildflowers blossomed on the green grass, and not far away, trees and vines crisscrossed the landscape, teeming with life. It was unlike any other island. What's more, this was a long island, only about 200 meters wide, flanked by crystal clear blue waters on either side. The sky was clear, the sun shining brightly. The whole scene resembled a vibrant painting. Lu Xingchen admired it deeply, and released Lon Lon and Meme. Lon Lon spread her wings, and soared high into the sky. Meme also rushed into the meadow, stopping before a bush covered in purple flowers. She explained to Lu Xingchen in surprise, "Master, here's my favorite treat. Wow, it smells so good." She nibbled on a branch. Lu Xingchen walked over. Lespedesia bicolor, a deciduous shrub, cold-tolerant and shade-tolerant, with beautiful flowers, it's a favorite of herbivorous beasts. It was just an ordinary plant, but since Meme loved it, and it was so pretty, of course she took it. Lu Xingchen dug up a large branch of Lespedesia bicolor and tossed it into her storage backpack. However, she had more important things to do: search for the white jade Ganoderma. She took out the treasure map of Coral Island and examined it carefully. She discovered that not only was the entrance to the Coral Island nestled within the coral, but the island itself resembled a coral. From her, several thick branches extended, and from these, smaller branches branched out. The edge of the island was surrounded by the sea. The most valuable one is the white jade Ganoderma, which is marked on the map with a large red 5-star shape. It's on a coral branch at the very top of the map. Lu Xingchen decided to go see the white jade Ganoderma first. Coral Island now has 3 entrances open, and there's no telling when a second wave of people might arrive. They needed to make a quick decision. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the map again, confirmed the white jade Ganoderma's location, and headed forward. She walked quickly. After about half an hour, she reached a fork in the road, which split into 3 paths. She took the middle path. After an unknown amount of time, she reached another fork in the road, which split into 3 more paths. Lu Xingqian took the left path. If her guess was correct, she could continue straight ahead and find the white jade Ganoderma. Although she didn't encounter any high-level beasts along the way, she did see beautiful colorful butterflies, bees, and other small insects. She ignored the lower-level rabbits, chickens, snakes, and the like. She continued on her way, and after an unknown amount of time, a dense forest appeared ahead. The forest was filled with tall trees, devoid of even a path. Lu Xingqian pulled out the treasure map and glanced at it again, confirming it was just ahead, through the dense forest. She entered the forest, weaving between the trees, and quickly made her way through. Still, no wild animals blocked her path. A tall mountain appeared ahead, a carved path spiraling up to the summit. This island was riddled with traces of human activity. Lu Xingqian reached the base of the peak, and found the path extremely narrow and steep. Given the mountain's height, she estimated it would take her over half an hour to climb. It was taking too long. It had already taken her a long time to get here. If they delayed any longer, the second wave might have already found the coral island. Lu Xingqian waved to Lan Lan. "Come, little Lan Lan, grow bigger and take me up." Lan Lan spread its wings, transforming into a giant bird. Lu Xingqian leaped aboard and sat on its back. Lan Lan had grown much larger, its back broad enough for several people to stand comfortably. Mimi also leaped aboard and stood on Lan Lan's back. Lan Lan was furious. "You little lamb, you dare ride me? You're rebelling. Get off me." "Mimi, hee. Lan Lan, I kill you." Seeing it about to charge, Lu Xingqian quickly restrained it. "Don't make trouble. You can just ride me back next time." "Lan Lan, I ride me back?" "Mimi, next time I take you surfing." Lan Lan thought for a moment and reluctantly said, "Okay." Lan Lan soared into the air, following Lu Xingqian's instructions, and flew to the summit. The summit, shrouded in mist, still boasted green grass, red flowers, and tall trees. Furthermore, there was a small pond. On the rocky wall not far from the pond, 2 white jade Ganoderma lucidum flowers bloomed. Lu Xingqian spotted them immediately. Although the red flowers were vibrant, and the green grass lush, each more striking than the other, anyone who visited was captivated by the tiny white jade Ganoderma lucidum. The white jade Ganoderma lucidum glowed like snow-white jade. Lu Xingqian jumped down, carefully grasped the spirit snake whip, and approached. Surprisingly, there were still no beasts. She also saw the information about the white jade Ganoderma lucidum. White jade Ganoderma, a magical herb that prolongs life and nourishes the spirit. Consuming it invigorates one's energy. White jade Ganoderma lucidum matures once every 49 years, withers and disappears 3 days after maturity, and must be harvested at its peak. Current status, immature. Estimated maturity, within 8 to 24 hours. It's not ripe yet? Lu Xingqian stopped and took another closer look. It can't be picked before it's ripe, otherwise it won't be effective. It still has 8 to 24 hours to mature, which means it could be ripe anytime after 8 hours. Does it have to be guarded after 8 hours? No, it has to be guarded now, lest it be devoured by wild beasts before it's ripe. Strange. Lu Xingqian looked around in surprise. The white jade Ganoderma is the most valuable treasure on Coral Island. Logically, there should be at least a level 5 exotic beast guarding it. Why isn't there even one? This is a dilemma. Without a beast guarding the place, she had to keep watch. However, she also needed to seize other treasures before anyone else arrived. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingqian said to Meme, "Help me guard this place. If anything unusual happens, or if the Ganoderma lucidum matures, call me immediately." She and her pets could communicate telepathically, and that was possible within the confines of this island. Meme nodded, "Yes, master." It walked over to the Ganoderma lucidum, and lay down quietly. Lu Xingqian felt relieved. Meme was very cautious, and having it guarding her was much better. She didn't dare leave Lan Lan here. After giving Meme instructions, Lu Xingqian sat on Lan Lan's back, and continued on to the next location. At the end of the fork in the road, there was another treasure. Water boots. Besides the white jade Ganoderma lucidum, this was the most valuable treasure. They quickly arrived at their destination, a mountain forest teeming with long-armed golden monkeys. Half were level 5, the other half were level 3 and 4. To obtain the water tread boots, they had to kill a level 5 long-armed golden monkey. Killing them offered a 5% chance of obtaining the water tread boots. Lu Xingqian fell into deep thought. Level 5 monsters were difficult to kill. Even with her increased stats, killing one with Lan Lan would take at least half an hour. Slaying a few would take hours. No, this would take too long. Next. Chapter 219. The closest thing to the water boots is the golden spirit melon. Consuming it increases strength by 2, but only once. Lu Xingchen immediately set off for the golden spirit melon's location. Lon Lon flew with her to avoid encountering any strange beasts. Soon, they arrived at the golden spirit melon's location. Ahead lay a valley, still covered in green grass and blooming flowers, along with low shrubs and tall trees. Lu Xingchen jumped down and carefully searched the marked location on the map. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, she found nothing. She was getting anxious. The map had been zoomed out quite a bit, so the location wasn't quite accurate. So, she expanded it a bit. As they passed a large tree, she suddenly heard a meow. Looking up, she saw a kitten lying on a noble branch. The cat's fur was pure white, spotless, with only a gray patch on its forehead. She couldn't tell if it had gotten dirty somewhere, or if it was just that color. Its eyes narrowed slightly in the sunlight, a beautiful amber hue. It looked down at Lu Xingchen with a haughty, condescending gaze. What a noble and beautiful little cat! It had such an imposing presence, as if, in its eyes, Lu Xingchen was nothing more than an ant. Lu Xingchen, Although she loved petting cats, this one wasn't easy to pet, and besides, she didn't have the time. She lowered her head and continued her careful search, moving forward. After a few more steps, she suddenly heard another meow. The cat reappeared, this time in the bushes. Its gaze softened, its previous noble aura gone, like a cute neighborhood kitten. Nimble and adorable. TSK, what a very temperament. Lu Xingchen gave it a curious look and searched the bushes thoroughly. Seeing no results, she continued on her way. The kitten, unhappy, jumped down, rubbed Lu Xingchen's calf, and circled around him, meowing sweetly twice. Then, it ran over to Lu Xingchen and rolled over, its beautiful amber eyes adorably gazing at him. Meow. What? Want food? That's how kittens usually ask for food, but Lu Xingchen was in a hurry. She simply didn't have time. Besides, this kitten was chubby, clearly well-fed. So, she dodged the kitten's entanglement, took a different route, and continued her search for the golden melon. After walking a little further, Lu Xingchen, frantic, began to pick through the rocks. There was no description of what the golden melon looked like or where it grew, so she could only search everywhere, examining every plant. A blade of grass sprouted from the pile of rocks. Lu Xingchen pushed aside 2 dirty stones, and a filthy little kitten rolled out. Its fur was filthy, covered in dirt and mud, its belly was emaciated, and it looked incredibly pitiful. Meow! It cried miserably to Lu Xingchen. Tears welled in its eyes. Lu Xingchen, How could there be such a skinny kitten? How many days had it been starving? The other one was so energetic. Why is this one so starving and miserable? Does it look familiar? This poor, hungry kitten bears a strong resemblance to the noble, beautiful cat and the sweet neighbor's cat. No, not like that. That chubby, round cat just now, is now as thin as a sheet of paper from starvation. She had never seen such a thin cat. While there weren't any golden spirit fruits here, there were ordinary fruits, and countless small animals and sparrows. Couldn't this cat catch some for itself? It must be too lazy. Lu Xingchen hadn't wanted to respond, but then Lining sent a message. Xingxing, I made braised pork. It's made with level 5 porcupine meat. It's delicious. Try it. Lu Xingchen had been searching for a long time, and was hungry, so he sat down on a rock to rest and replied, Okay, Grandma. Lining immediately sent a small plate of braised pork and a pair of chopsticks. Lu Xingchen took out the braised pork, picked it up with her chopsticks, and took a bite. Yes, Grandma's cooking is excellent. She stewed the porcupine meat to a tender and delicious taste. Meow, meow, meow. The paper cat meowed anxiously, circling Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was preoccupied, and after 2 slices, she didn't feel like eating anymore. She picked up a piece of braised pork and said to the paper cat, Here, stop crying. I give you a bite. The braised pork fell, and the paper cat, with a meow, grabbed it. It took a bite, and its eyes lit up immediately. Crunching, it devoured the braised pork in a matter of seconds. Lu Xingchen simply fed it the rest of the braised pork, handed the empty plate to Grandma, and stood up. The paper cat ate quickly, finishing in less than half a minute. It stood up, gracefully arched its body, and shook itself. Lu Xingchen was surprised to find that all the dirt and mud had been shaken off its body, and its paper cat seemed to have expanded. Its face had become rounder. It swooshed onto a nearby branch and lay there gracefully. Noble and beautiful. Exactly like the first cat they met, it licked its paws and gave Lu Xingchen a disdainful look. So you like this type? Lu Xingchen, What's the connection? So this is a cat. Is it bored? It keeps changing its appearance and following me around. Hey, it can talk. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Kitten, you ate my meat, so you have to help me. Do you know the golden spirit melon? Kitten, yes. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Where is it? Kitten, here. Lu Xingchen, where? The kitten dug hard at its side. Here. A small object fell down. The kitten pointed. See? It fell. Lu Xingchen quickly lowered his head to look for it. After searching the grass for a long time, he finally found a golden fruit the size of a peanut. Got the golden spirit melon. What? This is the golden spirit melon? Lu Xingchen pinched the golden peanuts, feeling both amused and helpless. This is a melon? This is a melon? Who has such a bad taste, calling something like this a melon? Lu Xingchen carefully examined the golden spirit melon's information. Golden spirit melon. Spiritual fruit, golden yellow. It used to be very large, but later mutated and became smaller. Consuming it increases strength by 2. 1 is effective, but eating more is useless. She looked up at the small tree where the kitten was. The tree was short, only about 2 meters tall, with a few branches. There were few leaves, hanging sparsely, and the leaves were also wilted and a dull, pale yellow. Because the leaves were so sparse, the fruit on the tree was clearly visible. Lu Xingchen crouched in the tree and found 4 more golden spirit melons. There were only 5 in total, and no more. While she was searching for the golden spirit melons, the kitten jumped onto a nearby rock and kept watching her. After picking the golden spirit melons, Lu Xingchen took out her shovel and prepared to dig back. The kitten's eyes widened. Lu Xingchen didn't even look at it, swung the shovel, and dug in. Ding! With a sound, it couldn't move. Ding! The spiritual fruits on the coral island can only be picked, not dug. Please stop your dangerous actions. Please stop your dangerous actions. Oh, what a unique island. Why are you so excited? Lu Xingchen reluctantly put away her shovel, her hope of digging into the paradise dashed. She ate a small golden spirit melon first, swallowing it bit by bit, not finding the core. A surge of power surged within her. She checked the information and, as expected, her strength had increased by 2 points. Next, the nearest black jade dates. Chapter 220. Lu Xingchen looked back and saw the kitten was gone. Without giving it much thought, she gathered her things and prepared to go to the next spot to look for black jade dates. Unfortunately, it had been 30 minutes since Lan Lan had transformed into her larger form, and she had returned to her original size. She couldn't grow any larger for now, but she said it would be back soon. The cooldown for the transformation wasn't long. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, the 2 locations weren't far apart. She turned onto another fork in the road and began to follow it. She realized it wasn't far, but it was a mountain. She was climbing. Thankfully, there was a mountain path. The mountain had man-made stone steps, so you generally wouldn't encounter wild animals here, but you could only pick some wildflowers and grasses along the way. If you wanted to enjoy the scenery, fine. It wasn't dangerous. However, if you wanted to get the valuables, you have to leave the path, which would be more dangerous. Climbing higher, Lu Xingchen saw a stone wall that towered into the clouds. A moon-shaped archway had been carved into the stone wall, situated directly on the path. Now, Lan Lan couldn't take her flying. In other words, to find the black jade dates, she had to pass through this moon-shaped archway. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to cross, a wolf suddenly appeared from the moon-shaped archway. A 4th-level gray wolf, it appeared as if out of thin air, bared its teeth at Lu Xingchen, and charged forward with a roar. Lu Xingchen quickly stepped back, unsheathed her spirit snake whip, and lashed it with a snap at the 4th-level gray wolf. Ouch! The wolf screamed. At this moment, Lan Lan's chain of sharp claws arrived. It took Lu Xingchen only 7 or 8 minutes to deal with this 4th-level beast. After killing the gray wolf, she finished dissecting it, and was about to move forward. Suddenly, with a woof, another level 4 gray wolf appeared. Lu Xingchen killed another, and then another spawned. After killing 7 or 8 in total, Lu Xingchen was exhausted, but the gray wolves continued to spawn, sometimes even 2. Luckily, Lu Xingchen had Lan Lan's help, and she was quite powerful. Most people wouldn't be able to handle it. Lu Xingchen, could the moon arch be a spawning point? Isn't that blocking the way? She wanted to charge in, but level 4 monsters, while she could kill them, weren't easy to kill. It would take several minutes at most. The gray wolves blocked the moon arch, like a single man blocking 1,000. It was a difficult situation. Every time she killed one, another would appear, leaving her no room to breathe. Lu Xingchen was sweating. Just as the gray wolf was about to be killed, Lu Xingchen gestured to Lan Lan and raised her hand to set a quicksand trap. The gray wolf, battered and wounded, howled helplessly. Lu Xingchen beckoned it. The gray wolf, blinded in one eye, roared and charged forward. Then it fell into the quicksand trap. Although the gray wolf was a fourth-level creature, it was now blinded in one eye, lame in one leg, and covered in wounds. It was already barely surviving, so how could it possibly escape the quicksand trap? It howled and struggled in panic, only to sink deeper and deeper. Only its head remained above the surface. "All right, let's go!" Lu Xingchen waved to Lan Lan, leaped over the quicksand trap, over the gray wolf, and through the moon arch. The gray wolf wasn't dead yet. The next wave hadn't spawned yet, and Lu Xingchen had already made it through. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, looking back through the moon arch to see a white kitten lying on a branch, staring blankly at him. Lu Xingchen saw a look of astonishment in its amber eyes. "TSK, that little kitty has quite a few expressions. Hey, it's following her. Why is it so attached?" Lu Xingchen's heart stirred, and she waved to the kitty. "Little greedy cat, I'm asking you, do you know where the black jade dates are?" The kitty meowed proudly. "Why should I tell you?" Lu Xingchen, forget it. She led Lan Lan forward. It was such a large area, a thorough search would be enough. Meow. The cat behind her meowed. "I can tell you, but you have to give me." "Here, little Lu, I saw the black jade dates." Suddenly, Lan Lan cried out. It flew quickly, and had already reached the front. Ahead was a cliff, and Lan Lan was circling above it. Lu Xingchen ran over, and found only a few weeds on the cliff. Lan Lan flew to the edge of the cliff. "Little Lu, look down, look down." Lu Xingchen stood at the edge and looked down, spotting a green branch. "I can't see it." Lan Lan, anxious, spread his wings, and instantly grew larger. Fluttering his wings, he landed on the edge and said to Lu Xingchen, "Come up, quickly." The kitten, who had been following behind, stopped in surprise at Lan Lan's transformation, glancing from Lu Xingchen to Lan Lan, a bit incredulous. Lu Xingchen had already jumped onto Lan Lan's back. Lan Lan swooped down, carrying Lu Xingchen a little lower. On the cliff, a plant grew on the rock face. It was only about a meter tall, with lush, green branches and leaves. Lan Lan flew next to the plant. Lu Xingchen leaned in closer and read its information. Black jade jujube, a spiritual fruit. Increases physical fitness by 2 after consumption. 1 is effective, but more is useless. That's it. Lu Xingchen was excited. But where was the fruit? She had Lan Lan stop next to the black jade date plant. She gently dug around, finally spotting a purple-brown fruit the size of a date. That was the fruit. She picked one and put it in her backpack, then parted the dense foliage to look for more black jade dates. After searching for a long time, even through every branch and leaf, she only found 5. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the 6th. That's it. Lu Xingchen took out the shovel. Lan Lan was anxious. "Can you help me? I'm dying." "Hurry up." "Lu Xingchen, what's the rush?" She dug a handful. "What are you digging for?" "The spiritual fruits on Coral Island can only be picked, not dug. If you continue to damage them, I'd be rude." "Stop digging. I'm talking to you. Stop digging." "Lu Xingchen, Why are you so excited again? What's the big deal?" She put down her tools and looked up to see the kitten on the cliff, staring at her with its head lowered. It seemed a little angry. "Lu Xingchen, This kitten is too clingy. Could it be that it wants to follow her because she fed it once?" Lan Lan led Lu Xingchen up, but the kitten was gone. Lu Xingchen thought it was a strange cat. Next, it was time to find the swallowtail fruit. The swallowtail fruit was a bit far away, and Lan Lan's 30 minutes were almost up. Lu Xingchen didn't care about anything else, and quickly told Lan Lan to fly. Finally, as Lan Lan regained her shape, Lu Xingchen also arrived near the swallowtail fruit. It was a plain, adorned with red flowers and green grass, a truly stunning sight. Cows and sheep grazed the meadows. But it was only level 2. Lu Xingchen looked down on it. She took out her map and scanned the area, searching extensively for over half an hour, but found nothing. Where had it gone? How could it be gone? This time, she was extremely careful, not sparing a blade of grass, a flower, or even a single rock. There wasn't even a trace of the swallowtail fruit. Then, there was the sea. There was no beach, only reefs and rocks of varying sizes. Occasionally, a few small fish swam through the cracks between them. Lu Xingchen sat on a rock by the sea, wiping the sweat from her forehead. How could it be gone? Chapter 221. Lu Xingchen sat on a reef, clear water at her feet. Two little blue-legged crabs were fighting on the rocks, a fight they have if they pushed. She overheard their conversation. You idiot, get out of here. You're the one who got out? I found this first. My parents, uncle, and aunt are coming soon. Okay, you call the parents? I call them too. Pissed. Hey, what the hell? You're trying to steal our treasure. Lu Xingchen was so absorbed in listening to the little crabs, it looked like she was in a daze. The kitten approached with graceful steps. Can't find your treasure? Are you confused? Please. Lu Xingchen, shh. She was so focused on the little crabs that she didn't even hear what the kitten was saying. She heard the key part. Someone's stealing the treasure. That's it. It's provoking us to quarrel, and it's going to take the treasure. Call the parents and beat it to death. How dare it steal the swallow fruit? Swallow fruit? Lu Xingchen watched the two little crabs dash into the sea. Without a second thought, she donned her respirator and jumped in. Walking down the slope of the rock wall, she quickly caught up with the little crabs. She saw a group of blue-legged crabs surrounding a white shadow. The crabs were quite large, each about half a meter long. They had long, blue legs, and their large claws were like two steel knives, gleaming with a deep light, looking a bit creepy. They cursed angrily as they surrounded a white object. The whiteness was lost in the swarm of crabs, and Lu Xingchen couldn't make out what it was. She only saw information about the blue-legged crab, a second-stage mutant blue crab, a first-stage blue crab. The crabs cursed. Where did this wild brat come from? How dare it deceive us? Brothers, kill it with your claws. Get the swallow fruit back. Kill it and eat the meat. I'm so pissed I was tricked by a brat like that. Save its head and kick it like a ball. Eat meat, eat meat. Kick the ball, kick the ball. A voice rang out, woohoo! Woohoo! Help! Yes, it's the baby seal. The baby seal stole the swallow fruit. Lu Xingchen's expression froze. She immediately pulled out her harpoon, triggered it, and with a bang, she pierced a crab's belly. The large crab rolled over and died. Lu Xingchen retracted the harpoon and continued with a few more bangs, killing several more blue crabs. The crabs, startled, fled in all directions. What the hell? Look for Grandpa. Look for Grandpa. My brother is dead. We fight. Grandpa is here. We're not afraid anymore. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw a giant crab charging towards them, its dark blue claws raised. Level 3 mutant blue crab. Level 3 mutation? Wouldn't that be about the same level as the great white shark? Lu Xingchen panicked. Last time, it took a lot of effort to kill the great white shark. It had to reach the surface, with the help of Lon Lon and Meme. Now run, but the little seal was holding a bunch of things in her arms, surrounded by a group of blue crabs. If my guess was correct, the little seal was holding the swallowtail fruit. If she ran, what would happen to the swallowtail fruit? Lu Xingchen stepped back, pressed the trigger on the harpoon, and it launched out. With a bang. It was caught in the claws of a level 3 blue crab. This thing is so fast. Lu Xingchen pulled the harpoon back with all his strength and pressed the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Several times in a row, the harpoon was blocked by the claws and legs of the level 3 blue crab. The blue crab's weak spots are its stomach and eyes. The rest of its body is like steel, and the harpoon can't penetrate its defenses at all. Lu Xingchen was a little anxious. The blue crab was already waving its claws in pursuit. Helplessly, she decided to head to the sea first. Lu Xingchen surfaced, but the level 3 blue crab didn't pursue her and retreated. The baby seal cried, woohoo! Mine! No! Flying swallow fruit. Lu Xingchen immediately returned to the sea. She simply stopped attacking the level 3 blue crab and focused on the level 1 and 2 ones. Bang, bang, bang. The blue crab scattered wherever the harpoon struck. The level 3 blue crab, enraged, chased after her again. Lu Xingchen gestured to the baby seal, telling it to run. But the baby seal simply clung to its contents and howled loudly. Its voice grew louder and louder. Wuh! Crab eat! Still wanting to eat crab? Lu Xingchen was almost amused. A level 3 blue crab had already rushed over. Lu Xingchen turned and ran, but suddenly, she saw a long streamer drifting in the water. It was white. Before she could react, the white streamer suddenly swung, binding the chasing level 3 blue crab. Snap, snap, snap! Several streamers chased over, firmly binding the level 3 blue crab. Lu Xingchen spotted a giant squid. Those streamers were squid tentacles. What a helper! Without a second thought, Lu Xingchen triggered the trigger, and the harpoon shot out, piercing the level 3 blue crab's belly. It was where the squid's tentacles hadn't caught. She retracted the harpoon, only to find it hooked onto a mass of flesh. The blue crab couldn't move, so of course, she could only let it be slaughtered. The squid realized something was wrong, turned its tentacles, and put the blue crab into its mouth. Lu Xingchen, still trying to steal someone's life. As soon as the third-level blue crab died, the others immediately fled, crying as they ran. Lu Xingchen hurried over, picked up the baby seal, and rushed to the surface. She placed the baby seal on the reef. The baby seal shouted into the sea, "Friend, thank you." Lu Xingchen, that squid just now was your friend? The baby seal, yes. Lu Xingchen was surprised. No wonder the baby seal hadn't run away. It turned out it was fishing. She stared eagerly at the thing in the baby seal's arms. What's that? Let me see. The baby seal opened his hands, revealing several green branches with several yellow fruits on them, no bigger than hawthorns. Lu Xingchen saw the information. Swallow fruit. A spiritual fruit that permanently increases agility by 2 points upon consumption. Effective once, no more than 1 point. Sure enough, it was it. Lu Xingchen looked at the little seal excitedly. Little one, where did you pick your swallowtails? The little seal tossed one into its mouth and pointed down to the sea. Right here, right next to it. So it's in the sea, where the coral island is submerged? No wonder she couldn't find it. Just as the little seal was about to toss another one into its mouth, Lu Xingchen quickly stopped it. Don't eat it. Too much of this stuff is useless. The little seal, but I'm hungry. Lu Xingchen held out a basket of strawberries. You can have these. The little seal glared at Lu Xingchen with round eyes. Hurry, hurry. Lu Xingchen, She thought for a moment, then sent a message to Lining, asking her to send her the blue krill. She then said to the little seal, Okay, I trade the blue krill for this fruit of yours. How many do you have? Let me see. The little seal released her arms, and Lu Xingchen counted them. There were still 4. Apparently, there were also 5 swallowtail fruits. The little seal ate one, leaving only 4. Lu Xingchen, I trade you a blue krill for these fruits, okay? She heard a disdainful meow. Turning around, she saw a kitten sitting on the rocks, looking at her with disdain. What a varied expression. Chapter 222. Lu Xingchen glared at the kitten and turned back to the little seal. How's it? Little seal. Not good, too little. Lu Xingchen, no way, I don't have much anymore. How about this, 2 blue krill for your 4 fruits, okay? The little seal hesitated. Lu Xingchen took out a blue krill, and held it up for the little seal to see. He said, Look, a shrimp is this big, and a fruit is so small. My shrimp is equivalent to 4 of your fruits. I give you 2. Isn't that a good deal? Shrimp is always better than fruit, right? The little seal's mouth watered at the sight of the blue krill. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Lu Xingchen's hands were empty. The blue krill was gone. She turned back and saw the kitten swallowing a piece of the blue krill's tail. After it finished, it licked its paw gracefully. The little seal cried, Woo woo, shrimp, shrimp. Lu Xingchen also got angry. Kitten, you stole my stuff. Kitten, it's just a blue krill. What's so special about it? Lu Xingchen, give it back. Kitten, I ate it, but I can't give it back. Lu Xingchen took out the spirit snake whip, and the kitten's eyes widened. I ate your stuff, and in return, I take you to find a treasure. Lu Xingchen, what treasure? The kitten raised its head proudly. The formula for the heart-clearing pill. The formula for the heart-clearing pill? She knew where it was. And why would she need it? Usually, these kinds of formulas required killing a strange beast. She just had to find the place, and go kill it. She didn't need the kitten to show her the way. Lu Xingchen shook her head. No. She gave the kitten a deep look. Unless you can provide other value, otherwise. The kitten was stunned. Let me think. Lu Xingchen scooped up the little seal, and took it to a secluded spot. She asked Lon Lon to stand guard while she gave the 2 blue krill to the little seal. She exchanged them for 4 swallow fruit. She immediately ate one and then ate another black jade date from before. She checked her information. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 16 plus 5 plus 2. Agility, 19 plus 5. Const, 15 plus 5 plus 3. Poison resistance, 10. Profession, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. Not bad, a significant increase in stats. Lu Xingchen immediately took a swallow fruit, a black jade date, and a golden spirit melon, and sent them all to Lining, instructing her to eat them quickly. Then, Lu Xingchen, with the little seal leading the way, went down into the sea to the location of the swallow fruit. The swallow fruit resembled a mass of seaweed, its berries scattered throughout. Undeterred, Lu Xingchen took out her shovel and attempted to dig. But just as she began to dig, she heard a cold voice. Ding! The spiritual fruits on the coral island can only be picked, not dug. Oh, Lu Xingchen smiled slyly and dug vigorously with the shovel several times. Ding! The spiritual fruits on the coral island can only be picked, not dug. Really, you can't dig them. Seriously, you can't dig. Okay, you dig one, and that won't happen again, huh? Hee. Lu Xingchen unceremoniously scooped up a swallowtail fruit and put it in her backpack. Then she put away her shovel and carried the baby seal ashore. As soon as she reached shore, she saw several dolphins leaping from the sea not far away, whimpering. The little seal was delighted when he saw it. Friends, let's go! It leaped into the sea and quickly reached the dolphins, where they frolicked together. Lu Xingchen, I didn't expect the little seal to have friends all over the world. He's quite sociable. She opened the treasure distribution map of Coral Island and secretly wondered which of the remaining treasures to find first. She still had the water boots, the poison-repellent pills, the heart-cleansing pill formula, the advanced flippers, and the advanced wetsuit. Ignore the white jade Ganoderma, it's not ripe yet. Never mind, let's go check it out first. While Lon Lon can still fly, Lu Xingchen called Lon Lon back and asked her to check out several treasure locations. She gave her a general overview and asked Lon Lon to memorize them. All of these treasures were needed to kill the monsters. Among them, the water boots were the one she wanted most. Water boots, as the name suggests, allow walking on water, making them much easier for her to kill sea beasts than being on Mimi's back. Plus, they increased speed. She had to speed up her treasure collection. The game couldn't leave her alone on top. People would definitely be coming in through the other two entrances. Lu Xingchen checked the time. 3 hours were almost up. After 3 hours, she could gather her friends. She planned to call Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Gu Yin had high martial arts skills and could help her kill level 5 monsters. Gao Dafu was essential as a companion. Lu Xingchen privately messaged the two. Coral Island, are you coming? Gao Dafu's high voice echoed. You're on Coral Island? Lu Xingchen, yeah. Gao Dafu, you're amazing. Come on, why aren't you here? Lu Xingchen, I work for you. I don't want anything, just let me see the island. Gu Yin said succinctly, come, I give you the food. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin sent a summons card. Lu Xingchen rode Lon Lon to the location of the water boots, where a group of 5th level golden monkeys were. She checked the time. It was only a few minutes until the 3-hour mark. Just a few more minutes before the summons, suddenly, an idea struck her, and she texted the two people, prepare 10 pieces each of 3rd level pork, beef, mutton, and chicken. Call me when you're ready. She figured that even if she summoned the people, they would probably have to pay a fee. Let them prepare, otherwise the summons card would be wasted. After giving her instructions, she sat down to rest. Swish. With a swish, the white kitten reappeared on the branch in front of her. The kitten licked its paw. You know? Lu Xingchen, what do you know? Kitten, you definitely know. Lu Xingchen, what do I know? Oh right, if you eat my blue krill, you have to work for me. Kitten, I can't do anything to them. Wow, you know so much. Lu Xingchen understood. However, she didn't have time to chat with the kitten. It was difficult to get the kitten to work, but it was easier to get Gu Yin and Gao Dafu to do the work. The time had come, and Gao Dafu and Gu Yin had prepared the supplies. Lu Xingchen summoned the two. After the summoning was complete, a notification sounded. Only 2 people can be summoned at a time, and you can summon again after 3 hours. There's even such a rule? It seems they're worried about too many people on the Coral Island. That's a good thing. Too many people would be troublesome. In a flash of white light, Gao Dafu and Gu Yin appeared before her. Each of them held 2 boxes, and in an instant, the boxes disappeared. Gao Dafu exclaimed, they're charging a fee to come up here? How many gluttons are there on Coral Island? They need so much meat. But he soon regained his excitement. Gao Dafu looked around, overcome with excitement. He stretched out his arms and exclaimed passionately, beautiful, beautiful. Coral Island is truly extraordinary, much more beautiful than other islands. Look at these flowers, this grass, these trees. They're all so beautiful, and there are these butterflies, these birds. A little sparrow flew by and pooped. It landed right on his excitedly waving hand. Gao Dafu, Chapter 223. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Even the little sparrows are different, aren't they? Gao Dafu chuckled and took out mineral water to wash his hands. The Sparrow Daddy didn't dampen his enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled. Lu Xingchen, I do whatever you tell me to do. I don't even want the treasures. I'm here to broaden my horizons. Lu Xingchen pointed to the woods ahead. There's a group of monkeys over there. Help me kill them. Besides the water boots blueprint, all the other supplies we get will be split equally. Gao Dafu, no problem, Lu Xingchen, you're so polite, hee hee. Gu Yan nodded slightly and rushed forward. Lu Xingchen quickly added, the most valuable treasure here is the water boots blueprint. Gu Yan, it's okay. Gao Dafu, I'm not greedy. He also rushed forward. Lu Xingchen hurriedly followed. A large group of 5th level golden monkeys. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan were too reckless. As expected, the two quickly retreated. Gao Dafu touched his torn clothes and exclaimed, I didn't expect the monkeys on Coral Island to be so powerful. A whole bunch of level 5 monkeys. What a generous game. Lu Xingchen said, we can't handle a group of them. One of us needs to lure 1 or 2 over. Quick victory. Gu Yan pointed at Gao Dafu. Go. Gao Dafu yelped, why me? Gu Yan said coldly, quick. Gao Dafu thought for a moment, his chubby face immediately breaking into a smile. That's right. My boots are great, and I'm fast. Hee hee, Lu Xingchen, my boots are enchanted. Now I run like the wind. Before Lu Xingchen could say anything, he shouted, I'm going. I show you. The chubby man dashed off. His speed was certainly impressive. A short while later, he returned with a monkey. The long-armed golden monkey, furious, sneezed as it chased Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu said, hurry. Level 5 monkeys are formidable. I unleashed my biochemical weapon, and they fainted for a split second before waking up. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan immediately charged forward, one swinging a long sword, the other brandishing a spirit snake whip. The battle was over in 5 or 6 minutes. Because Lu Xingchen had become even stronger after consuming those spiritual fruits, of course, it was also because of Gu Yan's high martial arts skills. Lu Xingchen suspected he'd been experiencing adventures brought on by Gao Dafu. A short while later, Gao Dafu returned with 2 level 5 long-armed golden monkeys. Seeing Gu Yan and Lu Xingchen holding the monkeys, he immediately ran back. This time, one of the long-armed golden monkeys dropped the box. Lu Xingchen immediately went over to open it. Opening the treasure chest, I received a high-level black scale leather armor blueprint X1, which I had already placed in my storage backpack. At this moment, Gao Dafu arrived with another golden monkey. Lu Xingchen, kill it first, we divide the treasure later. Gao Dafu, okay. He happily ran off. This continued several times, and finally, after killing 13 level 5 golden monkeys, a 4th treasure chest dropped. Lu Xingchen opened the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, I received a water-walking boots blueprint, which I had already placed in my storage backpack. Water-walking boots blueprint. Craft water-walking boots. Wearing them allows you to walk on water, increasing your speed by 5. Water-walking boots blueprint. Craft water-walking boots. Wearing them allows you to walk on water, increasing your speed by 5. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Great. I finally got the blueprint. These water-walking boots are amazing. Normal flippers increase water speed by 1. Intermediate flippers increase water speed by 2. Advanced flippers increase water speed by 3. However, her water boots increase her speed by 5 in water, and also increase her speed on water by 5. From now on, she can use them instead of flippers. Lu Xingchen's heart was burning with excitement. She put away the blueprint and said, let's go, let's change places. There was only one blueprint for the water boots. Now that she had them, she had to find other treasures. Gao Dafu, huh? I haven't had enough fun yet? Lu Xingchen, Intermediate Flippers X1, Black Scale Leather Armor Blueprint X1, 10 bananas. Besides the water boots, I also got this. She didn't need the intermediate flippers, and the Black Scale Leather Armor Blueprint was for men, so she had no use for them. She simply gave the 2 items to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan. They divided them among themselves. Seeing the blueprint and flippers, Gao Dafu's face danced with excitement. He chuckled, Hey Lu Xingchen, why are you being so polite? I told you, we're here for free, we don't want anything, hee hee. He swiftly took the intermediate flippers, and the Black Scale Leather Armor Blueprints, automatically dividing them. He took the intermediate flippers, Gu Yan took the Black Scale Leather Armor Blueprints. Lu Xingchen then took out the bananas. There were 10 bunches of bananas, each quite large. She gave 3 bunches each to Gu Yan and Gao Dafu, kept 3 for herself, and split the remaining one for the three of them to eat. The 5th level golden monkey was no match, and all three of them were exhausted. So, they retreated, resting on a rock beside the path and eating bananas. Bananas were delicious and replenished their energy. Gao Dafu gobbled his food ravenously. As he was finishing his 7th banana, his eyes suddenly widened. Someone else is coming to Coral Island. Lu Xingchen, who? Gao Dafu, Nie Bailing. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen and saw Nie Bailing say, "This must be the entrance to Coral Island." Zhou Jin, haha, junior sister, you're so lucky. You should be the first to enter Coral Island. Go! Nie Bailing, I'm waiting for Dad. Nie Feng, Bailing works hard. She doesn't rely solely on luck. Zhou Jin, yes, junior sister has worked hard since she was young. Unlike some people who rely solely on luck. Zhang Cheng, Bailing is truly the hardest working person I've ever met. Only people like her can make it to the end. Haha, the ocean is vast. Finding the entrance to Coral Island is like finding a needle in a haystack. Those who rely solely on luck won't find it. Zhou Jin, one more thing. Don't be so overbearing. Those who are overly domineering and eager to seize any place they find won't find Coral Island. Wei Ying, are you playing tricks on me? Just say what you mean. It sounds awkward. Wei Lin, yes, and a bit sour. Xia Xiaoyu, we've heard a lot of rumors. Haha, as for who started them, we can't guess, but we can find out. Someone was puzzled. Why do I sound so confused? What rumors? Ahem, rumors about Lu Xingchen being too domineering, hee. There have been a lot of rumors about Lu Xingchen lately. I've never heard of them before. Nie Bailing, senior brother Zhou, come over here too. I've confirmed this is the entrance to Coral Island. Come, I gather you first, and my father will follow. Attention immediately shifted to Coral Island. Everyone praised Nie Bailing, believing him to be unrivaled in luck. Lu Xingchen swiftly opened the trading hall and took a look. In the trading hall, the highest grade was level 4 beef, and level 3 was still quite common. However, there were only 1 or 2 instances of level 3 chicken. For some reason, level 3 chicken was rare, or perhaps everyone hadn't encountered it. Lu Xingchen had an idea and privately messaged Qin Wuchuan, clear all the level 3 chicken in the trading hall. There might be a surprise later. If you have enough supplies, you can also buy the lesser level 3 beef. She didn't have time, otherwise, she would have done it. Qin Wuchuan bought up all the level 3 chicken and beef in the trading hall without saying a word. Not only that, he also asked Xia Xiaoyu to buy up the level 3 chicken and beef in the chat channel at a high price. They were wealthy, and most of the players who had this kind of meat had sold it. Just a few minutes later, Nie Bailing said, looking for level 3 chicken and beef. Contact us if you have any. I buy them at a high price. Lu Xingchen, haha. Chapter 224. Nie Bailing wanted to collect 3rd grade chicken and beef, but after a few minutes, she realized she might not be able to get any. She panicked, if you have any, contact us quickly. The price is negotiable. Finally, someone noticed something was amiss. 3rd grade beef and chicken aren't anything special. Nie Bailing, why are you in such a hurry to collect them? Yeah, 2nd grade and 1st grade chicken are fine too. Isn't pork delicious? Nie Bailing, why are you eating meat here instead of heading to Coral Island? Hey, Qin Wuchuan's men just took all the 3rd grade pork and chicken. That's strange. Could it be related to Coral Island? Nie Bailing fell silent, and of course, Qin Wuchuan didn't say anything either. Lu Xingchen and the others had rested, and it was time to find the formula for the detoxification pill and the heart-cleansing pill. It wasn't too close, and Lan Lan couldn't take more than a few people with her, so Lu Xingchen decided to walk together. They didn't take the path, but walked along the grass through the woods. They happened to pass by an area with high-end flippers and high-end diving suits. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, of course, had no objections. After walking for a while, Gao Dafu suddenly said, look at the chat channel. Nie Bailing and Qin Wuchuan are arguing. Lu Xingchen opened the chat channel. Nie Bailing, Boss Qin, you're asking for 5 high-level weapon blueprints for level 3 beef and level 3 chicken. Do you think that's appropriate? Xia Xiaoyu, why are you asking our boss? I'm talking to you about this. If you don't think it's appropriate, just don't ask for it. Nie Bailing, you're doing this on purpose. Xia Xiaoyu, TSK, business is like that. If you want to buy it. If it's not suitable, don't buy it. I've never seen anyone who refuses to buy and then destroys their business. Nie Bailing, do you think the price you're asking is reasonable? Xia Xiaoyu, I don't understand. You can just not buy it. Nia Bailing, you've already bought all the third-level chicken and beef. If not you, who else can I buy from? Everyone was puzzled. Nia Bailing, why do you have to buy third-level beef and chicken? Nia Bailing didn't hide it. I need this to enter Coral Island. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Qin Wuchuan suddenly bought this. So there's news? Could it be that Qin Wuchuan has already arrived on Coral Island? Everyone speculated wildly, and neither Xia Xiaoyu nor Qin Wuchuan responded. Someone advised Nia Bailing, Qin Wuchuan is always like this. I advise you to give him the goods quickly, take the chicken and beef, and get to the island as soon as possible. Otherwise, Qin Wuchuan will take all the good things on Coral Island. Nia Bailing, haha, I hate this kind of profiteer. I won't buy from him. Anyone who still has third-level beef and chicken can raise the price. With so many people in a district, there are still some who haven't sold their third-level beef and chicken. Nia Bailing is just buying them up piece by piece. Lu Xingchen shook his head. This Nia Bailing is really stubborn. How much time would that take? But this would be good for her. The group finally reached the location of the detoxification pill formula. This was the territory of the 5th-level Grey Wolves, half of which were 5th level, and the other half were 4th and 3rd level. The three of them immediately divided the work. As before, Gao Dafu would lure the individual Grey Wolves over, while Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin waited. This was a bit more difficult, as Grey Wolves are social animals. The killing was a bit more difficult. After a long battle, they obtained a set of high-level diving suits, countless wolf meat, wolf skins, and wolf fangs, a set of wolf skin battlesuit blueprints, and little else. Exhausted, the three returned to the trail to rest. Gao Dafu gritted his teeth. This is too hard. I'm mad. No, I need to eat something to vent my anger. He took out the grill, cut the wolf meat into pieces, skewered it, and grilled it. Lu Xingchen sat on a nearby tree stump and opened the chat screen. It's Nia Bailing again. This girl's been so active lately. Nia Bailing, Qin Wuchuan, you weren't even on Coral Island. Why are you trying to embarrass me? Xia Xiaoyu, I say it again, it was me who talked to you. Our boss never said a word to you from beginning to end. You're not worthy. Nia Bailing, haha, if I hadn't gotten accurate information, I would have thought you and your group were on Coral Island. Turns out you never even went in. Zhou Jin, we're the first group, junior sister. Zhou Jin, haha, junior sister, it's okay. We won't summon them to the island. Zhang Cheng, Bailing, Zhou Jin, remember to summon me. Zhou Jin, wait in 3 hours. My junior sister and master will be there first. They've already been there an hour. Zhou Jin, some people have been blacklisted by us, haha. When the players heard they could be summoned, they were immediately excited and requested to be summoned. Nia Bailing didn't say anything, but Zhou Jin was pleased. Wait another 3 hours until I get a spot. Haha, I show you the beauty of Coral Island. He sent a screenshot. Seeing the picturesque scenery and abundant supplies on Coral Island, everyone became even more excited. Lu Xingchen thought about it. Because Nia Bailing had summoned Nia Feng and Zhou Jin at the Coral Island Whirlpool Gate, if the three of them came in, they could summon others in 3 hours. Calculating, 6 more people would arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Although each person was limited to summoning 2 people at a time, and could only summon again after 3 hours, if this continued, the number of people on the island would continue to grow. She was running out of time. Luckily, she still had a little over an hour to summon again, so she might as well summon Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chang. Their arrival would be a great help. Lu Xingchen said in the commando group chat, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, coming to Coral Island. Wei Lin excitedly said, Go Xingchen, are you already on the island? Lu Xingchen, yes, the summons can only be made every 3 hours. I summoned Gao Dafu and Gu Yin for the first time. We still have a little over half an hour left, so the 3 of us can gather. Just prepare 10 pieces each of 3rd grade pork, beef, lamb, and chicken. Wei Lin suddenly realized. No wonder they wanted this. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chang hurried to pack. Gu Yin had no one to call, and Gao Dafu had no one to call either. So, everyone decided that Lu Xingchen would call Wei Ying and Zhong Chang, while Gao Dafu would call Wei Lin and Wei Ting. After that, the 3 of them stood up and continued to kill the Grey Wolves. Gao Dafu immediately brought 2 level 5 Grey Wolves, and the 3 of them, along with Lan Lan, fought for a long time before finally killing one. Finally, another treasure chest appeared. She went over and opened the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, she found the recipe for the detoxification pill, which she had already placed in her storage backpack. It's finally out. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Detoxification pill. After taking it, it grants immunity to the toxic effects of marine life. It should be taken in advance as a precaution. Required materials: agrimony, blue spirit flower, small silver flower, and poison sac. Detoxification pills are great. They grant immunity to the toxic effects of marine life. As we all know, many marine life are poisonous or can release poison. Lu Xingchen had been worried about this, but now it seems that problem has been resolved. Lu Xingchen had crane's bill, blue spirit flowers, and poison sacs, but not the silver flower. He also didn't find the silver flower here. Lu Xingchen gathered his things and said to Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and the others, "Let's go next one." Gao Dafu turned around and asked, "Huh?" Nia Bailing, Nia Feng, and Zhou Jin were standing on the path, watching them for who knows how long. Nia Bailing's eyes flashed. "Sister Xingchen, are you here early?" Chapter 225. Lu Xingchen glanced at her and smiled faintly. "Coral Island has only been open for a few hours. How early do you think I can be?" Nia Bailing, "Then sister must be here earlier than us, right?" Lu Xingchen ignored her and waved to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. "Let's go!" The recipe for the detoxification pills was relatively close to that for the purifying heart pills, so they just had to follow the path. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin followed Lu Xingchen. Nia Bailing, Nia Feng, and Zhou Jin followed closely behind. Gao Dafu couldn't help but turn around and ask, "What are you doing?" "Zhou Jin, we're exploring. The Coral Island isn't yours, is it? We can go wherever we want." Gao Dafu was annoyed. "There are so many places. Why are you following us?" Nia Feng tugged at Nia Bailing. "Bailing, let's go somewhere else." Nia Bailing shook her head. "Dad, I want to go over there and take a look." Nia Feng, not wanting to argue with Lu Xingchen, whispered, "Let's go somewhere else first. If you want to come, we come back later." Zhou Jin, "Why?" Gao Dafu was displeased and was about to say something. Lu Xingchen sneered, pulled Gao Dafu back, and said, "Let them follow." She secretly sent Gao Dafu a text message. Gao Dafu glanced at it, a sly grin immediately appearing on his face. The three of them continued walking. On the way, Lu Xingchen spotted clusters of blooming roses. They came in all sorts of colors: yellow, pink, orange, red, and gradients. The petals, layered in layers and vibrant colors, were truly beautiful. Such beautiful flowers would be perfect for decorating her wooden boat. Lu Xingchen went over and snipped a rose branch, planning to take some cuttings back. Suddenly, she noticed tiny plants beneath some of the roses, their leaves and rhizomes tiny, covered in tiny white flowers. Small silver flower, an ingredient in detoxifying pills. It can detoxify, and marine life enjoys its scent. It can be harvested with a small medicinal hoe. Medicinal hoe? She didn't have one, so she had to dig it up. Under the pretense of pruning rose branches, Lu Xingchen dug out the small silver flower and put it into her storage backpack. She lingered, and Nia Bailing lingered too, imitating her by pruning many rose branches. Gao Dafu frowned in disgust. "Why aren't you leaving?" "Zhou Jin, it's none of your business whether we leave or not." Lu Xingchen simply waved Gao Dafu away. If Nia Bailing wanted to waste time pruning roses, let her do it. Wei Lin, Zhong Chang, and the others would be here soon, and with so many people, it would be hard to see what she could snatch up. Lu Xingchen stopped Gao Dafu, but couldn't stop another bird. Lan Lan. Lan Lan stood on a short tree, straightened her feathers, and said, imitating a cunning person, "Little green tea." Lu Xingchen, What on earth had Lan Lan learned from watching TV? Lan Lan, little bitch, White Lotus. It was speaking directly to Nia Bailing and her group. Nia Bailing's expression suddenly changed. "Sister Xingchen, what's your bird doing?" Gao Dafu, "TSK, can't you hear?" Lu Xingchen said sincerely, "Sorry, it's been obsessed with acting lately. It's completely absorbed in the role. Just ignore it." Lan Lan, imitating a cunning person, "Little green tea, little bitch, White Lotus, TFF, why are you pretending? The very sight of you makes me sick." Nia Bailing's expression shifted constantly, and she was starting to lose focus. Lu Xingchen glared at Lan Lan. "You've made it. What the hell are you learning? Get down here. Don't yell at Nia Bailing to run away. If you yell at her to run away, she'd be in for a treat." Lan Lan spread her wings and flew into the air, flicking her tail, and took off. Lu Xingchen pruned several branches of each color of rose, and dug up all the silver flowers. Then he stood up and continued walking. Yet Bailing continued to follow at a leisurely pace. Gao Dafu, furious, reported the incident to the commando group chat. Gao Dafu, I'm just puzzled. She's such a smart girl, but she always does stupid things. How could they possibly get away with following us? Wei Lin, maybe she thinks what you found is a truly incredible treasure. Wei Ying, or maybe she thinks she's lucky and thinks she might find something Lu Xingchen can't. Zhong Cheng, maybe it's because of that level 3 chicken and beef. Wei Lin understood, that's possible. Now, Ye Bailing must have known that Qin Wuchuan got his information from Lu Xingchen. Because Qin Wuchuan monopolized most of the level 3 chicken and beef, it took her a lot of time and money to gather the supplies for Coral Island. She might have thought Lu Xingchen was deliberately targeting her, holding back. Lu Xingchen didn't care. She estimated that the monster den was probably just ahead. She and Lan Lan had just explored the route. Ahead was a large swamp, filled with numerous giant-toothed crocodiles, ranging from level 5, level 4, and level 3, with level 5 accounting for the majority. She winked at Gao Dafu, walked into the bushes, and said, I'm going to get some clove seeds. Wait for me. Gu Yin followed. Gao Dafu grew impatient. Why are you always dawdling? I'm leaving first. He continued walking. Ye Bailing hesitated for a moment, then decided not to follow. She, Nye Feng, and Zhou Jin sat down on the side of the road to rest. Nye Feng whispered, Bailing, let's not waste time. Let's get going. Ye Bailing hushed and whispered, Dad, don't worry about it. Lu Xingchen is definitely here looking for treasure. If we follow her, we find it faster. Zhou Jin, yes, you see, they're dawdling, just waiting for us to leave. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu had already retreated to the side of the road where they had arrived. Just then, Gao Dafu suddenly came running, yelling, ah! He was followed by 5 or 6 level 5 megalodon crocodiles, and 2 level 4 ones. Soon, Gao Dafu rushed in front of Ye Bailing and the others, yelling, run, run. He swept past them and bolted. Ye Bailing and the others also spotted the giant-toothed crocodile, but by the time they could see its level, Gao Dafu had already fled. Ye Bailing's face changed drastically. Run. A 5th level monster. It was hard for the 3 of them to kill even one, and with so many, they wouldn't be able to hold off for even a minute. But the crocodiles were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Ye Bailing's face paled. Swish. With a swift movement, he used a speed card to hold Nye Feng back, and the 2 of them turned and ran. Zhou Jin didn't have a speed card. He yelled, Master, Junior Sister, wait for me. A speed card could only carry 1 person. Zhou Jin, terrified, scurried off into the grass. A 4th level giant-toothed crocodile gave chase. It quickly caught up with him and, with a snarl, bit off a piece of flesh from his calf. Zhou Jin ran furiously, blood gushing out, and the 4th level crocodile naturally pursued him relentlessly. Ah! Zhou Jin screamed, turned, threw something, and ran forward. Bang! The object exploded, leaving the crocodile battered and bruised, unable to catch up. Lu Xingchen caught up and, with a flick of her spirit snake whip, killed the giant-toothed crocodile. A treasure chest fell, and she swiftly opened it. Opening the treasure chest revealed a deep-sea high-intensity light. The deep-sea high-intensity light, longer illumination, brighter light source, longer lifespan, and water-resistant and poison-resistant, it's a rare and valuable light for diving. Chapter 226. This is much better than a regular diving light. Lu Xingchen neatly put it into his storage backpack, and went over to collect some flowers and plants while waiting for Gao Dafu. A short while later, Nye Bailing and Nye Feng returned, supporting Zhou Jin, who had a limp on one leg. Zhou Jin had clearly received treatment, but blood was still flowing from his leg. The wound was large, with a large chunk of flesh missing. He was now incredibly pale, unable to walk. Nye Bailing's clothes were torn, and blood was dripping from his arm. Zhou Jin, I just throw the small bomb here. That level 4 crocodile should be dead soon. Nye Bailing was a little annoyed. A small bomb can deal with a level 5 monster, and you just threw it away like that. What a waste. Zhou Jin said aggrievedly, Junior Sister, if you don't throw it now, I die. You and Master ran off without waiting for me. Nye Bailing frowned. Forget it. Just then, Gao Dafu came running back. Upon seeing Gao Dafu, Nye Bailing flew into a rage. Gao Dafu, you did it on purpose. Gao Dafu, you're being unfair. I was exploring earlier, and saw a pack of giant crocodiles, so I ran away. You wouldn't have run. Nye Bailing, then why did you run this way? Gao Dafu, nonsense, there's only one way. Nia Bailing gritted her teeth. You did it on purpose. Gao Dafu shrugged. Whatever. Nia Bailing glanced at Lu Xingchen, who had returned relaxedly. How are you okay? Lu Xingchen, is it such a coincidence? Lu Xingchen, what kind of coincidence is this? It's not easy to come to Coral Island. Who would just wander around for no reason? Nia Bailing, Yes, she'd been wandering around just to follow Lu Xingchen. Nia Bailing remained silent. In the previous attack, they used up a speed card and a small bomb. This was their escape weapon, their ultimate trump card. They hadn't done anything yet, and it was gone. She and Zhou Jin were injured, especially Zhou Jin. Even with the golden medicine, it only temporarily saved his leg. It wouldn't be any use in the future. She felt aggrieved. Extremely aggrieved, and she could tell Lu Xingchen was doing it on purpose. She was furious, very furious, but now, she didn't dare follow Lu Xingchen any further. Nia Bailing turned around and said to Nia Feng and Zhou Jin, with a cold face, Let's go, let's change places. Seeing Nia Bailing leave, Gao Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. The annoying follower is finally gone. Let's continue. They were going to kill the crocodile. After walking a little further, Lu Xingchen briefly glanced at the location, nodded, and stopped with Gu Yan. Gao Dafu went to lure the level 5 crocodiles. A moment later, the level 5 crocodiles arrived. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan worked in perfect harmony, attacking immediately. The giant crocodiles weren't very swarmy, so Gao Dafu could easily lure one or two. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan also worked well together, making the kills incredibly smooth. One by one, they opened chests. In short, it was awesome. Seeing the time was up, Lu Xingchen paused and summoned Zhong Chang and Wei Ying. Gu Yan summoned Wei Lin and Wei Ting. The four of them quickly arrived in front of them. Lu Xingchen reviewed the map and said, Let Lan Lan lead you. Go to that area. Kill monsters and open chests. You might get mid-level flippers or mid-level diving suits. You might also get various equipment or weapon blueprints. Wei Lin and Wei Ying nodded repeatedly. Wei Ying, Xingchen, we give you half of the supplies we've obtained. Lu Xingchen shook her head. No need. She already gotten what she deserved. Wei Lin thought for a moment and said, Then how about this? We give you the Coral Islands harvest when the time comes, and you can keep whatever you need. Lu Xingchen, okay. The three followed Lan Lan. Lan Lan had examined the map with Lu Xingchen, and knew which areas were most likely to yield chests. Lu Xingchen, Gu Yan, and Gao Dafu continued to kill the giant crocodiles. Over an hour later, Lu Xingchen finally opened a chest and obtained the recipe for the heart-clearing pill. Heart-clearing pill can dispel negative states like confusion, coma, and madness. Taking it beforehand can ward off miasma. Required supplies: 1 Luo Fushin, Falling Poria, 2 Huang Lianchao, Golden Lotus Grass. Lu Xingchen had Huang Lianchao planted in his paradise, but he had never seen a Luo Fushin. There wasn't even a trading hall. Gao Dafu suddenly said, TSK, what a free spirit this Nia Bailing is. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen and saw Nia Bailing speaking. I can gather you all. Coral Island isn't ours, so we won't occupy it. But you need to prepare supplies in advance. This island is quite unusual and requires an entrance fee. Zhou Jin, yes, we need 10 pieces each of level 3 pork, beef, chicken, and mutton. Everyone, if you want to come, you need to have supplies first. Lu Jiwen, Qin Wuchuan snatched up all the level 3 chicken and beef in seconds. How treacherous and despicable. Zhang Cheng, strange. How did Qin Wuchuan know? He didn't even get to the island? Zhou Jin, haha, Lu Xingchen was already on Coral Island, even before us. Lu Jiwen, I see. Qin Wuchuan and Lu Xingchen have always had a good relationship. So, it was Lu Xingchen who tipped off Qin Wuchuan, allowing him to quickly buy up all the level 3 beef and chicken while no one else was aware, right? Zhou Jin, of course. Xiaoyu, don't speculate. We often collect items based on market conditions. Zhou Jin, who would believe that? Haha. Nia Bailing, we're all in Area 33. This isn't a life or death situation. I think we should all be more generous and stop trying to monopolize the island. Lu Jiwen, Tisk, look at Nia Bailing's awareness and generosity. Some people can't even compare to her. Zhou Jin, my junior sister has always been open and honest, very generous. Nia Bailing, nothing. I think it's best if everyone stays in District 33 and maintains harmony. Gao Dafu, great, very good. I admire you. For the sake of District 33's harmony, please recruit people to the island for free. It would be bad if we collect supplies, right, Nia Bailing? Wei Lin, yes, Nia Bailing, you can recruit people right away. You're so kind, you'd definitely recruit them for free, right? The three of you can recruit 6 people. For the sake of District 33's harmony, those 6 people must be good people like you. After you're on the island, you can't charge for recruiting others, right? Wei Ying, go for it. District 33's harmony depends on you. Nia Bailing and Zhou Jin were silent. They would be able to recruit people soon. They didn't have many close friends, and Zhang Cheng wasn't good enough, so they definitely wouldn't recruit him in the first round. They planned to select players who could offer good items next, who would recruit them for free without giving away treasures. They're not stupid, but now they couldn't talk about this on the public channel. Talk privately? What if that person leaks it to the public channel? Now, they're stuck in a dilemma. Xiaoyu, apologies, we're not that noble. If we were on the island and had the opportunity to call up a group, we call up our own teammates first. Once they're all on the island, we sell the spots, hee. Yin Xiaolin, yeah, selling spots, so sweet. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and said to Gao Dafu, how about you use your call-up opportunity too? Chapter 227. Lu Xingchen planned to let Gao Dafu use the summon opportunity and earn some money along the way. Although she had already farmed several treasures, there were so many 5th and 4th tier monsters that she could get other treasures by killing them. Coral Island is so big, it can't be wasted like this. Nia Bailing and the others will be summoning people anyway. Gu Yin nodded, okay, who will you summon? Lu Xingchen privately messaged Qin Wuchuan, Coral Island, coming? Qin Wuchuan, yes. Lu Xingchen, I can only summon 2 people. Prepare the supplies and summon cards. Contact Gao Dafu. Qin Wuchuan had no shortage of supplies. In just 2 minutes, Qin Wuchuan and Xia Xiaoyu arrived in front of them. Qin Wuchuan and Xia Xiaoyu said hello and quickly left. Now, with the exception of the white jade Ganoderma, Lu Xingchen had obtained every treasure he could obtain. By then, it was almost dark. Lu Xingchen asked Mia. Mimi said everything was normal. The white jade Ganoderma still hadn't matured. What should we do next? Lu Xingchen glanced at the dimming light and said, let's not leave. We waste time. Let's get back to killing giant-toothed crocodiles. Come! Gu Yin and Gao Dafu agreed. The 3 of them continued their killing for another 3 hours, finally hanging the night-shining pearls from the trees for illumination. They killed and paused until they were completely exhausted. They had killed almost all the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tier saw-toothed crocodiles here. Gao Dafu rested on a rock. Lu Xingchen leaned against the tree and turned on the chat screen. Haha, I'm here. The Coral Island is so beautiful. What a shame, it's already dark. Even though we have lights, the beasts are more dangerous at night. Let's look for treasures tomorrow. We're with Bailing, Nia Feng, and Zhou Jin. Gao Dafu, now relaxed, asked cheerfully, you guys came up for free? Great, great, what a harmonious atmosphere. In 3 hours, aren't you going to gather a few more people for free too? No one replied. They promised to give Coral Island half of the supplies harvested, and that's why Nia Bailing had gathered them. They even paid a large deposit. Furthermore, they already started reserving spots for the next batch, which also required half of Coral Island's harvest and also required a large deposit. Those without supplies couldn't come at all. They were silent, and then someone else spoke up. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin, you took my deposit, but you won't let me on the island. What's your intention? Are you kidding me? Xia Xiaoyu, what? A deposit? Isn't it free? How jarring. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin took a rare combat boot blueprint from me, saying it was a deposit. Xia Xiaoyu, oh my god, what's the point of a deposit? Lu Jiwen, they want half of the supplies I earned from Coral Island. After I leave Coral Island, they return the deposit if I give them enough supplies. Otherwise, the deposit won't be refunded. Xia Xiaoyu, oh my god, this is so jarring. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin, why aren't you letting me go to the island? Zhou Jin, didn't I refund your deposit? Lu Jiwen, the point is you promised me, so why won't you let me go? I've already prepared all my supplies. Zhou Jin, just refund your deposit. Why are you wasting time? Lu Jiwen, I've nearly lost everything trying to get the supplies to the island, and now you're not calling me. Who's going to compensate me for this loss? Xia Xiaoyu, oh my god, they're arguing. How jarring. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin, come out and answer. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin, come out. Lu Jiwen, Zhou Jin, you have to give me an explanation. Zhou Jin was furious. What are you dithering about? Someone else paid a higher deposit than you, and you got pushed out. Lu Jiwen. So, are you breaking the contract? It's okay that you wouldn't let me go before I gathered my supplies for the island. I packed everything, and spent a lot of money on tier 3 chicken and beef. But you're not letting me go just because someone else paid a higher deposit. How fair is that? The players watched the argument and understood. Immediately, many condemned Zhou Jin. How can you do this? Why don't you just auction off the spot? So secretive. I thought it was free. Yeah, I even asked Nia Bailing if I wanted to go with her, what her requirements were, but she wouldn't tell me. She just said she was looking for someone suitable. So that's how she found them? Keeping it a secret like this is really boring. Haha, after all, Nia Bailing made such a boast, saying she wanted harmony in District 33 and would take people to the island for free. Nia Bailing couldn't help but say, I never said that. It was Gao Dafu and Wei Lin who said that. Lu Jiwen, why didn't you say it publicly? If you did, I wouldn't have bid. What do I do now? I spent a lot of supplies preparing for the trip, and you're going to compensate me? Zhou Jin was furious. His legs were already aching, and killing monsters wasn't helping. He was furious. Stop wasting time. Get out. Lu Jiwen, look at that attitude. Xiaoyu, everyone, stop arguing. Stop arguing. It's really disrupting the harmony of District 33. Yun Xiaolin, yes, let's talk it out nicely. Harmony, harmony, everything for harmony. Lu Jiwen, Nia Bailing, I know you're in charge. Give me an explanation. Nia Bailing was furious. She glared at Zhou Jin fiercely. She hadn't expected him to do such a thing. Zhou Jin muttered, that's right. I prefer what others give me. I've already refunded his deposit. Nia Bailing thought for a moment. Lu Jiwen, we're not letting you on the island because you once plotted against your companions, nearly killing them, and because you betrayed Lu Xingchen. With your character, how could we dare summon you? Nia Bailing, even if it were Lu Xingchen, she wouldn't summon you. Lu Xingchen, it's none of my business. Don't take me. Lu Jiwen was furious. Let's be clear. If you don't want me to go, why did you take my deposit? Are you kidding me? Nia Bailing, Zhou Jin doesn't know the situation. Lu Jiwen, what? Zhou Jin didn't know after being there for so many days, but you only stayed for 2 days, and you know everything? Haha, even more hypocritical than Zheng Yuan. Nia Bailing, annoyed, said to Zhou Jin, you handle your own issues. How could Zhou Jin handle this? He had a bad temper, and he immediately started arguing with Lu Jiwen in the chat room. Lu Jiwen wasn't one to be trifled with. He unleashed a torrent of abuse, hurling venomous insults at Nia Bailing and the other two. Nia Bailing, annoyed, said, Zhou Jin, if you can't, summon him next time. He's so annoying. Finally, Lu Jiwen triumphed. Zhou Jin promised to summon him immediately in 3 hours. The matter finally came to an end. On this side, Lu Xingchen had long since given up on the fun. She was sorting supplies. Lu Xingchen took out all the items he just obtained from killing the level 5 Megalodon and level 5 Grey Wolf, and divided them between Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Lu Xingchen, Advanced Diving Suit X2, Intermediate Flippers X3, Intermediate Diving Suit X3, Advanced Flippers X1, Wolfskin Battle Suit Blueprint X2, Crocodile Boot Blueprint X1, Wolfskin Boot Blueprint X1. Besides these, there are also level 5 and level 4 crocodile skins, level 5 and level 4 wolf skins, crocodile meat, wolf fangs, and so on. Gao Dafu, Xingchen, you pick first. Pick half, and Gu Yin and I will split the rest. As for the skins and meat, just give us some. Gu Yin, yes. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen, they wouldn't have had the chance to come to Coral Island. Finally, Lu Xingchen selected an advanced diving suit, an intermediate flipper, a wolfskin battle suit blueprint, and a wolfskin boot blueprint, intending to give these to Lining. Prepare them in case they need them. As for the wolf meat, wolf skin, and crocodile skin, they divided them equally among the 3 of them. That way, each person got quite a bit, more than enough. They were tired, so they ate something and rested for 2 hours. By then, over 40 people had already arrived on the island. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. The night view on Coral Island was quite beautiful. There were some luminous trees scattered throughout the island, which were very beautiful. Some brave players would take advantage of the light from the trees to continue their exploration. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, and the others fought for another 2 hours, but they couldn't take it anymore, so they took turns resting. At 6 in the morning, Daybreak arrived. The game announcement suddenly sounded. Coral Island treasure distribution map is being distributed. Please collect it. Lu Xingchen rubbed her eyes and sat up. She saw a system message. When she opened it, she saw a treasure distribution map of Coral Island, exactly the same as hers. Lu Xingchen, Chapter 228. There were already over 70 people on the island. Everyone was incredibly excited after receiving the treasure distribution map. Haha, they're all treasures. Let me see. Black jade dates for increased stamina, golden spirit melons for increased strength, and flying swallow fruit for increased agility. Look, look! So excited? There's also a pair of water boots. I'm eyeing those. Detoxification pills, heart purification pills, I love them. Haha, I know a bit of medical skills. If anyone has them, please contact me. I buy them. At a high price. Advanced flippers, advanced wetsuits, each one increases speed by 3 points. So excited? I want them. Haven't you seen the white jade Ganoderma? That's the real treasure. It's right there. I need to see it. Forget it. The white jade Ganoderma is so good, I can't get it. I just like the black jade dates, golden spirit melons, and flying swallow fruit. Haha. Everyone was incredibly excited. So were Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and the others. Lu Xingchen, you should go find the boxes where I direct you. She hinted, not wanting them to waste their time. After all, she had already taken everything she could. With that, she stood up and headed for the white jade Ganoderma. She guessed more than one person was going there. Lu Xingchen rode Lan Lan, and soon reached the dense forest. Beyond the dense forest, they reached the mountain where the white jade Ganoderma was located. But they couldn't get through. The dense forest was shrouded in a white mist, preventing even Lan Lan from flying through. Just as it was about to pass through the mist, it staggered and quickly retreated, landing crookedly on the ground. Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Lan Lan, no, it's poisonous. At this moment, Mimi sent a message, Master, there's a miasma in the dense forest. I'm afraid you can't get through. Lu Xingchen, miasma? Mimi, yes, poisonous miasma. Don't let Lan Lan get through. She be poisoned. At this moment, Lan Lan shook her head. No, I can't handle this. What a rotten thing. It smells terrible. Lu Xingchen stopped her. You're not allowed through. Lan Lan, realizing the seriousness of the situation, lay down on a branch to rest. Lu Xingchen circled the dense forest and confirmed that to reach the mountain where the white jade Ganoderma lucidum was located, she had to pass through this dense forest filled with poisonous miasma. With Mimi there, it shouldn't be a problem, but what if other beasts also went there? Mimi couldn't handle it alone. She had to get through. Oh right, the heart-clearing pill? She took out the heart-clearing pill formula and looked at it again. Heart-clearing pill can dispel negative states like confusion, coma, and madness. Taken in advance, it can ward off miasma. Required materials: 1 luo fushin, 2 huang lian chao. Yes, that's it. Now, she just needed to find the luo fushin. This herb had never been seen in the trading hall before. It should be on the Coral Island. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and began searching near the poisonous miasma forest, searching every corner and tree. Nothing. At this time, the adventuring players had already gone everywhere, searching for treasures. The first places they headed for were the black jade dates, flying swallow fruit, and the golden spirit melon. The golden spirit melon was the most popular. 20 or 30 people went and conducted a thorough search of the area, leaving no blade of grass or tree untouched. Finally, the limping Zhou Jin was the first to discover the golden spirit melon. Furious, he kicked a pitiful little tree in anger. Then, a notification sounded, golden spirit melon found. Zhou Jin's eyes lit up, and he fumbled around the pitiful little tree for a long time, confirming that this was what they were looking for. There were many people around, and several players noticed his anomaly and rushed over. Zhou Jin quickly stopped them. Go, go! I found it first. He shouted, Junior sister, master, the golden spirit melon is here. Come quickly. Nie Bailing and Nie Feng rushed over, blocking the approaching players. Nie Bailing said sternly, we agreed not to kill each other on the island. Whoever finds the treasure first gets it. The players' expressions varied. They all paid a hefty deposit to get to the island, and now, with nothing to show for it, they were all impatient and anxious. Who would be so honest? While Nie Bailing was confronting them, a player sneaked past their defenses and reached the golden spirit melon. Without a second to investigate, he snapped off a branch and ran off with it. Zhou Jin spotted them and flew into a rage. Thief, get back here. He limped after them. Nie Bailing turned around to see several more players rushing over. No fruit to be found, and with no idea what was going on, everyone broke off branches and ran, planning to go back and search later. Furious, Nie Bailing pulled out his oxhorn bow and shot 2 players. Even so, the golden spirit melon was nearly bald. The players grabbed the items and fled, leaving only a few honest ones, staring at each other in bewilderment from a distance. The 2 players who were shot yelled in the chat channel, Nie Bailing, didn't you say you wanted harmony? Why did you shoot us? Zhou Jin was furious. We saw the golden spirit melon first. What are you trying to steal? We were all there. How can you say you saw it first? We saw it too. That's right, we just went to take a look, and you shot us. How arrogant. Yes, you are. You said Lu Xingchen was arrogant, but you're even more arrogant than Lu Xingchen. Nie Bailing had already checked the golden spirit melon tree and found no fruit. No wonder, with more than half of the branches ripped away, it's normal that there are no fruit. Perhaps someone took advantage of the chaos and plucked them away. Nie Bailing was trembling with anger. We were the first to discover the golden spirit melon, and you took all the melons. That's outrageous. Don't forget, we were the ones who summoned you. What do you mean you saw it first? The golden spirit melon is right there. I'm 2 meters away, so why can't I take it? You didn't summon me, Nie Bailing. At this moment, many players who had found branches were desperately searching for golden spirit melons, but found none. They could only lament, blaming their bad luck. The golden spirit melon must be somewhere else. Alas, others thought the same thing. Nie Bailing thought the same thing. She was furious. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have gathered so many people. These people were so barbaric. She gritted her teeth, thought for a moment, and took out a shovel, intending to dig up the golden spirit melon. She had land, and she planned to dig it up and plant it there. Just as she dug, she was thrown back by the force, slamming into a nearby rock. A cold warning sounded. Spiritual fruits on Coral Island must not be dug. Violators will be severely punished. If you do it again, you will be expelled from the island. Nie Bailing's back was in severe pain from the collision, and she struggled to her feet. Nie Fong, terrified, rushed over. Bailing, are you okay? He sighed. Don't be so stubborn. I told you to gather fewer people. Those who come here are definitely here to steal the treasure. For so long, the players have become barbaric. If you're even slightly soft-hearted, you could die. Nie Bailing bit her lip. Coral Island isn't just full of us. Even if we don't rally them, Lu Xingchen will. By then, they'd be outnumbered, and we won't be able to get anything. Nie Fong sighed. If only we had cooperated with Lu Xingchen. The others who had partnered with Lu Xingchen were fine. Nie Bailing grew irritated. Alright, Lu Xingchen is overbearing and difficult to get along with. There's no way we can cooperate. Let's go find Mo Yuzhao. By then, the group looking for the golden spirit melon had already gone to find Mo Yuzhao. The group looking for Mo Yuzhao was still battling the endless stream of spawning level 4 gray wolves. Chapter 229. A 4th level gray wolf was easy for Lu Xingchen to deal with. But for these players, it was difficult. The stronger ones could fight a 4th level gray wolf one-on-one, spending over half an hour battered and wounded before they could win. Weaker ones could only kill one with 2 people. However, the gray wolf spawns depended on the number of players. 1 spawn for each player, 2 spawn for each player. The players were exhausted and filled with regret. The Coral Island treasure distribution map was distributed to all players in the zone. Players who hadn't entered were frantically searching for ways to get in, or begging the islanders for a call. Everyone was focused on the black jade dates, flying swallow fruits, and golden spirit melons. After one player killed a 4th level gray wolf, he took a few steps forward when he was targeted by a newly spawned gray wolf, engaging in another round of battle. Another player, after killing the gray wolf, retreated in time, finally avoiding a second wave of battle. The smart ones quickly ran away. Of course, those who went looking for swallow fruit also found nothing. The players wailed, anxious and helpless. At this time, another group of players had been summoned to the island, bringing the total to over 100. Unable to find what they were looking for, everyone couldn't help but exchange words in the chat channel. Hey, I picked a branch of golden melon, but didn't see a single fruit. Me neither. Maybe it's at Nie Bailing's place. Her tree is the most intact. Nie Bailing, we didn't pick any either. Lu Jiwen had already arrived on the island. Although he arrived 3 hours late, he was still in a bad mood. He sneered, haha, you guys are telling the truth. Nia Bailing fell silent. She knew Lu Jiwen was like a mad dog, not to be messed with. I'm crying. Aren't the flying swallow fruits here? I've been searching for over 2 hours, and haven't found a single one. It's all rocky here. Where are the flying swallow fruits? The road to the Black Jade Date isn't safe either. Grey wolves keep spawning, and I see many people have given up. Alas, treasures aren't that easy to come by. I've noticed that the Wei family and the Qin family, led by Qin Wuchuan, are smarter. They haven't been searching for these 3 treasures, but instead have been gathering together to kill monsters. That's strange. Naturally, both groups took Lu Xingchen's cue. Qin Wuchuan directed Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, and the others. Some of them lured monsters, while others killed them. Even level 5 beasts were quickly dispatched, so they found quite a few treasure chests. They were methodical, and reaped a good harvest this time. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Wei Ting, Wei Feng, and Wei Qing followed suit. Besides them, others, having stumbled upon this pattern, formed groups and began killing monsters. Finally, someone said, "What's so strange? Don't you know? Killing those groups of level 5 and level 4 monsters might yield treasure chests. There's a chance they reveal advanced flippers and advanced wetsuits, each of which increases underwater speed by 3 points. These are all on the treasure map. They're just too greedy, insisting on grabbing those few fruits. The flying swallow fruit, black jade date, and golden spirit melon are just too tempting. Forget it, I'm not looking anymore. Let's team up and kill level 5 monsters. Who else will?" More and more people gave up on searching for the 3 stat-enhancing spiritual fruits, and formed teams to kill monsters instead. Lu Xingchen had been searching for the Luo Fushin, anxiously. In the commando group chat, she had already told Wei Lin and the others to keep an eye out for the Luo Fushin, and had also informed Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan was directing his team to kill monsters when he saw Lu Xingchen's words. After a moment's thought, he asked Xia Xiaoyu, "Where's Yu Xiaoyu? I remember she's been studying Chinese medicine with her grandfather since she was a child, and knows all kinds of herbs. Can't she come yet?" "Xia Xiaoyu. She got injured while collecting herbs and is on crutches. Her presence won't be much use. Qin Wuchuan, have her come with the next wave to help Lu Xingchen find Luo Fushin. Yin Xiaolin, we have to have someone carry her, and we lose 2 fighters right away." Qin Wuchuan glanced at him. "Xia Xiaoyu kicked Yin Xiaolin, you're stupid. Lu Xingchen finally needs us, and if you don't curry favor with him, don't you want to get some soup?" "Qin Wuchuan, don't forget, we're here thanks to Lu Xingchen. We should be grateful. Send Yu Xiaoyu with the next wave immediately." Yin Xiaolin said happily, "Yes, the boss always speaks well." Lu Xingchen had already begun to expand his scope. After searching the entire area around the poisonous miasma forest, but finding no Luo Fushin, she had no choice but to head outward. As she walked, she saw a white kitten, the same one from before. The kitten looked at her, touching and prodding around, and asked, "Why aren't you looking for treasures?" Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. "Kitten, do you know where Luo Fushin is?" The kitten gave her a disdainful look. "How should I know?" Lu Xingchen sighed. She continued her search, and the kitten followed her for a while before asking, "Do you like guessing riddles?" Lu Xingchen, "No." The kitten, "Play a riddle with me?" Lu Xingchen, "Can you tell me where Luo Fushin is?" The kitten, "I really don't know." Lu Xingchen, "No." She turned and walked away, truly in no mood to coax a cat. The kitten followed her, talking to itself. "Here, I give you a riddle. If you guess it, you win. If you can't, I win. If I win, you have to give me a blue krill." "Haha, so you're just greedy. Why do you like shrimp so much?" She only had a few blue krill. They couldn't go to waste. Lu Xingchen ignored it. The kitten muttered to itself. It walks silently in spiked shoes, prefers fishy food to vegetarian food, naps during the day, and forages for food at night without a light. "What is it?" Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at it. "Cat." The kitten gloated. "Haha, you're wrong, you're wrong. Give me the blue krill." Lu Xingchen, Why did she have to guess the riddle? Why did she say that? Of course Lu Xingchen wouldn't give it to them. "No, I didn't agree." The kitten, "No, you're wrong, you have to give it to me. If you don't, I won't eat you, woo." Lu Xingchen turned around, watching the adorable kitten pretending to roar, and sighed. "This guy, I've known for a long time that he's special. If he wants other food, he give it to him. Blue krill are too rare. However, this guy has a special origin, so he can't be provoked." Her eyes rolled. "I only have a few blue krill left, and I like to keep more. Here's how. If I ever learn how to raise them, I give you one." Kitten, only one. Lu Xingchen, yes, otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep my blue krill. Kitten, 3. Lu Xingchen was about to say something when suddenly, there was a gust of wind behind him. Swish. A lightning-fast, white and brown snake rushed over. The snake was incredibly fast, reaching Lu Xingchen before he could even draw his spirit whip. Level 5 lightning snake, fast and venomous. Chapter 230. Luckily, Lu Xingchen was also very fast, but she had help. Lu Xingchen shouted, Lon Lon. Lon Lon swooped down from the air, intercepting the lightning snake. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sharp claws lashed out. Taking advantage of this opening, Lu Xingchen stepped back a few steps, unsheathed her spirit snake whip, and crack, crack, crack lashed at the lightning snake. Yesterday Lu Xingchen had spent almost the entire day slaying 5th level monsters, countless of them, and had accumulated a wealth of combat experience. She and Lon Lon handled the lightning snake with ease. Half an hour later, the lightning snake collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Xingchen approached with ease and dissected the lightning snake, obtaining its meat, venom sac, and skin. A treasure chest appeared where the lightning snake's corpse had been. Lu Xingchen opened it immediately. Open the treasure chest to receive 1 blue krill constant temperature breeding box, and 1 bag of blue krill roe. The blue krill constant temperature breeding box maintains the optimal temperature for hatching and breeding blue krill. For the first 3 days, open the lid every hour for 5 minutes. Blue krill mature in 7 days. This. Lu Xingchen looked at the kitten on the branch in shock. The white kitten proudly stretched and rolled its eyes at Lu Xingchen. 3 blue krill. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Sure, of course. With a breeding box, won't we have an endless supply of blue krill in the future? The breeding method is a bit more complicated, but with Lon Lon around, there's nothing to worry about. He watched TV at night anyway, so he can keep an eye on the breeding box. Grandma had sent a few blue krill earlier, and Lu Xingchen immediately took out 3 and tossed them to the kitten. The kitten devoured them one by one. It licked its paw, then suddenly narrowed its eyes and vanished. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, then patted her head. Finding Luo Fushan was her most important priority. There was no time to lose. By the way, should she listen to what the small fish in the nearby sea were saying? Just as Lu Xingchen was about to turn around, she heard the sound of rushing footsteps ahead. Lu Xingchen vigilantly gripped her snake whip. A shirtless young man ran over, carrying a chubby girl on his back. The young man had a rose tattoo on his arm. When he saw Lu Xingchen, his eyes lit up. He loosened his grip and nervously clasped his fists. Hello, Lu Xingchen? I'm Yin Xiaolin. Our boss sent me here. The young man suddenly let go, sending the plump girl sprawling onto her back. Slowly getting up, she pulled out a cane and whacked Yin Xiaolin. Why did you let go? I'm dying. Yin Xiaolin scratched his head. Oh, didn't the boss tell us to be polite? I forgot. Yin Xiaolin was still nervous. Lu Xingchen, our boss said. The plump girl pushed him aside. Who's the boss? You didn't even tell me. And you're just blabbering away without waiting for a response? The plump girl, leaning against a tree, 1 foot heavily bandaged, smiled at Lu Xingchen. Our boss is Qin Wuchuan. Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I know. He knew Yin Xiaolin by name. After all, Xia Xiaoyu and Yin Xiaolin were always active in the chat channel, with a clear division of labor. Xia Xiaoyu was Qin Wuchuan's spokesperson, while Yin Xiaolin was the one who set the tone. Yin Xiaolin said, She's Zhu Xiaoyu, specializing in identifying various medicinal herbs. We heard you were looking for Luo Fushan, so we brought her here to see if she could help. I'm Zhu Xiaoyu. She's my leg. Yin Xiaolin. Yes, I be her legs for now. Lu Xingchen understood. So she was here to help. That's great. Maybe it'd be useful. She said directly, I'm looking for Luo Fushan. Luo means falling flowers and flowing water. Fu means fulling, and Shen means immortal. In the game world, the names and functions of herbs are different from those in the real world, so she had to explain clearly. Zhu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Although the herbs here are slightly different from those in Yin country, there's a slight connection. The name? Zhu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, Are there pine trees on Coral Island? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. On her way to find her waiters, she came across a wooden bridge. Across the bridge, she thought she saw a pine forest. Lu Xingchen, maybe. I need to check. Zhu Xiaoyu, okay, let's go. She nodded, and Yin Xiaolin immediately squatted down, offering to carry her. Suddenly, Mimi's voice rang out. Master, it shows here that the white jade Ganoderma will mature in over an hour. Lu Xingchen, what? Mimi, yes, master, it's over. A big creature is coming. It's very big. It kicked me out with one kick. Ah, it's a tiger, a huge tiger. Lu Xingchen, is it going to steal the white jade Ganoderma? Mimi, I don't know. It's lying down next to the white jade Ganoderma. Master, it's very high level. I don't dare go over there. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Sure enough, there was a strange beast waiting for the white jade Ganoderma, but it was no use thinking about that now. She couldn't get through. Lu Xingchen instructed Mimi, find a place to hide and observe the tiger. Remember, stay out of the poisonous miasma forest. Mimi couldn't get out either. Mimi responded. Lu Xingchen grew even more anxious. She turned and saw Yin Xiaolin carrying Zhu Xiaoyu on his back, looking at her eagerly. Are you leaving? Lu Xingchen was surprised. You're leaving like this? Yin Xiaolin. Yes, Zhu Xiaoyu's injured her leg and can't walk. Lu Xingchen shook her head. At this rate, how long would they reach the pine tree? It was getting really urgent. She shouted to the sky, Lan Lan. Lan Lan swooped down. Lu Xingchen pointed at Yin Xiaolin and Zhu Xiaoyu. Can you just carry them? It's urgent. Lan Lan reluctantly said, one is fine, but not two. That one's too fat. Lu Xingchen took a look and realized it wouldn't work. Yin Xiaolin would have to carry him, and he'd have to carry Zhu Xiaoyu too. Once we got there, everyone would have to walk. Lan Lan pointed at Yin Xiaolin. I can hold him. Lu Xingchen turned to Yin Xiaolin and Zhu Xiaoyu. Is that okay? Yin Xiaolin was a little confused. He just stared at Lan Lan in surprise. Lan Lan was so beautiful, he didn't understand what Lu Xingchen was saying. But he remembered Qin Wuchuan's words very well. Qin Wuchuan said they must obey Lu Xingchen unconditionally and cooperate unconditionally, no matter what. What's wrong with that? As long as I can help, anything's fine. Yin Xiaolin nodded vigorously. Okay. Zhu Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She even wasted a summon card and limped all the way here. So what's wrong with that? In their line of work, they're not afraid of hardship, and they never fail. Lu Xingchen gestured. Lan Lan reached the open side, its wings spread wide, and in a flash, it grew larger, reaching over 10 meters in length. The radiant, colorful tail feathers spread out, and Yin Xiaolin and Zhu Xiaoyu were mesmerized. Oh my god, so beautiful, stylish. Time was running out, and Lu Xingchen didn't have time for idle chatter. She stepped forward, picked up Zhu Xiaoyu, and jumped onto Lan Lan's back. Lan Lan was also agile. With a long cry, it spread its wings and flew away, grabbing Yin Xiaolin's belt with one claw. With a flap of its wings, the three of them were airborne. Yin Xiaolin let out a series of strange cries. Ah! Zhu Xiaoyu, oh my god! Lan Lan was very rough, paying no attention to the panicked men as it soared into the air, heading for the wooden bridge. High in the sky, only Yin Xiaolin's terrified cries of awe remained. Qin Wuchuan and his men were resting after slaying a 5th-level monster, when they heard a familiar cry, and everyone looked up. Xia Xiaoyu, this... Yin Xiaolin flew into the sky? Qin Wuchuan nodded, yes. Xia Xiaoyu, isn't Yin Xiaolin afraid of heights? Qin Wuchuan, it's okay, just practice. There's nothing we can do about it. It's already like this, are we going to throw him down? Chapter 231. Lu Xingchen covered his ears. Yin Xiaolin was so loud. Didn't he say it was okay? Didn't he say it was fine? Why was it so bad? In a flash, Lan Lan reached the wooden bridge and dropped Yin Xiaolin onto the grass. Yin Xiaolin rolled over, hugging a large tree and vomiting violently. Zhu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. As Lu Xingchen pulled her down, she immediately saw the pine forest across the way. She waved, let's go check. Lu Xingchen turned. Where's Yin Xiaolin? Zhu Xiaoyu took out a crutch. It's okay. Let him vomit. I switched legs. The bridge wasn't long, and the two of them crossed it quickly. Zhu Xiaoyu began to circle the pine trees, looking at one, shaking her head, then another, looking again, shaking her head. Lu Xingchen asked, what kind of pine trees do we need? Zhu Xiaoyu, look for some large trees, about a few feet thick, in a humid area. Pay attention to the roots. Lu Xingchen, okay. She observed the pine trees one by one, and suddenly, she received a lot of private messages. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, where have you been? Don't you want the white jade Ganoderma? I see a lot of people are going there. Qin Wuchuan, the white jade Ganoderma is almost ripe. Wei Lin, Xingchen, why didn't you take the white jade Ganoderma? A lot of people are going there now. What? Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen in surprise. Wow, what's going on in the east? There's a constant glow. Is a treasure emerging? That way, let me see. White Jade Ganoderma. Oh right, White Jade Ganoderma. I always thought it was so good, I couldn't possibly get it. I didn't expect it's still there? No, I need to go check. I've already gone, let's try my luck. It's no use. Many people are already there. There's a forest that's impassable. Anyone who goes in will be poisoned. Several people have already fallen. Lu Xingchen looked in the direction of the White Jade Ganoderma lucidum. Sure enough, a faint glow appeared. Tisk, that's quite a commotion. Is it intentional? Is it intentional? Never mind. Let's find Luo Fushin quickly. Without the Qingxin pill, the players can't get through. Besides, there's a giant tiger. Hey, what is this? On the trunk of a pine tree, Lu Xingchen found a small clump of white stuff and touched it. Found Luo Fushin. Lu Fushin. It can detoxify and clear the heart. It's the main ingredient in the Qingxin pill. Finally found it. Lu Xingchen carefully collected a Luo Fushin. It only takes one Luo Fushin to make a Qingxin pill. Lu Xingchen had already asked Grandma to send the Huanglian grass. When Lu Xingchen tried to make it, she found it wasn't working. She wasn't on the boat, so she couldn't craft it. Lu Xingchen was frustrated. This was the way it was now. You could craft and make medicine on the boat, but not while exploring. That was the limitation. She had no choice but to go back. She checked the time. It would take nearly an hour for the White Jade Ganoderma to mature. Go back. She told Zhu Xiaoyu to go back with Yan Xiaolin while she quickly flew to the entrance on the blue lawn. She left the coral island and returned to the raft. After crafting the heart-clearing pill, she returned to the entrance of the coral island, entered the island, and then, riding the blue lawn, sped all the way to the poisonous miasma forest. By then, 70 or 80 players had gathered in the poisonous miasma forest. They were all there for the White Jade Ganoderma. Lu Xingchen landed on Lon Lon. After jumping off, she took a heart-cleansing pill and, without even looking at the other players, hurried into the poisonous miasma forest. It was okay. The miasma had no effect on her. She came and went so quickly, and there were quite a few people here. Everyone was talking. Isn't it poisonous? Why did she just go in without fainting? Yes, she's fine. If she's fine, we should be fine too. Let's go and check. Ye Beiling's eyes flashed. It was fine, she could go in. Tentatively, she walked to the edge of the poisonous miasma forest, then immediately gasped and retreated. She was pale and staggered. Nye Feng was terrified. Beiling, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say it was poisonous? Why did you just go in like that? Nye Beiling felt dizzy and dazed, but she finally managed to steady herself and said, I'm fine. By then, several poison players had already run back. Lu Xingchen walked through the poisonous miasma forest and reached the foot of the mountain. From here, the shimmering White Jade Ganoderma lucidum was striking. But at the foot of the mountain, a massive white tiger lay. Its enormous size completely blocked the path to the base of the mountain. Its eyes, like two golden lanterns, flickered and shimmered with golden light. White tiger. Level? Lu Xingchen was surprised. This white tiger was so high in level. How could it not even be seen? It seemed she couldn't get through. The white tiger lay steady, as solid as a rock, motionless. Finally, it spoke. Dear adventurer, do you want the White Jade Ganoderma lucidum? Its voice was so loud that it carried far away. Even players outside the poisonous miasma forest could hear it clearly. Everyone whispered, was it Lu Xingchen who just entered? Yes, it's her. Why can she get in, but we can't? Gao Dafu sauntered over. That's right, you can go in too. Lu Xingchen said to Baihu, yes, I want the White Jade Ganoderma. Baihu, okay, let's play a riddle. When you go in, lose, you get out. Baihu twitched its tail. Oh right, you don't like riddles. Lu Xingchen, Why does that sound so familiar? This guy is truly extraordinary. Outside, someone shouted, I like riddles. Let me do it. Let me do it. Nye Beiling summoned her courage and shouted, I like riddles too. Gao Dafu, me too. Gu Yin kicked him rudely. Gao Dafu, what are you doing? If I get the White Jade Ganoderma, I give it to Lu Xingchen. I really do like riddles. Many people began to shout, thinking that communicating with the monsters from a distance might give them a chance. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and the others arrived. Most of the players were already there, tired of killing monsters, and coming to join in the fun. White Tiger, pleased with himself, said to Lu Xingchen, so many people enjoy guessing riddles? Haha, I still prefer those adventurers who enjoy guessing riddles. You don't like guessing riddles, I don't. The players outside were getting even more agitated. The monster inside had said that Lu Xingchen didn't like those who like guessing riddles, so she had no chance. Besides, the monster had said it didn't like Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you want more blue krill?" Well, she already fed it plenty. This little kitty had a strange temper. White tiger, haha. It raised its paw, and the poisonous miasma in the forest outside suddenly dissipated, revealing the dense forest as it once was. White tiger, adventurers who enjoy guessing riddles, come in. The players rushed in, quickly reaching White Tiger. Seeing the enormous White Tiger, they were indescribably surprised. White Tiger, adventurers who enjoy guessing riddles, I pose a riddle. Whoever guesses correctly, I let them in. Whoever guesses incorrectly, I throw them out. Everyone stared intently at the White Tiger. White Tiger, what is it that walks silently in spiked shoes, prefers fishy food to vegetarian food, naps during the day, and forages for food at night without lighting a lamp? Chapter 232. As soon as Baihu finished speaking, everyone started saying, cat, kitten, kitten, cat. Fearing he was too late, Baihu raised his paw slightly, and those who had given the answer went flying backwards, bang, 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 directly to the edge of the dense forest. Baihu, you're all wrong. Now, those who hadn't had time to answer were afraid to speak. Isn't this just a cat? What else could it be? A deep silence fell. Finally, someone couldn't help but tremble and say, Is it a tiger? Bang! He was also thrown out. Baihu glared at Lu Xingchen with a haughty expression. What? Haven't you guessed yet? Lu Xingchen, what was she guessing? She thought this White Tiger was playing a trick. After a moment's silence, Lu Xingchen said, Shrimp? Blue krill? Do you want some? Baihu gave her a disdainful look. Guess a riddle. Seeing she wasn't thrown out, everyone immediately displayed their skills. I have pork, 4th grade pork. Sir Tiger, would you like some? Mutton. I have lamb skewers. Would you like some? I have braised pork. I have pork elbows, sausages, instant noodles, chicken skewers, chicken wings, sunflower seeds, chicken hearts, chicken livers, chicken gristle, lamb legs, beef shanks, and braised duck necks. Would you like some? Gao Dafu squeezed in. The crowd was in a chaotic state, chattering non-stop. Baihu grew annoyed. With a loud awoo, the noisy crowd was thrown out one by one. Only 2 groups remained, Lu Xingchen and Ye Bailing and Ye Feng. Ye Bailing's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she said carefully, the answer is you, right? Bang! She was thrown out. Everyone was thrown down, returning with bruised faces and noses. Not willing to give up, they tried again. Baihu, annoyed, looked at Lu Xingchen. After all this time, can you still guess? Don't you want the white jade Ganoderma? Lu Xingchen suspected Baihu was deliberately waiting to throw her out. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone from the top of the mountain. The white jade Ganoderma had matured. Lu Xingchen also became anxious. What answer do you want? Baihu calmly said, It depends on what answer you give. Lu Xingchen was helpless. Never mind. It's just a throw, right? Throw it away. Let this guy vent his anger. Lu Xingchen, you. The White Tiger raised its paw. Yeah, that's right. It stood up and shook itself. Okay, you passed. Go up. Lu Xingchen, She wanted to ask the White Tiger, how many times did you plan to throw? We haven't even started to guess the riddle yet. How did you pass? What happened? However, before she could think, she ran past the White Tiger. Lan Lan flew over, instantly growing larger. She leaped onto Lan Lan's back and flew towards the mountaintop. The others were unhappy. What's the answer? Why did Lu Xingchen get it right? Yeah. Why didn't you throw Lu Xingchen but only us? That's ridiculous. Ye Bailing frowned. The answer is you? Then I got it right, so why can't I go up? The White Tiger snorted. An idea flashed in Ye Bailing's mind, and she shouted, My answer is right too, so why can't I go up? Gao Dafu, your answer isn't you either, so of course you can't. Ye Bailing was still angry. Baihu shook his body. Whether it works or not, I have the final say. It raised its claws, bang, bang, bang. Everyone was thrown out of the dense forest, where a poisonous miasma permeated, preventing anyone from entering. Ye Bailing felt it was unfair. Ye Feng pulled her along. Originally, only Lu Xingchen could enter the poisonous miasma forest. It was the White Tiger who showed some mercy and removed the miasma, allowing us to enter. This outcome is only natural. Ye Bailing gritted her teeth. How is it normal? I guess right. Zhou Jin murmured. Is the white tiger playing a trick on us? Gao Dafu yelped. Of course it isn't. Only you guys are playing along. Hey! The white tiger had only wanted Lu Xingchen to enter from the beginning. It was just playing a trick on them just now. Gao Dafu stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Is Lu Xingchen a relative of the white tiger? An old friend? At this moment, Lu Xingchen had already reached the top of the mountain. The white jade Ganoderma lucidum shimmered brightly, already ripe. Lu Xingchen immediately pounced on him. A kitten, even faster than her, scurried over to the white jade Ganoderma. It was the white kitten. Lu Xingchen wouldn't let it succeed. She grabbed the flesh by its neck and lifted it up. With her other hand, she quickly plucked the white jade Ganoderma and placed it in her storage backpack. All in one go, incredibly fast. 2 white jade Ganoderma. 2 white jade Ganoderma. Finally, they were in her possession. Lu Xingchen felt a huge sense of relief. She smiled at the kitten in her arms, scooped it up, and stroked it vigorously twice. This guy, setting up so many obstacles, too much. The kitten's fur was tangled from being stroked, and it meowed in anger. Kitten, meow, you dare to touch me, meow meow meow, are you looking for death? Meow meow meow, meow meow meow. Lu Xingchen, stop making noises. I give you some blue krill later. The kitten was well behaved. Lu Xingchen held the kitten in one hand while opening the chat screen with the other, replying to several people's private messages. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, are you done? Lu Xingchen, done. Gao Dafu, ahaha, I knew it. Wei Lin and the others also asked if she needed help, but she replied, no, and told them to go back and kill the beasts. Gao Dafu privately messaged her, even if you're done, you can't be lazy. Come on, there are more surprises waiting for us on Coral Island. Lu Xingchen, let me take it easy. She was exhausted. After resting for a while, at the top of the mountain, Lu Xingchen put the kitten down, tossed it a blue krill, and waved to Lan Lan. She jumped onto Lan Lan's back and left. The kitten sat there, happily munching on a shrimp. When she looked up, she was gone. Kitten, meow. That's too much. Now that the last task was completed, Lu Xingchen relaxed considerably. She began to wander around, collecting any beautiful and unusual flowers, plants, or trees she saw. She came across a lake, actually part of the ocean. She landed and sat on a nearby rock. Suddenly, a baby seal popped its head out of the water. Woo-wah, woo-wah. Lu Xingchen saw it and had an idea. She stroked the seal's head and asked, would you like to eat some blue krill? The seal's eyes lit up. Woo-wah, let's think about it. Lu Xingchen handed Lin Ying the blue krill constant temperature breeding box, gave her some instructions, and said to the seal, then can you stay awake tonight? The seal tilted its head, unsure how to respond. The seal, oh no! Lu Xingchen gave a sly smile. You mean, if I have blue krill to eat, I can stay awake, right? The seal nodded repeatedly. Lu Xingchen, that's great. Go to my raft and help me raise some shrimp. Press a button every hour for 5 minutes for 3 days, and in a few days you have fresh shrimp to eat. The little seal nodded repeatedly. Woo woo sure. Shrimp 3. Lu Xingchen, 3 shrimp in total? 1 a day? Your salary is a bit high. Chapter 233. Little seal, woohoo. 3 a day. Lu Xingchen, Your salary is too high, isn't it? How about I just not hire you anymore? I go back and raise them myself. The blue krill will only mature 2 days later. The little seal was anxious. Woohoo. 2 a day. Lu Xingchen smiled and petted it. Okay, you have to take good care of them. The little seal happily ran away. Lu Xingchen solved another problem. Grandma could also raise blue krill, but having an elderly person watch over them every hour is too tiring. Coral Island will be closed in less than 2 days, and she'd be here for the next 2 days. Even if there aren't as many treasures, the resources on Coral Island are much richer than on other islands. So, if she waits until she returns to raise the blue krill, it'd take 2 days longer. The little seal is much better. Although it can't speak clearly, it's very intelligent. It will definitely work hard for the shrimp it loves to eat. She wasn't afraid the seal pup would steal the breeding box, since it had sea devil vines. Besides, ever since she saved the manta ray and scared the seal pup, it hadn't dared to act cunningly. Having solved the problem of breeding blue krill, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. He picked up a stone and slammed it into the water. Quack, quack, quack. A flock of ducks swam out from nowhere. They were about the size of adult ducks, with white wings and only a hint of orange on their necks. They looked quite different from ordinary ducks. Level 3 Little White Duck. Skill, Water Bolt. Even a duck is so powerful, it can even use water bolts. Before Lu Xingchen could make a move, the leading little white duck opened its mouth and puff. A water arrow struck. Lu Xingchen quickly dodged, releasing Lon Lon and Meme. Lon Lon swooped down from the sky, launching a flurry of sharp claws, while Meme treaded the water and began to charge. Lu Xingchen stood on the shore, swinging her spirit snake whip. The spirit snake whip's advantage was its length, allowing it to reach targets from a distance. She, Lon Lon, and Meme worked together, and soon, they had killed more than a dozen little white ducks, sending the others fleeing. Lu Xingchen entered the water and dissected the dead little white ducks one by one. Dissecting the little white duck yielded 1 piece of duck meat and 10 pieces of duck down. Hey, there's even duck down. The duck meat was from a plucked duck. Roasting it would surely be delicious. Oh, by the way, she'd been here all this time, and she still hadn't tried roast duck. Roast duck, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, dipped in sauce, wrapped in pancake skin, and topped with cucumber, scallions, and other savory ingredients. It tasted absolutely delicious. My mouth was watering just thinking about it. No, these roast ducks. No, these ducks can't be let go. Keep chasing them. Lu Xingchen and Lon Lon chased them all the way. The ducks panicked and actually left the water, running to the shore, clattering towards the sea. Going into the sea? How could that be possible? Lu Xingchen quickly ordered Lon Lon to intercept them. After chasing them all the way, she killed all the remaining ducks, then dissected them one by one, obtaining a large amount of duck meat and duck down. While cleaning up, Lu Xingchen spotted 2 little white ducks shivering in the bushes, refusing to come out. She grabbed them, tied their legs, and prepared to carry them back to the boat. Now we can raise ducks. We have a constant supply of duck meat. After a moment's thought, she returned to the pond and searched the nearby bushes, finding several nests of duck eggs. She didn't like roasted duck eggs, but salted duck eggs were delicious. Grandma was the master at pickling all kinds of eggs. Also, these were probably mostly breeding duck eggs. If hatched in Taoyuan, they would surely grow rapidly, laying several eggs a day. Now, her chicks in Taoyuan were already quite large. Lu Xingchen had just finished cleaning up when Gao Dafu called her, "Come, eat." A few people formed a team, and Lu Xingchen discovered that Gao Dafu and Gu Yin were only a few kilometers away, so she rushed over immediately. When she arrived, Gao Dafu was wearing an apron, standing at the grill grilling. Of course, it was skewers again, along with chicken wings and other items. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin were meat lovers and rarely ate vegetables. Unfortunately, there was no table. Lu Xingchen immediately asked Grandma for a table and 3 chairs, setting them up on the grass. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? He'd been so focused on eating that he'd forgotten to bring a table and chairs. Now, they were on a large lawn, flanked by a variety of trees, vines, and colorful flowers, a truly breathtaking sight. This place is a complete waste of a picnic. But on Coral Island, any spot is beautiful. Lu Xingchen sat on a chair, skewering meat with Gu Yin. There was nothing he could do. Gao Dafu was such a glutton. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen remembered the ducks he'd just gotten, pulled out 3, and asked Gao Dafu, "Do you want to roast them?" Gao Dafu's mouth was watering. Roast duck. Haha, I love it. But unfortunately, roast duck has so many steps to make, and it has to be marinated for a day. Or at least a few hours, right? Gu Yin, marinate today, grill tomorrow. Gao Dafu, that's right. He put it away without hesitation. Xingchen, I treat you to roast duck tomorrow. Lu Xingchen, okay. Half an hour later, Gao Dafu finally finished grilling the meat and placed it on the table. By then, Grandma had already prepared the meal. This time, it was snake meat soup, stir-fried vegetables, pork and scallion dumplings, and so on. Lu Xingchen brought out a large bowl of snake meat soup, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, and 2 baskets of dumplings. The table was full again. The snake meat soup was made with 5th-level red phosphorus python meat, and its aroma, combined with the aroma of the various grilled meats, wafted far away. Now, much time had passed, and the number of people on the island had increased dramatically, now numbering in the hundreds. People were always passing by, and seeing the 3 people feasting heartily. Then, several people saw a chat. I saw a girl, a tall guy, and a fat guy eating. A huge table full of food. Why are they eating so well instead of just killing monsters? Gao Dafu? Haha, it must be him. For him, eating is the most important thing. If my guess is correct, the other 2 should be Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin. I'm so hungry. I want some barbecue too. I've been on the island for 7 or 8 hours and haven't had any water. No, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop either. I've only had a few steamed buns since I got here last night. Why am I so exhausted? Let's eat. The few people's meal together inspired others to follow suit. The people who had worked so hard to kill the beasts began to rest, eat, barbecue, and snack on fruit. The Coral Island is rich in resources. There's always something to eat. Niafong wiped his sweat. Bailing, we've gained quite a bit. Shall we take a break? Joe Jean dragged his crippled leg. Junior sister, shall we grill some meat? I know how to do it. You and master just wait and eat. Nia Bailing's face darkened. No. While others are resting, we have to work even harder. Appetite is the biggest drag. At such a critical moment, can't we just eat something casually? Niafong and Joe Jean stood up with bitter faces. There was no other way. As long as Nia Bailing was around, Niafong and Joe Jean had no choice but to obey. Over here, Lu Xingchen was enjoying snake meat soup. It was Grandma's first time making snake meat soup, and it was surprisingly delicious. It even had shredded chicken in it, making it incredibly rich. The meal took over an hour, and afterward, they cleaned up thoroughly. This beautiful place shouldn't be littered. Lu Xingchen handed the trash and dishes to Grandma, telling her to put the dishes in the dishwasher and the trash in the disposal. Gao Dafu felt sleepy, so he took out a blanket, spread it on the grass, and dozed off. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, was leaving for the time being. Having obtained the white jade Ganoderma, she first needed to go to Red Indian Island and complete the task of rescuing Ba San. Chapter 234. After collecting all the treasures on Coral Island, Lu Xingchen decided to head to Red Island first. The white jade Ganoderma indicated that it must be consumed within 24 hours after picking. To avoid any accidents, she decided to complete her mission first. Lu Xingchen said goodbye to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, carrying 2 fresh white ducks. She arrived at the Coral Island exit and, in a flash, found herself outside the vortex gate. Quack! The ducks struggled mightily. Lu Xingchen took out the water-repellent beads and constructed a waterless space. Coral Island has 3 entrances. Each one leads to the same location. Everyone exits from the same entrance. After exiting Coral Island, the summoned person will use the same entrance as the one who summoned them. These are the rules everyone discovered after discussion. Lu Xingchen swam back to the wooden boat, leaving the duckling aside. She then divided 3/8 of the Ganoderma lucidum into portions, and gave them to her grandmother, Lining, instructing her to eat them every 3 to 4 hours and finish them within a day. Then she placed the remaining whole Ganoderma lucidum in Mimi's white jade treasure chest. This treasure chest could freeze time, preserving the white jade Ganoderma lucidum for a longer period. Then she ate the remaining 1/8 of the Ganoderma lucidum. As the Ganoderma lucidum entered her stomach, a surge of heat surged from her dantian, and Lu Xingchen began to sweat. The sea breeze was strong, so she quickly sent her grandmother back to the bedroom to digest. After a while, she felt better, and she heard a message. Consume the white jade Ganoderma lucidum, and your physical fitness will increase by 1. Her current profile is as follows. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 16 plus 5 plus 2. Agility, 19 plus 5. Const, 16 plus 5 plus 3. Poison resistance, 10. Occupation, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. Lu Xingchen felt more energetic than ever, as if she had endless strength. She just worked up a sweat, so she had to go back and shower, washing and drying her clothes. After changing into her red phosphorus leather jacket and invincible suit, Lu Xingchen sat on the beanbag. She pondered the possible outcomes of a trip to Red Indian Island. With G23 and 49 away, it would be somewhat dangerous for her to go alone. What if she healed Ba 13, and Babu gave her the weapons he crafted, and then he could kill her? While Babu might not be that mean, Lu Xingchen didn't dare take the risk. Lu Xingchen sat there in a daze, pondering. The sea demon Vine, thinking she was bored, swish 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 dragged several boxes over and placed them in front of her. Lu Xingchen then remembered that there were already several boxes stacked up. She opened a wooden box in front of her. 1 roast duck oven, 10 roast duck marinade, and 10 roast duck sauce. Lu Xingchen was delighted. She finally gotten 30 or 40 little white ducks. The oven was delivered so soon, she took it out and examined it. The oven was about 1.45 meters tall, round, and had 3 legs for stability. The base held charcoal and the roast duck. In addition, it came with a host of accessories, including long and short hooks for roasting duck. It was a complete package. Linning saw it and said happily, "Not bad, not bad. I can make roast duck for you." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Grandma, when did you learn to make roast duck?" Linning was very proud. "I learned it. I also learned how to make snake meat soup. You can find the tutorial on your computer or TV." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Is it that way?" Linning nodded vigorously. "Yes, there are all kinds of tutorials. I saw your duck eggs. I plan to learn how to make an incubator and hatch ducklings and chicks." Lu Xingchen gave her a thumbs up. "Great. Grandma's awesome." Grandma was busy and happier. Though only a few days had passed, Lu Xingchen felt that Grandma was in better spirits. Her previously half-white hair was starting to darken slightly. Very good. Lu Xingchen continued unpacking boxes, pulling out a number of seasonings and spices, which she put away. After unpacking several boxes, Lu Xingchen had a plan in mind. She packed up, said hello to Grandma, and took out the Red Island landing order. "Do you want to use the Red Island landing order?" "Yes." With a flick of her wrist, Lu Xingchen arrived at Red Island. It was just outside the courtyard. Just as she was about to speak, the door opened and Babu walked out. His face was gloomy, and he looked unhappy. "Babu, what are you doing here?" "Lu Xingchen, I got the white jade Ganoderma." Bab exclaimed. "What? It's only been a day, and you got the white jade Ganoderma. You're lying." Bab was furious. "You're lying to me again." Lu Xingchen, Stop, Master Babu, I never lied to you. This is over." Poor Babu might have just been tricked. Bab's eyes were red. "Where's the white jade Ganoderma? Show it to me." Lu Xingchen held out her hand, and in a flash, the white jade Ganoderma appeared in her palm. The white jade Ganoderma was like a beautiful snow-white jade, emitting a brilliant light. Bab was startled. "Is it really the white jade Ganoderma?" He dodged, rushing in front of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was prepared. She put her hand behind her back, retracted the white jade Ganoderma, and stepped back several steps. "Lu Xingchen, Master Babu, you want to steal it?" Babu showed a rare hint of embarrassment. "I just want to take a closer look." Lu Xingchen didn't want to waste time. "Where's Ba San?" "I go get him." Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside, and G23's voice rang out. "Master Babu, I've got her." Lu Xingchen turned around and saw G23 returning with a short, plump woman, followed by G49, who was chewing mulberries. Both of them beamed with joy upon seeing Lu Xingchen. G23 pushed the plump dwarf to the ground, then stood with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen recognized the plump dwarf. It was the caregiver Babu had found for Ba San. What was going on? Bab grabbed the plump dwarf by the collar and roared, "Who sent you?" He dodged, dragging the plump dwarf with him out of sight. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, "What happened?" G49, "I got tricked." G23 said disdainfully, "Bub was tricked by that fat dwarf. He said they had a secret remedy that could cure Ba 13. He ripped Babu off with a treasure and ran off. I had to figure it out and catch him." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Is Babu so gullible?" G23, "Well, he might be more likely to trust his own people." G49 curled her lips. "He's just gullible." G23, with an idea in mind, asked Lu Xingchen, "What kind of reward do you plan to take when you cure Ba 13? Lu Xingchen, "A reward?" In fact, Babu was quite honest. She felt that the deposit he gave her last time was quite generous. Of course, who can say one treasure is too much? Babu is so rich. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. "What do you suggest?" G23 smiled faintly. "You can take the treasure Babu was just scammed out of. Since G23 is recommending this, it must be something good. No problem, I take it." Chapter 235. Bubba hadn't returned yet, and Lu Xingchen had a brief chat with G23. It turned out that G23 and 49 had been here yesterday. They were afraid Lu Xingchen might be in danger if she came alone, so they come ahead and waited. Under the pretext of visiting on behalf of their master, they stayed. Lu Xingchen was deeply touched. G23 and 49 had nothing to say to her. She patted 49. "Do you like roast duck? I treat you to roast duck tomorrow." G49 didn't understand, but her mouth watered. "Eat, eat." Lu Xingchen chuckled. "I've got a lot of delicious food lately. Remember to come find me tomorrow." After all, 49 knew how to find people. As they chatted, Babu strode back in. He was still angry. Seeing Lu Xingchen, his expression softened slightly. He said, "Give me the white jade Ganoderma." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Then, master, what do you plan to exchange it for?" Bab was stunned. Didn't I give it to you? Lu Xingchen, that was a deposit. Bab was furious. I gave you 3 bottles of gold-grade beast spirit fluid, and you're still not satisfied? Lu Xingchen said pitifully, Master, do you know how many people are vying for this white jade Ganoderma? Over 100,000. Do you know the danger I faced? I almost lost my life. I encountered a white tiger of an indeterminate rank. It nearly devoured me. I went through untold hardships and tribulations to obtain this white jade Ganoderma. Lu Xingchen looked melancholy. That white tiger disliked me and kept setting obstacles for me. Every step was difficult, and I nearly lost my life several times. She was right. She had already passed the poisonous miasma forest, and the white tiger had cleared it, letting the players in. The little white tiger was indeed trying to be difficult. Babu might be soft-hearted, but seeing Lu Xingchen complaining, he fell silent. G23 suddenly asked, Master Babu, did you get the treasure back? Babu raised his hand, and a disc-shaped object appeared in his hand. Yes, I'm going to study it carefully. G23 looked worried. But Master Babu, if you go home to study it, what will happen to 13? Master Babu was stunned. Well, if he wakes up, I take him away. G23, and what about Ba Yiba and Ba Yijio? Aren't their situations difficult too? Master Babu was troubled. Indeed, but I can't think of a solution. G23 frowned. Master Babu, you have to work hard. They're your sons. If you don't take care of them, who else will? Master Babu fell silent. Lu Xingchen took the opportunity to observe the object in Master Babu's hand. It was a round object the size of a copper coin, nothing special to behold. Lu Xingchen looked at its information. Universal Radar, Upgradable 1. Accurately detects hazards on the sea surface, such as heavy rain, strong winds, undercurrents, volcanic eruptions, and more, and cleverly avoids them. 2. Accurately displays the current sea depth, temperature, and hazards. 3. Automatically controls the vessel. Wow, that's great. Soon, there will be dangers at sea, such as storms and severe cold. With this universal radar, you can effectively avoid risks. What a treasure. No wonder G. Urshizen asked her for it. With a straightforward person like Babu, there's no need to beat around the bush. Lu Xingchen said directly, Master Babu, I give you half a piece of white jade Ganoderma in exchange for this plate. How about that? Plate? Master Babu was stunned. He glanced at the universal radar in his hand and raged. You call this a plate? How dare you ask for it? Do you know the value of this plate? This treasure? Lu Xingchen was undeterred. Master Babu, do you know the value of half a piece of white jade Ganoderma to Ba Shisan? Lu Xingchen, it's Ba Shisan's life. Master Babu looked at Lu Xingchen, then down at the universal radar, then back toward Ba Shisan's room, his eyes filled with struggle. Lu Xingchen softened his tone. Master, I brought you life-saving medicine. You have to show some appreciation. How about bringing me some other treasures, so I can choose? Master Babu became even more furious. Pick and choose? Wishful thinking. G23 raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Xingchen. Pick and choose? How many are you going to pick? Lu Xingchen smiled happily. Let's see. I don't even know how many I like. Master Babu was furious. Impossible. You're still going to pick a few? What greed? No, he had to give Lu Xingchen the universal radar quickly. Otherwise, what if Lu Xingchen suddenly wanted to pick a treasure? What if she picked several? Every one of his treasures was good. He couldn't bear to part with any of them. Master Babu didn't hesitate and immediately thrust the universal radar into Lu Xingchen's hands. Here. Okay, give me the white jade Ganoderma. Lu Xingchen chuckled and readily gave Babu half a piece of Ganoderma. The others followed Babu into the room. Ba Shisan, as before, lay flat on the bed, motionless. Babu pried open Ba Shisan's mouth and placed half a piece of white jade Ganoderma inside. The white jade Ganoderma lucidum flashed and turned into a stream of white juice, which entered Ba Shisan's mouth. Several people stared with wide eyes. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Just as Babu was about to lose his temper, Ba Shisan opened his eyes and murmured, Good wine, good wine. Hey Dad, why are you here? Bab trembled slightly, overcome with excitement. Lu Xingchen and G23 retreated. It's done. Lu Xingchen joyfully examined the universal radar and asked G23, Do you know how to upgrade it? G23 rolled her eyes. Isn't this enough? Lu Xingchen chuckled, understanding that there were things G23 couldn't say. Indeed, it seemed these functions were sufficient. The three of them sat in the yard, waiting for another 10 minutes. Then Babu and Ba Shirsan emerged. Ba Shirsan's steps were a little unsteady, and his face was a little pale, but otherwise he looked okay. Babu said coldly to Lu Xingchen, "Thank you, you can go now. Next time, don't let me see you." Lu Xingchen, and the weapons. Babu paused, then said unhappily, "I give them to you when they're done." Lu Xingchen felt relieved. "Okay, thank you, master." Babu said to G23 and 49, "Okay, you two can go together. We be leaving soon." G49 said sweetly, "Grandpa Babu, I missed you." Babu smiled faintly, and patted G49's head. "Go pick some mulberries to take away. And don't be like your sister, you're always lying." G23, Lu Xingchen was eager to leave. The three of them reached the beach. G49 threw out the wooden boat, and Lu Xingchen and 23 jumped on board. On 49's boat, Lu Xingchen heard a notification, "Mission completed to rescue Ba 13. Reward received." Chapter 236. The mission to rescue Ba Shirsan was completed, and the reward was an intermediate trap technique. Thorns, daily uses. 5. Lu Xingchen casually scattered thorns on the sea surface. In reality, she was just trying it out, not really expecting it to work on the sea. But she clearly saw a large patch of thorns suddenly appear on the sea surface, about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. She could even change the shape of the thorns. As expected, the intermediate skill was extraordinary. The thorns stood up like steel needles. After the arrangement was complete, they flashed and disappeared. But soon, patches of red appeared there. They were small fish that had passed by, unsure of their whereabouts, and were pricked by the thorns. Lu Xingchen also heard a series of prompts. Kill 1 small yellow croaker. Do you want to disintegrate? Kill 1 small yellow croaker. Do you want to disintegrate? Lu Xingchen, yes. G49 paused deliberately, to allow her to harvest a batch of small yellow croaker. Lu Xingchen was delighted. The intermediate trap technique was much more useful. It didn't require digging a pit or carrying any tools, yet it was incredibly powerful, and could even be used in the ocean. She wasn't short of fish either, so after a quick meal, she let G49 continue sailing. In a matter of moments, they arrived at Lu Xingchen's raft. Lu Xingchen boarded the raft, while G49 and 23, as usual, stayed nearby and couldn't come up. Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan and Meme, and Tuanzi also came over. The little ones met, and had a blast. Knowing that little 49 was a foodie, Linning went to prepare dinner. Lu Xingchen was deeply grateful to 49 and 23, and went over to help. This dinner was incredibly rich, laid out on 49's boat. 49 had traded his boat for a raft of several hundred square meters, which was more than enough space. Lu Xingchen even brought out the orange-flavored soda he'd been drinking from before, and gave it to the little ones. Snake meat soup, lamb skewers, roast duck, various vegetables and fruits, and grandma's braised pork. They thoroughly enjoyed their meal. Even the little seal came over to get a bite. After dinner, Lan Lan brought out the supercomputer and projected the screen near 49's wooden boat. The little ones huddled together with 49 to watch TV. They all laughed and laughed. G23 huddled in a corner, looking disdainful. Linning had brought out various snacks and fruits for the little ones to eat while they watched TV. Lu Xingchen, carrying the Vientiane radar, came to the bow. Do you want to place the Vientiane radar? Yes. Placement successful. Explore its functions and usage on your own. After placement, the Vientiane radar grew considerably larger. Lu Xingchen placed it near the rudder and studied it carefully. This radar's functions were quite simple. A nautical chart displayed nearby islands, ships, reefs, undercurrents, tornadoes, storms, and other hazards. Now, G23's ship was clearly visible. You could also set alerts, such as whether to alert when a ship is detected and the volume of the alert. You could also set whether to avoid risks, though the default setting was avoidance. You could also set autopilot. For now, Lu Xingchen's ship was stationary. The sea was turbulent, and the ship inevitably moved. Anyway, back and forth, that was the key. It only took Lu Xingchen a moment to figure it out. Next, she went to the Peach Blossom Holy Land to hatch the duck eggs. She then cleared a fenced-in area on the raft to raise the 2 ducklings, creating a perfect neighborhood for the chicks. Grandma enthusiastically crafted her homemade incubator. By the time she finished, it was already past 10 p.m., so Lu Xingchen simply skipped going to Coral Island and went straight to bed. The next day, she went to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today's Peach Blossom Holy Land Luck Blessing, Sky High Luck, obtained items have a chance to upgrade, up to the maximum level. Number of possible blesses, 3. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Finally, Another sky-high luck blessing. In all the days she had owned the Peach Blossom Holy Land, she had only received one sky-high luck blessing, and that time, she had used a basic blueprint to create a high-level, even rare item. This time, she had to make the most of it. Sky-high luck blessings can be used to upgrade weapons and equipment. However, this time, there was a limit on how many times it could be triggered. It could only be triggered 3 times. Lu Xingchen had quite a few blueprints, but good steel needs to be used effectively. For ordinary blueprints, don't use Chi Fu. Lu Xingchen opened his storage backpack and glanced at them. Yes, water boots. This is Coral Island's treasure second only to the white jade Ganoderma lucidum, worthy of a Chi Fu charge. Lu Xingchen went to the crafting table and took out the water boots blueprint. Water boots allows walking on water with the same speed as walking on flat ground and agility +5. Also allows walking underwater with underwater speed +5. Required supplies: white shark leather X2, lightning black shark leather X2. Very good. Water boots are incredibly fast, both on and underwater. Underwater speed is equivalent to that of a high-end flipper. Add in the power of soaring luck, and the power is simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, supplies are insufficient. She has 2 white shark skins, but no so-called lightning black shark skin. She must find a lightning black shark. And she must find one today. But where? Lu Xingchen looked up and saw a baby seal not far away, intently staring at the blue krill breeding tank. The lid of the breeding tank was open. Time seemed to have passed. The baby seal pressed a button, and the lid slowly closed. As if it had accomplished something significant, the baby seal stepped aside and lay down. Lu Xingchen waved to it. Come, Xiaobai, come here. The baby seal looked around. Woohoo, calling me. Lu Xingchen, it's you, Xiaobai. Come here, I have something to ask you. The baby seal slid over, glancing back at the breeding tank with concern. Lu Xingchen smiled and patted its head. What a dedicated little guy. Do you know where there's a lightning black shark? Somewhere close by. Lu Xingchen asked. The little seal blinked. Coral Island. Near Coral Island? Lu Xingchen was delighted. That was great. She had wanted to go to Coral Island too. Lu Xingchen patted the little seal's head. Then, can you take me to find it? The little seal glanced worriedly back at the blue krill breeding tank. But what about the shrimp? Lu Xingchen said, it's okay. I have Tuanzi or Grandma take care of it. I promise they take good care of it. If that doesn't work, we can ask the sea demon Vine to help. It'd just be a bit more work. The little seal finally nodded. 23 and 49 had left early. Lon Lon and Mean were catching up on some sleep. Lu Xingchen packed them into the pet bag, jumped into the water, and went with the little seal to the entrance to Coral Island. After entering the Coral Island, Lu Xingchen called the commando group chat. Gu Yin, do me a favor and kill a shark. With Gu Yin around, things were much more convenient. Gu Yin, a man of few words, said, okay. Wei Lin quickly asked Xingchen, do you need us? Lu Xingchen, I go check it out first. I call you if you need me. Wei Ying, okay, call us if you need anything. Gao Dafu, okay, Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin and I are here. We'd be there right away. Lu Xingchen, She didn't even call Gao Dafu, but since she's here, it's good to liven things up. Chapter 237. Lu Xingchen was confident. With so many people here, how could they not handle a lightning black shark? Soon, Lu Xingchen reunited with Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. After a day of fighting, Gu Yin and Gao Dafu were both equipped with advanced diving suits and flippers, and could definitely keep up. Gao Dafu was particularly excited when he heard they needed to go into the sea. They all changed into their diving gear and reached the beach. Lu Xingchen lowered the baby seal and asked, where is it? The baby seal replied, wait. It barked a few times in the water, and moments later, a school of small manta rays swam over. Lu Xingchen understood what they were saying. Little white, the lightning black shark is full and resting. Yes, over there. I just saw it. Little white, don't go. The black shark will eat you. Yes, black sharks love to eat baby seals. White sharks love to eat baby seals. Humans love to eat baby seals. Everything loves to eat baby seals. The baby seal slithered back. Woohoo! Eat me! Lu Xingchen nodded its head amusedly. If you speak properly, I can understand you. Speaking so quietly, word by word, really tests one's comprehension skills. Luckily, she understood what the little manta rays were saying, otherwise she would have definitely misinterpreted it. A group of little manta rays volunteered to take the baby seal, and Lu Xingchen to find the lightning black shark. Lu Xingchen said hello to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. She then jumped into the water. After swimming with the little manta rays for a while, Lu Xingchen finally spotted a large dark shadow ahead. The little manta rays pointed in one after another. That's it. Let's go! Hurry up, or you get eaten. Lu Xingchen gestured to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin, asking them to stay away. She was faster than them, and could reach the surface faster. With a silent wave of her hand, Lu Xingchen scattered a field of thorns across the ground. Then, she pulled out her catapult harpoon and triggered the trigger. Swish! The harpoon launched, blasting towards the lightning black shark. The lightning black shark sensed it, and quickly twisted its body. Bang! The harpoon pierced the shark's tail, tearing out a large piece of flesh and blood. Instantly, the surrounding water was dyed red. Woo-woo! The lightning black shark let out a loud cry that echoed far through the water. It lashed its tail and charged towards Lu Xingchen. As fast as lightning, Lu Xingchen quickly retreated. She saw the lightning black shark's information, a 4th level mutation. This was a whole level higher than the previous 3rd level mutation. Killing a 3rd level marine creature was already difficult, let alone this one. Lu Xingchen decided to escape. She gestured to Gao Dafu and Gu Yin and swam upwards. The lightning black shark happened to pass by the thorn trap. It screamed, only getting slightly bruised by the thorns before twisting its body and dodging. Even so, it sustained a few minor wounds. The black shark, enraged, roared and charged at Lu Xingchen. It was indeed fast. Lu Xingchen quickly unsheathed the water-repellent beads and rushed to the surface. Bang! Bang! The lightning black shark struck the water-repellent space twice in succession, and Lu Xingchen felt the space vibrate twice. Ding! The water-repellent beads are under attack. Please flee. Lu Xingchen leaped out of the water, released Lan Lan and Mimi, stepped forward, and leaped onto Lan Lan's back, shouting hurriedly, "Run!" Lan Lan leaped up, and the lightning black shark leaped out of the sea in anger, just missing Lan Lan's tail. Lan Lan was horrified. "Ah, my tail. You bastard, you dare to bite your grandfather? Wait until I kill you!" Lan Lan screamed as she soared into the air. Suddenly, Gu Yin leaped out of the sea. Instead of running away as agreed, he stretched out his hand and unleashed a massive fishing net, which caught the black shark's head. Then, with lightning speed, he hurled a fine iron harpoon. Bang! The harpoon pierced the black shark's head. It screamed and struggled, stirring the water. Gu Yin held onto the net with one hand, letting the shark swing wildly, tossing him around in the water like a small boat drifting in a raging sea. Finally, with a loud roar, he leaped onto the shark's back. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Gu Yin was truly a brave man. But how could he be so fast? He used the speed card. Lu Xingchen made up her mind instantly. She patted Lan Lan. "Go down. Be careful." Lan Lan dove down, and Lu Xingchen pressed the trigger on the harpoon. With a bang, the harpoon pierced one of the shark's fins. Gao Dafu screamed in surprise, raised his hand, and threw something into the shark's mouth. Bang! There was an explosion, and streams of blood gushed out of the shark's mouth. It roared furiously and slapped the water hard, throwing Gu Yin off and into the water. Ouch! The shark screamed in pain twice, and with a whoosh it sank into the sea. It's going to get away. Lu Xingchen immediately rushed down, retrieving the water-repellent beads. Illuminated by the diving light, the shark fled like lightning, trailing a long fishing net behind it. It ran and screamed, furious. Gu Yin rushed in, grabbed the net, and was carried away by the shark, disappearing in a flash. Lu Xingchen, lacking a speed card, was slower, so she quickly followed. At some point, the little seal approached Lu Xingchen and asked, "Do you need my help?" Finally, it stopped jumping and started. Lu Xingchen nodded repeatedly. The little seal proudly said, "Then remember to give me some shrimp." Lu Xingchen, "Okay." The little seal ran away, whining several times, and Lu Xingchen could faintly hear the echo. The sound was so beautiful, it was intoxicating. Lu Xingchen was puzzled, wondering which friend the little seal had called in for help this time. She continued forward and unexpectedly saw Gu Yin. It was the first time she had seen Gu Yin so exhausted, yet he still struggled to tug at the net, letting the black shark toss him around. "Oh. Lu Xingchen heard the voice again. She was about to say something when the struggling black shark suddenly froze and slowly fell. Gu Yin seized the opportunity, unsheathed his long knife, and fiercely stabbed the black shark. Blood and flesh swelled, but strangely, the black shark seemed unconscious, offering no resistance. Lu Xingchen also drew her harpoon and began attacking. Soon, the sea was dyed red. Finally, she heard a voice. Killed the 4th level mutant lightning black shark. Do you want to decompose it? Dead? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She quickly said yes. If it were too late, the black shark's body would likely be plundered by the various fish that had arrived. Decomposition successful. Received 20 pieces of lightning black shark meat, 2 pieces of lightning black shark skin, and 20 shark teeth. They were already placed in her storage backpack. At this moment, Lu Xingchen spotted a treasure chest underwater and immediately went to open it. Opening the treasure chest revealed one shark net blueprint. A lightning black shark actually dropped the tool to capture itself. Lu Xingchen found it quite amusing. However, she didn't dare stay here any longer. She gestured to Gu Yin, and the two of them hurried away. Inadvertently, Lu Xingchen turned back and seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint blue. A school of fish swam over, chirping non-stop. They came to eat some of the remaining scraps. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yin surfaced. By then, they were already some distance from the coral island. Even though they were exhausted, they had to swim back. Gu Yan's speed card had worn off, and he was even more exhausted than Lu Xingchen. He could barely swim, and Gao Dafu had to pull him away. The three of them struggled to climb onto the coral island and lay on the shore panting. Chapter 238. This time it was truly dangerous. Gu Yin used a sprint card, Gao Dafu used a small bomb, and finally, they needed the help of Little Seal's friends to kill the 4th level lightning black shark. Lu Xingchen decided that she wouldn't dare to provoke a shark next time. Amazing, after resting for over half an hour, Lu Xingchen finally stood up. She wanted to go back and craft the water boots. She rode Lon Lon to the entrance of the coral island, exited, and swam to the whirlpool gate. Running back and forth all the time wasn't working, so she simply drove the raft to the whirlpool gate. Then she reached the crafting table. Water boots allows walking on water with a speed as fast as walking on flat ground and agility +5. Also allows walking underwater with underwater walking speed +5. Required materials: 2 white shark skins, 2 lightning black shark skins. Craft? Yes. Crafting successful, obtaining water boots with agility +5 when walking on water. Underwater walking speed increased by 5. Today, with the blessing of my surging luck, ordinary water boots have been upgraded to intermediate water boots, increasing water walking agility by 6. Underwater walking speed increased by 6. Today, with the blessing of my surging luck, intermediate water boots have been upgraded to advanced water boots, increasing water walking agility by 7. Underwater walking speed increased by 7. Today, with the blessing of my surging luck, advanced water boots have been upgraded to top-tier water boots, increasing water walking agility by 8. Underwater walking speed increased by 8. A series of upgrade sounds echoed, dazzling Lu Xingchen. Finally, the upgrade stopped, the blessing of my luck ended, and her water boots had been upgraded 3 times in a flash. Now, they were top-tier, or rare, water boots. The speed has increased significantly. Lu Xingchen looked at the water boots on the workbench. They were black, mid-calf boots. The leather was fine and soft, and felt very comfortable to the touch. She immediately put them on, and felt instantly lighter, as if she were as light as a swallow. She tentatively stepped into the sea, her feet touching the surface directly, soft as sand beneath her feet. She took 2 steps, and immediately floated a long way away. It was fast. Really fast. Lu Xingchen circled the sea in the water boots, feeling incredibly comfortable. As expected, treasures are treasures. She stamped her feet, wondering what else she needed to craft with her Chi Chung Tian. Weapons were most needed, especially weapons for use in the water. Oh right, a shark net. Hasn't the shark net dropped from that hard-earned lightning black shark? Look, she immediately took out the shark net. Shark net, a tool used to catch sharks, and of course, it can also be used to catch similar large, ferocious fish. Required materials: 10 high-grade marcasite, 10 white tough silken thread, 10 shark teeth. Lu Xingchen looked at the required materials and fell into deep thought. She had enough shark teeth, enough for 30, and enough high-grade marcasite, but what was this white tough silken thread? She had never seen it before. Lu Xingchen opened the trading hall and searched, but found nothing. After a moment's thought, she posted on the chat screen. Does anyone have white tough silken thread? Has anyone seen it? Currently, some people were on the coral island, while others were anxiously awaiting a chance to enter. Seeing Lu Xingchen speak, many responded, "White tough silken thread? What is that? I haven't seen it, and I haven't caught it. But Lu Xingchen, could you please call me over? Call me over so I can think about it. Lu Xingchen, if you can provide any clues or white tough silk thread, I call you." The players were even more excited. Unfortunately, no one could explain what white tough silk thread was, and no one had ever seen it. It was over. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. This is a rare item. It seems I won't be able to make a shark net for the time being. Just as she was about to put it away, a baby seal wandered over, nudging her and saying, "Shrimp, shrimp." Lu Xingchen, hey, the blue krill aren't ready yet. Oh right, I promised you some shrimp. She had just asked the baby seal to ask a friend for help, promising to give it blue krill. Poor, there were only a few left in her basket of blue krill. Lu Xingchen took a blue krill and gave it to the little seal, casually asking, "Little one, you've always collected treasures. Have you ever seen white tough silk thread?" The little seal gulped down the blue krill and tilted its head. "Tough silk thread? Oh, I've seen it." "Really?" Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and scooped it up. "Here, tell me where you've seen it." "Not bad, little one, a real know-it-all." The little seal quickly finished the blue krill. "My friend." "Huh?" Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes. "Then could you ask your friend if he still has any use for his white tough silk thread? Would you sell it to me?" The little seal. "No, I get it. You give it to me, shrimp." Lu Xingchen glanced at his few remaining blue krill and said with a distressed look, "Once they're well, I let you pick a few more." The little seal looked at Lu Xingchen adorably. "How many?" Lu Xingchen, "These. 3. Little seal, 6. Lu Xingchen, "Okay, 6 is 6, as long as you can get me 10 pieces of white, tough silk thread." With that, the little seal dove into the water with a splash. After a while, it climbed up and pointed at the sea devil vine. "I want a wreath." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "You want another wreath? Your friend wants one, right?" The little seal had been wearing a wreath ever since it broke off a branch of the sea devil vine and made one. It looked quite pretty. Now, it said it needed another one. It must be its friend's request. The little seal nodded repeatedly. It didn't dare to take action, knowing the sea devil vine would whip anyone. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to negotiate with the sea devil vine. In the end, he obtained a branch of the sea devil vine full of flowers and gave it to the little seal. The little seal cried out happily, then turned and dove back into the sea. Lu Xingchen lowered his head in thought. It seemed this friend with a white, tough silk thread was a little girl. Otherwise, why would she be so fond of garlands? A short while later, the little seal climbed back up, dragging a pile of white silk thread with her. Lu Xingchen helped to retrieve it. Glancing around, she saw a faint blue sliver appear not far away. It only appeared briefly before sinking back to the bottom. She couldn't guess what species it was. The white, tough silk thread was thin and incredibly strong. She was eagerly anticipating the extent to which the shark net could be upgraded with the blessing of her great luck. Lu Xingchen brought all the supplies to the crafting table. Shark net, a tool primarily used to catch sharks, but it can also be used to catch similar large, ferocious fish. Required materials: 10 high-grade marcasite, 10 white, tough silk thread, 10 shark teeth. Do you want to craft it? Chapter 239. Lu Xingchen, yes. Crafted successfully, obtained a standard shark net. Today's luck is soaring. With the blessing of good fortune, the standard shark net has been upgraded to an intermediate shark net. Skill 1, Deadly Entanglement. The more you struggle, the more entangled you become. Today's luck is soaring. With the blessing of good fortune, the intermediate shark net has been upgraded to an advanced shark net. Skill 1, Deadly Entanglement. The more you struggle, the more entangled you become. Skill 2, Invincible Spikes. Extends tiny spikes, causing unbearable pain and preventing the target from breaking free. The shark net has been upgraded 2 levels, gaining 2 more skills. A pleasant surprise. Lu Xingchen picked up the shark net. It was more like a lasso. After trying it out, she roughly understood how it worked. If you encounter a shark, you can throw the shark net out to snare the shark. The net will then tighten, and then many tiny spikes will extend from the inside of the lasso, piercing the shark's body. Not bad. Lu Xingchen held the shark net, looking left and right, very satisfied. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, and Lu Xingchen also had a small group, and used for a while. At this time, Gao Dafu changed the group name to Invincible Team. He kept calling out to Lu Xingchen, "Xingchen, Xingchen, why haven't you come back yet? Hurry, keep rolling." Lu Xingchen, wait a minute. She put away her shark net, and thought about how to use her third luck rush. This is important. Speaking of which, her weapons and equipment were already very powerful, and the blueprints in her hand weren't particularly impressive. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Gu Yin, do you have any blueprints for a weapon you like?" Gu Yin, Refined Iron Heavy Blade Blueprint. Refined Iron Heavy Blade, a blade made of high-grade refined iron or high-grade tin. It is long, wide, heavy, and extremely lethal, with an attack of 6. Note, because this blade is so heavy, it requires a strength of at least 30 to be used. A huge increase in attack power, and the strength requirement is over 30? Lu Xingchen looked at herself. Her own attributes were already incredibly high, and even so, her strength wasn't even 30. It seemed that Gu Yan's strength was already over 30. What a fine sword! If this sword is blessed with the power of soaring luck, its attributes will surely be astonishing. But should she make one for Gu Yan? Lu Xingchen hesitated. Gu Yan was indeed very straightforward. No matter what he was asked to do, he would just do it without hesitation. She hadn't been able to kill the lightning shark earlier, but Gu Yan had used his life-saving speed card without hesitation and helped her kill the shark. That was very kind. Besides, Gu Yan's increased strength would make future cooperation easier. It was difficult for her to kill the 5th-level monster alone, but after working with Gu Yan, it became much smoother. Who doesn't want to kill monsters easily and without danger? Okay, I make him one. Lu Xingchen said, Gu Yan, do you have enough materials? If so, bring them here, and I make it for you. Gao Dafu was puzzled. Why? Gu Yan, I give it to you. Lu Xingchen was impressed. Gu Yan was so straightforward. Gao Dafu, hey, after you make it, can you give it to Gu Yan? Lu Xingchen, sure. She already tried it. She lent weapons to others before. However, weapon and equipment blueprints are usually one per blueprint, meaning they can only be crafted once. After thinking about it, Lu Xingchen decided to lie. I have a master here. With his help, I'm sure I can make a better heavy sword. Gao Dafu was excited. Really? Lu Xingchen, do you have another NPC? G49? 23? Or someone else? Can you bring it to me to show me? Lu Xingchen opened the light curtain, took out the item Gu Yan had sent, and approached the crafting table. Fine Iron Heavy Blade, crafted from high-grade fine iron and high-grade white iron. It's long, wide, heavy, and incredibly lethal. Attack plus 6. Note, because this blade is so heavy, you need a strength greater than 30 to use it. Required materials: 50 high-grade marcasite, 20 high-grade fine iron, 2 snake skins, 2 high-grade red mushrooms. Do you want to craft it? I didn't expect this weapon would require so much iron. Luckily, the 3 of them had mined high-grade white iron earlier, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Lu Xingchen, yes. Crafting successful, obtaining 1 fine iron heavy blade, high grade. Attack plus 6. Thanks to the blessing of great luck today, the fine iron heavy blade, high grade, has been upgraded to the fine iron heavy blade, top grade. Attack plus 8. Thanks to the blessing of great luck today, the fine iron heavy blade, top grade, has been upgraded to the fine iron heavy blade, rare. Attack power increased by 10, with the additional skill. Bleeding, after being struck by a heavy sword, the bleeding effect is triggered, making the wound difficult to heal. Lu Xingchen stared at the heavy sword in front of her in amazement. Not only had the attack power nearly doubled, but it even had a skill, a rare heavy sword. A sword lay horizontally before her. The blade was wide, about 1.5 meters long, its edge gleaming with a cold, chilling aura. It was incredibly powerful. Lu Xingchen had never seen such a long sword before. She tried to lift it, but found it was barely enough to lift it. It was completely useless. As soon as she lifted it, a clang. The heavy sword fell to the ground, its blade hitting a nearby chair, which snapped and broke with a crack. Amazing! Lu Xingchen put the heavy sword into her storage backpack and decided to give it to Gu Yan later. She packed up, went back into the water, and headed for Coral Island. Her boat was now conveniently parked near the whirlpool gate. She had just entered the Coral Island and taken a few steps when a small boat suddenly came from the nearby shore. 2 people were on board, G23 and G49. 49 waved cheerfully. Hi, sister, I'm here for roast duck. Roast duck? Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered that she had asked 49 to have roast duck yesterday. She had almost forgotten. Thankfully, this little guy was so capable. He could find her no matter where she was. Lu Xingchen waved. Come, let's make roast duck together. It was already noon time for lunch. The group went to find Gao Dafu and Gu Yan. They were currently near the giant crocodile, not far away. Lu Xingchen brought 23 and 49 over. Gao Dafu stared, stunned. You, are you really with the NPCs? You really brought them here? Lu Xingchen gave an enigmatic smile. Then, with a clang, she dropped her heavy sword to the ground. It wasn't intentional. She simply couldn't hold it. Lu Xingchen said to Gu Yin, "Come, let me see your weapon." Gu Yin picked up the heavy sword, his eyes filled with astonishment, then ecstasy. He picked up the sword and swung it lightly. Crash! A large section of trees in front of him fell. With another swing, a large section of trees and flowers on the other side fell. Gao Dafu was stunned. He went over to examine the heavy sword's attributes, gasped, and exclaimed, "Ah, Lu Xingchen, this sword is amazing. I want one too." Lu Xingchen, what do you want? Can you hold it? Gu Yin sheathed the heavy sword and solemnly told Lu Xingchen, "I'm at your beck and call. No reward required." Meow! An angry cry echoed as the kitten leaped onto a branch and stared at Lu Xingchen. Who's causing trouble? Chapter 240. The kitten glared at Lu Xingchen furiously. G49's eyes lit up when he saw the kitten. "Aw, kitten, so cute." He went up to hug it. The kitten hopped onto another branch, its face full of disgust. 49 relentlessly chased it, and the kitten jumped several times, becoming angry. "Mr. Lu, take care of this brat." G23 quickly held 49 down and whispered, "Stop it. You can't hold this. It might eat you." Ouch. 49 finally calmed down. Gao Dafu heard Ji Ershizen's words and stared at the kitten. "Not bad, not bad. This kitten is cute and pretty fast, and can talk. It's perfect for me as a pet." He turned to Lu Xingchen and asked, "Is it okay?" Lu Xingchen, "It's no use saying yes." Gao Dafu enthusiastically said to the kitten, "Little cutie, will you be with me? From now on, every bite of meat I eat will be yours. How about that?" The kitten didn't even glance at him. G49, follow me, follow me." The kitten, feeling so coveted by so many people, meowed twice and ran away. G49 rubbed his belly. Lu Xingchen asked Gao Dafu, "Roast duck?" Gao Dafu, "Oh, I almost forgot. Roast it, right away." Lu Xingchen immediately asked his grandmother to bring the oven over and set it on the ground. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. "It's quite complete, almost like what I have at home." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "You have this at home?" Gao Dafu chuckled. "Of course. I also opened a roast duck restaurant, a chain of 8. Lu Xingchen was impressed. "Awesome, big business. They've even opened a chain, Gu Yin. It's gone bankrupt." Gao Dafu, "Don't be so pessimistic. I lasted 9 months. What's wrong with failing? I just don't want to open it anymore." Gu Yin, "It lost money for 9 months." Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Then why are you opening a chain?" Gao Dafu, "Hey, my stall is bigger, so I opened 8 of them together." Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu's mindset is really different. Most restaurants open chains when business is booming. I've never seen one open 8 at once. He's rich. So willful. Gao Dafu had already put in the 3 ducks he marinated yesterday. Lu Xingchen had an idea. Yesterday, Grandma marinated several more. It was perfect. Let's roast them all together. She had plenty of duck meat anyway. The main thing was, G49 could eat them, and Lon Lon would surely want some soon too. These 2 would be plenty, so why not fill the entire roast duck oven? She asked Grandma to bring over 5 more marinated ducks. Of course, there were also tables and chairs. 8 ducks hung in the oven. Gao Dafu focused on the charcoal fire, applying sauce, and setting up a grill where he grilled meat, chicken wings, and other items, busily working. G23 sat in a chair, lost in thought. G49 drooled beside Gao Dafu, occasionally helping or hindering him. Lu Xingchen didn't want to waste time, so she and Gu Yin went hunting for exotic beasts and collecting supplies nearby. Suddenly, she received a friend request from someone she didn't know. It was Zhu Xiaoyu. Zhu Xiaoyu sent her 3 Luofushin, Falling Poria, with a message. "Yesterday I searched that pine forest and only found 3. All for you." Lu Xingchen, "Thank you. Is Yin Xiaolin okay?" Zhu Xiaoyu, "Hey, fine. Full of energy, eating and drinking." After a brief chat, she closed the chat screen. Over an hour later, the roast duck was cooked. Lu Xingchen sent one to Grandma and received a variety of scallion slices, cucumber strips, pancake wrappers, and pickled mustard greens. This time, Grandma made vegetable soup. Everyone was happily eating and drinking. Gao Dafu's cooking was impeccable. Both the roast duck and the barbecued meat were delicious. Lon Lon and Mean were fighting over the skewers. Neither of them particularly liked the roast duck. Gu Yin liked meat, but wasn't a fan of duck. He only ate half a duck and stopped, concentrating on the lamb and beef. Only G49 was obediently enjoying the roast duck. Lu Xingchen realized she miscalculated. Lan and Meme didn't eat, leaving the roast duck behind. Freshly roasted duck is fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil and fragrant. It won't taste good if it gets cold. 8 ducks. We can't finish them all. After discussing with Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen gave 1 to Zhong Chang and the others and 2 to Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan had been making an effort to befriend them. She could see that it was thanks to Zhu Xiaoyu that she was able to successfully obtain the white jade Ganoderma lucidum, so she gave him a roast duck in return. Soon, Qin Wuchuan sent a series of messages. We've got mid to high-level diving suits, several pairs of mid to high-level fins, and weapon equipment blueprints. Once we get out of Coral Island, take a look and choose what you need. With that, he immediately sent 2 items, 1 speed card and 1 defense card, and 2 summoning cards. Qin Wuchuan, these are the ones you definitely need. I send them to you first. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Qin Wuchuan was quite lucky to have gotten something like this. Qin Wuchuan added, Shiro's here too, just to open a chest. Lu Xingchen understood. Qin Shiro had made a move. No wonder. Lu Xingchen accepted the cards. She didn't need to pick out the rest. She probably wouldn't need them. Qin Wuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Most summoned players were required to contribute something, roughly half of the supplies they earned on the island. Lu Xingchen never mentioned this, but he always kept it in mind. Afraid of bad luck and not getting something Lu Xingchen would appreciate, he had summoned Qin Shiro early. Not bad, at least the speed and teleport cards were something Lu Xingchen appreciated. Qin Wuchuan distributed the roast duck to everyone. He suddenly conjured up 2 fragrant, piping hot roast ducks, shocking everyone. Yin Xiaolin, boss, where did you get this? Magic? Xia Xiaoyu, you're stupid. Who else could pull off a roast duck? Lu Xingchen. Congratulations, boss. Hee, finally, we've gotten closer to Lu Xingchen. Yin Xiaolin, haha, so happy. My vomiting wasn't in vain. Zhu Xiaoyu, get lost. You failed at the crucial moment. I spent 3 hours searching for Luo Fushin, and you spent 3 hours vomiting. In the end, boss had to send 2 people to carry us back together. How dare you say that? Yin Xiaolin, hee. Qin Wuchuan's team erupted in joy. Lu Xingchen ate half a roast duck and drank some vegetable soup, feeling full. Gao Dafu finished an entire roast duck by himself. Only G49 was impressive. He finished half a roast duck and kept going. Lan and Mimi finished their meal and went for a walk. Lu Xingchen leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes. Looking up, he saw a kitten sitting in a tree. The kitten sniffed, its expression tangled. This guy is a real glutton, as evidenced by the way it asks every player for a ticket. Lu Xingchen waved. Little meow, would you like some roast duck? The kitten, caught in the act, felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Who are you calling meow? You? Lu Xingchen picked up the pancake wrapper, rolled up a few slices of duck meat dipped in sauce, and tossed it up. Here, try it. The kitten grabbed it in one gulp, tilted its head back, and swallowed it. It savored the dish for a moment and said, Don't give me the skin next time. I don't like it. Chapter 241. Lu Xingchen chuckled, picked up the duck leg, and tossed it up. Here, try this. The kitten finished a few bites and nodded. It's just okay. Maybe a little sauce would be better. Oh, the sauce, not the wrapper. Got it. Lu Xingchen took out a plate, dipped the roast duck in the sauce, and placed each one on the plate. He waved to the kitten. All right, come and eat. Gao Dafu and G49 stared at the kitten, their eyes full of surprise. They were really looking forward to the kitten coming down to join them for lunch. After all, everyone was full, and it was just the 2 of them at the table. The kitten was a little disgusted. Lu Xingchen wiped his hands and said, You're not coming? The duck meat's getting cold, and it won't taste good when it's cold. Finally, the kitten hopped down, joined the table, and ate. G49 and Gao Dafu, inspired by watching the adorable kitten eat, stuffed themselves with food, and before they knew it, they devoured the entire roast duck. Who could eat more? After finishing, G49 lazily leaned back in a chair and said, Hiccup, little sister Lu, it would be even better if the swing chair was here. A swing chair? That's easy, right? Lu Xingchen immediately sent a message, asking Grandma to send it over. The swing chair wasn't light. It would probably take 2 adults to lift it, but Lu Xingchen and Grandma's strength had increased significantly, so 1 person was enough. After putting the swing chair in place, G49 immediately climbed on. The kitten also jumped on. Gao Dafu was eager to try and wanted to go over and occupy a seat, but just as he got close, he was kicked to the ground by the kitten. Lu Xingchen asked her grandmother to send over the lazy sofa, and she leaned back on it. Poor Gao Dafu had no choice but to unfold his blanket. What was he supposed to do while lying down? Scrolling the light screen, of course. It's just like scrolling on your phone, addictive. The light screen chat room was now incredibly lively, filled with insults and curses. Too much, too much, too much. I finally managed to snag a good spot, and then a bunch of people came and pushed me away. There are no rules on Coral Island, right? The people above are so stupid. There are no rules to begin with. They're lucky they didn't kill you. That's right. There have been several fights. A lot of people have died on Coral Island, right? Coral Island is a bloodbath right now. There are too many people. Think about it. There were quite a few murderers and robbers. Haha, maybe some people went there just to kill and steal. What a mess. Lu Xingchen glanced at it and asked Gao Dafu, "Is it really lively?" Gao Dafu, "Of course. You haven't been checking the chat screen for a while, have you? It's quite lively. Humph, Gu Yan and I both encountered two groups. Lu Xingchen, do they dare to mess with Gu Yan? Gao Dafu, they think they can do it. Good thing, Gu Yan killed a few and got a lot of meat." A stench of blood washed over him, and Gu Yan walked back. He dragged his heavy sword, his eyes filled with excitement. The excitement of killing. There were still bright red bloodstains on his heavy sword. Gao Dafu scrambled to his feet. "Why are you back? We need to rest." Gu Yan, "A group is coming, and I'm afraid you can't hold on." Gao Dafu, "Huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people approached, led by a tall, muscular middle-aged man. The man's arms were bare, strong and muscular, and his eyes were fierce, revealing him to be a martial artist. Meeting each other on a narrow road, the group stared at Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu with wide eyes. One of them sat on a blanket, the other leaning on a beanbag, both lazily on the road, looking more like a vacation than an adventure. Gu Yan said nothing, flicking his heavy sword. Someone said something to the man. The man nodded and politely said to Gu Yan and the others, "We're going that way. Can you please let me pass?" Gao Dafu, "That's the road. Go ahead." The man nodded and left with 7 or 8 other people in a mighty procession. Gu Yan frowned. "Who told you to let them go?" Gao Dafu, "Ah. Did they provoke you?" Gu Yan, "No, I wanted to provoke them." Seeing Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen looking at him in surprise, Gu Yan offered a rare explanation: to fight violence and uphold justice. Gao Dafu, "They were killing people indiscriminately." Gu Yan, "Yes." Gao Dafu scrambled to his feet. "Then what are we waiting for? Come on, let's go and get justice." Lu Xingchen leaned back on the beanbag, not moving. Gao Dafu was puzzled. "Lu Xingchen, you're not going?" Lu Xingchen yawned. "No need to go. Someone's already stopped them." A fight has broken out. The chat screen erupted in heated arguments again. This time, the group encountered Qin Wuchuan. This time, Qin Wuchuan collected a lot of third-grade chicken and beef, making a lot of money. Of course, he also offended a few people. However, the prices he offered to Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Zhong Chang, and the others were reasonable. They had already done business, so they were quite familiar with each other. Qin Wuchuan encountered the group of people and asked Wei Lin and other reinforcements. If his guess was correct, the winner would be decided soon. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chang were still quite formidable. On Coral Island, fighting broke out in various locations, and many who had intended to come had given up their thoughts. After resting, Lu Xingchen and Gu Yan resumed their work, slaying the remaining beasts until 7 or 8 in the evening. Lu Xingchen stopped only when darkness fell. She wanted to go back and rest. Even with the glowing trees, it was hard on the eyes at night, and she was truly exhausted. She planned to call it a day. Gao Dafu, "Will you come tomorrow?" Lu Xingchen, "It depends." She had almost finished her things. After saying goodbye to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, Lu Xingchen headed back. After walking a short distance, she suddenly encountered a small cat blocking her path. It was the white cat. Lu Xingchen waved at it. "Hey, will you come with me?" The kitten's eyes were filled with disdain. Lu Xingchen, She knew this guy was hard to fool. Never mind, she already had a lot of pets, so if he didn't want to follow, then he didn't. He's such a big eater, he probably wouldn't be easy to keep. She walked past the kitten and continued walking. The kitten blocked her path again. Lu Xingchen paused. "Little one, what do you want?" "I told you to come with me, but you won't. The island will be closed tomorrow, and I won't be able to come, and I probably won't see you again. Tell me if you have anything to say." She felt this kitten must have a story. Because, from the beginning, this little one treated her differently. The kitten licked its paw. Come with me. Lu Xingchen walked with it for a while, until they reached a secluded spot. Now, the coral island is full of people, and finding a quiet place is hard to come by. The kitten sat on a large rock, and said to Lu Xingchen, take out all your stuff. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Take it out? Are you trying to rob me? The kitten looked disdainful. Just your little stuff? I appreciate it. Take it out, let me see. Lu Xingchen thought about it, and realized that this guy owned the entire island, so he certainly wouldn't be interested in her little stuff. So, she took out each item from her backpack, placed them in front of the kitten, and said generously, take whatever you want. It's free. Chapter 242. The kitten looked at them one by one. More. Keep taking. Lu Xingchen was surprised. This guy had such good eyesight. He could see what was in her storage backpack. She opened her backpack and looked carefully, only to find that she hadn't taken anything but a water-repellent bead and a goat's horn. The water-repellent bead was her treasure, and she didn't want to give it away. The goat's horn was something she had obtained on Island 1699, given to her by the old goat before he died. This was the old goat's horn. You couldn't give it away. It still had uses. Of course, she couldn't give the water-repellent beads away. She took them out, shook them, let the kitten take a look, then quickly put them away, saying, okay, that's all. The kitten, one more, take it out. Lu Xingchen silently observed the kitten, looking left and right. Then, carefully took out the goat's horn, spread it out in her palm, and asked, you want to see this? No way. It can't be what she thought. The kitten took a deep look at the goat's horn and said coldly, put it back. Lu Xingchen, confused, put the goat's horn back and collected everything she had put out. The kitten raised its tail and walked away with a haughty gait, ignoring no one. How strange. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Suddenly, the kitten, halfway through the journey, turned around with a haughty look on its face. You want me to go with you? Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment. Not impossible. What a glutton! Even more than Lon Lon. The kitten raged. You're worthy. Lu Xingchen, oh. This kitten has an even worse temper than Lon Lon. Are you going to take her home and treat her like a lord? No. She turned and walked away. A kitten called out from behind, meow. Lu Xingchen ignored it and walked out in a few steps, heading straight for the path, intent on leaving the coral island. Meow. The kitten followed her out and ran ahead to stop her. It still looked arrogant. You must wear your goat horns on you. Don't put them in your bag. I'm limited in my abilities. If you don't wear them, I won't recognize you once we leave this island. Lu Xingchen rolled her eyes at it. Your memory is so bad? It's been 2 or 3 days, and you still can't recognize someone. The kitten meowed. Just remember to wear them. Meow. Next time I see you, maybe I go with you. With that, it leaped onto a branch, and after a few more jumps, it disappeared. Lu Xingchen took out the goat horns and examined them. Could this be Old Sheep's godson? Oh, Old Sheep left a bottle of gold-grade beast spirit liquid, which should be given to him. Lu Xingchen chased after it for a few steps, but found the kitten was nowhere to be found. She had no choice but to give it to him next time they met. The kitten was so strong now, he probably wouldn't need it. Lu Xingchen left Coral Island and returned to the boat. After washing up, she rested. The next day, Lu Xingchen woke up and immediately went to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today, the Peach Blossom Holy Land has blessed me with good fortune. I'm so lucky. What a lucky day. Even so, Lu Xingchen still didn't want to move. She had been exhausted these past 2 days. She stayed in bed for a while, waiting for her grandmother to make breakfast before getting up and eating. Then she played with the little ball for a while, dawdling for a while, before setting off for Coral Island. On Coral Island, she, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin went on another random killing spree and tried to find the kitten, intending to confirm if it was Lao Yang's godson, so they could give it the gift. Sadly, the kitten seemed to have disappeared and never reappeared. At noon, they resumed their eating and drinking. After a long meal, the Coral Island was about to close. The 3 of them said their goodbyes until a notification sounded. Coral Island is about to close. Please prepare and wait for the teleport. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Lu Xingchen felt dizzy as she arrived at her boat. It was already afternoon. Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin had both handed out supplies, leaving Lu Xingchen to choose from. Lu Xingchen put together 2 sets of equipment and weapons for her grandmother, a set of deep-sea exploration gear, a few useful cards, and some seeds and plants. She didn't want anything else. Qin Wuchuan had made a lot of money selling third-tier chicken and third-tier beef, and he wanted to share it with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen didn't need any of the supplies he exchanged. The blueprints for weapons and equipment weren't as good as hers. Finally, she asked for a lot of wood. With this wood, she could continue expanding the raft. This time, everyone wins. Zhong Chang's supplies were given exclusively to Lu Xingchen, who refused them all, telling him to focus on expanding the raft and protecting his son, Long Long. In the afternoon, Lu Xingchen took a rare moment of relaxation, a hot spring bath, some snacks, and a TV series with her grandmother. In the evening, she began opening boxes. Opened a wooden box and received 10 bottles of mineral water. Opened a wooden box and received 1 bottle of flour, 2.5 kilograms. Opened a wooden box and received 1 bottle of glutinous rice flour, 2.5 kilograms. Opened a wooden box and received 1 bottle of buckwheat flour, 2.5 kilograms. Opened a wooden box and received 1 bottle of corn flour, 2.5 kilograms. Lu Xingchen stopped. Okay, this was truly a stroke of luck. She was now squaring off against all sorts of flour. Great. I can eat buckwheat noodles, cornmeal steamed buns, and make glutinous rice cakes. These are all Grandma's favorites. Lu Xingchen handed these to Grandma, and Lin Ying was delighted. Lu Xingchen picked up a box and opened it. Opening the wooden box, he found a portable crafting table X1. Portable crafting table. You can carry it with you and craft various weapons, equipment, and other items. Great. With this, I don't have to run back and forth every time to craft things. For example, she'd been running back and forth several times in the past 2 days. Very practical. Lu Xingchen put the portable crafting table into her storage backpack. After opening the box, Lu Xingchen went to cook dinner with Grandma. Grandma had already consumed all the Ganoderma lucidum, and her physical fitness had increased by 3 points. Lu Xingchen even felt that in just 1 day, Grandma had looked 7 or 8 years younger, and was in great spirits. While cooking with Grandma, she asked her to open the file and take a look. ID, XY99802. Name, Lin Ying. Age, 70. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Const, 15. Occupation, none. Skills, none. These are the stats before equipment is even equipped. In fact, most of Lin Ying's increased stats are in Constitution, which is related to Lu Xingchen. These past few days, all of her supplies have been boosting her Constitution, and the Peach's stats have also increased her Constitution. Furthermore, Grandma has also consumed black jade dates, golden spirit melons, and swallow fruit. Not only that, eating level 5 porcupine meat also increases her Constitution, as does white jade Ganoderma. Grandma's physique is almost catching up to Lu Xingchen's. Lu Xingchen was relieved this time. She decided to focus on improving Grandma's agility and strength in the future. In the evening, the two of them had a good dinner and fell into a deep sleep. At night, she faintly heard the sound of singing. The song was beautiful, lingering, and captivating. She scrambled to her feet, walked out of the bedroom, and found Lin Ying also dazed. Beep! The Wanxiang radar has detected danger. Beep! The ship has turned, the danger averted, the singing faded away, and soon it could no longer be heard. Lu Xingchen and Lin Ying dazedly returned to their respective bedrooms and fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 243. The next day, Lu Xingchen stretched, got up, and headed to Peach Blossom Holy Land. Peach Blossom Holy Land is blessed with good fortune today. Great luck. Another day filled with good luck. After Lu Xingchen washed up, he went downstairs. Grandma had already prepared breakfast, having been busy all morning. She was in high spirits, feeding the ducklings. After the two of them ate, Lu Xingchen put the dishes in the dishwasher, cleared the table, sorted out his catch, and then leaned back on the beanbag. Today was a perfect day for a good time. Open the light curtain and brush. The chat channel was unusually busy today. Why are there so many deaths? People are dying. People are dying. Hundreds are missing. This is terrifying. How did you know? I check it every day. Over 100 people died on Coral Island yesterday, and the day before yesterday. At night, the number was 99,102, and today it's 98,411. Nearly 700 fewer people. What happened? No sharks, no hurricanes, and no temperature drop. It's only a slight drop. Bullshit. A few degrees drop won't kill anyone. Lu Xingchen stared in surprise. So many fewer people? Was there anything special about last night? It seemed nothing. She slept soundly with Grandma. That's not right. Why did she remember getting up and leaving the room and seeing Grandma? Impossible. She doesn't sleepwalk. And Grandma certainly doesn't. Lu Xingchen pondered for a long time, feeling as if she had been dreaming yesterday. The dream gradually blurred, and she couldn't remember a single thing. She continued to look at the chat screen and noticed something new. Did you hear anyone singing yesterday? It was beautiful. I woke up half asleep because I had to pee, and then I woke up again. Damn, I remember now. I was half asleep too. I was almost at the raft when my dog, Wonkai, barked and bit my pants leg. That's when I realized I almost fell overboard. Upstairs, do you have a dog? Hey, yeah. I tamed a little local dog on the island. Actually, I also unconsciously went into the sea last night. The cold water suddenly woke me up, and I got on the boat before the sharks arrived. So strange, why did I jump into the sea? The game is causing trouble again. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen thought carefully, her face changing as she remembered. Yesterday, she woke up half asleep and almost went downstairs. Oh right, it seems the radar has an alert. She immediately stood up and hurried to the Vientiane radar. The Vientiane radar's alerts were visible in the logs. She flipped through them and discovered that the radar had triggered an alarm at 3 a.m. She found two alerts. Beep, Vientiane radar detected danger. Beep, the ship has turned, the danger is averted. A new danger has arrived in the game. Luckily, she had the Vientiane radar. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened yesterday. She waved to Mimi and Lon Lon, asking if anything was wrong last night. Mimi and Lon Lon shook their heads, saying they hadn't watched TV and went to bed early. She then asked the Sea Demon Vine. The Sea Demon Vine hesitated. Master, I actually took a nap too. Then I felt something was wrong, but when I woke up, it didn't seem to be a problem. Plants need to rest too. If danger is approaching, the Sea Demon Vine can sense it. If it's a little far away, it can't. Lu Xingchen nodded, feeling a little relieved. With so many spirit pets on board, she should be fine. But what danger had occurred yesterday? Baffled, Lu Xingchen put her thoughts aside for the moment and decided to expand the raft. Perhaps after expanding the raft, Taoyuan Holy Land would see changes. However, her current raft had been personally repaired by Master Ji Li, using the finest black gold wood, and she didn't have such fine wood herself. She did have some high-quality white teak left over, but the amount of wood needed to expand the raft would be too much, and using it would be a waste. Yesterday, Qin Wuchuan gave her a lot of wood, so she decided to expand the raft with ordinary wood. She had previously expanded the raft by over 1,000 square meters, and now she wanted to expand it to 3,000 square meters. Lu Xingchen immediately switched the wooden boat to raft mode, told her grandmother, and then added the expanded raft to the center. The bow, stern, and sides of the boat were still made of black gold wood. Thankfully, she had free construction. Materials needed to build a 1 square meter raft: 10 pieces of wood, 10 nails. Build it? Materials needed to build a 10 square meter raft: 100 pieces of wood, 100 nails. Build in batches? Yes. Lu Xingchen used batch construction to frantically expand the raft. Soon, the raft had expanded to 2,000 square meters. Lu Xingchen entered the peach blossom space once, saw no changes, and exited again to continue expanding, ultimately expanding the raft to 3,000 square meters. It was huge. 3,000 square meters, that's about 4 or 5 acres. Lu Xingchen had previously visited a 3,000 square meter villa that had everything you need, even a fish pond. For ease of movement, Lu Xingchen's raft remained rectangular, 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. It sounds large, but it's only 100 meters long, with the bow and stern taking up most of the space, so walking from bow to stern isn't too far. Zheng He's treasure ship was much larger than this. Now that there's more space, her land and hot springs need to be relocated. Lu Xingchen ignored all that for the time being and rushed upstairs, intending to head to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. It's already expanded several times. It would be unreasonable if Peach Blossom Holy Land didn't upgrade again, right? Ding, Peach Blossom Holy Land is upgrading. Please wait. Upgrade, upgrade. Finally, Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. This expansion wasn't in vain. She went back downstairs and rearranged the land. In the middle of the raft, 2 wooden chairs were placed facing each other at intervals. On either side were land, pens for chickens and ducks, pens for rabbits, and so on. In the middle was a wide path. The hot springs were placed near the stern, also on either side. Hers and Grandma's was on the left, while Lon Lon and Mia Mia Ding's pets were on the right, far enough apart to avoid disturbing each other. She handed the cut rose branches to Grandma, who was grafting them. After about an hour of work, a notification sounded. The Peach Blossom Land has been upgraded and is now open. Lu Xingchen hurried upstairs and entered the Peach Blossom Land. The space within the Peach Blossom Land had grown much larger. It had previously only been an acre and a half, but now it had expanded by 3 or 4 times that size. The peach trees had fully blossomed, and the second crop of peaches was about to ripen. Several peach trees appeared not far away, all in full bloom. The blossoms fell in profusion, leaving patches of pink petals on the ground. Wildflowers bloomed in the green meadow. It was truly beautiful. The chicks had grown up, each one plump and tender, clucking and scurrying about, their eggs nestled in the grass. She had previously planted many trees, most of them transplanted and relatively small. Now, they had all grown, their leaves lush and thriving. Her current space contained a variety of trees, herbs, crops, and so on. And they were all ripening simultaneously. The fruit on the trees was also ripe. The token-shaped statue in the center of the Peach Blossom Holy Land had grown 3 or 4 times larger. Inscribed on it was a caption: 1. Spatial flow rate, 8x, growth rate of all organisms increased by 8x. Chapter 244. 1. Freshness preservation. As long as fruits and vegetables aren't picked, they won't rot or spoil, remaining fresh. 2. Automatic irrigation. The endless spring has been upgraded to automatically irrigate any plant within the space. 3. Automatic cleaning. Animal feces and other items are automatically converted into fertilizer. 4. New luck blessings. Please explore for details. So many new functions. They're all practical, not to mention the space is so much bigger now. And with the automatic cleaning feature, she no longer has to worry about the chicks getting smelly. It would be even better if she could move the bunnies and ducklings in, but unfortunately, there's no function for bringing in living creatures yet. However, hatching eggs shouldn't be a problem. Her ducklings might be about to hatch soon. Yes, there's also a new luck blessing, but I don't know what it is or if it's easy to obtain. I have to wait and explore it later. Lu Xingchen circled the Peach Blossom Holy Land several times, and after a long while, she decided to leave. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a notification. Taoyuan Holy Land has added 10 new movable plots of land, which can be taken out of the space. Near the token, there were 10 neatly arranged plots of land. Lu Xingchen waved her hand, stored them in the storage space, and walked out of Taoyuan Holy Land. She placed the 10 plots of land on either side of the raft, perfectly symmetrical. The time flow rate of these plots of land was 8 times faster, which was impressive. Grandma always felt that there wasn't enough land, but now it's enough. Linning rushed over and was excited to see the extra land. She was already planning what to plant. Lu Xingchen returned to Taoyuan Holy Land and picked a lot of watermelons, strawberries, apples, pears, grapes, and other fruits. He washed them by the spring water in the space, and then carried them out one by one. There were tables on the second floor platform and 2 on the deck, so she placed the fruit on the tables so Meow Meow, Lon Lon, and the others could grab it any time. The little seal was still guarding the blue krill constant temperature breeding tank. This was its 3rd day, and it would be free in 1 day. The little seal's mouth watered at the sight of so much fruit. Lu Xingchen, huh, you're even craving fruit? The little seal, greedy. It was craving the little bit of energy contained in the fruit. Of course, it didn't eat the fruit, it just wanted to wait for the blue krill. Lu Xingchen happily devoured the fruit. After a quick lunch at noon, she was dozing off when she heard a game announcement. All area mission released. Earn the Mermaid Prince's friendship. Mission description. The Mermaid Prince, Rain, is proud and melancholy. He ran away from home out of rebellion. Players must find the Mermaid Prince within 72 hours, earn his favor, become his friend, and soothe his sorrows. Mission success reward. Fully automatic constant temperature system. Once installed, the system maintains a spring-like temperature within a 1-kilometer radius. Mission failure penalty. If the mission fails, the Mermaid Prince's suppressed emotions will erupt, and he will completely turn evil. After the evil transformation, the Mermaid Prince will go on a murderous rampage, bringing disaster to all players in the area. Notes. 1. To become the prince's friend, his favorability rating must be above 60. 2. Mermaids are beautiful, and the Mermaid Prince is obsessed with looks. Humans don't suit his taste, so his initial favorability rating for players is estimated to be between -10 and +10. 3. The Mermaid Prince only appears during the day. Dear adventurers, work hard. Don't let Area 33 become a living hell. As soon as the announcement was made, players were in an uproar. Mermaid? the mermaid has appeared. Was it this mermaid prince who caused all that trouble yesterday? He killed so many people, wasn't he? No, the game says the mermaid prince only appears during the day. Then who was it last night? Everyone, let's not get off topic. The quest is about finding the mermaid prince in his rebellious teenage years, earning his friendship and alleviating his worries. Otherwise, he turn evil. And if he turns evil, he kill people. Rebellious? Bullshit. Just give him a beating. As a prince, he's rebellious for no reason, and even turns evil when no one cares. He deserves a beating. Hey. Upstairs, why don't you come? Stop it. Just one person needs to complete this quest. Lu Xingchen, however, stared intently at the reward. A fully automatic thermostat. That's a great thing. Early this morning, she felt the temperature drop several degrees. If her guess was right, it would drop further tomorrow. Because the game previously stated that the temperature would drop, it would definitely be lower than the previous wave, possibly even below zero. Grandma's newly sprouted plants were all frozen to death. If there were a constant temperature system, that would be wonderful. This constant temperature system is amazing. She's not the only one eyeing the reward. Many others have been keeping an eye on it. Xiaoxiu, hey, are you really going to let someone else complete this task? Do you all want to check out the reward, the fully automatic constant temperature system? Yin Xiaolin, it can guarantee spring-like warmth within a 1 kilometer radius. Imagine it snowing, freezing, and your raft is the only one keeping it warm. Gao Dafu, wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't the fish have to jump onto the boat one by one? Xiaoxiu, so everyone, work hard. Who knows, someone might get lucky and complete the quest. This excited many players, eager to meet the mermaid prince. One even suggested that everyone share their experiences in the chat channel and discuss how to make friends with him. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. Qin Wuchuan always inspires people. That's great. Lu Xingchen carefully read the game announcement, hoping to find something. Suddenly, someone shouted strangely on the chat screen. Lu Jiwen, I met the mermaid prince. He appeared near my raft, sitting blankly on a giant shell. Wow, he's handsome, so handsome. Xiaoxiu, you're so lucky. Lu Jiwen, I saw his favorability rating for me. -10. Oh no, he saw me. Xiaoxiu, I should be happy to see you. Go, let's chat. Lu Jiwen, gulp, oh no, gulp. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with Lu Jiwen? Gulp, drinking water live? What's going on? It's obvious he fell into the sea. I'm in the water, I don't have any equipment, and I can't swim. I'm going to die. Why? Didn't the mermaid prince turn evil? Oh, is it possible that his favorability is -10, and he just hates me? Lu Jiwen, I escaped. That prince was so unreasonable. He turned around and saw me, and immediately swung his tail, and knocked me into the water. Luckily, I dodged quickly and scrambled out before he was gone. What a close call. Xiaoxiu, is it possible that the mermaid prince depends on your luck? It seems that you can get a lot of information in the chat channel. Lu Xingchen simply opened the chat screen and stared at it. Suddenly Qin Shiro spoke. I saw the mermaid prince. Chapter 245. Qin Shiro, he's so good looking. Someone asked anxiously Qin Shiro, what's your favorability rating? Qin Shiro, 1. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Qin Shiro was good looking and very likable, and yet it was only 1. This mermaid prince had really high standards. People hurriedly asked Qin Shiro about the situation. Qin Shiro said the mermaid prince ignored her, and quickly disappeared on a seashell. From then on, over an hour passed, and no one saw the mermaid prince again. Of course, it could also be that no one had said anything. After all, not everyone shares information they've learned. It was lunchtime, and Lu Xingchen ate with her grandmother, then stared at the chat screen again. Suddenly, she thought of the baby seal. At that moment, the baby seal was still lying obediently beside the breeding tank, incredibly dedicated. Lu Xingchen petted it. Xiaobai, do you know any mermaids? The little seal suddenly jumped up. No, I don't. Lu Xingchen was surprised. If you don't know mermaids, then why are you so excited? That's strange. You have so many friends, aren't there any mermaids? Lu Xingchen suddenly thought, there's more than just the mermaid prince. If he found other mermaids, couldn't he ask about the mermaid prince? The little seal shook his head. I don't know any. Lu Xingchen shook his head regretfully. Hey, if you could introduce me to a mermaid, I give you lots of shrimp. The little seal said without hesitation, I don't know any. If he couldn't even tempt the shrimp, maybe he really didn't know any. That's understandable. Mermaids are a rare species, aren't they? They don't usually come out. This mermaid prince is a runaway. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the lazy couch and specifically instructed the sea demon Vine to call her if he saw a mermaid. The chat channel had been completely silent about the mermaid prince. In the commando group chat, Gao Dafu suddenly called out, "Mermaid, I saw the prince." Lu Xingchen jumped up. "Really? Where? Where?" "Gao Dafu, Gu Yan and I were standing together, and the mermaid prince was looking at us." "No, he was looking at Gu Yan." "Gu Yan, yeah." Gao Dafu, I'm so pissed. Why is his favorability rating for me -10? Just because I'm fat? Gu Yan, let's go. Gao Dafu, why are you leaving? I won't leave, I won't leave, I won't leave. Damn, he's slapping me. Hurry up, hurry up. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, what's going on? After a while, Gao Dafu breathlessly said, the mermaid prince slapped me. Huh, why didn't he slap Gu Yan? Yan? A bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong? Wei Ying, is it possible that you're ugly? Gao Dafu, I'm not ugly, okay? I'm just fat, fat, fat. Wei Lin asked curiously, Gu Yan, what's the mermaid prince's favorability rating for you? Gu Yan, 3. Wei Ying, Gu Yan is quite handsome, so why is his favorability rating only 3? Wei Lin, could it be that he's too aggressive? Wei Ying, oh. Wei Lin, so, if the mermaid prince's favorability rating for the player is positive, don't worry, you won't get beaten. If it's negative, you have to be careful. Wei Ying, I think so. Wei Feng said happily, then we don't have to worry. Everyone in the Wei family is pretty good looking. Wei Ying, Xingchen, don't worry anymore, hee. After chatting with everyone for a while, and checking the chat screen for a while, Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen to see if there was any news about the mermaid prince. Before going to the island, she was quite free. Lu Xingchen took a nap on the beanbag, then wandered around, checking out the plants in the fields, and even the chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Finally, she wandered over to the swing chair and continued to lean back. The sea devil vine noticed she was bored, and with a wave of its vines, it considerately rolled up a few boxes for her. These were the ones the sea devil vine had salvaged. Perhaps because she's no longer a novice, wooden boxes are harder to salvage. Some people can't even salvage 2 boxes a day, but Lu Xingchen can still open 5 or 6 boxes a day. This is partly due to the blessing of good fortune, and partly because the sea devil vine's vines extend far enough. Lu Xingchen randomly opened a wooden box. Open the wooden box to obtain a down jacket blueprint X1. Open the wooden box to obtain a down comforter X1. Lu Xingchen understood. Today was a special event for down, but there were actually blueprints for down jackets. She opened the blueprint. Down jacket, a warm garment made of duck down, long to be made at a sewing table. Sewing table? There's no such thing? Lu Xingchen glanced at it for a long time before putting the blueprint into her backpack. After unpacking the boxes, and with nothing else to do, Lu Xingchen leaned back on the beanbag, planning to brush up on the light screen again. Suddenly, the sea demon vine exclaimed, Master, look, what did I find? It carefully rolled a glass bottle with its vines, and placed it in front of Lu Xingchen. Sea demon vine, Master, this is my first time finding a bottle in the sea. Lu Xingchen sat up and picked up the bottle, the mermaid prince's message in a bottle. Because the bottle was transparent, Lu Xingchen could clearly see a paper roll inside. Oh, playing with a message in a bottle? How long ago was that? She opened the bottle, poured out the paper, and unfolded it. On it lay a line of beautiful, delicate calligraphy. Light blue is so beautiful, it's the noblest color, the most sacred color, it's my color. Dark blue? Evil and filthy, it's the color I hate the most. Lu Xingchen stared at this inexplicable sentence for a long time. If my guess is correct, this paper was written by the mermaid prince. The melancholy prince ran away from home, alone and lonely, so he wrote little notes, and made messages in a bottle to relieve his sorrow. Oh, puberty, the prince liked light blue, not dark blue. Okay, I got the first message. I can change the color of the sea vine. Before she could say anything, the sea vine suddenly called out, Master, Master, come and see. One of the sea vine's vines pointed straight out to a distance. Lu Xingchen stood up. Now, her wooden boat was in raft mode, smooth and flat, allowing her to see what was happening on the sea. Now, she saw a large white shell, on which sat a boy who was about 16 or 17 years old. Chapter 246. The young man was remarkably delicate. He had a small face, fair skin, and picturesque features, creating a beauty that made it difficult to distinguish between male and female. Most strikingly, he possessed long, light blue hair, flowing freely like waves, covering most of his body and trailing into the water. He wore a golden crown with a large, light blue gem, and a necklace of multicolored shells adorned his slender neck. His upper body was almost entirely hidden by his wavy hair and necklace, revealing only a hint of his snow-white skin. His lower body was dominated by a long, beautiful fishtail, also light blue. Very beautiful, quite enchanting. But his brow was furrowed, and his light blue eyes were watery and filled with sorrow. He was a beautiful yet melancholy young man. At this moment, he sat on a large white shell, his head slightly lowered, writing something on a piece of paper. He then rolled the paper up and sealed it in a glass bottle. As if sensing something, he looked up and met Lu Xingchen from a distance. Lu Xingchen saw his profile, Mermaid Prince Ryan. Level? Favorability, 8. That's a pretty good favorability. He shouldn't be picking anyone up, right? Lu Xingchen quickly smiled widely and waved, "Hi, hello." At the same time, Lu Xingchen quickly said to the sea demon vine, "Come on, little vine, change the color of your flower to match the mermaid prince's hair." Sea demon vine, no problem. Swish. In a flash, the pink and purple flowers all over the boat turned a light blue, a gradient of light blue, with golden stamens, the same color as the prince's crown. It was a beautiful sight. Lu Xingchen watched as the mermaid prince's eyes suddenly brightened, a hint of life intensifying. His frown relaxed a bit. There's hope. Lu Xingchen's raft edged closer and closer to the prince's shell. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and continued to greet him. "Hi, how are you?" She didn't know what the prince liked or disliked, so she tried to keep her mouth shut. The more she talked, the more mistakes she made. The prince looked at Lu Xingchen and nodded slightly. "Good, we can communicate." Lu Xingchen quickly smiled broadly. "My name is Lu Xingchen, what's yours?" After a long pause, the mermaid prince softly uttered 2 words. "Ryan." His voice was melodious, like the clear sound of an instrument. Lu Xingchen, a nice name. Lon Lon, Meme, and the little seal Tuanzi all noticed the mermaid prince. Except for the little seal, who remained glued to the breeding tank, Lon Lon and Meme all stood by the raft. Lon Lon wiped her saliva and whispered, "What a big fish, so white and tender." Mimi kicked it. "Shh, are you looking for death?" Lu Xingchen glared at Lon Lon fiercely. Luckily, the mermaid prince was lost in thought and didn't seem to hear. The shell boat approached the raft, then drifted further and further away. Lu Xingchen was anxious and hurried to find another topic. When chatting with people, you have to cater to their interests. Right now, she didn't know what the prince liked, so she asked carefully, "I like chess." "What about you? What are your hobbies?" The mermaid prince looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lu Xingchen noticed that he gently raised his hand, as if fiddling with something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he twisted his body, and with a flick of his huge tail, splash. With a roar, a cloud of water spray erupted, hurling itself toward Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, startled, quickly stepped back. Splash. The spray landed on her raft, soaking her clothes. Lon Lon and Meme were too busy running to escape, and both were drenched. Lon Lon, enraged, flung her head back. "You bastard, I kill you." She spread her wings and was about to fly up to fight, but Meme calmly stepped on her tail. Lon Lon turned back. "Let me go. I'm going to peck that dead fish's tail." Meme's face was impassive. "Can you beat me?" Lon Lon, "So what? You can't bluff, don't you?" Lu Xingchen wiped her face. She looked up and saw that the mermaid prince's shell was gradually disappearing into the distance. Gone! How could the mermaid prince, now in his grasp, escape? Lu Xingchen hurriedly called out, "Radar, little vine, hurry, chase him." The Vientiane radar obeyed the command and immediately sped off, cutting through the waves and swiftly moving forward. The sea demon vine also waved its vines to help. The raft moved quickly, but the mermaid prince's shell was even faster. Lu Xingchen chased him relentlessly for half an hour, but still lost sight of the mermaid prince. Alas, rebellious teenagers are so difficult to deal with. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to stop. Suddenly, the sea demon vine swished and rolled up 2 bottles, saying, "Master, this little prince has been writing notes and throwing them in bottles. Lu Xingchen, bring them here and see." Not bad. After all this chasing, it wasn't a complete loss. At least I found the prince's bottle. Perhaps the bottle itself could reveal something about the prince's mental state. Lu Xingchen poured the notes from the 2 bottles and examined them one by one. The first note read, I love my mother, but it seems she's never loved me. The second note read, I left so hastily this time that I didn't bring my beloved instruments. I miss my harp and flute so much. Instruments are my best friends. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. A reward. I didn't have to worry about the Mermaid Prince's dispute with his family, but he did say he wanted a musical instrument. Give the Mermaid Prince an instrument, he'd definitely like it. Lu Xingchen was excited for a moment, then frowned again. But where could we find musical instruments? The prince loved harps and flutes, so where could we find them? There were no musical instruments in the trading hall, and no one had the time. Lu Xingchen still went around the trading hall and took a look around. Sure enough, there wasn't even a whistle. She spotted the little seal intently pressing the buttons on its breeding tank, and a thought struck her. Xiaobai, do you know where I can find some musical instruments? The little seal tilted its head. Musical instruments? Lu Xingchen, yes, like a harp or a flute. The little seal shook its head firmly. I don't know. This guy. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen, intending to check everyone's chats to see if he had met the prince. Upon opening it, Nia Bailing was speaking. Nia Bailing, the prince is so pitiful. I must help him. Zhou Jin, junior sister, did you see the mermaid prince? Nia Bailing, yes, he wagged his tail at me and then went back to playing with the bottle. Zhou Jin, that's great. The prince didn't hit you, which means he has a high level of favorability towards you. Nia Bailing, well, the initial favorability is 8. I think he and I are about the same age, so we should have something in common. He's a lot like my old self, so I must help him. Xia Xiaoyu, where's the mermaid prince? Is he still with you, Nia Bailing? Nia Bailing, no, he's gone. He just glanced at me from a distance and then left. Qin Shiro, did anyone find anything strange? Nia Bailing, what did you find? Qin Shiro fell silent. Nia Bailing was puzzled and pressed her several times before Qin Shiro finally gave a perfunctory response. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Qin Shiro had finally learned to keep secrets to herself. If her guess was correct, she must have also found the prince's message in a bottle. We could share information. Just as she thought this, Qin Shiro sent her a note. Xingchen, I just found the bottle. Dad asked me to show it to you. Chapter 247. Lu Xingchen received a note. She opened it and saw only one sentence. How about I go get a harp from that place? But I heard there are ghosts there, and I'm afraid. The mermaid prince is afraid of ghosts? That's a bit surprising. Maybe he's afraid of mermaid ghosts? Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. There's a place with a harp, and it must be underwater, because the mermaid prince can't walk on land for long. Great, another useful piece of information. Lu Xingchen sent the note back, and then sent the 2 notes she had received to Qin Shiro. After a while, Qin Shiro returned her 2 notes and said, Dad said to call him if you need anything. Lu Xingchen, okay, no problem. She decided to go to the sea. The instrument was in the sea. Even if she couldn't find it, she might still hear some useful information. After donning her red phosphorus leather jacket and invincible suit, along with her water boots, breathing mask, and deep sea bell, and checking the water-repellent beads in her backpack, Lu Xingchen leaped into the sea. She slowly descended, listening to the sounds coming from all directions. It was loud. Lu Xingchen continued to sink. She heard several small fish chirping. Run, run, it's coming again. Hurry, hurry, that creature has a great sword. I saw it eat a baby whale with my own eyes. It's terrifying. Run, run. Ah, this is terrifying. If nothing works, just throw the baby seal to it. It doesn't dare eat the baby seal. The seaweed will kill it. The baby seal is nowhere to be found. The baby seal is nowhere to be found. Lu Xingchen listened with rapt interest. She followed the group of small fish, but didn't see any fish with great swords. These schools of fish are the most talkative, and you can get some information from them. But who is little seaweed? Lu Xingchen followed for a while, but when she felt she wasn't getting any useful information, she changed direction. She swam for 2 hours, listening to the chatter of various marine creatures. The content was varied, but unfortunately, nothing was useful. Lu Xingchen went back and forth several times, but found nothing. She was exhausted and came back to rest on the beanbag. She also opened the chat screen to see what everyone was saying. Sure enough, everyone was talking about the mermaid prince. I ran into him too. I saw him from afar, and he's really pretty. You didn't talk to him? What if I was just playing? I don't even know what I look like. What if he pulls me into the water? Hee hee, I'm not planning on doing that mission anyway. There are so many talented people in our district. Let them have the chance. Yuning, by the way, I saw the mermaid prince throw out messages in bottles, and I even picked one up. Yeah, Bailing, can you show it to me? Yuning, sure, what do you want in exchange? Yeah, Bailing, private message. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen also considered private messaging Yuning. But after thinking it over, she decided to wait. Since Yuning was selling information, the price would definitely be high. Besides, one note could be sold to many people. What if that note was the same one she found? The mermaid prince had thrown out so many messages in bottles. It couldn't possibly be different. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoyu privately messaged her. Xingchen, don't buy Yuning's note, it's fake. Lu Xingchen, huh? Xia Xiaoyu, our team bought one once and compared it to Shiro's note. The texture and handwriting are different. There's a scam ring using this method to defraud people. Lu Xingchen was speechless. Scams are everywhere. No wonder she'd been seeing messages in bottles everywhere. Maybe everything the chat channel was saying was fake. She completely gave up on trying to get the message in the bottle. She decided to find her musical instrument first. Lu Xingchen gathered her supplies and jumped into the sea again. This time, she planned to stay only an hour. It was getting dark, and she was worried about danger. After entering the water again, she heard a buzzing sound. Someone asked, "Have you seen Xiaobai?" The little seal. No, the little seal is nowhere to be found. Lu Xingchen spotted a walrus with a broken tooth. It swam slowly around. Seeing one, she asked, "Have you seen Xiaobai? Is it also a friend of the little seal?" Unfortunately, Lu Xingchen could only understand their speech. She couldn't speak or communicate. Otherwise, she would have to ask the little walrus. The little walrus muttered, "I can't find Xiaobai. I go alone. What a scary place. I go alone. It's so scary, but for Xiaobai, I can do it. It's so scary. For Xiaobai, I can do it." What a loyal friend. Even so scared, he still went on that terrifying adventure. But could this be the haunted place the mermaid prince had described? The little walrus muttered to himself as it slowly sank. Lu Xingchen followed it as it sank. The little walrus swam for a while before reaching the seafloor. Only with the diving light could Lu Xingchen see the seabed below. Corals, seaweed, and various small fish swam around, and transparent jellyfish of all shapes and sizes drifted by. Lu Xingchen had a diving light, and the little walrus quickly noticed something was amiss. The little walrus said, "There's something following me." How strange. It has a light. No, I'm not going to that scary place anymore. I'm going to find the little seal. The little walrus swam up. Lu Xingchen, The little walrus was scared away. What should I do? How about catching it and giving it to the little seal, so they can recognize each other and ask where that scary place is? Lu Xingchen swam up. The little walrus looked back, terrified. That light is chasing us. How scary. Where are you, little seal? Swish. It ran away. Lu Xingchen was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the little walrus had vanished. It was too fast. There was no way he could catch it. Better to go down and take a look. Lu Xingchen sank to the bottom of the ocean and walked around. She overheard two jellyfish talking. "Little Piao, are you going there today?" No, I'm not going there even if I die, you liar." "I'm not lying. Don't you hear the beautiful music? There's ghosts. I'm scared. I'm not going." "You're so good at floating, and you're still afraid of ghosts?" Lu Xingchen thought these two guys had something interesting, so she listened attentively. The two little jellyfish exchanged a few words. One of them, the moon jellyfish, said, "Whatever. I'm going there today anyway." With that, it floated away. Lu Xingchen hurriedly followed, thinking that by following this guy, she might find an unusual place. But the jellyfish floated and floated. After following for a while, Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that it seemed to have returned. Has this jellyfish realized it was being followed? The moon jellyfish floated over and asked Lu Xingchen, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Chapter 248. Lu Xingchen couldn't communicate. After a long moment of thought, she suddenly had an idea. She took out her water-repellent beads, removed her breathing mask, and imitated the baby seal's voice. "Woo-wah. Moon jellyfish, are you friends with the baby seal, Xiaobai?" Lu Xingchen nodded vigorously. "Moon jellyfish, all right then. I let you follow me." Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Could the baby seal be so popular? I can't tell. Anyway, it was good to be able to follow. The moon jellyfish led Lu Xingchen through a coral forest, where vast expanses of coral lay. Within the coral, there was a large reef with a hole in it, probably big enough for a person to fit through. The hole was a bit small. Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment, but the jellyfish had already drifted in. Lu Xingchen made an instant decision. Follow. She followed, passing through a long corridor and arriving at a dilapidated area. Lu Xing felt as if there was a house here, a dilapidated house. It looked like it was made of stone. There was a gate, and beyond it lay the ruins of a well. The moon jellyfish suddenly stopped, squatting at the gate, floating slowly and motionlessly. Lu Xingchen entered the gate, but the moon jellyfish suddenly stopped her, shaking its head frantically. No, you can't go in, there's a ghost. Lu Xingchen, what ghost? Shark ghost? Mermaid ghost? Jellyfish ghost? The moon jellyfish shook its head repeatedly. If you go, the music might stop. Oh, Lu Xingchen understood, and decided to follow the moon jellyfish's advice and wait here. After squatting for over an hour, Lu Xingchen suddenly heard a ding-dong sound. A sound. The sound was like pearls falling on a plate, incredibly beautiful. It's coming. She pricked up her ears immediately, and the moon jellyfish excitedly waved its umbrella. Listen, listen, isn't it nice? Ding-dong-dong, ding-dong-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong. A beautiful sound rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was melodious. However, within half a minute, the sound suddenly paused, and a sharp sound emerged. This startled Lu Xingchen. The moon jellyfish's umbrella opened and closed, startled as well. The sound stopped. What happened? After waiting for a long time, with no more music coming out, Lu Xingchen decided to go and see. She checked her supplies and walked through the door. This time, the moon jellyfish didn't stop her. It had been frightened and was still recovering. Lu Xingchen had no trouble making her way into a dilapidated house. The house wasn't large, but it was tall, and broken beams and pillars were everywhere. Fortunately, her diving light provided excellent illumination, allowing Lu Xingchen to gradually dodge the clutter. There were only 7 or 8 rooms, and she explored them one by one. Finally, in the largest, she spotted a glowing harp. The harp was white jade, its strings also white, shaped like a crescent moon. It rested against a table, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Lu Xingchen had just taken a step forward when the harp suddenly emitted a ding-dong sound. As the music began, the harp glowed with a faint white light, and the strings, as if plucked by an invisible hand, emitted a series of ding-dong-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong sounds. It was the same tune as before. The scene was eerie and terrifying. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. In reality, she was quite courageous and a materialist. After all the trials and tribulations of the survival world, her courage had grown even greater. But the current scene still frightened her. She wanted to turn and run, but this harp was the key to her friendship with the mermaid prince. She couldn't afford to back down. Lu Xingchen's heart was pounding. She stood still, staring intently at the strings. The strings had been playing for less than half a minute when, as they passed a string, there was a sudden, unpleasant pop sound, and the playing was interrupted. The harp's light faded, and silence returned. Lu Xingchen lowered her head, thinking, then hid behind a large pillar and waited. After a while, the harp's light shone again, repeating the same tune. Less than half a minute later, the melody was interrupted again. Lu Xingchen decided not to wait any longer. She planned to retrieve the harp and return. It's already late at night. If I don't go back now, what if I run into the same danger as yesterday? But this harp glows and plays automatically. There must be danger nearby. Lan Lan and Min can't come, so she have to rely on herself. Lu Xingchen glanced at her storage backpack. Inside were several bottles of water, essential supplies she always carries with her. There were also strawberries, apples, and other things. She first took out a strawberry and tossed it toward the harp. The strawberry was relatively small and heavy, so it fell to the ground with a plop before reaching the harp. Nothing happened. She then took out an apple and threw it at the table where the harp was. With a bang, the apple hit the table. The harp suddenly glowed brightly, making a ding-dong ding-dong sound. Swish! Lu Xingchen felt the sudden movement of the water, and with a startled heart, she immediately kicked against the pillar, twisting her body and sliding far away. She hid beneath another pillar. It was a swordfish. The fish was about 4 or 5 meters long, its sword-like mouth alone a meter or 2 long. It was incredibly fast. Swish! It swooped in, slashing with its mouth. Crack! A huge gash was cut into the pillar next to Lu Xingchen. It trembled, and it looked like it was about to break. Lu Xingchen was horrified. This swordfish was incredibly destructive. If it kept going like this, the pillar here would collapse, burying the harp. She quickly backed away and ran out the door. Thankfully, she was fast enough. The swordfish had caught up with her. The moon jellyfish had been waiting outside to listen to the music. Seeing Lu Xingchen being chased by a swordfish, it was so frightened that it quickly hid. Lu Xingchen glanced at the swordfish's profile. A level 3 mutated swordfish. Not bad, the same level as the previous level 3 mutated shark. However, after her trip to the Coral Island, her attributes and equipment had improved, and she also had a shark net, so she should be able to deal with this swordfish. Lu Xingchen stepped back, unsheathed her catapult harpoon, triggered the trigger, and the harpoon shot out with lightning speed. With a puff, it pierced the charging swordfish. The swordfish, in pain, twisted its body and continued to charge forward. Lu Xingchen unsheathed the shark net, and with a bang, it unfurled, hurling it over the swordfish's head. At the same time, he retracted the harpoon and retreated quickly. These sea creatures were somewhat intelligent, sensing danger and twisting their bodies in an attempt to escape. Lu Xingchen triggered the harpoon, piercing the swordfish again. Simultaneously, the shark net tightened, its noose tightly encircling the swordfish. Fatal Coil and Invincible Spike were instantly activated. The swordfish, startled, struggled even more fiercely, blood gushing out. The swordfish was enormous, and after struggling for a long time, it slowly ceased. Lu Xingchen heard a prompt. Killed a level 3 swordfish. Do you want to disassemble it? Yes. Disassemble the level 3 swordfish and obtain 10 pieces of fish meat and 1 piece of fish bone, which have been placed in the storage backpack. Lu Xingchen retracted his harpoon and shark net and quickly ran back. Chapter 249. Schools of small fish swam by along the way, and one group's chatter caught her attention. No ghosts, little jellyfish saw a beautiful harp. Wow, really? The little seal will definitely like it. Yes, we're going to give the little seal a surprise. Take it away? The little seal likes it? Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong and rushed back. On the way, she encountered a group of small fish, happily carrying the harp she had seen earlier. The harp glowed white, and the fish excitedly chattered, the little seal will love it. It's been looking for it. Yes, let's give it a surprise. The little seal can't find it. Lu Xingchen walked over, snatched the harp, and put it in her storage backpack. The fish were in a panic. The harp is gone. Our harp. Woo-ah, it's it. That lamp took the harp. Lu Xingchen flashed and swam back up. She asked her grandmother to bring the boat nearby, and quickly climbed aboard. It was almost dawn. Lu Xingchen was starving, so he quickly ate a couple of bites of food, then washed up and tugged at the seal pup lying next to the incubator. Hey, are you looking for a musical instrument? The seal pup looked confused. Huh? Lu Xingchen snorted. This little guy is so popular. Fish big and small, bizarre jellyfish, toothless walruses, manta rays, dolphins, and more, everywhere is his friend. What a shrew. Lu Xingchen pulled out his harp, dodged it, and put it back. Are you looking for this? The seal pup immediately straightened up, its eyes wide with excitement. I want it! Lu Xingchen snorted. I know you want it, but unfortunately, I don't want to give it to you. The little seal, woo-woo. Lu Xingchen, okay, you don't have to worry about the incubator anymore. In a few days, the blue krill will be fully grown and I give them to you to eat. 3 days had passed, and the blue krill in the incubator didn't need to be checked every hour. In 4 days, they would be mature. The little seal didn't need to watch over them anymore. The little seal crawled over and patted Lu Xingchen with its front paws, staring at her with its adorable, watery eyes. It patted again. Cute? No use. Lu Xingchen, what do you want a musical instrument for? The little seal immediately covered its mouth with its front paws, its eyes rolling. Lu Xingchen snorted, don't answer. It's probably just another bunch of lies. She leaned back in the swing chair, planning to wait and sleep. The danger from yesterday would probably return. She planned to see what species was killing people. While waiting, Lu Xingchen took out the harp and examined it. Damaged crescent harp. One of the strings is broken. It needs repair. Only after it's repaired can it successfully play a song. Note, if you give a broken harp to the mermaid prince, he'd be angry. Broken? No wonder I can't play a complete song. Lu Xingchen examined it and, as expected, the top string was broken. It wasn't used much, but without it, some songs wouldn't be playable. You can't give the mermaid prince a broken harp, can you? The note said that giving a broken harp would make the prince angry. It had to be repaired. Lu Xingchen took it to the crafting table, but it showed it couldn't be repaired. She took it back. Perhaps only luck can bring this, but luck is hard to come by. Time waits for no one. Lu Xingchen held the crescent harp and asked the little seal, "It's broken. Do you know how to fix it?" The little seal shook its head in confusion, its eyes filled with bewilderment, but it didn't seem fake. Lu Xingchen put the crescent harp into his backpack and opened the chat screen. Now, like her, many people haven't slept. They're also afraid of danger, afraid of falling asleep and accidentally falling into the sea. So, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Is anyone in distress? Is there any danger tonight? I can't sleep. I'm so sleepy, whatever. I'm going to bed. Oh no, look, one person's missing. Ah, one more, no two. As expected, the number of people was decreasing sporadically. In fact, being at sea inherently presents dangers. The number of people has always been decreasing, but now it's decreasing too rapidly. Lu Xingchen waited for a long time, but finally, unable to bear it any longer, she said goodbye to the sea demon Vine and went back to sleep. A dreamless night, she woke up early in the morning. Taoyuan Holy Land is blessed with good fortune today. Great luck, another ordinary blessing of good fortune today, and Lu Xingchen eagerly checked the number of people in the area. She was stunned. This time, there were over 1,000 fewer people. Even fewer than yesterday. In the chat channel, everyone was panicking, sharing their experiences from the previous night. Ah, this is horrible. I didn't dare sleep yesterday, but around 2 or 3 o'clock, I was so sleepy that I dozed off. I felt something was wrong, and when I looked up, I saw a fierce look in my eyes, and it startled me awake. In that instant, I saw clearly that the number of people was down by 152. What kind of eyes? I couldn't hold on and fell asleep yesterday, and nothing happened. Is it light blue, like the mermaid prince's eyes? No, it's a strange, dark blue, the kind that scares you at first glance. I went to bed early yesterday, and nothing happened. So, I guess some people are in danger, while others are fine, just like the night before last. Even if there's a chance, even just 5%, the longer the day, the greater the chance of encountering a monster. Everyone was terrified. Lu Xingchen was also. She was silent for a moment, then decided to solve the mermaid prince's problem. She took out her broken crescent harp. She was lost in thought when a message popped up on the screen. G23 wants to speak to you. G23? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. He had the perfect opportunity to ask 23 what was going on. Although 23 never answered questions directly, he always gave hints. Lu Xingchen answered the call. G23. Lu Xingchen, I mentioned the mahjong we played that time to Master today. Master said he loved it and wanted me to teach him. Could you have your friends make us a set? Gu Yin and Gao Dafu had primarily made the mahjong set last time, so Lu Xingchen immediately texted to ask. Gao Dafu was immediately excited. Sure. Of course not. Lu Xingchen, just agree to it. Gu Yin, and I will get started right away. Lu Xingchen passed the message on, curiously asking, Can you only talk to me? G23, ahem, yes. Lu Xingchen, why? G23, ahem. Oh, it seems they can't talk, or they don't know. Lu Xingchen quickly asked, I got a crescent harp, and one of the strings is broken. Do you know anyone who can fix it? G23 didn't answer the question, simply saying, Make the mahjong and bring it to us. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Where is it? How can I get there? Chapter 250. G23, 49 will pick you up later. Lu Xingchen readily agreed. In less than half an hour, G49 arrived at Lu Xingchen's raft in her small boat, beaming. They were a little early. Lon Lon and Meme had already gone to play with 49. Lu Xingchen's eyes raised as he immediately prepared a variety of fruits for 49 to take home. Lu Xingchen, 49, do you know anyone who can repair a zither? G49 grinned and said, I know. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Who? G49, I can't tell you, hee hee. Lu Xingchen, Never mind, if I can't tell you, then I can't tell you. However, this time, Lu Xingchen was careful. She brought multiple portions of all the fruit in her space. With so many foodies, what if it comes in handy? Gu Yin and Gao Dafu quickly. The mahjong tiles were quickly delivered. In reality, Lu Xingchen could have simply given the tiles to G49, but since she wanted to inquire about the progress of the harp repair, she deliberately avoided mentioning the topic and simply boarded 49's wooden boat. 49 didn't dwell on it, nibbling on various fruits while rowing his small wooden boat. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xingchen's vision flashed before him, and a small island appeared before him. In the center, a wooden villa could be seen. After disembarking from the boat, 49 hurriedly took Lu Xingchen to the villa. In the villa's courtyard, Lu Xingchen spotted several people. They all knew each other. Master Ji Li, Ji Ba, Ji Jiu, and another person, surprisingly Master Babu. The four of them gathered around a square table, drinking tea. They looked quite comfortable. G23 stood behind Master Ji Li, fanning himself leisurely. Seeing Lu Xingchen approach, Master Ji Wang and Master Babu's expressions changed. Master Babu's face was sullen. Why is she here? Master Ji Wang smiled, but kept glancing at Ji Ershizan. Ji Ershizan gently waved her fan. Master, didn't you tell Master Babu that it was too boring? I suggested playing mahjong, and you and Master Babu were very interested, so I summoned people who knew how to make and play mahjong. Master Ji Wang, we can't easily summon players unless a quest is issued, so you took advantage of my opportunity? Ji Ershizan chuckled. How could that be? She nudged Master Babu with her fan. Master Babu and Lu Xingchen have a deep connection, so of course he has the initiative. Oh! Master Ji Wang smiled, turning back. Happy. Master Babu was bewildered. What's wrong with me? What did I do? G23. Master Babu, Lu Xingchen is here, looking for you. Master Babu, I won't see you. Lu Xingchen, She was already standing right in front of him. Could Master Babu still close his eyes? She quickly pulled out the mahjong tiles and said, This is mahjong. Do you want me to teach you how to play? Ji Jiu leaned over to take a look. What are all those pictures? They're so strange. Lu Xingchen picked up the tiles one by one and said, This is the chicken, this is the 1 2 3 4 5 6 cake, this is the 1 2 3 4 5 6 line, this is the east west north south center. She quickly introduced each tile, grabbing the attention of Master Babu and Master Ji Li. Ji Jiu, so many? I can't remember. Ji Ba, oh it's just a few cents, and you can't remember it. How can you be so dumb? Ji Jiu was furious, smashing all the cups on the table. Who's dumb? Who are you calling dumb? Xiao Ba, you don't want to live like this, do you? Ji Jiu, what's wrong with me? I don't want to live like this. Ji Jiu, you're calling me dumb. Ji Ba, I'm just stating the facts. Ji Jiu, you're picking on me. Lu Xingchen was stunned as he watched Ji Ba and Ji Jiu's passionate argument. Master Ji Wang looked calm. Master Babu looked forbearing. Only G23 quietly wiped the table and set up the mahjong tiles. G49 was absorbed in eating, unperturbed by Ji Ba and Ji Jiu. Soon, Lu Xingchen and G23 had cleared the table and set up the mahjong tiles. G23, have you had enough of arguing? Play mahjong? No. Let's go! The quarrel between Ji Ba and Ji Jiu abruptly ceased. Ji Jiu sat back down. Wow, I have so many here. Little Lu, tell me, what is this? A small chicken? Lu Xingchen, yes. Ji Ba, slapped across the face, his face stained with the slap marks, sat down happily. Let's get started. I just remembered everything. I'm definitely going to win this time. Mahjong is actually quite simple. Lu Xingchen explained, and the others began playing. After just 2 or 3 rounds, except for Ji Jiu, who was still a little confused, the other 3 had a pretty good grasp of it. They were hooked. G23 made a pinky promise to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen walked over. G23, I called you here this time, firstly, to get Master Babu to make the weapons faster, and secondly, to talk to him more and see if he has any new missions. Lu Xingchen was so anxious to complete the Mermaid Prince's mission that she didn't dare take on a new one, lest it have a time limit. She pulled out the Crescent Moon harp and asked, Do you know anyone who can repair this? G23 was silent. Lu Xingchen looked at her eagerly. G23 didn't answer, but cast his gaze toward the mahjong table. Lu Xingchen's heart stirred, and he turned to look. Masters Ji Li, Babu, Ji Ba, and Ji Jiu were playing enthusiastically. Ji Jiu had trouble remembering the cards, but she had good luck and had already won 2 rounds. Master Babu kept losing, his face sulking. Lu Xingchen put away the Crescent Moon harp, stood behind Master Babu, and gave him some pointers. Finally, this time, Master Babu won. With Lu Xingchen's help, Master Babu won 3 rounds in a row. Master Babu was finally happy. While everyone was sorting their cards, Lu Xingchen took out the Crescent harp and said, Master Babu, look, can you fix this? Master Babu's face suddenly turned cold. You really have no good intentions. Master Ji Li, Babu, she worked so hard to send us mahjong, we should thank her. Okay, go help her fix the harp, and let 23 take over. Ji Jiu, right, 23 23 Master, please step down. Gigio was fed up after losing a few games and wanted Master Babu out. Master Babu was the most bothersome of them all. When he lost, he turned sullen, as if he was owed 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. His poker skills were terrible. Master Ji and Gigio also kept losing, but they didn't take it seriously. Master Babu disagreed. I didn't ask her to send it. He fiddled with the crescent harp, his eyes rolling. I can help you fix it, but it requires golden silk, and I don't have it here. You have to find it yourself. Lu Xingchen was stunned. How can I find it? It wasn't in the trading hall, and she hadn't seen it either. Master Babu, I can send you to Golden Silkworm Island, and you can find it there. Lu Xingchen, Golden Silkworm Island? Gigio replied, What? Babu, you're sending me to Golden Silkworm Island? Are you trying to save your life? With Ling Guang's temper, she'd tear anyone apart who dares touch her golden silk. Ji-ba, Master, you're taking revenge, haha. Master Ji, ahem, Ling Guang can't be offended. Chapter 251. Lu Xingchen understood that Master Ji Wang Ji-ba and Gigio disapproved of her going to Golden Silkworm Island. However, she had to repair the moonlight harp quickly. Time was running out. Master Babu said quietly, Ling Guang is out looking for wine. She's not here right now. She probably won't be back for 2 or 3 hours. Gigio, Babu, don't try to trick me. If she steals the golden silk, Ling Guang won't let her go. Master Babu, don't try to stop her. She's incredibly bold and would steal anything. Lu Xingchen made a quick decision. Master Babu, are you sure there's golden silk on Golden Silkworm Island? If I take it, are you sure I can repair the moonlight harp? Master Babu, the golden silk is in the treasure chest in Ling Guang's room. Bring it to me, and I only need a dozen minutes to repair the moonlight harp. A harp? Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, do you have any detailed information? For example, where is Master Ling Guang's room, and? That frowned. That's all. Are you going? Lu Xingchen, okay, I go. Master, please take me there. G23 frowned. No, you can't go. She pulled Lu Xingchen aside and said sternly, Ling Guang is different from Babu. She's very petty. You can't touch her golden silk. Lu Xingchen helplessly asked, what can I do then? If she didn't quickly deal with the mermaid prince, he would turn evil and go on a killing spree, and she wouldn't be able to stop him. This mission must be completed. She couldn't rely on others. Their progress was even slower than hers. G23 frowned. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have asked you to come. Lu Xingchen patted her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Master Babu, is this the end? Are you going or not? Forget it. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, Go, I'm coming. Master Babu stood up. He stepped aside, took out something and threw it. A vortex door appeared before him. Master Babu pointed. Enter from here, and you reach Golden Silkworm Island. In an hour, you automatically return here. That's all you have. Go! With that, he pushed Lu Xingchen into the vortex. Before Lu Xingchen plunged into the vortex, he heard Master Ji exclaim, Old man, you're mistaken. It's not an hour, it's 2. By then, Ling Guang might have returned. Master Babu, it's okay. She can run. Lu Xingchen, She felt dizzy and landed on a shaky surface. It was a branch. Oh no! This tree is too small to bear her weight. Crack! The branch snapped, thump. Lu Xingchen fell directly to the ground. It's soft, no pain. Hoo, aha! Someone beneath Lu Xingchen cried out in pain. She quickly stood up. She had sat on a small gray animal. Similar to a Sidic cat, but larger. Lu Xingchen saw its profile. A level 1 mutant Sidic cat. So low level? The mutant Sidic cat cried a few times excitedly, then scurried off, dragging its legs. This is over. Don't let it cripple me. Lu Xingchen felt a slight pang of guilt. However, her guilt didn't last long. She immediately patted her, but then looked around. This was a relatively small island, still covered in trees and lush green grass. However, most of the trees were not very tall, the tallest only about 5 meters. There are many mulberry trees, but no fruit. Oh right, we need to find Ling Guang's house. But where is her house? Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan and Mime, and said to Lan Lan, look around and see if there's a house, a nice looking one. The house the NPCs live in must be at least a 2-story villa, right? Like the one Babu prepared for Bashir-san. Lan Lan chirped happily and flew away. Lu Xingchen and Mime found a random path, and wandered around. This island seemed safe, but after walking for a long time, they didn't see any high-level animals. About half an hour later, Lan Lan flew down from the sky and said, No, there's no house. Lu Xingchen was surprised. How could there be no house? Does Master Lingguang live in a tent? That's impossible. Master Babu told her to go to Lingguang's house. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said to Lan Lan, Search again. Any building resembling a house will do. Lan Lan flew away again. Lu Xingchen felt she needed to rethink her thinking. Perhaps Master Lingguang didn't live in a villa. What if he lived in a cave or a mud house? Well, anything was possible. She walked around with Mime, while Lan Lan flew through the sky. After a long day, nearly an hour had passed, and they hadn't even seen a small mound, let alone a house. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Master Babu had said Lingguang would be back in 2 or 3 hours, leaving her with only 4 hours. It was almost halfway through her time, and she still hadn't found a house. How could this happen? Lu Xingchen broke out in a sweat. The island wasn't big. She circled around and around, returning to where she had landed before, but still hadn't found anything. She sat down on a rock, feeling worried, and rested for a while. She casually opened the chat screen. The chat screen was still bustling with activity. Haha, I saw the prince too. I'm so happy. The prince just ditched me. What's there to be happy about? Can you complete the mission? Haha, I don't want to complete the mission. Just seeing the prince is enough. By the way, I heard that finding a musical instrument for the prince might win his favor. Are you working on it? What? Really? Of course, that's what the message in the bottle I got said. Yuning's message in the bottle said, perform a stand-up comedy for the prince, and you win his favor. Ye Bailing was stunned for a moment. She looked at the mermaid prince, unsure whether to deliver her prepared stand-up comedy or not. Forget it. There were no instruments, and she'd been practicing her stand-up comedy for ages. It would have to come in handy. Ye Bailing coughed and said softly, Ryan, I have an amusing story. Do you want to hear it? The mermaid prince sat on a large shell, looking at Ye Bailing curiously. Ye Bailing, this story is 3 levels up. Speaking of which, Ye Bailing was adept at reciting, but that was just adeptness. She had many talents, but lacked a sense of humor. Telling it this way, it felt more like reciting a text. She recited the story in one breath, looking at the mermaid prince hopefully. Especially their favorability. Right now, their favorability remained at 8, unchanged. The mermaid prince's face was confused, then turned to impatience, and finally, his face darkened. Ye Bailing clearly saw their favorability jump from 8 to 0 in an instant. The mermaid prince flicked his tail, smashing a dozen pieces of the raft with a crash, and then sped away. Ye Bailing was stunned. What's going on? Isn't that what the mermaid prince loves to hear? Did Yuning trick her? Of course she did. She was negligent. Even in the survival world, scams still exist. Ye Bailing's face suddenly darkened. Okay, Yuning. She won't let him go. Elsewhere, Lu Xingchen had already closed the chat screen. She rested for a moment, then stood up to continue searching for Lingguang's house. Suddenly, a series of roaring, whooshing, whooshing sounds were heard. A group of civets ran over, led by a giant civet-like creature, followed by a small civet with a limp. The small civet pointed at Lu Xingchen and gestured. The giant civet roared and rushed over. Lu Xingchen? ? No, she can fix the lame leg. There's no need to be so brutal. Chapter 252. Giant civet, level 5 civet, strong attack, Lingguang Palace Guard armor. Lu Xingchen only had time to glance at the giant civet's description before she was forced to take out her spirit snake whip. It's a guard, to kill or not to kill. However, she was overthinking it. It seemed she couldn't decide, because the moment the giant civet saw her, it unleashed a lethal attack, each one deadly. Lu Xingchen leaped back, and Mimi rushed forward, engaging the civet guards in a fierce battle. Lu Xingchen took out his silver horn bow, drew his bow, and unleashed a flying feather arrow. Lan Lan also descended from the sky. The 3 of them quickly dispatched the giant civet. The civet collapsed to the ground, and the other civets immediately scattered, running away at full speed. The lame laughing civet screamed a few times and ran away weeping. Lu Xingchen, hey, come back. She flew over, grabbed the civet cat, took out the golden medicine, and sprinkled it on its lame leg. Something's wrong? Could this leg be the same lame leg as before? The golden medicine was somewhat effective. After a few moments, the civet cat's leg was almost healed. Lu Xingchen felt that it would never be lame again. She put the civet cat down. The civet cat looked at its leg, wiped its eyes, and cried even louder. It turned and ran, much faster this time. But it still limped from inertia. Lu Xingchen, She turned back and remembered that she had dissected the Citic cat's body. When she finished, she looked up again and noticed something was different. Not far away, a white palace appeared. So, you have to kill the guards to see the palace. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Let's go! She walked slowly and hurriedly until she finally reached the palace entrance. The palace was small, with 3 large characters inscribed on it. Lingguang Palace. Lu Xingchen entered the palace unimpeded. The palace contained only 3 rooms, each of which was large. In the left room, she found 2 large tables, piled high with bottles and jars, as well as various measuring cups and cylinders. Hey, is Lingguang a genius at experimenting? Why does he put so many of these things in? Lu Xingchen carefully searched and pulled out a lab notebook from a drawer. September 1st, sunny. Grapes are ripe. Wash them and dry them, then I make wine according to plan. September 2nd, sunny. No recipe, but I can research it. 15 milliliters vinegar, 15 milliliters cooking wine. Should I add cumin? No, this isn't lamb kebabs. September 12th, failed. Mulberries must be unsuitable for winemaking. But I can make apple wine. October 20th, failed. Apples must be unsuitable for winemaking. But I can make blueberry wine. November 20th, failed. Blueberries must be unsuitable for winemaking. But don't worry, I can make wine with cherries next year. One day, I make delicious fruit wine. Lu Xingchen searched for a long time and realized that Master Lingguang's winemaking was an idiot. He threw everything in there, messing around. It's a wonder he could make wine like that. Couldn't she just learn? There must be a master winemaker in this world, right? Couldn't she just ask someone for advice? How pitiful. She spends most of the year making wine, yet can't even make a drinkable fruit wine. Finally, she saw today's experiment diary. I've decided to buy some more wine and do some more research. Sure enough, Master Babu was right. Lingguang went looking for wine. Finding nothing else in the room, Lu Xingchen put down Lingguang's experiment diary and went to another room. In the other room, there was a strange-looking object, roughly the size of a sewing machine. Master Lingguang's sewing machine cannot be picked up. Can't be taken? Is Lingguang a sewing master? Lu Xingchen searched for a long time, but couldn't find the mechanism. She went to the middle room again. In the middle room, there was a pure gold treasure chest, intricately engraved with patterns, and a golden lock. Master Lingguang's treasure chest. It contained Master Lingguang's beloved golden silk. Sure enough, it was there. Lu Xingchen walked over, intending to put the chest into her backpack, but it seemed to be fixed in place, making it impossible to remove. She couldn't cut the chest open, and couldn't get the contents out. Looks like I have no choice but to look for the key. Lu Xingchen searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of the key, so he had to leave again. Remember, Master Lingguang's experimental notes mention that the palace here is hidden, guarded by 2 civets. Killing one reveals the palace. What if I kill the other guard? Now I can only try. But where is the other guard? Lu Xingchen was worried when suddenly. Hurry, hurry! The lame civet came over again. No, it wasn't lame anymore, just lame out of habit. Behind it came a giant civet. The lame civet pointed at Lu Xingchen with tears in its eyes, and began to gesture. The giant civet roared and charged again. Lu Xingchen, She had already healed the little civet's leg. Why was this little civet so sad and crying? She had also seen the giant civet's profile. Giant civet, level 5 mutation, Lingguang Palace Guard B. Another guard? Okay, kill it, since it's a guard. Does it have the key? Lu Xingchen was excited and immediately called out to Lan Lan and Mime. Come, kill it. They worked together for about half an hour before finally killing the sturdy civet guard B. The lame little civet ran away crying. Killing guard B yielded only a little civet meat, nothing else. A level 5 exotic beast didn't even drop a single box. Lu Xingchen didn't know if Master Lingguang was poor, or if Golden Silkworm Island was simply too short on supplies. Anyway, she wandered around the island for a while. Aside from the 2 guards, the small animals weren't high level, and there weren't any useful plants. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to circle around Lingguang Hall. Suddenly, she spotted a small path behind it, lined with low shrubs. She led Mime and Lan Lan there. After walking about 100 meters along the path, she arrived at a garden. There were rows of mulberry trees, each about 2 or 3 meters apart. Each tree was no more than 3 meters tall, covered in leaves. Unlike ordinary mulberry trees, these ones had emerald green leaves, but their veins were golden, like strands of gold, gleaming in the sunlight. The sunlight shone down on them, almost blinding them. Golden mulberry tree. A unique variety of mulberry tree, it's the perfect food for golden silkworms. It requires ample light and a moderate temperature, maintaining evergreen leaves year-round, and bearing fruit only once every 3 years. On the mulberry tree, golden mulberries grew. Golden mulberries. The fruit of a mutated golden mulberry tree. Eating them can prolong life. Wine made from these mulberries is sweet and refreshing, and drinking it can strengthen the body. This fruit is quite good, much better than purple mulberries. Lu Xingchen was eager to try it. Chapter 253. However, I heard Ling Wang is coming back soon, so I still have to take it easy. Lu Xingchen circled the golden mulberry forest several times before finally selecting 2 relatively healthy mulberry saplings, digging them up, and throwing them into the storage space. There weren't many golden mulberries, so she picked a few bunches, intending to take them back for G49. After doing this, Lu Xingchen messaged her grandmother, "Grandma, you watch tutorials every day. Have you found any tutorials for making fruit wine?" Linning, "Yes, I do. I already make wine, and the methods for making various fruit wines are pretty similar. I've made several barrels of wine with your fruit." Lu Xingchen was delighted. "Grandma, can you show me how to make mulberry wine, blueberry wine, apple wine, cherry wine, and so on?" Linning, "Okay, right away." This was what Lu Xingchen planned to leave for Ling Wang. She took 2 trees and a few bunches of mulberries, and she leaves some fruit winemaking tutorials later. Lu Xingchen stood beneath the tallest mulberry tree in the center, squinting her eyes and looking up. A golden light spread out. "Huh? What's that?" "A key, a golden key." At the fork of the golden mulberry tree, a red ribbon was tied with a golden key. So there it was. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly called Lan Lan over, asking her to remove the red ribbon. Holding the golden key, Lu Xingchen read the instructions. Pure gold key. Key to the Lingwang pure gold treasure chest. Alright, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. She checked the time. Over 3 hours had passed. She quickly returned to Lingwang Hall with the pure gold key, entered, and tentatively opened the pure gold treasure chest. Opened the treasure chest to receive 3 golden silk threads. The treasure chest held 3 rolls of golden silk, and Lu Xingchen felt a dazzling golden glow. After a moment's thought, she put all 3 rolls away. She wondered how much Master Babu would need, hoping to avoid running out of supplies. After closing the treasure chest, Lu Xingchen pondered and placed a portion of the watermelon, grapes, pears, strawberries, and other fruits she had brought on the table. A large table was laid out. After waiting a while, Grandma brought over several pieces of white cloth, covered in lines of charcoal. Grandma had written down the recipes for making 4 types of fruit wine: blueberry wine, red wine, cherry wine, and mulberry wine, clearly specifying the quantities used. Her handwriting was neat, like that of an elementary school student, but it was incredibly clear. Lu Xingchen sighed that Grandma's writing was so clear that she didn't have to copy it again. She placed the 4 rolls of cloth on the table as well. Then she left Lingwang Hall. She planned to take a walk. Although she had left many things for Master Lingwang, she was still afraid he'd come back and beat her, so it was best to stay away. Lu Xingchen wandered around Golden Silkworm Island. Most of the beasts there were below level 3, and there were many small animals and insects. There were also various mulberry trees. In a short while, Lu Xingchen had explored the entire Golden Silkworm Island. She sat on a rock by the sea, staring blankly at the seascape. The sea washed beneath the rocks, and Lu Xingchen overheard a flurry of conversations. "Oh my god, I'm so scared. What kind of a place is that? Who told you to go treasure hunting? That's the treasure? No, I don't dare go. Hey, where's the treasure map? Didn't you say you're not going? You threw it away. I don't believe it. You must have hidden it. No, it's really gone. You must have hidden it. Bring it to me." Splash. Splash. 2 streams of seawater surged up, drenching Lu Xingchen, who was listening to the gossip. Lu Xingchen, who are these? They're fighting so fiercely. Lu Xingchen looked a little further away. Oh, it was 2 octopuses. At that moment, a swarm of tentacles clattered and thrashed, sending up clouds of water mist. Soon, the 2 octopuses were entangled. Occasionally, the octopuses would spray out streams of mud. Luckily, Lu Xingchen was far away, or she would have been caught in the crossfire. Lu Xingchen looked at their information. Level 3 mutant octopuses. Level 3 was considered quite advanced among marine creatures. After all, she could only deal with 1 level 3 mutant sea creature alone. So Lu Xingchen just watched the show. The two octopuses fought fiercely, finally sinking. Lu Xingchen immediately followed, sinking to the bottom. When they reached the bottom, the two octopuses were still fighting, cursing as they did so. Give me back my treasure map. Damn it! If you don't, I throw it away. Go find it yourself. It's right on you, you stinker. Pa! Is Squidward this fierce a fighter? Lu Xingchen watched from a distance, stunned. He didn't know how long the fight had lasted, but both octopuses were exhausted. They lay there motionless. Lu Xingchen pulled out his harpoon, and with 2 swipes, he had taken the lives of both octopuses. Isn't this just like watching a fight unfold from a mountaintop? After disintegrating, one of the octopuses dropped a treasure chest. Open the treasure chest and discover a torn treasure map. Lu Xingchen found a strange blueprint. It was crumpled, reeked of mud, and incomplete. It was only about 3/4 complete, with the writing blurry. Lu Xingchen decided to go back and air it out. It was too smelly. She put the blueprint away and went ashore. Not far away, she saw a tall, beautiful woman in a red dress entering the Lingwang Palace. Could it be Lingwang's return? Lu Xingchen panicked. She quickly hid by the sea, near the water, deciding to dive in if Lingwang became angry. She made every possible preparation and waited anxiously. But after a full half-hour, Lingwang didn't appear. When the time came, Lu Xingchen was teleported back to Master Babu. When she returned, Master Babu was furious. Okay, you 3 are ganging up on me. Jijio, Master, you misunderstood. Babu, misunderstood what? Did you think I didn't see it? You and Xiao Ba were flirting the whole time. Tell me, were you switching cards? Jijio, unjust, Master. What's wrong with me flirting with my husband? Babu pushed the mahjong tiles aside. I'm done with it. You're always screwing me. Jili, ahem, alright. No more arguments. I didn't lose anything. It's not necessary. Jijio, if you don't want to play, then don't. You're so old, and you're so angry. 23, come on, take your place, Grandpa Babu. Grandpa Babu's done with it. Babu had been sitting there, wanting to finish the argument and move on to the next round. But after hearing what Jijio said, he couldn't sit there any longer. He stood up and saw Lu Xingchen. Babu, you're back? You didn't succeed? How could you be so good at stealing from me? Just find someone else. Lu Xingchen spread his hands, revealing a roll of golden silk. Bab's eyes lit up. Anything else? Jijio glanced at him. Xiao Lu, repairing the harp only requires 1 roll of golden silk. You didn't take too much, did you? Chapter 254. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. I only took 1 scroll. Master Lingwang returned, so I didn't have time to take more. Bab snorted and took the golden silk. Lu Xingchen also gave him the harp. Bab left angrily. Jijio, tisk, he's always so angry, like no one owes him anything. Ji Ba, you know Bob's temper, and you're still angry with him? Jijio, if I weren't angry with him, he'd still be playing mahjong. How could he go and fix the harp for little Lu? Jijio turned and flirted with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, took out some strawberries and grapes, and placed them on the table nearby. This way, Ji Wang and the others could easily reach them. The fruits were washed and ready to eat. Then she took out a bunch of golden mulberries and gave them to G49. G49's eyes sparkled. Wow, golden mulberries. I finally get to eat them today, 23 sat down, and the 4 of them continued playing mahjong. Lu Xingchen pulled up a chair and watched from the side, opening the chat screen. As expected, the players were still discussing the Mermaid Prince. So many people encountered the Mermaid Prince today. Why is he showing up so often? The prince is getting anxious and irritable because he can't find his friends. Everyone, it's already day 2, don't you have a sense of crisis? I've been watching the chat channel, and I've noticed that no one can improve their friendship. So no one's making any progress. Is this the end of the world? Is it the day after tomorrow? Lu Xingchen, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Gu Yin, and that other guy keep working hard. I'm lying flat on my back, but you can't. If you do, I'd be uneasy. I saw the Mermaid Prince. Why is he so impatient? Someone captured a screenshot of the Mermaid Prince. Lu Xingchen opened it and saw that he looked gloomy, much worse than yesterday. We need to speed up. From the chat channel, we know that the Mermaid Prince appears quite frequently. This way, we don't have to worry about not running into him. Within half an hour, Babu returned and handed Lu Xingchen the harp. The Minghui harp had been repaired. A single golden string stood out from the others, but it didn't detract from its beauty. Lu Xingchen gently plucked the harp, and a beautiful sound emerged. It was the harp's own beautiful tone. 23 turned and asked, "You can't play the harp, can you?" Lu Xingchen shook her head, no. She really couldn't play the harp. She had only learned to play the flute from her grandfather. 23 glanced at G49. 49, stop eating. Go teach Sister Xingchen how to play the harp. Let's teach her Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. 49 agreed, licked her fingers, washed her hands, and walked over. Lu Xingchen had an idea. Since 23 asked her to learn, she might as well give it a try. Perhaps it would be useful. 49 took the harp and played it. It was amazing. The little one played quite well. Lu Xingchen followed along for a while, and learned Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, at least playing it well enough. Not wanting to waste time, she said goodbye to G23 and the others. Once again, 49 and 23 saw her off. She soon returned to the wooden boat. 23 was busy playing mahjong, and left without stopping. Lu Xingchen stood on the raft. A gust of wind blew, and she couldn't help but wrap herself up. The temperature's dropping again. Just then, a game announcement sounded. Game announcement. Unlocking the sewing table. Players can now craft clothing and fabric at the sewing table. Please prepare your cold weather supplies. Happy gaming. This simple announcement sent shockwaves through the chat. I can now build a sewing table. So happy. I can craft clothes. Why didn't I see the option to build a sewing table? I do. I guess it has to do with the size of the raft. It's an invisible condition, not mentioned in the announcement. Yes, we just discussed this. My raft is over 1,000 square meters, so I have a sewing table. My friend's raft is only 300 square meters, so they don't have one. Lu Xingchen glanced at it briefly before opening the construction options. The sewing table option appeared. Sewing table, craft clothing or fabric. Required materials, 10 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of iron, and 10 pieces of fabric. Build it. After all this time, Lu Xingchen had accumulated quite a bit of fabric, more than enough to build a sewing table. She immediately said, yes. Successful, please place it. The sewing table was about 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and a little over 1 meter high. Lu Xingchen placed it on the deck for easy access. A light tap on the sewing table brought up a screen. Currently, it contained only a few items. White cotton, simplest white cotton cloth. Required supplies, 10 cotton pieces. Pink cotton cloth. Required supplies, 1 white cotton cloth, 1 pink dye. Blue cotton, required supplies, 1 white cotton cloth, 1 blue dye. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered she had the blueprint for the down jacket, and quickly took it out. Down jacket, warm, long clothing. Required, 10 pieces of cotton cloth, 100 pieces of duck down, and 10 pieces of rabbit fur, optional. Having both cotton and duck down, Lu Xingchen immediately crafted 10 pieces of cotton cloth, took out 100 pieces of duck down, and went to the trading hall to buy 10 pieces of rabbit fur to make a down jacket. The down jacket was very long, reaching roughly mid-calf. Lu Xingchen used rabbit fur, so the hood had a large, gray fur ring around the outside, making it look very warm. Wrapping herself in the long down jacket, Lu Xingchen immediately felt warm, and soon broke into a sweat. She gave the down jacket to her grandmother, asking her to keep it safe, so she could wear it if the temperature dropped tomorrow. Down jackets and the like are not considered equipment, so once you learn the blueprint, you can make many. Lu Xingchen no longer planned to make down jackets. Her most important priority now was finding the mermaid prince and giving him the moon harp. After waiting for a while, she saw countless players at sea encounter the mermaid prince, each a fleeting glance before leaving in a hurry. But she still hadn't seen the mermaid prince. By the way, how about playing the harp to attract the mermaid prince? Lu Xingchen immediately took out her moonlight harp, sat at the bow, and played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. She plucked the harp again and again with rapt attention, and Lan Lan couldn't help but ask Xiao Lu, "Are you plucking cotton? Is that enough? If so, stop playing. It sounds terrible." Lu Xingchen, "No, I think it's great." The moonlight harp had a beautiful tone. Even though she wasn't skilled at it, it sounded delightful. Grandma had just praised her several times. Lan Lan couldn't bear it anymore, and spread her wings to take a stroll. Meow meow. Master, Lan Lan is a descendant of the Azure Luan, naturally well-versed in music. She's quite sensitive to this. Lu Xingchen thought. That's right, Lan Lan also possesses a lingering musical skill, creating a melodious sound when she sings. Is her playing truly terrible? That's right. Should we let her come? Lu Xingchen had just stood up, about to call Lan Lan back, when the sea demon vine suddenly cheered, "Look, master, the mermaid prince." Chapter 255. A large, pristine white shell floated by, upon which sat a melancholy mermaid prince. After a day's absence, the prince's expression had grown even gloomier, even a little irritable. Lu Xingchen immediately waved. "Hi, Ryan, how are you? We meet again." Ryan looked up at the beaming Lu Xingchen and nodded slightly, his expression remarkably cool. Lu Xingchen plucked the moonlight harp and said regretfully, "Ryan, I got a harp, but I don't know how to play it. Can you teach me?" The mermaid prince's eyes lit up at the sight of the harp. They were filled with surprise and longing. After a moment's hesitation, he held out his snow-white hands. "Okay, I try." Lu Xingchen's raft was very close to the large shell. Lu Xingchen handed the harp over, saying regretfully, "It's a nice instrument, but I can't play it. It's such a waste." The mermaid prince took the harp in his hands and gently stroked it, as if it were the most precious jewel. His eyes lit up with delight, and he whispered, "It's the moonlight harp." Lan Lan flew back, flapping her wings and giving Lu Xingchen a sidelong glance. "Isn't it? It's a shame to give it to her?" The mermaid prince looked up at Lan Lan. Lan Lan was incredibly beautiful, her feathers a vibrant shade of blue, her 5-tail feathers gently swaying, a breathtaking sight. When she wasn't speaking, Lan Lan's appearance commanded the admiration of almost everyone. The mermaid prince gave Lan Lan a rare smile. Lu Xingchen, Okay, she knew. In the prince's eyes, Lan Lan was beautiful. Lan Lan had actually won the mermaid prince's favor. The prince lowered his head and fiddled with the ball with his white hands, making a ding-dong sound. A pleasant voice. Even though it was just a different person, the timbre of the moonlight harp seemed even more beautiful, leaving Lu Xingchen somewhat mesmerized. The mermaid prince played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, the same song Lu Xingchen had just played. For just a minute, Lu Xingchen was mesmerized. Lan Lan nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad. You play much better than her." Lan Lan turned around and said to Lu Xingchen with disdain, "Rouge is given to beauties, swords to heroes. It's a waste to give this harp to you. I'd rather give it to someone else. Look how beautifully they play." "Lu Xingchen, what TV series have you been watching lately?" However, Lan Lan was a supporting role this time, as she just happened to pick up the conversation. Seeing the mermaid prince fondly touch the harp, then reluctantly return it, Lu Xingchen waved his hand. "Ryan, thank you for letting me hear such beautiful music. I give you this moonlight harp." "For me?" The mermaid prince's eyes lit up with joy, yet also filled with confusion. "Yes." Lu Xingchen nodded. "I found the moonlight harp by accident. I don't understand music theory, so I can only play it casually. Such a fine instrument would be wasted in my hands. Giving it to you will allow you to realize its true value." The mermaid prince cradled the harp, a trace of confusion on his face. "But this instrument is very precious." "Lu Xingchen, so I'm giving it to my friend you." Mermaid prince, friend? Lu Xingchen, yes, I felt a sense of familiarity with you from the moment we met, and I've always wanted to give you a gift. Since you like this harp, I'm giving it to you. Mermaid prince, gift? Lu Xingchen patiently explained, yes, it's normal for friends to exchange gifts. The mermaid prince looked at Lu Xingchen, silent for a moment, then suddenly picked up the harp again. Okay, then I give you a gift in return. He played a tune. The tune was beautiful and melodious, like a quiet morning with a sudden breeze, a drizzle, and then the sky clears and birds sing. Lu Xingchen was mesmerized by the beautiful instrument. Even the bleeding and the ball fell silent, motionless. Linning was also stunned. After the song ended, Lu Xingchen woke up and heard a voice prompt. The mermaid prince's return gift to you. Drizzling morning, constitution +1, strength +1, agility +1. Lu Xingchen was surprised. This gift was so good, it actually gave her a bonus attribute. Her current profile is as follows. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 17 + 5 + 2. Agility, 20 + 5. Const, 17 + 5 + 3. Poison resistance, 10. Occupation, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. She looked at the mermaid prince and noticed that his favorability had changed to 28, a full 20-point increase. Oh my god, his favorability had finally increased. Lu Xingchen's face was filled with joy, and she said sincerely, thank you, Ryan. I love your gift. The mermaid prince smiled faintly and asked, since you like music, you must be a good singer, right? Lu Xingchen was stunned. She could sing, but only at the level of a karaoke bar. For so many years, She had been studying and working diligently. To be honest, she had only been able to go to karaoke very rarely. Her singing is really average. The Mermaid Prince, seeing she didn't say anything, didn't wait any longer. He raised his hand, and a small shell floated toward him. Lu Xingchen instinctively caught it. The Mermaid Prince said, "I look forward to hearing your song." Then, with a flick of his tail, he was gone. In a flash, he was far, far away. Lu Xingchen could only see a tiny dot. Why did he leave again? His favorability wasn't high enough. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, "Wanxiang radar, Xiao Teng, hurry, chase him." How could they catch him? This time, they chased him for only a few minutes before he disappeared without a trace. Not even a message in a bottle. Lu Xingchen sighed, thinking of another way. She turned the small shell over and over. It was only half the size of her palm. Nothing special, just a little more beautiful. Lu Xingchen sighed and put it away. To prevent the Mermaid Prince from turning evil, she must raise his favorability to above 60. Right now, it's only 28, and a day and a half has already passed. There's a long way to go. After dinner, Lu Xingchen suddenly received a private message from Qin Shiro. "Xingchen, I got another message in a bottle. The Mermaid Prince is a good singer and dancer, so we suspect that players who can sing and dance well will be more likely to win the prince's favor and increase his favorability." Lu Xingchen, "Okay." Qin Shiro, "Xingchen, can you dance?" Lu Xingchen, "No." She thought about it. In college, she had only danced as a backup dancer for a performance. Looking back, she had performed the simplest dance in elementary school and kindergarten. It's all child's play, not worth watching. Qin Shiro, do you want to learn? Do you want Jiang Wenle to teach you? Lu Xingchen, no. Cramming at the last minute is completely useless. It's evening, and the Mermaid Prince has disappeared. It's time for another tense moment. Tonight, someone's going to die again. This time, the players are even more sleepless. After all, over 1,000 people died yesterday, about 1 or 2% of the total. Everyone is afraid of the coming disaster. Lu Xingchen is also worried. She has no more messages in a bottle, and even after sharing messages with Qin Shiro, she only gets a single message about the Mermaid Prince's singing and dancing skills. She leans back on the beanbag, staring at the chat screen, hoping for some new information. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, she falls asleep. Grandma, seeing how exhausted she is, wakes her up and tells her to go back to bed. Lu Xingchen goes back and falls asleep. Chapter 256. In the middle of the night, she suddenly heard a heavenly song again. With a start, she sat up. The song enchanted her, and she couldn't help but get out of bed barefoot, stepping out of the bedroom and onto the deck. She stared at the sea in confusion. Not far away, something seemed to be moving, like blue seaweed drifting in the wind. Lu Xingchen narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of huge, dark blue eyes met hers. Those eyes were filled with fierceness, violence, and suppressed anger, brimming with a tremendous amount of negative energy, sending a jolt through Lu Xingchen's chest, as if struck by a heavy blow. "Xiao Lu!" Lan Lan suddenly called out. Lan Lan's scream jolted Lu Xingchen awake. She looked again. There were no eyes, no seaweed, nothing. Under the red light, the waves rolled on the sea, and there was no sign of a human. Lu Xingchen rubbed her head. She felt a slight headache. She must have just experienced something. Oh right, she saw a pair of eyes. Lu Xingchen's face changed, and he opened the chat screen. It was 3 in the morning, and many people were afraid to sleep, so the chat channel was bustling with activity. "Can I go to bed now? The late-night ghosts haven't come to me. Can I get some sleep now? It's terrible." 500 people just disappeared. The late-night ghosts are getting more and more ferocious. Is there no one to take care of this? Huh? Do I have to live in fear every day, waiting for the monsters to take my life? I'm going to collapse. Woo! Just now, I saw a pair of giant eyes. My chest felt so tight, I almost died. Thanks to my Wonkai is such a good dog. I'm so scared. Ah, why are there always deaths? The chat channel was filled with wailing. Lu Xingchen paused, realizing she had just encountered danger again. This so-called midnight ghost had come again. This couldn't keep happening. Lu Xingchen sighed. She had to quickly deal with the Mermaid Prince. Perhaps he knew what was going on, since the Mermaid Prince and the midnight ghost appeared together. Get some rest. We continue tomorrow. Lu Xingchen went back to rest, feeling quite at ease. She slept until noon, then woke up. She first visited the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today's luck in the Peach Blossom Holy Land is mediocre. Note, your luck is a bit bad today. Amazingly bad? Lu Xingchen frowned. This was the first time she'd seen such a message. It seemed she had to be more careful today. Lu Xingchen stepped out of the room, a chill gusting against her face, and she took a step back. It's so cold today. When did it get colder? Oh, the temperature is definitely due to drop today. There was an announcement earlier. Grandma had already put on several layers of clothing. She was busy on deck. At this temperature, it was still a bit early for her down jacket. Lu Xingchen also put on a few more layers. Her red phosphorus leather jacket and pants were very warm, and these, combined with her invincible suit, were just perfect. Lu Xingchen went over and made breakfast with Grandma and ate. She took out the shell the mermaid prince had given her and looked at it again and again, puzzled as to its purpose. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the shell flashed, and she received a message. Mermaid Prince Ryan invites you to the Yufeng concert. Do you want to attend? What kind of concert? It's not really about who sings best, is it? Lu Xingchen was a little apprehensive. But how could he not attend? Lu Xingchen, I'm going. The shell flashed white. Please attend the Mermaid Prince Ryan's Yufeng concert at 11 a.m. Players must be on time. Latecomers will not be accepted. So, this is like a communicator. Hey, where is the Yufeng concert? And how do I get there? The shell flashed. Players, please be prepared. We will depart for the Yufeng concert in half an hour. Follow the shell's directions to arrive. So, this is a navigation system. Lu Xingchen touched the shell. At this time, the game announced, 1. Mermaid Prince Ryan will hold a Yufeng concert at 11 a.m. All players with a favorability rating of over 10 are welcome to attend. 2. The top 3 players in terms of favorability will receive a chance to play a duet or sing with the Mermaid Prince. If the top 3 players fail to arrive on time, they will be disqualified, and the next player in line will take their place. The player who best aligns with the prince will gain his favor and receive a corresponding gift. 3. The top 6 players in terms of favorability are currently Lu Xingchen, Jiang Wenle, Yu Ning, Nia Beiling, Gu Yin, and Wei Ying. Please cherish this opportunity and have fun playing. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel became lively again. Haha, the prince is finally taking the initiative and looking for friends. I just feel a little weird about this. What's this about? Singing skills? Nia Beiling obviously won. Are you stupid? Nia Beiling didn't even get a chance to sing with him. She's 4th. So, who's the better singer among the top 3? Jiang Wenle? So it seems so. You haven't heard Jiang Wenle sing, have you? He's actually quite good. I didn't expect 2 people to quietly emerge this time, the cowardly Jiang Wenle and the obscure Yu Ning. People were buzzing. They'd grown tired of Lu Xingchen, the one who always showed up. They were more interested in Jiang Wenle and Yu Ning. People were eager to know who Jiang Wenle and Yu Ning were. Jiang Wenle was quite famous, and some people knew him, but Yu Ning was completely unknown. Jiang Wenle's name was quickly exposed, including his constant requests for help and requests for things from Qin Shiro at the beginning, and his constant following of her in the end. He was enjoying himself. People finally remembered this gigolo. Everyone's attention quickly shifted to Yu Ning. Hey, wasn't Yu Ning the one who sold the message in the bottle a few days ago? Yes, it was him. He made a fortune selling messages in bottles. However, some people say he's a scammer, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Maybe some people are jealous. Nia Beiling, Yu Ning is a liar. The information he sold everyone was wrong. Nia Beiling, Yu Ning, come out. I'm asking you, was the information you sold me wrong? Yu Ning, yes. Nia Beiling, look, admit it. Yu Ning, I said, my information was right. Nia Beiling gritted her teeth. If she hadn't believed Yu Ning's words and performed a stand-up comedy to the Mermaid Prince, how could she have lost 8 points in vain? If not for those 8 points, she would definitely be in the top 3. Yu Ning had screwed her. Nia Beiling couldn't swallow this. Nia Beiling, Yu Ning, I'm not the only one you've deceived. Everyone else, step forward and hammer this liar to death. But no one spoke. Nia Beiling grew anxious. A lot of people bought Yu Ning's information that day. What? Don't you hate him? Still, no one stood up. Instead, someone tried to persuade Nia Beiling. Well, forget it. It's all in the past. It's hard to tell whether the information is true or false. Nia Beiling, don't dwell on it. We in District 33 still rely on them. This only intensified Nia Beiling's anger. Rely on them? How? Can they sing? Yu Ning, can you sing? Can you compare to me? Yu Ning sneered. Who says I can't? Nia Beiling, I won the singing competition last year. Yu Ning, yes, You know better than anyone how you got that title. Yeah, Bailing, do you remember Yu Jing? Yeah, Bailing fell silent. Chapter 257. The chat channel was a mess. Lu Xingchen had a thought. Didn't her supercomputer have all the variety shows and movies from Yin Country? She should open it and check out these people. She took out her supercomputer and first looked at Jiang Wenle. Jiang Wenle was indeed a great singer and dancer, a true idol. She then looked at Nia Bailing. Nia Bailing's singing was also beautiful, standing out among the other contestants like a swan among chickens. She had reason to be proud. She also spotted a girl named Yu Jing, the same age as Nia Bailing, with a round face and a very cute appearance. Her singing was slightly better than Nia Bailing's. It seemed that two judges particularly liked Yu Jing, and a guest revealed that Yu Jing had a great background and mentioned that Yu Jing's brother was also a great singer, but he just didn't want to participate in the competition. But then, Yu Jing suddenly disappeared. She didn't have time to check, so she just took a quick look. She discovered that, besides herself, second-place winner Jiang Wenle, third-place winner Yu Ning, and fourth-place winner Nia Bailing all sang with exceptional skill. The announcement stated that only those who were most compatible with the Mermaid Prince could win his favor. So was she, with her tone deafness, out of the question this time? Lu Xingchen wasn't one to give up easily. Who knew until the very last moment? She packed up a lot of supplies, took them with her, and put Mimi and Lon Lon in the pet bag, ready to depart. Half an hour later, Little Shell suddenly flashed with light and flew into the air, flickering and pointing the way. Lu Xingchen followed behind, controlling the universal radar. As she followed Little Shell, she activated the chat screen. Now, the screen was an information hub, crucial. If she didn't check it, she might miss important information. The chat channel was bustling with attention, all focused on these few people. Haha, I'm leaving too. The system sent me directions, just follow them. I'm going to the Yufeng singing party. Upstairs, what's your favorability with the prince? 11. Hee, I also gained a little, but with my low, I can only watch the fun. I'm so jealous. There aren't many players who can watch the fun, right? By the way, who do you think will win the Mermaid Prince's favor this time? Of course, Nia Bailing. After all, last summer, there were push notifications everywhere about Nia Bailing, the heavenly voice. Silly, just one more reminder, Nia Bailing is fourth and doesn't qualify to sing in the chorus. Oh, that can only be Jiang Wenle. He's got a huge advantage. Qin Wuchuan's support is finally working. Lu Xingchen operated the universal radar, following Little Beak. She had no idea how long it would take. Logically, the game couldn't let them get too far away to make it. Later, Lu Xingchen felt the need wasted, so he simply called over the clever lamb and had it operate the universal radar. She stepped aside. Mimi loved this thing and had a blast operating it. Lu Xingchen slid the chat screen out of the way, so he could see it just by tilting his head. Because the Yufeng Singing Festival was approaching, the players were extremely excited and were chatting in the chat channel, where Lu Xingchen could keep track of everyone else's movements. For example, two people had already arrived, Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Gu Yin was the one who qualified to attend the Yufeng Singing Festival. Perhaps his silence particularly appealed to the Mer people, so his favorability rating had risen to 15. Gu Yin summoned Gao Dafu to his raft, and the two of them went to the Yufeng Singing Festival together. They were closer, and were the first to arrive. Gao Dafu even took a screenshot and posted it in the Commando group chat. The picture showed a large, suspended pleasure boat, surrounded by a circle of chairs. In the center sat the Mermaid Prince. The Mermaid Prince sat on a seashell-like chair, his long hair cascading down his body. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Gao Dafu, hey Prince, hey. Gu Yin, I hit you. Gao Dafu, ouch, I really hit you. My raft. Oh no! Why is my favorability even lower? Wei Ying, Gao Dafu, be careful. What if Prince pulls you into the water and doesn't let you stay on Gu Yan's raft? You're done. Gao Dafu, stingy. It was just a few extra glances, wasn't it? Hey, Lu Xingchen, hurry up. You're first place. I can't wait to hear you sing with Prince. Hey, can you sing? Lu Xingchen, everyone can sing. It's just that I don't sing well. Wei Ying, hey, I've gathered Wei Lin, Wei Ting, Wei Feng, Wei Qing, and the others. The Mermaid Prince won't be mad, right? We're just spectators. Gao Dafu, just wait, Qin Wuchuan probably has more people with him. Wei Ying, Qin Wuchuan? Gao Dafu, of course. Otherwise, how do you think Jiang Wenle's favorability increased? Qin Wuchuan has received a lot of information. Wei Ying, Ah, why is the wind blowing? Such a strong wind. This is bad. At this moment, Lu Xingchen also saw the hurricane swirling in the distance off the ocean. Not good. The radar also sounded an alarm. Danger detected. Turning? Yintian radar. No response. Already turning. The raft actually turned around and headed back. The little shell floated unsteadily. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Why do we have to go back? Can't we just go a little off to the side? Mimi. No, there's a volcanic eruption to the east, a hurricane to the west, and a tornado directly ahead. Master, we have no choice but to go back. Lu Xingchen, She suddenly remembered her luck today. It was just average. What should she do? The Vientiane radar automatically identified the danger, chose a safe route, and turned around, traveling at breakneck speed, fearing the wind would overtake them if they slowed down. The little shell also floated back. The raft raced along for half an hour before finally shaking off the hurricane behind them. Lu Xingchen thought that this hurricane at sea was quite slow. Perhaps it was mainly used to scare people. The crisis averted, Lu Xingchen asked Mimi to continue piloting the Vientiane radar and turned back. After another half hour of sprinting, they finally returned to their previous location. There was no hurricane ahead, so the raft continued its journey. An hour and a half had already passed. In half an hour, the Yufeng concert would begin. Through the chat screen, Lu Xingchen learned that almost everyone had arrived. Those farthest away only needed an hour to reach their designated location. The game was quite user-friendly. However, Lu Xingchen's trips had already delayed them by an hour. Many people were puzzled, and the chat screen was abuzz with discussion. The Yufeng concert is about to begin in half an hour, so why haven't Lu Xingchen and Yuning arrived yet? 2 of the top 3 are late? What a coincidence. The game gives plenty of time. Some people arrive in less than half an hour. Why are they so slow? Yuning, I encountered a hurricane and nearly died. I'll be there soon. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, how about you? Lu Xingchen, I encountered a hurricane too. I wait a little longer. Someone was puzzled. Why? What do you mean, both of them encountered a hurricane? Hey, you're nuts. The announcement 7 days ago said that in 7 days, there would be a drop in temperature, hurricanes, and other disasters. It just so happened that they happened to be there. Oh, what a shame if they missed the concert. Not a shame, hee hee. 4th and 5th place will take over. I'm still looking forward to Nye Bailing. Nye Bailing is here. She's pretty. In the commando group chat, Gao Dafu panicked. Lu Xingchen, how about I call you over? Lu Xingchen, I'm afraid not. Chapter 258. Since the rules are set, if the top 3 can't go, the ones behind them will take their place. I'm afraid the game won't allow for summoning people. Gao Dafu tried inside, it really doesn't work. Lu Xingchen, you better hurry. Lu Xingchen wanted to hurry too. Her raft was practically flying. Gao Dafu comforted, it's okay. According to the rules, you should be there in about 20 minutes. Just in time. Lu Xingchen was still a little worried. Mimi stood at the bow, following Little Shell, driving at full speed. Suddenly, the Vientiane radar sounded the alarm again. Danger, danger, turn immediately, turn immediately. This time, without Mimi's control, the raft turned around. Lu Xingchen panicked. What happened? The Vientiane radar mechanically replied, a great white shark has been spotted ahead. Please flee at full speed. Please flee at full speed. Not far behind the boat, Lu Xingchen spotted the floating fragment of a shark's back. Lu Xingchen, can't we just go around it? Wanxiang radar. Great white shark spotted ahead. Great white shark spotted to the left. Great white shark spotted to the right. Please flee. Surrounded on 3 sides again. How could this happen? This isn't just average bad luck. This is incredibly bad luck. How could we turn around? Any more delay would definitely make us late. The raft slowed down for a moment, and the great white shark behind them was already catching up. Lu Xingchen saw its information. Level 4 Great White Shark. Level 4. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. This level was incredibly high. She might not be able to withstand it alone. Even if she wanted to kill it, it would take her half an hour. She'd be late. What to do? She glanced casually and saw the chat channel was clamoring again. Yuning, oh no! I've encountered a great white shark. Gao Dafu, why are you so unlucky? Hurry up. Yuning, a level 4 mutated great white shark. How dare I go? I'm lucky to be alive. A level 4 mutated great white shark is actually higher level than Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen feels that Yuning's luck must be even worse than hers. Someone was puzzled. What's going on? Yuning's luck is so bad. Gao Dafu, yes, hey, Why hasn't Lu Xingchen arrived yet? Is he stuck too? Lu Xingchen, I also encountered a level 4 great white shark. Gao Dafu, what a coincidence. You and Yuning first encountered a hurricane, then a great white shark. Even the same experience. Such a coincidence, there must be a conspiracy. Yuning, haha, since we two can't go, there will naturally be someone behind us to fill in. Then we see who will be the winner. Someone exclaimed, nearby. Ling Gu Yin. Gu Yin, I can't sing, forfeiting. Gao Dafu, huh? Gu Yin, even if you can't sing, you can't forfeit. What if the mermaid prince has a unique way of thinking, and just likes your tone-deaf voice? Wei Ying, well, I haven't been here long, and there were strong winds. I'm in 6th place, but I never thought of being a substitute. Yu Ning, hee, Nia Bailing. Gao Dafu, 4th place is Nia Bailing. Nia Bailing, don't call me. It's none of my business. I'm not that talented. Yu Ning, what if you do? Nia Bailing, Yu Ning, if you have time, come over here instead of whining and arguing. Ha, what kind of man are you? Yu Ning, hee, Nia Bailing, just wait. Lu Xingchen frowned and stopped looking at the chat channel. She suspected someone was plotting something, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She needed to get to the Yifan concert as soon as possible. Getting there in time would be the ultimate revenge against the conspirators. This time, she had to go. Lu Xingchen grabbed the catapult harpoon and shark net. Now was the time to test their power. She couldn't run away on her own, leaving the raft behind. If a great white shark really caught up with the raft, her family would be doomed, and her grandmother wouldn't be able to handle it alone. She had to make sure this place was safe before she could leave. She said to Wanxiang Radar, wait while I go down and hold off the great white shark. You steer the boat away. She wanted to go down and confront the great white shark. If she was in real danger and couldn't hold on any longer, she could ask Grandma to summon her. If she couldn't defeat it, she could just run. After instructing Grandma, Lu Xingchen said to Lan Lan and Meme, go. They each had 2 pets, so what was there to be afraid of? Lu Xingchen packed up his things and saw the great white shark approaching. He pressed the ejection harpoon trigger and, with a bang, it pierced the great white shark's body. The great white shark immediately struggled and thrashed, and with a thrust, the harpoon dislodged. Lu Xingchen leaped down and engaged the great white shark, with Lan Lan and Meme assisting. Wanxiang Radar maneuvered the raft away. Lu Xingchen had a shark net, but she had to injure the great white shark before she could use it. Otherwise, the net wouldn't be able to trap a level 4 great white shark. Great white sharks are very fierce. Lu Xingchen's body moved like a swimming fish, repeatedly firing the harpoon, piercing the shark's flesh with wounds. It looked powerful, but in reality, it was useless. The shark's skin was too thick, so simply hitting the surface wouldn't cause much damage. After more than 10 minutes, the great white shark remained fierce, but Lu Xingchen's strength was gradually wearing thin. No, we can't delay any longer. If we delay too long, even if we kill the great white shark, we still be late for the Yifan concert. In fact, if we took the raft, she'd be late even now. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then said to Lan Lan, how about I give you an evolution pill? After using it, Lan Lan's abilities would greatly increase, and she could ride her. She could then ride Lan Lan to the Yifan concert and still make it in time. After evolving, Lan Lan's strength and speed would be greatly increased. Of course, Lu Xingchen hadn't used an evolution pill on Lan Lan since she advanced, so she wasn't sure how far it had progressed. Lan Lan was delighted. Great, great. Lan Lan waved her wings. Wait a moment, don't waste the evolution pill. With that, it swooped down and attacked the great white shark with a reckless attack. Its feathers flew, and the great white shark gushed blood. Soon, it was half bald, and the great white shark also had a large area of damage. So this was the way to avoid waste. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Lan Lan, the evolution pill will wear off soon, and you be bald again. Lan Lan was stunned. Oh, that's right, it's over. Meme, idiot. Meme, master, why don't you just give me the evolution pill, not Lan Lan? He's so stupid, what if it gets wasted? After I evolve, maybe I can be a mount. Lan Lan was unhappy. No, I'm already bald. Meme, you be bald too after using the evolution pill. Ah! Lan Lan's tail feathers had fallen off, and she cried to Lu Xingchen, no, I want to evolve. Lan Lan, now a persuasive person, said, Little Lu, I fly fast. Little lambs run, so they're always slower than me. I want to evolve. Lu Xingchen looked at Lan Lan, who was losing her balance and flying crookedly, and sighed, Okay, I give it to you. Mimi hummed. It knew it was safest to give it to Lan Lan. At least it would guarantee speed. Lu Xingchen took out an evolution pill and dropped it into Lan Lan's mouth. Then he joined the fierce battle against the great shark. Lan Lan let out a long cry and suddenly grew larger. Its feathers shimmered, its 7-tail feathers fluttering, and the crest on its head was dazzling. It already had the faintest resemblance to a blue phoenix. Lan Lan cried out, Little Lu, look at me, look at me. Chapter 259. Lu Xingchen saw Lan Lan's profile. Red-billed blue magpie, blue Luan bloodline, upgradable, level 5 mutation, temporary evolution. Skill 1, chain claws, upgraded chain claws, powerful attack. Skill 2, lingering sounds, upgraded to heavenly sounds, use music attacks to confuse enemies. Skill 3, changeable shape, can change size at will. Lan Lan's first 2 skills have been greatly enhanced. Lan Lan let out a long cry, her 7-tail feathers ablaze, and she raised her head to sing, unexpectedly producing a melodious and beautiful melody. Lu Xingchen didn't notice much, but the great white shark was sluggish and a bit dazed. Okay, good, let's kill it while we're at it. Now, Lu Xingchen cast his shark net, ensnaring the great white shark. He then emerged from the water, activated his water boots, and treaded on the water. She tossed the shark net to Mimi, who then took out her silver horn bow, loaded it with feather arrows, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Puff, 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 each one hitting the great white shark. One of the arrows was a swift feather arrow, poisoned, causing it to bleed profusely. The feather arrows were incredibly powerful, and the great white shark, sensing something was amiss, dove into the water and tried to escape. However, Lan Lan's singing slowed it considerably. Lu Xingchen rushed in, unsheathed his harpoon, and continued his attack. Mimi held onto the shark net, letting the great white shark thrash and struggle. The net's 2 abilities activated, causing the great white shark to struggle even more intensely. Struggling, it ran. Now, it was severely wounded, and all it had to do was wait for its strength to run out. Lu Xingchen wiped his sweat from his forehead and glanced at the chat screen nearby. Oh no! The Yufeng concert is about to begin. Gao Dafu, Wei Lin, and the others were all anxiously calling out to Lu Xingchen. Why hasn't Lu Xingchen arrived yet? She's number 1 in favorability, and she's just given up? Didn't she just say that? She encountered a level 4 man-eating shark and can't come. What a pity! Haha, it's not a pity. Every generation has its own talented people, isn't it? Isn't there Nia Bailing? With her around, the others wouldn't have much hope. Don't you take Jiangwen less seriously? Okay. I still hope Lu Xingchen can come. After all, she has the highest favorability, making it easiest to reach level 60. Nia Bailing isn't bad either. She's incredibly lucky, and she's already on the verge of surpassing Lu Xingchen. Everyone, don't just focus on one person. Give the younger ones a chance. Gao Dafu. So 20-something is considered old. Then shouldn't we? Is it older? How about we all lie down? Wei Lin. Well, I'm old too. Wei Ying. What does age have to do with it? If you're capable, just go for it. Just don't try to scheme. Yu Ning. That's right. In the commando group chat, Gao Dafu kept calling out, Lu Xingchen, killing the great white shark? Quick, gather me and Gu Yin. Wei Lin, we can go too. We have more people. Lu Xingchen looked at the gradually weakening great white shark and said, done. Gao Dafu, done? Great. Come on. Wei Ying, oh no! 3 minutes left. Xingchen, come on. Lu Xingchen glanced at it. So soon? Only 3 minutes left? Never mind. Why not go before the great white shark is dead? She packed up and was about to call Lan Lan when the great white shark stopped struggling. Killed a level 4 great white shark. Do you want to disassemble it? Yes. You receive shark meat X20, shark skin X2, and shark teeth X20, which have already been placed in your storage backpack. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave when she noticed a small treasure chest slowly appearing where the great white shark's corpse had been. There was a treasure chest, so why would she let it go? She hurried over and opened it. Opening it, she received a bad luck card X1. What is this? Bad luck card. Can only be used by players in this zone. After using it on a target, their luck will be greatly reduced, making them more likely to encounter hurricanes, sharks, and other things. Duration: 3 hours, usable once. Lu Xingchen's expression froze. There's actually such a thing. So, was someone using a bad luck card to make her so unlucky just now? Haha, she had a vague idea of who it was, but there was no time to worry about it now. Better to get to the Yufeng singing concert right away. She tucked Meow Meow into the pet bag and waved to Lon Lon. Come on, Lon Lon, let's fly over. Lon Lon cheered, okay. It swooped down, and Lu Xingchen leaped onto its back. Lil Shell began to drift forward. As expected, riding a mount was possible without a raft. Lon Lon was very fast. The faster it flew, the faster Little Shell flew. So, they sped along, and soon they were nearing the Yufeng concert. At this point, everyone at the Yufeng concert was getting anxious. The mission's success depended on everyone. There were only 7 or 8 groups of people watching the fun. The top 3 were the most important. The top 3 were the real stars. With Yu Ning's encounter, with the great white shark hanging in the balance, and Lu Xingchen unable to make it, only Jiang Wenle, Nia Bailing, and Gu Yin and Wei Ying remained. If Gu Yin gave up, Wei Ying would have to take over. Wei Ying was apprehensive. No, my singing is just average. What if I upset Prince by singing with him? Wei Lin, come on, are you still giving up? Wei Ying, Xingchen, come on, I don't want to sing. I really can't do it. The 7th place winner was a little girl, nearly in tears. She was still in school, from a province with a high college entrance exam score. She was constantly cramming for exams, so how could she have time to sing? 8th place wasn't good either. After all, the only 2 left were Jiang Wenle and Nia Bailing. Everyone in the chat channel shared the same sentiment. They had given up on Lu Xingchen and shifted their focus to Jiang Wenle and Nia Bailing. Nia Bailing sat upright in his chair, energetic and vigorous. Jiang Wenle sat there, feeling uneasy. He was afraid he wouldn't sing well and get beaten by Prince. Qin Shiro slowly consoled him. The onlookers saw it was over. Jiang Wenle wasn't going to win either. His mental toughness was too poor. The only one who could stand a chance was Nia Bailing. Someone was already buying shares in the chat. I'm backing Nia Bailing. The advantage is too obvious. Jiang Wenle looks okay. He's good looking, sings well, and can dance, but he's a bit timid. He lacks mental toughness. Pass him. Nia Bailing is amazing. I'm bullish on her. I'm bullish on her too. She's not afraid of this kind of situation. That's rare at her age. Zhou Jin, haha, my junior sister is a rising star in District 33. Yu Ning, rising by conspiracy? Zhou Jin, Yu Ning, are you done yet? We haven't even settled the score with you for lying to my junior sister yet. Yu Ning, haha, God sees what you do. Nia Feng, keep an eye on your daughter. If you don't, I teach her a lesson for you. Nia Feng, Yu Ning, I advise you to hurry over here. Yu Ning, ask your daughter if she means the same thing. Nia Bailing, once I escape the great shark, I definitely expose your true colors. Haha, genius girl? Soul singer? You're nothing. Nia Feng, Yu Ning, don't go too far. Gao Dafu, ahem, although I love to read gossip, can we hold off on this for a while? The Yufeng singing concert is about to start. Wei Ying, hey, it's been over a minute. Why is the prince still sleeping? Chapter 260. The prince sat on the large shell, his brows downcast, motionless, his hands slumped in his lap. He was clearly asleep. It was 11:11, and the prince was still asleep. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Wei Lin breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Wei Ying, Lu Xingchen is on his way. It's best to let the prince get some sleep. Qin Wuchuan was close by. He looked up in surprise, said nothing, nodded slightly, and hushed to those around him. Zhou Jin whispered to Nia Feng, we can't wait any longer, right? What if Lu Xingchen shows up? Although he felt that Lu Xingchen was definitely no match for Nia Bailing, he still didn't want to let Lu Xingchen have his way. Nia Bailing sat up straight and shouted, Mermaid Prince, Ryan? Are we starting now? Someone immediately complained, Nia Bailing, Lu Xingchen, and Yu Ning haven't arrived yet. What's wrong with you waiting? Gao Dafu, she's not stupid. How could she wait? If she waits any longer, she'd be out of luck. Nia Bailing's expression was serious. Since the announcement states it starts at 11 o'clock, what if something unexpected happens if we don't? Are we going to disregard the interests of the entire district for the sake of 1 or 2 people? Her words silenced the disgruntled voices. No one wanted an accident to happen. The lives of everyone in the district were at stake. However, the Mermaid Prince still showed no signs of waking up. There were only a dozen or so groups here, and most were anxiously awaiting the outcome. Many people were asking questions in the chat room. With a dozen groups, each with several people, there were quite a few people here, so there were always those who liked to share. So, She explained the situation. The chat channel was buzzing with opinions. Should we wait for Lu Xingchen and Yuning? Lu Xingchen is so versatile, he should be a good singer too. Yuning actually sings beautifully, and is a singing sensation at school. These two still have a good chance of winning. Actually, no matter what, as long as one person wins, it doesn't matter who it is. Nie Bailing and Jiang Wenle are also good. But Lu Xingchen and Yuning have the highest favorability, so winning them will help them reach 60 faster. Hey, guess, does Nie Bailing want to wait? Nie Bailing certainly didn't. She glanced at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin stood up and shouted, Mermaid Prince, it's time. Is the Yufeng singing concert about to begin? He actually shouted. Finally, the Mermaid Prince opened his eyes, his gaze filled with impatience. The Mermaid Prince said, no loud noises allowed during the Yufeng singing concert. With a gentle flick of his tail, Zhou Jin landed in the sea with a splash. Zhou Jin screamed, Junior sister, my legs won't move. If he couldn't move his legs even after reaching the sea, wouldn't he have drowned? Zhou Jin's head floated up and down, and Nie Bailing didn't even move. Finally, Nie Feng gently stepped off the cloud boat and dragged Zhou Jin onto his own raft. Now, when they tried to get out, they couldn't. Zhou Jin had already offended the Mermaid Prince. The Mermaid Prince yawned softly. Is everyone here? Gao Dafu quickly said, No, someone else will be here soon. Prince, can you wait a moment? Hey, let me sing you a little song to cheer you up. The prince gave Gao Dafu a disdainful look. Gu Yan glared at Gao Dafu. If Gao Dafu had sung a little song, the prince would probably have thrown him overboard. Maybe a bunch of sharks will gather around. The Mermaid Prince glanced at everyone. Well, where are Lu Xingchen and Yuning? Wei Lin gestured to Gao Dafu, who was about to speak, stopping him and saying, they were delayed on the way. Lu Xingchen will be here soon. The Mermaid Prince glanced at Wei Lin, dressed in light blue, and nodded. Okay. Is that all? Why haven't you announced the start yet? Nie Bailing was anxious. Ryan, it's time. Should we start the concert? She couldn't wait to show off her skills at this important event. She could see on the chat screen that someone had already started recording the video. After the concert, everyone would know just how powerful she was. The Mermaid Prince was slow to react, yawned again, and didn't answer. Nie Bailing, Prince, should we start? She was startled to notice that the Mermaid Prince's favorability towards her had dropped by 1 point. No more. If she said any more, her favorability rating would drop even further, perhaps even lower than Gu Yan and Wei Ying's. Nie Bailing shut up. The Mermaid Prince slowly glanced at the crowd again and said, okay, let's begin. Gao Dafu, Prince, the first person hasn't arrived yet. They be here in a few minutes. The Mermaid Prince, second person first. Jiang Wenle was pushed out. The prince took out his moonlight harp, lowered his head, and plucked it a little. Begin. The Mermaid Prince played a melodious tune, and Jiang Wenle sang along. At first, his voice trembled slightly, perhaps out of fear. But as the song progressed, his confidence grew, and his voice became more fluent. Everyone nodded silently. Jiang Wenle's singing skills were indeed impressive. After the song ended, the Mermaid Prince nodded, and Jiang Wenle retreated, already covered in a cold sweat. Next, it was Nie Bailing's turn. Nie Bailing stood before the Mermaid Prince with her head held high and chest puffed out, confidently saying, Ryan, I'm ready. The Mermaid Prince nodded and played another piece, this one with a higher pitch. Nie Bailing sang along. She felt even more confident. She had a wide vocal range, capable of hitting both high and low notes, and the high notes were what really showed off her expertise. She knew Jiang Wenle was amazing, but Jiang Wenle had been a bit nervous at first, so no matter what, she was still slightly better than him. Someone had already posted a clip of the two of them in the chat channel. Everyone witnessed their performance, and now, most people were leaning towards Nie Bailing. She's truly a talented young soul singer. Her singing skills may be a little immature, but she's full of spirit. I'm rooting for Nie Bailing. Alas, Jiang Wenle is actually quite good, but he's just too timid. What a shame. Nie Bailing definitely won this time. Looks like we have to rely on her for District 33. Zhou Jin and Nie Feng couldn't go to the Yunfang, so they could only stand on the raft from a distance. Seeing everyone praising Nie Bailing in the chat, they smiled. Zhou Jin, Master, junior sister is amazing. Nie Feng, yes, she's always been great. She's his proudest daughter. Zhou Jin spoke on Nie Bailing's behalf in the chat. My junior sister is very responsible. She said she helped the Mermaid Prince and the players in District 33. She keeps her word and will definitely do her best. Nie Feng, Bailing is very generous. Now, most people were in favor. After all, they really could only rely on Ye Bailing now. The chat channel was filled with flattery. Gao Dafu, what's going on? Do you look down on Lu Xingchen or Gu Yin? Lu Xingchen hasn't even arrived yet? If she can't, Gu Yin can fill in. Someone was surprised. Gu Yin can sing? I can't tell. Gao Dafu, who can't sing? Gu Yin has a unique voice. Maybe the prince would like that? The mermaid prince glanced at everyone. Ye Bailing was anxious. Wasn't Gu Yin supposed to sing the chorus next? Why was the mermaid prince so slow? If he was any slower, Lu Xingchen would be here soon. Ye Bailing, Ryan, do you want to continue? Gao Dafu was unceremonious. Are you the prince, or is he the prince? Ye Bailing, aren't you meddling too much? Ye Bailing sneered. So what? According to the rules, Lu Xingchen is late, and has already lost his eligibility for the Yufeng singing concert. The mermaid prince raised his eyes, and gave Ye Bailing a cold glance. Whether Lu Xingchen qualifies or not is up to me. Chapter 261. A long, melodious cry echoed from afar, and a dazzlingly large bird spread its wings and flew towards them. Lon Lon had already begun to take on the appearance of a blue phoenix. Each of its feathers, each a pale blue gradient, seemed to glow, and its 7 tail feathers swayed in the wind, shimmering with brilliance and extraordinary beauty. A small crest perched high on its head, adding a touch of nobility and distinction. A blue phoenix naturally possesses an aura of superiority and dominance. It gently landed on the cloud boat, and Lu Xingchen jumped off. Many people were meeting Lu Xingchen for the first time. They had only heard of Lu Xingchen, never seen her in person. They had never expected her to be so young. Although her features were delicate, her high ponytail, smooth forehead, slightly raised brows, and calm eyes gave her a refreshing and heroic air. Lu Xingchen, like Lon Lon, made a powerful visual impact on everyone. Lu Xingchen nodded to the mermaid prince, and said apologetically, "Sorry, something happened on the way. I was delayed." The mermaid prince simply stared at Lon Lon in amazement. Lon Lon let out a long cry, and the mermaid prince exclaimed, "Its voice is beautiful, like a fine instrument." Indeed, Lon Lan's voice was truly beautiful. When Lu Xingchen first met Lon Lon, he had already thought its voice was melodious. Now, after several evolutions, Lon Lan's voice had naturally improved. Lon Lon, satisfied, cried out again. Lu Xingchen said to the mermaid prince seriously, "Ryan, in my opinion, your voice is like a heavenly sound. For ordinary people to play or sing with you would only lower the quality of the entire piece. It would be a great disservice to you." Gao Dafu was dumbfounded and muttered that flattery. "Wow, that's excellent." Lu Xingchen ignored him and continued, "So, I like Lon Lon to accompany you. What do you think? Lon Lon is a master of music, far superior to me." The mermaid prince kept a faint smile on his face after hearing Lu Xingchen's words. He clearly preferred Lon Lon and nodded immediately, "Okay." Everyone was stunned. How could this be? Now, even a blind person could tell that Lon Lan's background was extraordinary. The mermaid prince naturally knew that Lon Lon was a descendant of the Qinghuan. The Qinghuan was skilled in music, with a melodious voice far superior to that of an ordinary person. Naturally, he preferred to accompany a descendant of the Qinghuan. It was a perfect match. Lu Xingchen winked at Lon Lon. This was something she and Lon Lon had discussed on the way. Her singing was truly mediocre, almost tone-deaf. Lon Lon was countless levels better than her, and she was eager to showcase her evolved voice. Lu Xingchen had only one request for it: sing well, and don't talk. The mermaid prince immediately took up his harp, and a tune poured out of his hands. After just a few seconds, Lon Lon immediately broke into song, chorusing with every note. No practice was needed. Having evolved several levels, it had developed a natural sensitivity to music. Everyone was mesmerized by this song. While the mermaid prince's harp music was melodious and captivating, Lon Lan's voice seemed to possess a natural magic that captivated them. The song lasted for several minutes before the mermaid prince finally concluded, with a feeling of lingering reluctance. Lon Lon also paused. It took a long time for everyone to recover. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Dafu finally shook his head and said, "Not bad, not bad. I never thought Lon Lan's voice could be so beautiful." Wei Ying, no wonder. Every time Lon Lon speaks, people tend to ignore her voice. Wei Lin, perhaps it's a form of self-protection. Everyone suddenly woke up. Did I just hear fairy music? Look at that bird, confirm it. It's indeed fairy music. In fact, the winner is already decided. Look, look! The mermaid prince is smiling happily. He was frowning at first, but since Lu Xingchen arrived, His mood has improved. The mermaid prince put away his harp and said to Lu Xingchen, I'm very satisfied. Now everyone knew. There was no suspense. Nia Bailing's face was pale. After listening to Lan Lan and the mermaid prince's duet, she knew she had lost. But it shouldn't have been this way. Lan Lan is a bird, and if a bird wins, it doesn't count as Lu Xingchen's victory. She looked at the mermaid prince expectantly. The mermaid prince waved his hand. All right, thank you everyone. Now, the singing competition is over. Everyone go home. Nia Bailing stared at the mermaid prince. Her favorability with the mermaid prince hadn't increased. She anxiously asked, so? Who's first place? The mermaid prince was stunned. It's just a singing competition, and there are rankings? Why not? Everyone was stunned. The announcement stated that the person who was most compatible with the prince would receive his favor and gifts. Of course, there would be first and second place. However, none of them dared to ask any more questions. The mermaid prince had a strange personality. If they asked too many questions, what if he got angry and kicked them out? They didn't care. It wouldn't be them anyway. Now, the only person who cared was Nia Bailing. Nia Bailing looked at the mermaid prince's unmoved favorability rating and asked unwillingly, Ryan, among the people playing together, who is the one you're most compatible with? She emphasized the word people. The mermaid prince's smile faded. All right, you all go. Lu Xingchen, you stay. Nia Bailing, no, prince, since you're holding a singing competition, you have to make it clear. Who was the one he was most compatible with? Of course, it was her. Lan Lan was a bird, not a human. The mermaid prince grew impatient. It's Lu Xingchen. It's so obvious, can't you see? Nia Bailing, when did she play together with you? The mermaid prince completely lost his patience and shouted, Get out. With a flick of his tail, everyone was forced off the cloud boat and back onto their own rafts. The mermaid prince's strength was so overwhelming that the players stumbled, struggling to cling to the raft. When everyone looked up again, Yunfang and the mermaid prince were gone, along with Lu Xingchen and Lan Lan. Everyone complained, What's wrong with Nia Bailing? How dare she talk to the mermaid prince like that? It's clear who's in first place, so why is she still asking so many questions? That's right. Otherwise, I could have stayed a little longer, which means I could have gotten some benefits. Nia Bailing is a bit aggressive. Too reckless, after all, she's young. She's not convinced because Lu Xingchen didn't do it herself, but had a pet do it. Aren't pets and owners one? What's there to be dissatisfied about? I think this girl is a bit too picky. Nia Bailing was truly furious. Lu Xingchen remained on Yunfang. After Lan Lan and the mermaid prince played together, she noticed that the mermaid prince's favorability had changed. From 28 to 48, she was so happy. This time her bet paid off. Lan Lan was truly amazing. Without the others, the mermaid prince's face broke into a smile again. Lu Xingchen, thank you for your harp, and thank you for letting Lan Lan play with me. The mermaid prince was very satisfied with the performance. Lu Xingchen, however, was thinking about something else. It was already the second day. In 1 day and 2 hours, the prince would turn evil. The prince's favorability towards her was only 48. He couldn't control his evil tendencies at all. What should he do? Chapter 262. What else did the prince want? Yes, the prince ran away from home. Running away at this age usually means having an argument with his parents. He also wrote in the note that he loved his mother, but she didn't love him. So, that's where we should start. We need to think about how to bring it up, so it doesn't seem awkward. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen's face darkened. The mermaid prince was puzzled and asked, Lu Xingchen, are you having any problems? Lu Xingchen sighed, I miss my brother. My brother and I often argued when we were young. As we grew older and became more sensible, we got along well. But since we each had our own jobs, we rarely spend time together. A few months ago, my brother disappeared. He wasn't missing, he was in a plane crash. She had always believed her brother was dead. What Lu Xingchen said was the truth. She and her brother didn't always get along. She had her own rebellious phase. Unable to vent this rebelliousness on her aging grandparents, she took it out on her older brother, leading to a brief disagreement between them. Later, her brother got married, and she became so busy with work that they saw each other less and less. When her brother's plane crashed, Lu Xingchen was heartbroken and became even more paralyzed by work. Thinking of this, Lu Xingchen's nose tightened and tears fell. Just as she was about to continue, the mermaid prince burst into tears too. He whispered, It's the same with me and my sister. My sister disappeared. What? Lu Xingchen's tears immediately stopped, and so did her sorrow. It was happening. It was finally happening. It was a big deal. The mermaid prince's expression was bleak. My sister had a fight with me, and with Mom, and she ran away from home. Oh, the younger sister ran away from home, and the older brother also ran away from home. Lu Xingchen felt a little pity for the poor mother. Two rebellious children are so hard to deal with. The mermaid prince said softly, I've been looking for her, but I can't find her. She must be hiding from me. Lu Xingchen immediately said, How about I help you find her? The prince was startled. Lu Xingchen quickly said, She might be hiding from you. She doesn't know me, so she definitely isn't. I help you find her. The mermaid prince's brows relaxed. Really? Would that be too much trouble? Lu Xingchen, aren't friends meant to be troublesome? Don't worry, I take care of it. She struck while the iron was hot. Tell me about your sister's appearance and other things, and I go find her. The mermaid prince lost himself in memories. My sister, she's very beautiful, like me, with very long light blue hair. Her skin is a little darker than mine. She's a very mischievous little girl. She has a very long tail, and she's always been able to swim faster than me. Lu Xingchen secretly observed the mermaid prince. She was a little puzzled. Why did he need to recall what his sister looked like? Shouldn't he just tell her the moment he opened his mouth? The mermaid prince continued, By the way, she was wearing a pearl necklace with a large orange gem hanging from it. You know when you see it. The characteristic was already obvious. Lu Xingchen nodded. Okay, I understand. After a moment's thought, she asked, What do you like about your sister? The mermaid prince was stunned. She likes dark places. She also likes pearls. Lu Xingchen, wanting to know more, asked, Anything else? The mermaid prince hesitated for a moment and said, My sister is quite aggressive. If you see her, contact me. Don't let her attack you. He then gave Lu Xingchen a purple shell, about the size of a palm, and said, Talk to the shell. I hear you, and rushed to your side immediately. Lu Xingchen accepted the purple shell and said, Okay. She felt that if she could help the prince find his sister, her favorability rating would definitely exceed 60. This matter needed to be handled properly. Suddenly Lan Lan screamed, Ah, my feathers! My feathers! Ah, I'm bald! I'm bald! Lu Xingchen looked back and saw Lan Lan's body limp, falling to the ground. Its feathers were scattered. Weren't they the ones who lost their feathers during the fight with the great white shark? The evolution pill had lost its effect. Lan Lan would be weakened for 12 hours. It was over. Lan Lan didn't know how long he would be bald. After all, it would be difficult for him to advance to the next stage. Lan Lan's tail was also bald. Even after the weakening period, he wouldn't be able to fly well. Lu Xingchen quickly hugged it to comfort it. Blue didn't care about appearances, but it cared about whether it was enjoying its flight, so it whimpered. If Lu Xingchen hadn't covered its mouth, it would probably have started cursing again. The mermaid prince looked at it, took out his harp, and said, How about I help it? Lu Xingchen was stunned. How? The mermaid prince's music had already begun. It was similar to the previous drizzly morning, soft and beautiful. Lu Xingchen listened along mesmerized. When the song ended, Blue exclaimed, Hey, my feathers are healed. I'm not bald anymore. Haha, I'm fine again. Woo! It was Lu Xingchen, and Lu Xingchen had accurately pinched its mouth. Seriously, Lan Lan couldn't hold her tongue. Too much talk would ruin the mermaid prince's good impression. After all, the mermaid prince, so delicate and refined, surely couldn't bear such rude words. The mermaid prince smiled faintly. Congratulations. I'm off now, Lu Xingchen. I wait for your good news. With that, the mermaid prince flicked his tail, and the cloud boat vanished. He rode away on a large seashell. Lu Xingchen and Lan Lan fell into the sea. Fortunately, Lu Xingchen acted quickly, and quickly tucked Lan Lan into the pet bag. Otherwise, the weakened Lan Lan would have been completely soaked. Lu Xingchen sank into the sea. Now, she had no idea how far away she was from her raft, and could only wait to be summoned. After saying goodbye to her grandmother, she was summoned back to the raft. It was midday, and Lu Xingchen had just finished lunch before she had time to check the chat channel. The commando group chat was already filled with several messages. Gao Dafu, is Nia Bailing crazy? Wei Ying, she's so depressed. She's been looking for Xingchen in the chat for ages. What's the point of her looking for Xingchen? It's the prince who thinks she's not good enough, not Xingchen. If she had the guts, she could have gone to the prince. Gao Dafu, does she have the qualifications? Wei Lin, she's either too young, or she's used to being number 1 and can't stand being number 2. Gao Dafu, TSK, I've always been last, isn't that good? It's better to be last. No pressure. Gu Yin, there's pressure. Gao Dafu, yes, several times I was last. Yidu almost fell. Lu Xingchen, what's wrong? Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, you're finally here. Did the mermaid prince give you some special treatment? Lu Xingchen, guess? Gao Dafu, hey, no guesses. When we're rich and powerful, let's not forget each other. Being last won't put pressure on anyone. Everyone who passes by, give us a hand. Lu Xingchen had been watching the chat all day, when he happened to see Nia Bailing giving a lengthy speech. Nia Bailing, haha, what I hate most is people who rely on shady tactics instead of real skills. So what if they got first place? Nia Bailing, using a pet to compete, how is that any different from cheating? Chapter 263. Nia Bailing, Lu Xingchen, why haven't you replied in so long? What's wrong? You're afraid to show your face now that you've cheated, right? Gao Dafu, I've been nagging you for ages. When will you stop? Lu Xingchen, looking for me? Sorry, the mermaid prince and I have been chatting privately for so long I haven't had time to check the chat. Nia Bailing, how did I cheat? Nia Bailing, did you rely on your true skills? Are you really a good singer? It's all about your pet. Lu Xingchen scoffed, aren't pets mine? If my pet wins, doesn't that mean I win? Haha, my pet killed the beast, or I decompose the corpse to get the treasure. Are you angry too? Do you think it's unfair? Her words were so reasonable that the players felt the same way. That's right, pets are. It's someone else's. I don't understand why Nia Bailing can't figure it out. She's been making a fuss in the chat for ages. Seeing as she's so young, I'm embarrassed to say anything. Nia Feng, why don't you step in and take care of it? My Wonkai has saved me so many times. Is there anyone who thinks it's unfair and wants to criticize me? That's terrible. Now that you mention it, I think Nia Bailing is being unreasonable. Okay girl, stop making a fuss and get some rest. Nia Bailing was furious and burst into tears. Why? It's just unfair, unfair, unfair. Nia Bailing, Lu Xingchen didn't rely on his own skills, he cheated. Lu Xingchen, how is it not my skill? I didn't adopt the pet, I didn't raise it. She usually didn't like to argue about this, but she couldn't stand Nia Bailing anymore. Gao Dafu, if you have the guts, go and make a fuss with the mermaid prince. You're crazy. Nia Feng had long sensed something was amiss, and quickly said to Nia Bailing, Bailing, stop it. We really lost. Nia Bailing turned and shouted, why are you helping others? Tears streamed down her cheeks. You've never helped me or mom. Nia Feng's face changed drastically. After a moment, he said with difficulty, Bailing, it's daddy's fault. I try harder. Nia Bailing wiped away her tears, her face stern. No, I can do it myself. Nia Bailing stopped making noises in the chat room, and everyone resumed chatting. Of course, most of the conversation was about concerns about the prince's dark side. Lu Xingchen took out the purple shell, and was thinking about how to find the mermaid prince's sister, when he suddenly received a private message from a stranger. Yuning, Lu Xingchen, we've all been tricked. Lu Xingchen, are you talking about Hurricane and White Shark? Yuning, yes, I finally managed to escape, and now I have time to tell you. Open your profile, and take a look at your information. Lu Xingchen opened his profile and saw, name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 17 plus 5 plus 2. Agility, 20 plus 5. Const, 17 plus 5 plus 3. Poison resistance, 10. Occupation, none. Skills, basic trap, basic pharmacy. Negative effect, bad luck card, time remaining, 50 minutes. Huh? There's an extra line of small text at the end, adding a negative effect. And the negative effect is bad luck, and it has a 50-minute duration. This is clearly the effect of a bad luck card. No wonder. She thought of it the moment she got the bad luck card, but it was too urgent. She had to rush to the Yufeng concert, so she didn't have time to think about it. After she gained the negative effect, neither the system nor the game notified her. It was silently acquired. Only by opening her profile and carefully examining it could she discover the negative effect. Most people wouldn't notice. As for who gave her the bad luck card, it was obvious it had to be Nia Bailing. She was the only beneficiary. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. This little girl was so vicious. Seeing her young age, I assumed she was just being competitive, but I hadn't expected her to be so ruthless. How could she not fight back? She immediately took out the bad luck card and swiped it. A small screen of light appeared. Please tell me the target of the bad luck card. Lu Xingchen, Nia Bailing. The bad luck card. There's only one Nia Bailing in this area. Are you sure you want to use it? Lu Xingchen, yes. The bad luck card flashed, emitting a stream of light that vanished in an instant. It worked, Lu Xingchen sneered. She only had 1 day left. She needed to find the mermaid prince's sister quickly. She let the bad luck card avenge her first. Just as she finished using the bad luck card, Gao Dafu's private message came. Look, Lu Xingchen, hurry up, chat channel, eat some melons, big melons. Lu Xingchen, survival game, you're still eating some melons? Gao Dafu, finding joy in misery. Hurry up. Nia Bailing and Yuning are fighting. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen and, as expected, Yuning was retaliating against Nia Bailing. Yuning, Nia Bailing, you used the bad luck card on me and Lu Xingchen to stop us from going to the Yufeng singing party, didn't you? Nia Bailing, where's the evidence? Yuning released a screenshot of his personal information, only the last bit, of course, and sneered. Then please tell me, who could have used such a precious bad luck card, and it happened to work during the 3 hours of attending the Yufeng concert? Who benefits? Who is the winner? Nia Bailing, haha, you've deceived so many people, who could have done it? Yuning, what about Lu Xingchen? Nia Bailing, she's offended quite a few people too. Yuning, so you knew she had the bad luck card used on her too? Nia Bailing, I just guessed. Yuning, haha, everyone, think about it, who could have used the bad luck card on me and Lu Xingchen? His screenshots were clear. Chew, everyone was in an uproar. No wonder, Yuning and Lu Xingchen both encountered a hurricane first, and then a man-eating shark. So there's such a card? Actually, I only have one. I thought it would work on exotic beasts, but it doesn't, only on players. Is the bad luck card that effective? Would Nia Bailing be willing to use it? Why would he be reluctant? After all, if your favorability with the prince is over 60, you get a fully automatic constant temperature system. Did everyone forget about the reward? Looking back, it can only be Nia Bailing. It's a bit scary. So young yet so vicious. Everyone had their own brains, and many speculated that it was Nia Bailing who used the bad luck card. People were buzzing, and many even began cursing Nia Bailing. After all, Lu Xingchen had the highest favorability with the prince, and Nia Bailing's actions were harming the interests of the entire district. After so much scolding, some began to lament. Why did Nia Bailing do that? What a waste for such a talented young woman, huh? Yeah, she's a top student, a martial arts champion, and a soul singer, so why did she resort to such tactics? Maybe her other titles weren't earned legitimately? Yuning, you're right. Last year, she used public opinion to drive out her most likely championship rival Yu Jing, my sister. Yuning gritted her teeth and said, before joining the survival game, my sister was in the hospital for depression. Everyone was shocked. Ah, there's still this kind of thing going on? Yuning sneered. Nia Bailing has only become famous in the past 3 years, and she's been a victim of this more than once. Nia Bailing, you always nip your competitors in the bud. You've used this tactic more than once, haven't you? Chapter 264. Nia Bailing, Yuning, you need evidence when you speak. Yuning, evidence? Think about it. Isn't it true that at every crucial moment, Nia Bailing's biggest rival always gets into trouble? Nia Bailing was quite famous before, and many people knew him. So someone, reflecting on this, felt something was amiss. It seems to be true. I've been following Nia Bailing for a long time, and every time, 1 or 2 strong competitors withdraw for one reason or another. Yes, I remember that too. Those contestants always suffered a terrible fate. Haha, I just realized it. Nia Bailing is a master at manipulating public opinion. Very clever. Pa, is this clever? This is sinister. Nia Bailing sat at the bow, her face gloomy. As the crowd's words grew increasingly unpleasant, she simply watched with the chat screen on, coldly watching, saying nothing. Nia Feng walked over, his face grim. Bailing, where are those 2 bad luck cards I gave you? Nia Bailing suddenly lost all hope and said coldly, I used them. Nia Feng's face changed drastically. Did you really use the bad luck cards on Lu Xingchen and Yuning? Nia Bailing, yes. Nia Feng trembled with anger. You? Why have you become like this? You? He raised his arm angrily and slapped him. Nia Bailing dodged, reached out and grabbed Nia Feng's wrist, sneering, what? You want to hit me? A flicker of regret flashed in Nia Feng's eyes. No, Daddy won't hit you. But Bailing, why are you like this? Nia Bailing was about to say something when the raft was suddenly lifted high, nearly capsizing. A massive figure appeared before them. It was a great white shark, A level 4 great white shark. Niefeng was shocked. Run! He drew his weapon and placed himself in front of Nie Bailing. Zhou Jin ran over, terrified. Master, how did such a large shark appear? Why is it attacking people? The game still protects players. Such high-level great white sharks rarely appear. Even if they did, the great white sharks would just walk away. Now, this great white shark isn't just going to eat us, it's also going to destroy the raft. Nie Bailing's face changed. Something occurred to him. He carefully examined his dashboard and finally opened his profile. He saw a line of small text at the bottom. Negative effect. Bad luck card. Time remaining, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Someone used the bad luck card on her. Who was it? Yuning or Lu Xingchen? If it was Yuning, he wouldn't be so furious and constantly provoking her in the chat. It had to be Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was silent, yet his actions were ruthless. At this moment, Zhou Jin frantically shouted, Turn! Turn quickly! Let's run! No one could outrun the great white shark. The great white shark behind them kept gnawing at the raft, making it impossible to escape. Moreover, if they allowed it to continue gnawing, Nie Bailing and Niefeng's raft would be destroyed. Niefeng gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Jin, let's go down and kill it. Zhou Jin was a little scared. Master, we can't do it alone. Niefeng, gather Zhang Cheng, we come together. Zhang Cheng's injuries had healed, and he was now staying safe on his raft. He'd been much more obedient lately. He hadn't interacted much with Niefeng and the others. Seeing Niefeng summon them, he assumed they were heading to the island. He immediately prepared his supplies, and happily followed the summons. But then, he saw the tumbling great white shark. Zhang Cheng's face immediately paled. How did you get into trouble with this thing? Niefeng, having had seawater splashed in his face, anxiously said, Stop talking. Come on, let's kill it together. Since they were already here, and couldn't leave until 24 hours later, Zhang Cheng naturally had no choice but to go along with them. He cursed them countless times in his heart before he reluctantly jumped into the water. The four of them battled the great white shark for over an hour before finally killing it. By then, Niefeng and Nie Bailing's raft had been largely destroyed, and all four were injured. Poor Zhang Cheng was the worst hit, with barely a single piece of flesh left. Zhou Jin was also seriously injured, groaning as he lay on the raft. Niefeng's leg was also injured. Only Nie Bailing's injuries were less severe. Her face, arms, and legs were also covered in scars. The men were too exhausted to speak a word. They silently applied medicine and bandaged the wounds. Zhang Cheng pleaded, Master Nie, could you give me a few more doses of the golden wound medicine? My leg is failing. Niefeng sighed and gave him all the medicine in his hand. Zhang Cheng sat on the raft, head lowered, carefully applying the medicine to himself, hiding the resentment in his eyes. He never wanted to be around them again, especially Nie Bailing, that evil spirit. Just now, the white shark had been biting her leg, but she had pulled him over and taken the beating for her. Now, on the Nie family's raft, he couldn't lash out. Whenever he had the chance, he would exact revenge on Niefeng and Nie Bailing. Zhou Jin and Zhang Cheng lay at the stern. Nie Bailing, not wanting to be around men, went to the other side of the raft to apply medicine and bandage her arm. Niefeng approached, pleading, Bailing, let's just be nice and stop messing with other people, okay? He had already guessed that Nie Bailing had been dealt a bad luck card. Otherwise, the great shark wouldn't have been so relentless. Nie Bailing turned and glared at Niefeng coldly. I used to be like this. I didn't mess with anyone, but no one ever let me go. Niefeng frowned. Bailing, when you were 15, you already hurt a little girl. Nie Bailing's expression grew even colder. I've told you many times that I was wrong that time. I almost died that time. Niefeng, Bailing. Nie Bailing scoffed. You still don't believe it, do you? She sneered, no wonder. Before my mother died, you never cared about me, and you never understood me. Niefeng was a little embarrassed. Bailing, Nie Bailing lowered her head and tightly wrapped the bandage around her arm. Go check on them. Niefeng left helplessly. Nie Bailing looked at the blood seeping through the bandage, her expression stern. Suddenly, she tightened her grip and muttered, When I was a good person, I only met bad people. Now that I'm a bad person. Haha, the world has finally become a better place. She silently opened her profile. She still had over an hour of bad luck to go. It wasn't over yet. There was another disaster. Chapter 265. Nie Bailing was living in dire straits, and Lu Xingchen probably knew it, but she had no time to care. She was contemplating how to find the mermaid prince's sister. The mermaid prince's sister, like him, had light blue hair, a long tail, slightly dark skin, and was mischievous. There were many qualifiers, but only one was sufficient: mermaid. Where could one find a mermaid? Go down and see. Use the ocean bell to listen to some gossip. Acting immediately, Lu Xingchen packed her things and jumped into the water. The water had cooled considerably due to the drop in temperature, and Lu Xingchen shuddered, becoming even more determined to resolve this matter quickly. Had the temperature dropped any further, she wouldn't have dared to enter the water. She sank into the water, calmed down, and listened to the conversations of the marine life on all sides. There were so many marine creatures, and the conversations were varied and full of nonsense. Lu Xingchen remained underwater for over half an hour before finally catching a glimpse of something. It was a group of small manta rays. Only creatures in groups tend to gossip and gather more information. The manta rays chattered non-stop. The baby seal can't be found. The little seaweed is worried. Woo, little seaweed is so fierce. Little seaweed is angry, run, run. Little seaweed? Baby seal? Lu Xingchen wanted to catch up and ask, but she could only eavesdrop and couldn't participate, and she didn't know how to communicate with the manta rays. As a result, the manta rays quickly swam away. No, we still have to start with the baby seal. It's a sociable animal with a wide circle of friends. Lu Xingchen felt a little cold and quickly surfaced and boarded the raft. She looked around and saw the baby seal guarding the breeding tank. Now, the breeding tank no longer needed to be guarded. Just 3 days more, and the blue krill would be fully grown. Lu Xingchen had already told the little seal, but the little seal, worried, kept watching, probably waiting until the blue krill were grown and it had been given its share. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes at it. There was something strange about the little guy. Every time he mentioned mermaids, he seemed a little unnatural. Lu Xingchen decided to try again. She waved to the little seal. Come here, little bye-bye, come here. I have something to ask you. The little seal had been lying there doing nothing, but when it saw Lu Xingchen looking for it, it happily crawled over, its adorable black eyes wide open, and asked, Wu-wah, what's going on? Lu Xingchen stared at it. Have you ever seen a mermaid? The little seal answered quickly, almost without thinking, No, Wu-wah. Lu Xingchen, are you so sure? Don't you need to think about it? Well, actually, I'm worried. Lately, there have been mermaids coming out at night to eat people. The little seal replied even more. Why, impossible. Lu Xingchen, hey, how do you know it's impossible? The little seal panicked a little this time. Mermaids don't eat people. Lu Xingchen pressed. How do you know? Maybe it's your friend who's eating people. The little seal jumped up. Impossible, she doesn't eat people. Lu Xingchen, oh, your friend, the mermaid, doesn't eat people. The little seal stared with its round black eyes, a little foolishly. Wow, no friends, wow, no mermaids. Lu Xingchen, haha, the little seal does know a thing or two. Bribing the little seal? Unlikely. He still has some conscience. He can't even tempt the blue krill, let alone anything else. This method won't work. If she lets the baby seal go, who knows if it will go looking for its mysterious friend, but the baby seal is so fast underwater that she'd never be able to catch up. What should she do? Lu Xingchen frowned. Mimi, who had been observing Lu Xingchen, walked over to her and whispered, Master, what's the problem? Lu Xingchen whispered, How do you think we can keep up with the baby seal? Mimi was silent for a moment, then said, Master, when I was operating the universal radar, I discovered that it can be upgraded. Lu Xingchen nodded, I know. She had already learned this when she was setting up the universal radar. Mimi, some of the universal radar's functions can also be upgraded, such as a target location function. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, yes, it can locate hostile targets, such as hurricanes, white sharks, and so on. It was because of this that the universal radar could previously predict nearby danger. Mimi, the positioning function can be upgraded. After upgrading, it can locate specific marine life, without danger or hostility. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Really? Mimi, come with me and see. Lu Xingchen and Mimi went to the Vientiane radar and took a look. Sure enough, there was an upgrade option for the positioning function. Clicking it revealed a text description. Positioning, upgradable. After upgrading, it can locate general marine life. Note, obtaining an intermediate positioning chip upgrades this. Intermediate positioning chips can be obtained by killing a level 4 or higher swordfish, marlin, or tuna, with a 5% chance of obtaining one. Lu Xingchen stared at the text description. Not bad, it even gave me a hint on how to obtain a positioning chip. However, swordfish, sailfish, or marlin above level 4 are all fast, highly aggressive, and difficult to find. How can I kill them? Even if I killed him, the chance of obtaining one is only 5%. With her current luck, she'd probably have to kill at least 20 or 30 swordfish. She'd be exhausted and unable to do it. Mimi, Master, it's difficult, isn't it? Alas, Lon Lon and I can only fight on the surface, not in the water. Master, you're so passive. Yes, there's another point. Swordfish, sailfish, and marlin are unlike sharks. They generally stay in slightly deeper waters. They simply don't come up, and Lon Lon and Mimi are powerless. It's over. Lu Xingqian can't kill a single one on her own. Lon Lon rolled over, unconvinced, and asked, "What are you two mumbling about? Little lamb, are you saying bad things about me? I'm only weak for 12 hours, I'll be back soon, and when I do, I won't let you go." It was so weak, yet it stubbornly insisted on joining in. Lu Xingqian turned around and sighed. "Can't you just rest for a while?" The beautifully rolled feathers were now covered in dirt. Huh? Wasn't her raft always spotless? How could there be dirt? Oh no, the little panda is ruining the crops again. It had already dug a hole in the ground, uprooting the plants everywhere. Why is a little panda destroying the house? Lu Xingqian, amused and helpless, pulled the little panda out and threw it into Lon Lon and Mimi's hot spring for a bath. She cleaned up the uprooted plants herself. Is it horse-intoxicating grass? I've used it to anesthetize cattle before, so this grass is perfect for use. It wouldn't be a waste to scrape it out. Can it be used on fish? Chapter 266. Even a little bit of help would be enough, right? If it could slow down the swordfish and marlin a bit, it would make things much easier for her. Lu Xingqian immediately put away the horse-drunk grass, deciding to use it later on her shark net and harpoon. As for Lon Lon, Mimi scolded her for being so dirty. Lon Lon was weak after all. Although she had strong verbal skills, her voice was weak. Mimi's scolding left her speechless, and she went to take a shower. Mimi came back. "Master, do you have a solution?" Lu Xingqian, "One thing. Mimi, help me watch the raft. I'll be in the water soon." The path was clear, to kill the swordfish, marlin, and sailfish. Lu Xingqian decided to act quickly. However, she couldn't do it alone. She needed help. She had a ready-made helper. Gu Yin. After making Gu Yin a heavy sword, he promised to be there whenever he was called, without payment. Of course, Lu Xingqian would definitely give something in return. Lu Xingqian immediately called out to Gu Yin, who replied succinctly, "Call me." Lu Xingqian summoned Gu Yin immediately, and Gao Dafu followed shortly after. There was no other way. With the two of them together, Gao Dafu couldn't hide anything. Gao Dafu rubbed his hands eagerly. "Xingqian, another special operation?" Lu Xingqian, "Yes, help me kill the 4-tier swordfish, marlin, and sailfish." "I find something." Gu Yin, "Okay." Gao Dafu, unconcerned, said, "No problem." He whipped out a bunch of harpoons and beamed, "I'm fully prepared this time." Lu Xingqian, What a wealth of money. The three of them discussed a strategy. Gu Yin would still be the primary commander, responsible for the close-range attack, while Lu Xingqian would use a shark net to prevent the swordfish from escaping and attack with his catapult harpoons. Her weapons were all infused with horseweed, so even if it took time, she could still wear the swordfish down. Gao Dafu assisted with the harpoon. After discussing the situation, Lu Xingqian went into the water first. She asked Gu Yin and Gao Dafu to wait while she went to find the swordfish. Once they found it, they would go down. The three of them teamed up, so they could see each other's locations. Swordfish were in the deep sea, a more troublesome place. Lu Xingqian continued to sink, searching for swordfish, sailfish, and marlin while listening to the gossip of the smaller fish and shrimp. The big swordfish are coming again, there are so many of them. Ah, so annoying. Run, let the little seaweed teach it a lesson. The little seaweed ran away, and the little seal ran away too. I miss the little seal. Stop talking, run. Yes, there are legends of little seals everywhere. It seems the swordfish are nearby, and there are several of them. Lu Xingqian sank, observing carefully. Finally, at a certain depth, she spotted a swordfish wandering around. Level 4 swordfish. Okay, that's it. Lu Xingqian called Gu Yin and Gao Dafu. Come down, come to me. A moment later, Gu Yin and Gao Dafu arrived. The swordfish was still wandering not far away. Without a word, Gu Yin attacked with a powerful blow, nearly severing the swordfish's mouth. The swordfish, furious, came over, blood streaming. Undeterred by the outnumbered force, Lu Xingqian charged forward with a slingshot harpoon. Gao Dafu flung out 2 harpoons simultaneously, both hitting the swordfish. Lu Xingqian swung his shark net with a swish, snaring the swordfish. Gu Yan's second wave of attacks arrived, and soon the swordfish, unable to hold out, began to flee. Unfortunately, it was caught in a shark net, and the more it tried to escape, the tighter the net tightened. Soon, the swordfish, exhausted and motionless, was killed by Gu Yan's powerful sword strike. Gu Yan looked at Lu Xingchen, signaling her to make a final move. Lu Xingchen waved her off repeatedly, fearing she might still be facing a bout of bad luck. She pointed at Gao Dafu, asking him to proceed. Gao Dafu went to dismember the body, and came across a small treasure chest. Lu Xingchen still asked him to do it, and Gao Dafu opened it without hesitation. The men didn't ask what was inside, and continued their search for the swordfish. In this area, the three of them spent 2 or 3 hours hunting, finally killing all the nearby swordfish. Lu Xingchen then went to search for sailfish and marlin, killing them whenever she found them, and leaving. Later, the bout of bad luck wore off, and Lu Xingchen began opening chests. However, she never received the location chip upgrade card. When the three of them were tired, they rested, then continued their fight. They fought for 5 or 6 hours, then surfaced for an hour's rest before diving back into the water. They fought from afternoon to evening, and then continued until around 10 p.m. They had killed over 30 swordfish, marlin, and sailfish before Lu Xingchen finally obtained the positioning chip upgrade card. By then, they were all exhausted and could barely move. Besides, they hadn't eaten dinner and were starving. Lu Xingchen sent their current location to Grandma, and then Nini piloted the raft over. The three of them climbed aboard the raft and collapsed, motionless. They were truly exhausted. Lu Xingchen's luck was truly terrible today. With a 5% chance, according to her previous luck, she should have only killed a dozen or so. But their luck was so bad that they killed twice as many fish monsters. The three of them lay there for over half an hour before getting up to eat. Grandma prepared a sumptuous dinner, filling the entire table. The three of them devoured it with gusto, devouring the entire table in just over 10 minutes. Gao Dafu burped contentedly. "Oh, I finally feel like I'm trying to survive." Lu Xingchen rolled up his sleeves, pulled out the positioning chip upgrade card, and approached the Vientiane radar. Positioning chip upgrade card found. Do you want to upgrade the Vientiane radar's positioning function? Yes. Upgrade successful. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the Vientiane radar's interface, and discovered that it could now locate some marine life near the ocean. It even indicated the location of the baby seal. The baby seal was sleeping in the blue krill breeding tank. Okay, done. Chapter 267. However, Lu Xingchen didn't dare chase the little seal away in the middle of the night, leaving it to seek its mysterious friend. There were ghosts at night. More people were expected to die today, and they didn't dare go into the sea in the early morning. It was quite cold. They could only wait until tomorrow morning. Besides, she was exhausted and needed rest. Before they rested, they decided to divide up their gains. They had killed over 30 tier 4 fish monsters and opened numerous chests, so the harvest was certainly substantial. There were 2 leather jacket and pants blueprints, 2 defense cards, 2 summon cards, a small bomb, a sprint card blueprint, an underwater smoke bomb, a catapult harpoon blueprint, and several advanced harpoon blueprints. In addition to these, there was also a cotton coat blueprint and a princess dress blueprint. Lu Xingchen speculated that perhaps the sewing table function had been activated, finally allowing clothing blueprints to drop. The three of them divided the items. Lu Xingchen asked for the padded jacket blueprint, the princess dress blueprint, the underwater smoke bomb, and a defense card, and gave the rest to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan. Fearing she might be in danger the next day, Gao Dafu and Gu Yan insisted on giving her the speed card. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, and made a padded jacket for each of them. She didn't have enough duck down, but she had plenty of cotton. The jackets were warm and long, reaching down to her calves. By the time she finished, it was already early morning. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu had been together for less than 24 hours, so they had to stay on Lu Xingchen's raft. However, they both felt that the nights were still too dangerous, so they decided to rotate shifts, as they had always done, with one person on duty and the other sleeping. They had spent the previous 2 nights this way. Lu Xingchen wanted to join them, with the 3 of them taking turns, but Gao Dafu declined. He chuckled. "You be tracking the little seals tomorrow, so you probably be tired. Go get some rest today. Gu Yan and I will be fine. Just, hee, put your fruit up here, and we be satisfied." He was envious of Lu Xingchen's fruit. Lu Xingchen had plenty, so he immediately laid out a table and went back to rest. In the middle of the night, she suddenly heard singing again. Unlike the enchanting tunes of the past few days, this time, The singing was cold and dark, quite eerie. She woke up with a start. She rushed out of the bedroom, and saw her grandmother rushing out as well. "Grandma, please go back and don't come out," Lu Xingchen said hurriedly. She walked out of the room, and saw Gao Dafu sleeping soundly, and Gu Yin, holding a heavy knife, with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Lu Xingchen jumped down, and came to Gu Yin's side. Gu Yin stared intently into the distance, his expression grim. "Something's happening. Over 1,000 people have died in just a few seconds. The lethality has indeed increased." Lu Xingchen also grew cautious. She quickly opened the chat screen, only to see the players in a state of panic. "Did you hear anything?" "I'm with my companion." He heard a terrifying scream, then trembled with fear and fainted. "Oh, my companion just screamed and jumped into the sea. If I'm right, he's been fed to the sharks. A few of us are still holding on, but some are already collapsing. What should we do? Just an hour ago, 500 or 600 people died, and now over 1,000 more have died. Why won't that monster give up? Ah, those eyes." Lu Xingchen looked up, and saw another pair of enormous, dark blue eyes appear in the air. Those eyes were cold and violent, as if they threatened to tear anyone who looked at them apart. Lu Xingchen's heart pounded. Most people wouldn't dare look into those eyes. She lowered her head, unable to resist a moment's hesitation. Finally, she raised her head again. Those eyes had widened even further, staring at her coldly, emotionless, like a frantic beast. Her heart raced again. No, this couldn't happen. She took a deep breath, drew her silver horn bow, knocked the swift feather arrow, and with a whoosh, shot it towards the eyes. She wasn't expecting anything, just hoping this method would give her some courage. The swift feather arrow flew as fast as a current, tearing through the air and piercing the darkness. Suddenly, the eyes flashed, and a huge deep blue wave seemed to surge in the air, followed by a roar filled with anger. Lu Xingchen's heart trembled again, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on the silver horn bow. But the roar faded, and the eyes vanished with it. The agonizing feeling faded, and Lu Xingchen gradually regained his composure. The sky seemed to brighten. Players chatted in the chat room. "Is everything alright? Looks like we're out of danger." "Yes, I almost couldn't hold on. It was terrifying. I didn't expect the monster to leave us a chance to survive. It was terrifying. My clothes are soaked. No, I need to get some rest." Hoo! That monster's finally gone." Gu Yan looked at Lu Xingchen. "Did you hurt him?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. "I don't know. Poor thing, the only swift feather arrow was gone. She used to use it, but she always remembered to pick it up after using it. Now, she didn't know where it had gone, and there was no way to retrieve it. This was the product of a turn of fortune. What a shame." The crisis was over, and Lu Xingchen went back to sleep. The next day, she entered the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today's Peach Blossom Holy Land's luck blessing. Great fortune. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The familiar luck had returned. The requirements weren't high. Great fortune would suffice. I hoped that today I could find the Mermaid Prince's sister without any problems. No, I had to find the Mermaid Prince's sister today, and before noon. Otherwise, the prince would turn evil. After blessing her luck, Lu Xingchen left the house. Gu Yan and Gao Dafu were helping Grandma cook. Soon, the meal was ready. Lu Xingchen ate a little, cleared the table, and then went to look for the baby seal. The baby seal was still waiting for the blue krill. Last night, when those giant eyes appeared, it had been fast asleep, just like Gao Dafu, so it had no idea what had happened. Lu Xingchen walked over and pawed the little creature. "Little seal, the shrimp won't be well for 2 days. Don't you want to go out and play? You've been here so long, don't your friends miss you?" The little seal blinked its adorable eyes and said, "Shrimp." Lu Xingchen petted it. "Okay, wait here. I have to get busy." She turned and murmured, "Hurry up and kill the little seaweed. Maybe there's a treasure." The little seal scrambled to its feet. "What are you killing?" Lu Xingchen looked at it curiously. "What can I kill?" "Something from the sea." The little seal's eyes were filled with fear. "What?" Lu Xingchen, "Sharks, whales, swordfish, marlin, sailfish, and yellow croaker. We kill whatever we see. What's wrong with that?" "Little seal, seaweed?" Lu Xingchen, "Hey, so many people are rushing to kill seaweed, so I won't join in the fun. Hey, little one, what is seaweed?" The little seal shook its round head vigorously. "I don't know." Lu Xingchen didn't miss the panic in its eyes. With a secret smile on her face, she returned to the table and discussed with Gao Dafu and Gu Yan when to go in the water. After talking for just over 10 minutes, Mimi called out, "Master, the little seal ran away." It ran away without even saying hello. Chapter 268. Lu Xingchen immediately shouted, "Quick, locate, track." Mimi had already set it up. The little seal, spotted as a red dot on the Vientiane radar, was running at full speed. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Chase! After all, it was a little creature, quite easy to fool. Lu Xingchen prepared all his equipment and water-repellent beads, waiting for the right moment to dive in. The raft pursued it. The little seal was too fast, and they couldn't catch it. Fortunately, it was still within the tracking range. Later, the little seal stopped moving, and Lu Xingchen's raft chased it for another half an hour before reaching its location. During this time, the little seal had only moved slightly, indicating that it had remained in one place, its activities unknown. Seeing the raft reach its destination, Lu Xingchen jumped into the water with a plop. Even though she was wearing 2 sets of clothes, which provided some warmth, she still shivered with the cold. Alas, the water is getting colder. I wonder if I can still go in the water tomorrow. After stretching her arms and legs and adjusting to the temperature, Lu Xingchen dove in. The baby seal was right below. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, Lu Xingchen finally heard the baby seal crying, "Woohoo! Don't die!" "What's dying?" Startled, Lu Xingchen swam over quickly. She saw the baby seal, clutching a baby walrus with a broken tooth, sobbing. The baby walrus looked injured, blood oozing from its body. The baby seal, "Woohoo! Go find Xiao Lu." Lu Xingchen spun around, quickly hiding behind a large coral clump, and took a closer look. There was only the baby walrus here, no mermaids at all. Could it be that the baby seal had come to a party with the baby walrus? At this moment, the baby seal was already crying, pushing the baby walrus upwards. It was moving very fast, and by the time Lu Xingchen came to her senses, it and the baby walrus had disappeared. Lu Xingchen circled the area for a long time, finding nothing, and swam up. When she returned to the raft, the baby seal was already waiting anxiously. The baby walrus, with its broken teeth, lay on the deck in agony. Seeing Lu Xingchen approach, the baby seal rushed over. "Help! Help!" Lu Xingchen glanced at the baby walrus. "Let me save it. My medicine is precious. I can't save it easily." The baby seal kept begging, "Help! Help! I don't want shrimp." Oh, what a sacrifice! To save the baby walrus, even his beloved blue krill were given up. Have a little conscience. Fearing the walrus wouldn't survive, Lu Xingchen went over to check its wound. A huge hook was lodged in its flesh, with a length of rope still attached. It looked as if the walrus had been caught in the hook, and something had chewed through the rope. Lu Xingchen carefully removed the hook, and the walrus's blood gushed out like a fountain. It groaned in pain, and the seal rushed to comfort it. The wound was so large that Lu Xingchen had to use several packets of gold medicine to stop the walrus's wound. After seeing that the bleeding had subsided, Lu Xingchen sat down on the deck sweating profusely. Only then did she have time to examine the hook she had just unearthed. It was a large iron hook, engraved with the words, "SEAL Team." Oh, remember, the friend she had saved, the seal's little friend. The giant manta ray. The hook in its body was also from the SEAL Team. So, they were injured because of the seal pup. Someone's hunting seals. Tisk, it's not easy for the seal pup to survive. If it hadn't had so many friends helping it, it might have been eaten long ago. Lu Xingchen threw the hook to the ground and asked the seal pup, "Is someone trying to kill you?" The seal pup whimpered and mumbled something. The recovered seal pup propped itself up on its front paws, raised its head, and proudly declared, "Little seal, it's delicious, delicious, everyone loves it." Lu Xingchen, oh. She deliberately looked at the seal pup. Is it really that delicious? Seals are so fat, aren't they all oily? And people still like to eat them? Or is this seal pup special, like Tang Sanzang's meat, with special benefits? The seal pup huddled in its front paws, its small black eyes filled with panic. It's not delicious, it's not delicious. Lu Xingchen teased it a few times, but his mind was heavy with worry. The little seal went to look for the little walrus. So, were there any mermaids? She turned to the table and fetched water to wash her hands. She heard the little walrus behind her whisper, "Where's little seaweed?" Lu Xingchen pricked up his ears. The little seal, "Woohoo! She's gone." Little seaweed? A mermaid? Lu Xingchen turned and asked the little seal, "Little one, are you two the only ones here? Did the seals kill any of your other friends?" She kicked the hook at her feet. "This thing is powerful. Maybe your other friends are hurt too." The little seal's eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Xingchen, maybe your other friends were seriously injured, left unattended, and died. She then turned back. The little walrus whispered again, "Go check on little seaweed. Go quickly." I remember he's bleeding too. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Luckily, she could hear the marine life. Hee hee. Just as she finished wiping her hands, Meow Meow suddenly approached. Master, the little seal has run away again. But we have a location sensor. Shall we chase it? Lu Xingchen, chase it. After a long chase, they finally caught up with the little seal. By then, it had been motionless in the same spot for a long time. Lu Xingchen immediately jumped into the sea, sinking all the way down. Finally, they spotted the little seal. It was humming and gesturing at a cluster of coral. Lu Xingchen keenly noticed a small section of its dark blue tail peeking out from among the coral. A mermaid, and it wasn't Ryan's. Ryan's tail was light blue. Lu Xingchen took out the water-repellent beads, made his way out of a waterless area, and quietly circled behind the coral, slowly approaching. Finally, the little seal spoke, "Woohoo! You're hurt!" A rather childish girl's voice rang out, a bit fiercely. "Why are you crying?" "Don't cry. I won't die." Little seal, "Woohoo! Blood, blood." Lu Xingchen noticed a bloody odor emanating from the coral. "Girl, what's a little bleeding?" "Humph, you're useless." Little seal, "Woohoo! Get someone to save you." The girl became even more aggressive. "No! If you dare call for help, I beat you up." Little seal, "Woohoo! Xiao Lu." Girl, "Xiao Lu, is that the human you were talking about?" "No. Are you brainless? You believe anyone." After a moment, the girl let out a low cry of pain and said, "I can't reach it. Try to pull the arrow out of my back." Little seal, "Woohoo! No, I die." The girl became furious. "Why are you whining? I told you I won't die. Pull it out." Lu Xingchen watched the fish's tail droop limply. Then, the little seal exclaimed, "Woo-wah?" Chapter 269. Oh no! If the mermaid injures a vital part of her back, it's very dangerous. Lu Xingchen didn't dare wait any longer, and swam out quickly. Turn ing around the coral, behind the baby seal, she saw a little mermaid hiding in the coral. The little mermaid had fainted. She leaned against the coral, her face pale, her eyes closed, her arms hanging limply, her long, wavy, dark blue hair swaying with the waves. Like long seaweed? Oh, this is the little seaweed. Lu Xingchen examined the little mermaid carefully. She had a slender figure, about the size of an average 13 or 14-year-old girl, except for her long tail. She had delicate features, a small mouth and nose, and was very beautiful. She wore a small wreath on her head, woven from sea devil vines. A pearl necklace hung around her neck, adorned with a large, shimmering orange gem. She wore a pale blue tube top of an unknown material, revealing her slender, fair waist. What a beautiful mermaid! The little seal carefully supported her, preventing her from falling, sobbing, "Wow, Xiao Lu! Let's go find Xiao Lu." Lu Xingchen, looking for me? The little seal looked back, frightened and almost letting go. You, what are you doing here?" Lu Xingchen smiled. "I heard you calling me." The little seal was stunned. It blinked its eyes, never expecting that just mentioning Xiao Lu would actually summon Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, all right, don't delay, your friend is in danger. The little mermaid's breath gradually faded, and it was obvious that she was in imminent danger. She swam over and gently lifted the little mermaid. Only then did she discover a metal arrow lodged deep beneath her shoulder blade. It must have a hook too. Engraved on the arrow were the words "Seal Hunters." Look, the Seal Hunters again. TSK, being friends with the little seal is a high-risk profession. The little seal was still hesitant, so Lu Xingchen said to it, "Quick, drag her onto my boat. I save her." "It's too late to save her." The little seal quickly lifted the little mermaid and swam upward. It was very strong and fast, much faster than Lu Xingchen. By the time Lu Xingchen climbed aboard the raft, the little seal had been waiting for a while. The little mermaid was placed face down on the raft. Gu Yin, Gao Dafu, and Lining all came to watch the fun, along with Lan Lan and Mie Mie. Lan Lan had been pushed over by Tuanzi. Everyone gathered around the little mermaid, exclaiming in amazement. Gao Dafu, seeing Lu Xingchen had just treated the little walrus and then the seriously injured mermaid, sighed. "Lu Xingchen, have you changed your career to become a marine doctor? A veterinarian?" Gu Yin, "Fish doctor." Lan Lan, "Quack, quack, quack." Gao Dafu, "Lan Lan, don't laugh like that. You could be laughing like a pearly pearl, but why are you laughing like ducks fighting?" Lan Lan, "Get lost." Lu Xingchen carried the weakened Lan Lan away and placed her on a distant chair. "She's so in the way. She's so broken she can't even walk. Why are you still so eager to join in the fun?" She then asked the others to move aside. The little seal saw Lu Xingchen approaching and quickly cried, "Help! Help!" Lu Xingchen walked over to the little mermaid and examined the wound carefully. Now, the flesh around the wound has turned black, indicating poison. Simply pulling the arrow out isn't enough. Besides, the arrow is too thick. If it pulls out and flesh and blood are spilled, she's worried the little mermaid will be in danger. This is the mermaid prince's sister, her mission target. Shouldn't she call the prince over? Just as she thought this, the little seal suddenly hugged her calf, whimpering, "Help! Help! You saved me!" Did she really have to save the little one? Why? Forget it, she give it a try. Lu Xingchen had detoxification pills, rejuvenation pills, and golden wound medicine ready. She then grasped the arrow's handle. Tentatively pulling it out, she encountered resistance, and the little mermaid trembled slightly. No way. Who knows how big the barb on this arrow is? What if a chunk of flesh comes out? The little mermaid is so delicate. If she pulls it out, she might pull out half of her flesh. Lu Xingchen was hesitating when Gu Yan approached. "I do it." Lu Xingchen's hand loosened. Gu Yan grasped the arrow shaft with his hand, shifted it slightly, and then pulled out something, pressing it against the shaft. Swish. With a swift movement, he yanked the arrowhead free. Only a small piece of flesh remained attached to the arrowhead. Wow! The little mermaid's blood gushed out. Lu Xingchen desperately piled up gold wound medicine, quickly feeding the little mermaid a rejuvenation pill and half a detoxification pill. Then she gouged out the black flesh on the little mermaid's back and applied the remaining half of the detoxification pill. No anesthetic was used. The little mermaid only grunted twice, slipping back and forth. After a long struggle, the bleeding finally stopped and the poison was almost expelled. After a while, the little mermaid stirred. Lu Xingchen quickly gestured to Gu Yan and the others, fearing the little mermaid would get nervous around the crowd. Gu Yan and the others quickly retreated. The little mermaid slowly woke up and sat up, spotting Lu Xingchen not far away. Startled, she leaned on her arms and called out to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. "The little seal brought you here." The little seal pounced on the mermaid, wailing, "You're awake? Little Lu saved you." The little mermaid's face turned cold, and she pushed the little seal away. "Didn't I tell you I'm fine? Why didn't you listen?" The little seal cried out pitifully, then leaned forward again. The little mermaid's face was sullen, but she stopped pushing. Lu Xingchen took a closer look at the little mermaid. The little mermaid's hair and tail were both a pale blue, with a light blue arc running down the upper part of her tail, seemingly the color of her scales. It was quite pretty. And her eyes were also a pale blue. She exchanged a few words with the little seal, and Lu Xingchen keenly noticed that she actually had two small, pointed canine teeth. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling her long, wavy, pale blue hair and revealing her cheek. Next to her eye, Lu Xingchen spotted a recently healed bloodstain. She was stunned. Could these eyes be related to the ones from last night? Lu Xingchen pondered. The little mermaid looked up and saw Lu Xingchen examining her teeth and hair, and she immediately became enraged. She flicked her tail, teleported to Lu Xingchen's side, and raised her hand to strangle him, shouting, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. Hadn't she just glanced a few more times? Why was the little mermaid so irritable? She was her savior, so spoiled. With a slight movement of her hand, a tailed dagger appeared. Simultaneously, she swayed, took several steps back, and pointed the dagger directly at the little mermaid. Lu Xingchen said to the little seal, "Little one, your friend isn't very friendly." The little seal quickly came over, blocking the little mermaid, sobbing a few words in a soothing tone. The little mermaid snorted and sat down again. She glanced around, seeing the boat full of flowers, and frowned. "Why are they this color? They're so ugly." Lu Xingchen, She had just turned the boat full of flowers a light blue for the mermaid prince. It seemed the mermaid princess didn't like that color. She gestured, and the sea devil vine swung, turning the boat full of flowers a deep blue, the same color as the little mermaid's hair. The little mermaid's expression changed again, and she angrily asked, "What a lousy color. Are you mocking me?" Lu Xingchen, Only a little seal could handle such a bad temper. The sea vine also became angry, changing colors in a dazzling display of colors, like a revolving lantern, making everyone dizzy. The little mermaid's eyes spun in circles. Lu Xingchen ignored the irritable mermaid. She turned around, took several quick steps, and with her back to the little mermaid, took out the shell the mermaid prince had given her, intending to call for help. As long as she could summon the prince, her mission would be accomplished. As soon as Lu Xingchen took out the shell, the little mermaid suddenly teleported directly in front of her, pointing at the shell and angrily demanding, "What are you holding? What are you doing?" So vigilant, the little mermaid had clairvoyance. Her back was clearly turned to her, so how could she still be so perceptive? Chapter 270. Lu Xingchen quickly collected the shell and pulled the little seal toward her, saying, "Quick, check on your friend. Is her wound bleeding again?" The little seal was very resilient, clinging to the little mermaid with a whine. While the little seal was clinging to the little mermaid, Lu Xingchen stepped aside and hurriedly called to the shell, "Ryan, come quickly. I've found your sister." She was far away, shielded by something, and spoke softly, confident the little mermaid wouldn't hear. However, she had just informed the mermaid prince, and she didn't know what the little seal and the little mermaid had said. The little mermaid's expression suddenly changed drastically. She turned around and, with a plop, jumped into the sea. She ran away. Lu Xingchen was shocked. "Quick, locate." Mimi fumbled with the sensor and said anxiously, "No, master. Mermaids are advanced marine species. We can't locate them. We can only locate ordinary marine species." Yes, that seemed to be the case. Lu Xingchen was anxious. The mermaid had escaped, and even Ryan's presence was useless. She had no choice but to chase her. She leaped into the sea, chasing the mermaid in the direction she fled. The baby seal, stunned, also floundered into the water. Lu Xingchen pursued her relentlessly. Within a minute, the mermaid was practically out of sight. And that was because the mermaid was injured, slowing her down considerably. This wouldn't do. The 3-day limit was almost up, and she absolutely couldn't lose the mermaid. Lu Xingchen quickly took out the speed card and flicked it. Use the speed card? Yes. The speed card flashed, immersing itself in Lu Xingchen's body. Lu Xingchen felt herself become much lighter, and with a simple glide, she glided far out into the water. Chase! She chased him all the way down. The speed card triples her speed, and Lu Xingchen's gear was top-notch, adding even more speed. With the little mermaid injured and her speed reduced, she finally managed to catch up. But she barely managed to keep up. She continued this way for about 10 minutes, during which Lu Xingchen repeatedly called out to the mermaid prince, but received no response. She was frantic. The speed card only lasted 10 minutes, and soon, it would expire, and she would lose the mermaid. And so was Ryan. What had been holding him back that he couldn't be contacted for so long? She only had one speed card. Lu Xingchen was terribly anxious. Finally, the 10-minute speed card expired, and Lu Xingchen sank, her speed slowing. It was over. Lu Xingchen paused in frustration, watching the little mermaid disappear in front of her. With a splash, she surfaced, took out the shell, and sighed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You're impressive. You've chased me for so long." Lu Xingchen looked up, and saw the little mermaid had also emerged from the water, only her upper body visible. She looked at Lu Xingchen warily. "Tell me, why are you chasing me?" The little mermaid had returned. Lu Xingchen was delighted. She could hold her back. Yes, but how? This little mermaid has a rather bad temper, and she might even have a complicated connection to the night ghost. Lu Xingchen remained silent, staring at the little mermaid. The little mermaid waited, then grew impatient. "What about you? Why are you chasing me?" Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. "I want to learn more about the seals. I love little seals, and don't want them to live in constant danger." The little mermaid scoffed. "You?" Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, "Are the seals that powerful?" The little mermaid suddenly swung, a white longbow appearing in her hand. She knocked a fishbone arrow, and glared at Lu Xingchen coldly. "Tell the truth." Good fellow, she's ready to kill someone over a disagreement, and she's even going to kill her savior. This little mermaid is so difficult to get along with. Lu Xingchen paddled a little, then gently pinched a defense card and said, "What truth do you want to hear? Don't try to sweet-talk me." The little mermaid shouted, "Tell me why you're approaching me and the little seal? If not, I kill you." Lu Xingchen leaped out of the water, slipping on his water boots and stepping onto the surface. "You should ask the little seal why you're so attached to me." Whoosh! The fishbone arrow arrived in an instant. It brushed Lu Xingchen's cheek, and a strand of her hair fluttered down. My goodness, too fast. The little mermaid was incredibly powerful. This was a deadly mission. She dove into the water with a swish, switching to her water-repellent beads, which would at least provide some protection. She whispered to the shell, "Ryan, come quickly." With a boom, something slammed into the water-repellent beads. Lu Xingchen turned and saw a massive black shark. The black shark was about 10 meters long, a level 4. It also had a fishbone arrow, the same one the little mermaid had just fired. Could the little mermaid be trying to save her? Just as Lu Xingchen thought this, the little mermaid swam over like lightning, sheathing her bow and arrow, and pulling out a massive long sword. With a puff, she stabbed the level 4 black shark in the stomach. Extremely brutal. She stabbed the black shark to death with a few quick strikes, then let its blood stain her arms and chest. She rolled over and sat on its back. She licked the remaining blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Lu Xingchen coldly. There was a kind of violent beauty to it. No wonder they say little seaweed is so fierce. It truly is. It would have taken Lu Xingchen and her pets 20 minutes to kill this 4th level black shark, but the little mermaid killed it with just a few strikes. Amazing. Lu Xingchen surfaced and gave a thumbs up. The little mermaid's face flickered with a hint of smugness, but she suppressed it and said coldly, You liar, human. I let you off today." With that, she leaped into the sea and swam away like a fish. Lu Xingchen hurried to chase it, but there was no way he could catch up. There was no sign of it. She ran away again. Lu Xingchen was startled. The little mermaid had run so suddenly. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before her, and the mermaid prince, Ryan, appeared before her. Ryan was still riding in his large shell, but his face was pale, and he looked a little weak. Lu Xingchen spread her hands and said, "You're too late. The little mermaid has escaped." Ryan listened and nodded. "It's okay. It's not far. I can catch up." Lu Xingchen, "Thank you." With that, he jumped into the sea, and the shell disappeared. The mermaid prince was so fast that Lu Xingchen didn't even have time to check his favorability rating. She wondered if it had increased. In any case, there was no news of mission completion. No, she had to follow him and see. Lu Xingchen sank underwater, only to see the mermaid prince's large tail flick in the distance before disappearing. It was over. "I couldn't catch up." Lu Xingchen surfaced again. She was just beginning to feel worried when a little seal scurried over and asked, "Where's Mila?" "Where's Mila?" "Mila? That's the little mermaid from earlier,"